Yun Bei, I know you're awake. Let me tell you, it won't help to make a fuss. Your mother left you a job, but it has already gone to Schwer. Now you have two choices. Go to the countryside or get married. Go to the countryside? Get married? Yun Bei was shocked and opened her eyes wide. She saw a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting at the foot of her bed, looking displeased and impatient. You're really awake, Yun Jiangua said, his face not showing any joy. Since you're awake, you must have heard what I just said. Choose one, and think carefully. At that moment, it felt like something was pushing into her mind, causing a headache. She didn't have time to argue with the man in front of her and was confused about the situation. She could only respond vaguely, I understand. I need to think about it. Perhaps because Yun Bei's attitude softened a bit, Yun Jianhua nodded and said, All right, I'll give you a day to think it over. Okay. Seeing Yun Bei being so agreeable, which was different from her earlier reaction, surprised Yun Jianhua, but he didn't think much of it. After all, the job was already in the hands of his daughter, Yun Shui. No matter how much Yun Bei protested, it wouldn't be given back to her. It was better to take a step back and ask for something in return. After all, what was already in hand was more valuable. Once Yun Jianhua left, Yun Bei's head started to throb even more. A memory that didn't belong to her began to invade her mind. It was then that she realized she had been reborn. She had come back to the 1970s as a girl named Yun Bei. Yun Bei was a poor girl. Her father had gone missing when she was young. When she was 10, a fire broke out at the cotton mill where her mother worked. Her mother died trying to save the factory's assets. Although her mother had passed away, she left Yun Bei a job at the cotton mill, promising that she could take over when she turned 18. However, just 3 days before her 18th birthday, her cousin Yun Shui took away the job that belonged to her. Recently, the city had been encouraging unemployed young people to go to the countryside to help develop rural areas. Yun Shui, wanting to avoid going to the countryside, secretly went to the factory to take care of the paperwork for the job. When Yun Bei found out, she caused a scene and ended up getting caught in the rain, which led to a high fever that night. And just like that, she was gone. When she opened her eyes again, she had become a top agent from the 22nd century. Now this body belonged to her. From now on, she will be the original owner. Seeing how the Yun family treats her, it's clear she won't get her job back. Since that's the case, she might as well maximize her benefits. As for going to the countryside, Yun Bei definitely won't be doing that. After all, she has never done farm work in her past life or this one. It's not that she can't handle hard work, it's just that she has other options, so going to the countryside is out of the question. Therefore, Yun Bei quickly made her decision. However, she didn't rush to get up. Instead, she went over the original owner's memories again. Once she fully grasped those memories, she prepared to get out of bed. But as soon as she tried to get up, she fell back down. Yun Bei's face darkened, and she couldn't help but curse. Since her outburst yesterday, no one in the Yun family has paid her any attention, as if she didn't exist. Because of that, she had been sick and hungry until now. At this point, she didn't even have the strength to get up. If it weren't for her arrival, the Yun family would probably be planning a funeral by now. She definitely needed to get up. She was still hungry. Relying on Yun Jianhua was out of the question. If he really cared about her, he would have sent someone to bring her food or at least offered her something to eat right away. Speaking of which, the original owner's uncle was not a good person. He maintained a good reputation, claiming to have raised his brother's child, which is Yun Bei. But in reality, he only acted if there was something in it for him. If it weren't for her mother's compensation and savings, as well as the house she lived in, he wouldn't have bothered to care for her at all. Now, even though he did take her in, it was only to the extent that she wouldn't starve. In this household, she and her cousin Yun Shui were complete contrasts. Yun Shui had good food and clothes, while she could only eat until she was somewhat full and wore Yun Shui's discarded old clothes. Not only that, but she also had to do all the household chores. If she missed a day, there would definitely be consequences. To put it simply, in the Yun family's house, she was just a little maid. The only thing that made Yun Bei feel a bit better was that Yun Jangwo sent her to school for the sake of appearances. She completed her education from elementary to high school. Of course, this was also thanks to her good grades. He couldn't afford to let her not go to school. After resting for a while, she slowly crawled out of bed. Because she was sick with a fever, her body felt weak and lacked strength. She leaned against the wall to walk out of the room and into the living room. Yun Jangwo was still at home. When he saw Yun Bei come out, he thought she had made up her mind and smiled, asking Yun Bei, "Have you thought it over?" Yun Bei, holding back the urge to roll her eyes, glanced at Yun Jangwo and said, "I'm really hungry right now and can't think. Uncle, is there anything to eat at home? I haven't eaten since yesterday, and if I get any hungrier, I might faint." "Hey, watch your words. You won't faint. Just wait, I'll check the kitchen for something to eat and bring you a little." Hearing that Yun Bei wanted food, Yun Jangwo stood up with a frown and headed to the kitchen. Yun Bei didn't mind and stood at the door, looking around the house. This house was said to have been left by her grandfather, built as a small courtyard. Although there were only 3 rooms, it was much better than those houses where a dozen people had to share one room. In the 3 rooms, Yun Jangwo and his wife had one, Yun Jangwo's son Yun Lin had another, and the last room was shared by Yun Shui and Yun Bei. The room had 2 single beds separated by a straw curtain, giving each person half the space. Yun Bei took the side with the window, while Yun Shui slept on the right. In the living room, there was a portrait of a great leader and some quotes on the wall. Against the wall stood a wooden armchair, with a small rectangular tea table in front of it, likely made of yellow pear wood. Near the kitchen, there was a square table where Yun Jangwo's family usually ate. Of course, Yun Bei was not allowed at the table. She often ate in the kitchen, having leftovers. The original owner was weak and often manipulated by Yun Jangwo and his wife, not knowing how to resist and thinking they were good people for taking her in. She had no idea that this was originally her home, and she was the true owner of the house. The sound of footsteps interrupted Yun Bei's thoughts. Yun Jangwo came out of the kitchen with a dark, unidentifiable item in his hand and said to Yun Bei, "There's nothing left to eat in the kitchen. You can make do with this." Yun Bei glanced at Yun Jangwo and replied, "Uncle, I remember there were still eggs in the kitchen. I've been sick and hungry for a few meals. How can I eat this?" "Yun Bei, why are you being picky? You know the family situation. Those eggs are for your cousin to regain her health. She has been in poor health since she was young, and now that work is so hard, she really needs to take care of herself. Working is tough, huh? How about this? Let her quit her job. I don't mind working hard, and I don't need eggs to feel better. What do you think?" "You?" Yun Jangwo's expression darkened again. He didn't expect this girl to be so sharp-tongued after being sick. "Uncle, if you don't want to feed me, I can go ask others for food. If they ask, I won't hide the truth." Saying this, Yun Bei pretended to leave, making Yun Jangwo's face turn even darker. He shot her a cold glance and said, "Yun Bei, do you really want to make this so awkward?" "Uncle, I'm not causing trouble. I'm just really hungry. If you won't feed me, am I not allowed to ask others for food?" Her words left Yun Jangwo speechless. In the end, to save face, he went back to the kitchen and brought out a steamed bun. "Here, you're just a beggar. I really owe you," Yun Jangwo said, tossing the bun at Yun Bei before angrily returning to his room, wanting to avoid seeing her. Thinking about how such a good bun was given to Yun Bei made his heart ache. He had specially brought it back from the cafeteria for dinner. Now, with one gone, there were only 3 left, not enough for the whole family. Yun Bei didn't care about Yun Jangwo's attitude. She caught the bun and started eating it hungrily. She was so hungry she could eat a whole cow, so she needed to fill her stomach first. After finishing one bun, she felt a bit better and regained some strength. Then, she went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. After all, eating a bun dry was a bit hard to swallow. Once in the kitchen, she found the cupboard was locked. Clearly, they were trying to keep her out. Looking at the lock, Yun Bei smirked. She was not the original owner. With her stomach still growling, she knew there must be food inside. So, She found a chopstick, sharpened it, and after a bit of fiddling, the lock opened. In her previous life, she was a top agent. Opening this lock was easy, and even a combination lock wouldn't be a problem. When Yun Jangwo finally couldn't stay in his room any longer and came out, he was greeted by the delicious smell coming from the kitchen. When I walked in, I found that Yun Bei had opened the cabinet, and most of the hidden eggs were already eaten. "Yun Bei, what are you doing?" Yun Jangwo shouted angrily, looking as if he wanted to hit her. Yun Bei had eaten enough, and she felt strong again. She was not afraid at all and replied, "I'm frying eggs."
"Can't you see?"
"Who told you to eat the eggs?"
"I can eat if I want to."
"Do I need anyone's permission?" Yun Bei rolled her eyes at Yun Jangwo and said, "You can go out first. If you want to argue or fight, wait until I finish eating. You little brat, you've gone too far. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Yun Jangwo stepped closer, reaching out to hit Yun Bei. But before he could touch her, his hand pulled back as he saw a kitchen knife in Yun Bei's hand, pointed at him. "Uncle, if you touch me, don't blame me if things get serious." "You wouldn't dare." Yun Jangwo was both angry and scared. "Try me, and see if I dare. After this experience, I've realized I can't let you all push me around. Otherwise, one day, there will be nothing left of me. Right now, you want my job, and soon you might want my life." As Yun Bei spoke, she waved the knife a few times, scaring Yun Jangwo. "Yun Bei, put down the knife. Let's talk calmly." Yun Jangwo was frightened and tried to persuade her while stepping back. Seeing his reaction, Yun Bei smirked. She finished the last egg and then walked into the living room, standing face to face with Yun Jangwo, still holding the knife.
"What do you want?"
Yun Jangwo looked at Yun Bei with fear. "Nothing much, just want to have a good talk with you." "Talk about what?" "Talk about my job and the compensation you owe me. You can't just take my job and think it's over. Yun Bei, we are family. Whether the job goes to you or your cousin, it's the same, right?" Yun Jangwo tried to manipulate Yun Bei by appealing to family ties. In the past, she would have compromised because she cared about family. But now, Yun Bei had changed, and his tactics didn't work on her anymore. So, after hearing his words, Yun Bei laughed and said, "If that's the case, then why is Yun Shua trying to take my job?" "This isn't." Yun Jangwo started to argue, but Yun Bei interrupted him, saying, "I don't want to hear your excuses anymore. The job is sold to Yun Shua for 800 yuan and not a single cent less. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since you won't give me a way out, then we all might as well not survive." Yun Bei's words made Yun Jangwo's face darken. 800 yuan for a job was the current market rate, but why should he pay that? He had raised Yun Bei for 8 years. Wasn't that enough to cover this job? Thinking this, he voiced his thoughts. "Yun Bei, I raised you for so many years, and you turned out to be an enemy. It's just one job, and you dare to ask me for money. Did you not eat or drink for these 8 years? I never counted those costs, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money?" If he hadn't mentioned his support, Yun Bei would have let it go, but now she decided to set the record straight. She wanted to see if they truly raised her, or if they were just taking advantage of her. Yun Bei was not the original person. She wouldn't just believe whatever they said. The original mother had sacrificed for the public, so the factory not only provided a pension. Although she didn't know the exact amount, the factory could check. "You have no shame taking advantage of me, yet I should feel embarrassed asking for money? You talk about raising me for 8 years, but aren't you afraid of your own words? What I've consumed over the years is nothing compared to what you gained from me. Let's not even mention anything else, just this house. If it weren't for me, would you even be able to live here? And what happened to my family's savings? Not to mention my mother's pension. Since you want to settle this, let's find a place to discuss it properly, so everyone knows how you, Yun Jangwo, raised your niece. You dare speak to me like this? I am your uncle. No matter what, we raised you," Yun Jangwo said angrily, glaring at Yun Bei. In his view, raising Yun Bei was a huge favor. As for the money Yun Bei mentioned, once it was in his hands, it was naturally his. "Right, using my own money to raise me, and you have the nerve to talk about favors. I've seen shameless people, but you take the cake." I'll make it clear. Not only do you owe me the money for the job, but after deducting my upbringing costs, you owe me the rest too. Otherwise, be ready to lose your job. Fine, you have 1 day to think about it, Yun Bei said before walking out. She is still not well and needs to buy some medicine. When she thought about buying medicine, Yun Bei realized she had no money, so she reached out her hand to Yun Jangwo and said, "Give me some money. I need to see a doctor." "I have no money." Yun Jangwo didn't want to give her a single cent and pretended to be broke, hoping to make her beg him. However, Yun Bei was no longer the same person. After hearing his words, she left without saying anything and knocked on the neighbor's door. While knocking, she called out loudly, "Grandma Wang, are you home? I'm sick and my uncle won't take me to the doctor or give me money. Can you lend me a few dollars to see a doctor?" Yun Jangwo felt pleased when he saw Yun Bei leave, but his expression quickly changed when he heard her words. He rushed outside and saw Aunt Wang opening her door. Without waiting for her to speak, he quickly pulled out $3 and handed them to Yun Bei, saying, "Yun Bei, my dear, I just said I had no money. I was about to go back to get some for you. Why did you run out to borrow money?" Then he turned to Aunt Wang and said, "I'm sorry to bother you." Yun Bei misunderstood. "Please don't take it to heart." "Oh, really?" Aunt Wang looked at Yun Jangwo and then at Yun Bei, saying, "I remember Yun Bei got caught in the rain yesterday, right?" "I see." Before Aunt Wang could finish, Yun Jangwo interrupted. Yes. Yun Bei is sick and didn't tell us. I just found out, otherwise, I would have taken her to the hospital earlier." "Aunt Wang, I won't keep you. I'm taking her to see a doctor now." After saying that, Yun Jangwo hurriedly pulled Yun Bei downstairs, worried she might say something that would hurt him. Seeing his anxiousness, Yun Bei couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, his pride was his weakness. It seemed she would need to use that to her advantage in the future. Thinking this, she quickly walked toward the hospital. Once at the hospital, she didn't look for a doctor, but directly bought some medicine. She had already reduced her fever. She just needed some medicine to feel better. The medicine cost 50 cents, and she kept the rest of the money. Just to be safe, she visited the community center and got a letter of introduction, stating she was going far away to get married. She was in a hurry to prevent Yun Jangwo from signing her up for rural work. If she remembered correctly, the next group was leaving in 2 days. If her name gets reported, she won't be able to avoid it. For the Yun Jangwo family, Yun Bei feels that no precautions are too much. After receiving the introduction letter, she made a special trip to the youth office to explain her situation and show them the letter, telling them not to trust anyone who offers to help her sign up. After taking care of these 2 matters, Yun Bei went straight home. After taking her medicine, she went to bed. Meanwhile, Yun Jangwo went to pick up his wife from work. He felt that Yun Bei seemed like a different person and needed to discuss with his wife what to do next. There was no way he would give her any money. Once it was in his pocket, he had no reason to take it out. Yun Jangwo waited for over an hour at his wife's factory before she finished work. As soon as Wang Xiaomei stepped out, she saw her husband standing under a tree. She walked over and smiled, asking, "What are you doing here? Has that girl woken up yet?" "I'm here to pick you up." "That girl woke up a while ago, but she seems different. Not only did she finish all the eggs in our kitchen, but she also threatened me with a knife, saying we should give her the savings for my second brother and the compensation money for his wife." "What? She really thinks she can take that back?" "Those things are ours now." Wang Xiaomei's expression turned serious. If it weren't for the money, she wouldn't have taken care of that girl at all. But now, they had supported her for years. They had a house, money, and jobs. That girl was no longer useful to them, so she needed to find a way to send her away. "I was thinking the same thing. But if we don't give her anything, she will definitely cause trouble. You don't know, today she wanted to buy medicine, and when I didn't give her money, she went to borrow from Aunt Wang next door. From what you're saying, that girl has become bolder. She wouldn't have dared to do that before." "Yeah, maybe losing her job to Yun Shui affected her. That's possible. But whether it's money or work, it all belongs to our family. So we need to find a way to get rid of her." I talked to her this afternoon and asked if she wanted to go to the countryside or get married. She said she needed to think about it, and I haven't heard back from her yet. Even after all this, you still want her approval? Are you silly? If life is tough for her, just let her go where it's harder. As for her marriage partner, it's been years with no news, and we still don't know if they are married. Instead of causing trouble for them, it would be better to send that girl to the countryside. When she gets to the countryside, let's see how she manages. Alright, I'll listen to you. Tomorrow, I'll sign her up for the countryside. Yun Bei had no idea that in just a few sentences, Yun Jiangwo and Wang Xiumei had decided her fate. Fortunately, she had already made some arrangements, so it wouldn't be easy for them to scheme against her. Since they decided to send Yun Bei to the countryside, the couple didn't bother her when they got home. They didn't even ask her to help with cooking. When they noticed she didn't come out for dinner, they surprisingly called for her. However, Yun Shui, seeing her parents' changed attitude towards Yun Bei, felt unhappy. During dinner, she sarcastically said, "Yun Bei, you are treated better than me, your own sister. Is that so? Then why don't you return the job? I'll give you this treatment back, how about that?" With that, Yun Bei left Yun Shui speechless. Wang Xiumei couldn't help but glance at Yun Bei after hearing her retort. She thought to herself that Jiangwo wasn't lying. Yun Bei's tongue had indeed become sharper. However, since Yun Bei cared so much about her job, she needed to calm her down to avoid any trouble. So, she smiled and offered Yun Bei some food, saying, "Bei, don't take your cousin's words to heart. She speaks without thinking." Yun Bei gave Wang Xiumei a faint glance, thinking that her flattery was suspicious. She wanted to see what trick this person was up to. After finishing dinner in silence, Yun Bei didn't clear the dishes like she used to. Wang Xiumei didn't say anything and instead asked Yun Shui to wash the dishes, which made Yun Shui unhappy, and she shot a fierce glare at Yun Bei, as if it was Yun Bei's fault that she had to wash the dishes. Since she came to this family, she had done almost all the housework, while both Yun Shui and Wang Xiumei rarely helped. Now, she wouldn't be foolish enough to serve this whole family. If she had to serve, it should be the other way around, especially since she was the one paying, right? After a peaceful night, Yun Bei woke up early the next morning. Seeing Yun Shui still asleep, she quietly left the house. To get Yun Jiangwo to return that money, she needed to find some helpers. Otherwise, with the way they were, they wouldn't give her a single cent. To this end, Yun Bei specifically visited a few aunts who had a good relationship with her mother in the past. Over the years, those aunts had gained some influence, and if they were willing to help her, it would make things much easier. She originally planned to bring a small gift, but she had no money on her. The leftover money from yesterday wasn't enough for anything, so she had to go empty-handed to ask for help. The aunts all worked at the cotton mill and were surprised to see Yun Bei. They had heard that the job her mother left behind had already been taken by someone else. At first, they thought Yun Bei was there to start working, but then they realized it was Yun Shui. Yun Shui was Yun Bei's cousin, and they knew about her. They assumed Yun Bei had willingly given up the job, so they didn't ask many questions. They felt she was a bit confused and were disappointed in her. No one expected Yun Bei to come asking for help today. After hearing Yun Bei's words, the aunts looked unhappy, especially Chen Wan, who had a fiery temper and slammed her hand on the table in anger. "They are being unreasonable. Bei, wait here. I will go with you to confront them." "Aunt Chun, it's fine. I don't want the job anymore. I don't plan to live here. I just want them to give me the money as if I sold the job to them. Also, I want to claim my mother's inheritance. But I'm just one person and they won't listen to me, so I hope you aunts can help me figure out how to get what's mine. Of course, I won't ask you to help for free. If you can help me get my things, I'll give each of you 20 yuan. How does that sound? You silly girl, it's not about the money. We were good friends with your mother, so helping you is the least we can do." Chen Wan was taken aback by Yun Bei's offer and didn't know how to respond. Of course, they would help her out of friendship for her mother. However, seeing Yun Bei so understanding made them more willing to assist her. While Yun Bei was out seeking help, Yun Jiangwo took the household registration book to the youth office. His wife was right. To avoid any complications later, it was better to send Yun Bei away quickly. There was a group of young people going to the countryside in 2 days. As long as he registered Yun Bei now, she would leave with them. At that point, he thought, she wouldn't get a single cent. Without money or a ticket, he wanted to see how she would manage on her own in the countryside. Maybe she would struggle and end up marrying someone from there. Then, it would be hard for her to come back. Yun Jingwo had a clever idea. However, when he mentioned Yun Bei's name at the youth office, the person in charge looked at him strangely and asked, "Do you not know who Yun Bei is? Why didn't she come herself?" "I'm her uncle, here to help her register. Please, could you take care of this?" "I'm sorry, but we can't register you," the person replied. Upon hearing that he was Yun Bei's uncle, the official immediately understood why Yun Bei had come to speak with them the day before. Their look towards Yun Jingwo turned to one of disdain. They thought he was trying to prevent his daughter from going to the countryside, which is why he registered Yun Bei's name. Why not? Isn't the deadline not yet passed? Yun Jingwo was confused and didn't realize that Yun Bei had already spoken to the youth office. Because Comrade Yun Bei has said she plans to marry her fiance and has even prepared the introduction letter, the official coldly stated, leaving Yun Jingwo stunned. After a while, he finally reacted and left, his face red with embarrassment. When Wang Xiumei saw him return, she quickly approached and asked, "How did it go? Did you get it done?"
No.
Yun Jingwo shook his head and relayed the official's words to Wang Xiumei. After hearing this, Wang Xiumei's expression darkened, and she coldly said, "We underestimated her. We wanted to give her a way out, but she doesn't want it. If that's the case, she might as well be done for." "Wife, don't say such things. Taking a life has serious consequences." Yun Jingwo's expression changed upon hearing her words. Although he didn't like Yun Bei, he had never wished for her to die. "I'm not foolish enough to do it myself." Wang Xiumei shot him a look and said, "You don't need to worry about Yun Bei. I'll take care of it." "Wife, how about?" Yun Jingwo wanted to persuade her further. After all, Yun Bei was his younger brother's daughter, and she was his niece. He found it hard to accept. Wang Xiumei knew what he was going to say and immediately frowned, saying, "Are you willing to give back everything you have? The house, the money, and the job?"
Me?
Yun Jingwo fell silent. He certainly didn't want to give anything back. Once something was in his hands, he wouldn't return it. "You don't want to, right? Since that's the case, let's not waste time. Just pretend you don't know anything." Wang Xiumei shot him a look and went straight to work. Yun Jingwo saw his wife leave and quickly followed her with a bag. He had to go to work too. He didn't go yesterday because of a day off. At 10 in the morning, while Yun Jingwo was busy, someone from the factory office called for him. When he arrived at the manager's office, he noticed Yun Bei was there along with a few people he had met before. If he remembered correctly, they were friends of Yun Bei's mother. Initially, those friends wanted to adopt Yun Bei, but since he was a relative, Yun Bei ended up with him. Her mother's insurance money was given to him for safekeeping, with the agreement that it would be used for Yun Bei's needs. However, over the years, very little of that money had been spent on Yun Bei. To avoid trouble, since the day Yun Bei came to live with them, he and his wife started teaching her that they were her benefactors, and she should be grateful and repay them. At first, those people would visit Yun Bei, worried she might be mistreated. Yun Bei was quite close to them, but to prevent issues, he and his wife began to distance Yun Bei from them. Over the years, this worked well. Those people hadn't been in Yun Bei's life for a long time. But today, unexpectedly, they were here, and they came with Yun Bei. At that moment, Yun Jingwo had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he soon learned the reason those people accompanied Yun Bei. Suddenly, Yun Jingwo's expression darkened. He looked at Yun Bei and said, Bei, this is a family matter. Why involve outsiders?" "Uncle, we are not family. If we were, why would I lose my job to my cousin? That job was earned by my mother's hard work."
You?
Yun Jingwo was furious at Yun Bei's words and, regardless of being in the office, pointed at her and shouted, "Yun Bei, you are ungrateful. After all these years of raising you, not only do you not show gratitude, but you also team up with outsiders to embarrass me. If I had known this would happen, I should have let you go with someone else." "Yun Jingwo, how can you say that? If you hadn't insisted on taking her, Yun Bei would have been with me. Chenwan had long been displeased with Yun Jangwo and directly called him out. You? Seeing that the two were about to argue, the manager spoke up coldly. Enough. Yun Jangwo, Yun Bei is now an adult. She wants to reclaim the savings you managed for her and her mother's insurance money. What do you say? There's no money left. All the money she spends on food and other things, doesn't it all cost money? As soon as Yun Jangwo heard about money, he immediately started complaining about being poor. Fortunately, Yun Bei was prepared and took out a ledger. It clearly recorded how much she had spent over the years and where the money went. To be honest, the only thing she spent money on was her education, which only amounted to a little over 100 yuan. As for everything else, it didn't even add up to 5 yuan. She wore clothes and shoes that Yun Shui no longer wanted and had never bought anything new. As for food, not only did she often go hungry, but she also took care of all the household chores, working hard for Yun Jangwo's family, which could easily cover her living expenses. When everyone saw Yun Bei's ledger, they were shocked, including Yun Jangwo. He never expected that Yun Bei, who usually kept quiet, had been keeping track of her expenses. The others looked at Yun Jangwo with disapproving eyes. This was how he treated her under the guise of support, treating her like a servant. No wonder Yun Bei was so thin. She looked like she could be blown over by the wind. In contrast, Yun Shui was thriving. Yun Jangwo's face turned red, and he opened his mouth but couldn't find a single word to defend himself. In the end, he just said, "The money at home is all gone." Yun Bei had anticipated this, so she suggested, "Since the family money is all used up, could the factory manager allow me to advance my salary, or could I collect his salary in the future?" "You wish," Yun Jangwo shouted without thinking. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his wife was right. If he had known it would come to this, he should have dealt with Yun Bei long ago. After shouting, he noticed everyone was looking at him, especially the factory manager, whose gaze was scrutinizing. Feeling uneasy under the manager's gaze, Yun Jangwo quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was, I'll borrow money, and I'll still collect my own salary." "Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you 2 days. If you can't come up with the money by then, you can advance your salary." The factory manager spoke, and even though Yun Jangwo was unwilling, he had no choice but to comply. However, he was filled with hatred for Yun Bei and wished he could get rid of her immediately. Yun Bei knew that Yun Jangwo wouldn't easily give her money. To protect herself from any harm, she addressed everyone present, saying, "I want to ask you all to be witnesses. If anything happens to me in the next 2 days, the culprit will definitely be him." When the factory manager heard this, he frowned and said, "Yun Bei, you shouldn't say such things. He is your uncle. Although he is a bit greedy, he would never harm anyone for money. Manager, you can't really know a person's heart just by looking at their face. You can think of me as being overly cautious. I'm just thinking about my own safety. You, my friend." The manager was at a loss for words after hearing her. But Yun Jangwo broke out in a cold sweat because his wife seemed to be planning something dangerous for Yun Bei. Of course, his wife wasn't foolish enough to commit a crime openly. But what if it were an accident? Like accidentally falling into the water. As she was leaving, Yun Bei gave Yun Jangwo a deep look. She sensed his unease, realizing she had guessed their intentions. Once outside the factory, Chenwan looked at Yun Bei and said, "Bei, you've upset Yun Jangwo. You should be careful these next few days. Why don't you stay at Aunt Chen's for a while?" "No, Aunt Chen, thank you for today, but I want to go home. I've already taken precautions, and Yun Jangwo won't dare to act against me for now. As for what happens next, we'll deal with that later. Alright, just be careful. If you need anything, remember to come to Aunt Chen." "Got it, thank you, Aunt Chen." Yun Bei smiled and thanked her before turning back to her home. Once home, Yun Bei didn't waste any time. Since she planned to leave, there were some things she didn't want to let Yun Jangwo's family have. She wanted to get her money back and reclaim the house too. Even if she didn't live there, she could rent it out for income. Thinking this, Yun Bei took advantage of the fact that no one was home and started digging under a sweet osmanthus tree in the corner of the yard. When she was 8, she and her mother buried a metal box there. It was said to contain property documents and some jewelry. At that time, she didn't understand why her mother buried these things and repeatedly told her to remember the spot. Over the years, the original owner had almost forgotten about it due to the pressure from Yun Jangwo's family. If she hadn't taken over the original owner's memories, such important items might have remained buried forever. After digging up the box and opening it, she found the contents wrapped in several layers and thankfully, they were not damp. Once back in her room, she opened it to find not only the property deed but also several gold bars, a black jade pendant, and a large gold bracelet. The jade pendant felt particularly cool to the touch, with a carving of a dragon soaring on a cloud. Yun Bei really liked it and couldn't help but play with it for a while. After she had enough of it, she set the pendant aside and began to look at the property deed. There were 2 documents, one for the courtyard they were in, and another for Sihiyuan in the capital city. However, it had been a long time, and she wasn't sure if that Sihiyuan still existed. Yun Bei put the deed for the Sihiyuan aside, planning to visit it later. She held the deed for her current residence, thinking about how to manage it. She also needed to find a safe place to store the items in the small box. If she left them here, someone might take them one day. She wished her space from her past life could come along. In her previous life, she had accidentally obtained a space while on a mission. It was a small herbal shop with fields, a medicinal garden, and several charming bamboo houses. Later, she stored many things there for convenience. If that space came with her, it would have enough supplies for her to live well in the resource-scarce 1970s. While thinking about the space, Yun Bei suddenly felt dizzy. Then, a familiar place appeared before her. Seeing this familiar spot, she couldn't help but laugh out loud 3 times. That's great.
My space has come with me.
Now I don't have to worry about where to put my things. Not just that small box, even an entire warehouse's worth of items can fit. With the space, the first thing Yun Bei did was place the box in the bamboo house. Then, she poured out a pill from a bottle in the nearby pharmacy. It was a health supplement she had made during her free time in her past life. This body was quite weak, and she needed to replenish her energy, otherwise, she probably wouldn't live past 40. Having a second chance at life, Yun Bei hoped to live as long as possible. Not asking for immortality, but living into her 70s or 80s would be nice. After taking the pill, Yun Bei didn't rush to go out but rested in the space. The rooms were decorated to her liking, with a high bed and soft pillows, making it very comfortable. She didn't want to sleep on that small bed anymore, where her legs couldn't stretch out, and the bedboard was hard.
Yun Bei slept until lunchtime.
During lunch, the Yun family wouldn't be home, and Yun Qin was too lazy to go out, so she simply had a bowl of instant noodles in the space. After dinner, Yun Bei went to the herb garden to gather some medicinal herbs as a small gift for Yun Jangwo's family. They lived in the original owner's house, ate the original owner's food, and drank the original owner's drinks, yet they dared to treat the original owner like that. She would teach them a lesson. As a special agent, Yun Bei had many skills. She could not only make medicine but also treat illnesses. In no time, she prepared the gifts for Yun Jangwo's family. While Yun Bei was busy in her space, Yun Jangwo hurriedly went to find his wife, Wang Xiaomei, after work. He knew she would try to deal with Yun Bei at noon, even wanting to harm her. But now he had to stop her. If something happened to Yun Bei, he would end up in jail. Wang Xiaomei was just about to go find someone when she saw Yun Jangwo rushing over and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Yun Jangwo quickly explained the situation about Yun Bei and the people trying to force her to pay back money. "What did I tell you? She's an ungrateful person." "Wife, this isn't the time to talk about that. You haven't gone to find anyone yet, so please don't for now."
"Why?
She treated you like that, and you still feel sorry for her?" Wang Xiaomei looked unhappy, thinking Yun Jangwo still cared about their blood ties. "Of course not. I hate her even more than you do. If she were to die, I would celebrate. Then why are you stopping me? I have no choice. You don't know how cunning that girl is. Today, in front of our factory manager, she said that if anything happened to her in the next few days, I would be the one responsible."
"What?"
Wang Xiaomei's expression changed. It seemed they couldn't act against her for now. Thinking about this made Wang Xiaomei furious. She asked Yun Zhengwo, "What should we do? Do we really have to pay her?" "We definitely have to pay her, or my salary will go straight to her." "Alright, let's pay her for now. Later, we can find someone to help us get the money back. After all, we don't have much space at home. She won't put that money in someone else's hands, right?" That should be the case. The couple looked unhappy, so upset that they couldn't even eat. The thought of losing several thousand yuan felt like cutting into their flesh. Even though it wasn't originally their money, once it was in their pockets, they had already considered it theirs. How could they bear to part with it now? That was several thousand yuan, and their family would have to save for years without eating or drinking to make that amount. Because of this, when Wang Xiaomei got home after work, she found Yun Bei increasingly annoying. She sarcastically said, "Yun Bei, you think you're so clever now, teaming up with outsiders against us. You're just a young girl. Do you really think having all that money will protect you?" Yun Bei replied directly, "Whether I'm protected or not is my concern. You just need to give me the money. You don't need to worry about anything else." "Alright, you really think you're something now," Wang Xiaomei said, her face turning red with anger, but she didn't dare do anything to Yun Bei. In the end, she went straight to her room and didn't even cook dinner. Yun Zhengwo noticed his wife was very upset and felt a bit unhappy himself. He said to Yun Bei, "Look at how angry your aunt is. You should cook dinner tonight." "Are you sure you want me to cook?" Yun Bei asked with a smile. This made Yun Zhengwo shiver a bit, and he quickly replied, "Forget it, I'll cook myself." Although Yun Zhengwo had some traditional views, he could still boil noodles, even if they didn't taste great. After being upset all day, he didn't feel like cooking. It was easier to just eat some noodles. Soon, Yun Zhengwo finished cooking the noodles and brought 2 bowls into the room to eat with Wang Meixiu. Yun Bei didn't care about that and took a big bowl for herself, heading to the living room. Yun Shui returned home and went straight to her room, waiting for someone to call her for dinner. But as she waited and waited, her stomach started to growl, and no one called her. She had no choice but to open her door and step out. When she saw Yun Bei sitting and eating noodles, she instantly got angry and rushed over, raising her hand to knock Yun Bei's bowl away. She shouted, "You, Yun Bei, eating noodles by yourself and not inviting me. If I can't eat, then you shouldn't eat either." Yun Bei wasn't the original person and wouldn't let her bully her. Seeing Yun Shui trying to spill her noodles, she quickly lifted her bowl while kicking Yun Shui at the same time. With a thud, Yun Shui fell to the ground. Feeling the pain, Yun Shui cried out. Hearing their daughter scream while they were in the room discussing how to deal with Yun Bei, the couple rushed out and saw their daughter sitting on the floor in pain. "What happened?" Wang Xiaomei asked as she hurried to her daughter. Seeing her mother, Yun Shui suddenly started crying and pointed at Yun Bei, saying, "Mom, Yun Bei won't let me have noodles and kicked me." Watching Yun Shui, who was complaining first, Yun Bei couldn't help but sneer and said, "Don't you have hands and feet? If you want to eat, can't you just go to the kitchen yourself? You even wanted to spill my noodles. Kicking you was too light." You? Yun Shui was furious and turned to Wang Xiaomei, shouting, "Mom, help me hit her." "Shui, please get up, okay?" Wang Xiaomei wanted to intervene but saw that Yun Bei looked tough, so she tried to calm her daughter instead. "If you don't help me get back at her, I won't get up," Yun Shui insisted, forcing Wang Xiaomei to take action. In the past few days, she felt her parents' attitude toward Yun Bei had changed. She was scared, afraid she was no longer their favorite. Since childhood, her parents had favored her, making her accustomed to getting her way. Even her brother had to give in to her, let alone Yun Bei. Before, Yun Bei was her punching bag. She could hit or scold her as she pleased, and her parents never said anything, even encouraging Yun Bei to give in to her. But now, she had been hit by Yun Bei, and her mother didn't immediately stand up for her, which left her feeling upset and led to her outburst. She feared this change, worried her mother would no longer favor her. Wang Xiaomei looked at her daughter and then at Yun Bei, who was still eating noodles, and finally walked over, saying, "Yun Bei, quickly apologize to your sister." "I don't want her apology. I want you to help me hit her back," Yun Shui shouted. She didn't care for Yun Bei's apology at all. Aunt, you heard her. She doesn't want me to apologize, so forget it, Yun Bei said, and went back to the kitchen with her bowl. Whether Yun Shui stayed on the floor or ate was none of her concern. Wang Xiumei spent a long time calming her daughter down. Then she went to the kitchen to boil 2 eggs for her, and finally, things settled down. When Yun Shui returned to her room after eating, Yun Bei was already in bed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Seeing Yun Bei with her eyes shut, Yun Shui thought she was asleep. Feeling bold, she picked up a stick to hit her. However, just as she raised the stick, Yun Bei grabbed her hand. Yun Bei looked coldly at the stick in Yun Shui's hand and said, "You want to hit me?" "I didn't." Yun Shui opened her eyes and lied. For some reason, even though Yun Bei was smiling, it made Yun Shui feel scared. "Is that so?" Yun Bei exerted force with his hand, causing Yun Shui to scream. As she cried out, the stick fell directly onto her foot, making her tear up from the pain. "Yun Bei, I'm going to get you." Yun Shui shouted in anger and lunged at him. She had never been bullied before, and today, Yun Bei had repeatedly picked on her. It was hard for her to hold back. She had hoped her mother would help her get revenge, but in the end, nothing happened. Since no one was there to help her, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She thought she was taller and could overpower Yun Bei, but in the end, she was the one who got overpowered. Yun Bei hit Yun Shui hard, slapping her face repeatedly. The noise in the room caught the attention of Yun Zhengwo and Wang Xiumei, who began knocking on the door, urging them to open it. In the past, they wouldn't have worried. Their daughter would have had the upper hand. But now, Yun Bei seemed like a different person, making them uneasy. The door was locked from the inside, and unless the people inside opened it, they couldn't get in. They hesitated to break it down until they heard their daughter begging for mercy, which made them anxious enough to kick the door open. When the door swung open, they saw Yun Bei sitting on top of their daughter, continuously slapping her face.
"Stop it!"
Yun Zhengwo shouted, rushing forward to grab Yun Bei and pull her away from Yun Shui, tossing her against the wall. Fortunately, Yun Bei reacted quickly and landed on Yun Shui's bed instead of hitting the wall. Even so, her hand hurt badly. The body she was in was too weak. If it had been her previous body, not even 10 Yun Zhengwos could have lifted her. Once Yun Bei was pulled away, the couple immediately checked on their daughter. Seeing her face swollen and bruised, they felt both heartbroken and angry. Yun Shui was their precious child, and they had never laid a finger on her. Yet now, she was beaten up by Yun Bei. In that moment, they felt a strong desire for revenge. "Yun Bei, I'm going to get you," Wang Xiumei shouted as she rushed toward Yun Bei on the bed. Her beloved daughter had been hurt like this. Yun Bei coldly looked at Wang Xiumei, who rushed over, ignoring her and focusing on putting her dislocated hand back in place. With a crack, she managed to fix her drooping hand. Both the dislocation and the process of fixing it were painful, but Yun Bei showed no sign of discomfort on her face. This stunned Wang Xiumei, who stood in front of her, unable to react for a while. If it were her, she would have cried out. Yet, Yun Bei remained silent throughout, demonstrating incredible endurance. "Aunt, I wasn't the one who started this," Yun Bei said coldly, looking at Wang Xiumei. "She tried to harm me while I was asleep and didn't allow me to fight back. In your eyes, is it true that the weak are always in the wrong? I was weak before too, allowing Yun Shui to bully me. Why didn't you say anything then?" Yun Bei's words hit Yun Zhengwo and his wife like a slap in the face. Seeing her parents silent, Yun Shui began to cry again, shouting, "Dad, Mom, my face hurts so much." Her cries brought the couple back to reality, and their gazes turned sharply towards Yun Bei. "Even if Shui started it, you shouldn't have hurt her like this. You could have called us, and we would have stopped her." "Is that so?" "But when I was bullied by her, you never said a word for me. So instead of asking for your help, I took matters into my own hands. And honestly, taking action myself wasn't so bad." As Yun Bei spoke, a satisfied expression appeared on her face, which frightened Yun Shui. She shouted to her parents, "Dad, Mom, get her out of here. I don't want her living in the house, and I definitely don't want to share a room with her. Get me out?"
Yun Bei laughed coldly.
I almost forgot that this yard was built by my grandfather, and it belongs to me. If anyone should leave, it's you. Yun Bei, how can you say that? It's true that this house was built by your grandfather, but we've raised you for so many years. What's wrong with staying in your house? How can you even think of kicking us out? Have you lost your conscience? On the contrary, it seems like you are the ones who have lost your conscience. You live in my house, eat my food, and treat me like your maid, making me do your laundry and cook for you. And yet, you dare to say you've raised me for so many years. Enough. It's getting late. Since Yun Shui doesn't want to stay in this room, then she should just leave. Yun Bei was talking while trying to pull Yun Shui along. Just then, she was tired of sleeping with others, and if Yun Shui left, she could have a room to herself. No one would disturb her, and she could rest in peace. It sounded perfect. When Yun Shui saw Yun Bei approaching, she screamed in fright and hid behind Wang Xiumei, saying, Mom, I don't want to live with her. I want to stay with you. Seeing their frightened daughter, Yun Zhangwo and Wang Xiumei had no choice but to take her away. They figured she could sleep in their son's room for one night since he rarely came home, and that room was just sitting empty. Once the three of them left the room, Yun Bei quickly locked the door and went to sleep in her space. After Yun Shui left the room, she insisted on sleeping with Wang Xiumei. In the end, Yun Zhangwo had to sleep in their son's room. However, lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep, thinking about whether he should just give Yun Bei the money tomorrow and let her leave. After all, she needed to go to the army to find someone with the last name Si, so it would be better to let her go quickly to avoid any trouble at home. With his mind made up, Yun Zhangwo finally closed his eyes. The next morning, they took Yun Shui to the hospital for a checkup, worried that Yun Bei might have hurt her. On their way out, they met a neighbor, and Wang Xiumei took the opportunity to spread the word about Yun Bei's actions. However, Yun Bei's usual image was already well known, and no one believed she had hurt Yun Shui. They had seen Yun Shui hit Yun Bei before, and it had happened more than once. So, despite Wang Xiumei's strong claims, people's attitudes toward Yun Bei didn't change. But when they saw Yun Bei leaving the house, they still asked about it. Yun Bei naturally didn't admit to hitting her. She just said Yun Shui had bumped into something. Whether that was true or not, everyone pretended to believe it. Yun Bei didn't care. The neighbors knew what kind of life she had at Yun Zhangwo's house. Although they occasionally showed some kindness, it wasn't much. Now that she had her space, Yun Bei originally planned to buy some things, but she was short on money. After wandering around outside, she decided to go home. However, she planned to ask Yun Zhangwo for the money in advance that night. Otherwise, it would be a hassle not being able to buy anything. To her surprise, Yun Zhangwo didn't delay and gave her the money right after they returned from the hospital. Holding the money, Yun Bei felt a bit incredulous. According to Yun Zhangwo and his wife's nature, they should have delayed giving the money. But now, they gave it to her early. Are they hiding something bad? It's understandable that Yun Bei thinks this way. After all, unusual situations often have hidden motives. It seems she needs to be more cautious. Yun Bei counted the money and, finding no issues, put it directly into her pocket. Then she looked at Yun Zhangwo and said, "This house is mine. If you want to continue living here, you need to pay $8 a month as rent. If you don't want to stay, I will rent it to someone else." Hearing this, Wang Xiumei immediately got angry. She pulled out several $1,000s, feeling like her heart was bleeding. Although it was originally Yun Bei's money, it felt different when it was in her hands. "Yun Bei, have you become obsessed with money? We are your family. What's wrong with staying in your house? You even want to charge rent. That's too cold-hearted. If I were really obsessed with money, I would ask you to pay back the previous rent. In short, if you want to stay, pay up. If not, I will rent it to someone else. There are many people looking for houses right now. My yard is in a good location and spacious. Even $10 would attract tenants. You have one day to think about it. If you don't give me an answer by tomorrow, I will assume you don't want to stay, and I will ask the community committee to help rent it out." After saying this, Yun Bei ignored their angry faces and went straight back to her room. She put the money away and felt only one thing: satisfied. In contrast to Yun Bei, the mood of Yun Jangwo's family in the living room was not so good. "This little brat is getting more outrageous," Wang Xiaomei said angrily. She thought that by giving the money to Yun Bei, she would calm down for a while. Unexpectedly, she wanted more. Who charges rent to their niece for living in her house? It's outrageous. She couldn't tolerate this. She had to get that money back. As for the rent, she definitely wouldn't pay it and wouldn't move out. Having lived here for several years, she was used to it and didn't want to go back to the factory's assigned housing. Over there, her son could live alone comfortably, but if the whole family moved, Shuer wouldn't even have a room to sleep in. She couldn't let her grown daughter sleep in the living room or in their bedroom. That would be very inconvenient. Thinking of this, she said to Yun Shui, "Shuer, you don't need to go to work today. Let your dad help you take a day off. Honey, let's go." Yun Jangwo nodded and got up to leave the house with his wife. Once outside, Wang Xiaomei's anger could no longer be contained. She said to Yun Jangwo, "Honey, we can't let this go on. We've already given her money, and she's still not satisfied, asking us for rent. Not to mention whether we can afford it. No niece in Haer asks their uncle for rent. What do you suggest we do? We can't move back in and squeeze in with our son. That house is too small for our whole family. We won't move, but we also won't give her any money."
Will Yun Bei agree?
"I have a way to make her agree. You don't need to worry about that. By the way, later you should take the signed receipt from that woman to show your factory manager to avoid any trouble later."
Got it.
Yun Jangwo nodded, knowing it was smart to have her sign a receipt after receiving the money to prevent any change of heart. Yun Bei didn't cause any trouble and signed the receipt honestly. At the intersection, the couple split up, one going to the cotton mill and the other to the food factory. However, Wang Xiaomei didn't stay long at the factory before leaving again. She had already decided to get rid of Yun Bei. She couldn't hit or kill her, but could she not sell her? As long as she sold Yun Bei, they could not only get back the money they had given but also own the house. Yun Bei had no idea Wang Xiaomei was planning this. At that moment, she had left her home and was preparing to thank the aunts who had helped her speak yesterday. She had promised each of them 20 yuan, so she needed to give it to them. Of course, besides the 20 yuan, she also bought some small gifts to make a good impression. When Chunwan saw Yun Bei coming, she was very happy and asked, "Bei, why did you come? Is there something else you need help with?" "Aunt Chen, I came specifically to thank you. Thank you all for your help yesterday. Today, Yun Jangwo gave me the money, so I wanted to show my appreciation." "He gave you the money?" Chunwan was a bit surprised. From what she knew of Yun Jangwo, he shouldn't have been so quick to do that. "Yes, he gave it to me this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had money to buy gifts for you." Yun Bei smiled and nodded. But Chunwan became worried and said, Bei, please don't think I'm being rude. I feel like Yun Jangwo might have some bad intentions, so you need to be careful. With so much money given to you, they surely won't feel good about it. They might even try something behind your back, so you need to be careful." "Aunt Chun, I know. I'll be cautious. I'm planning to leave here tomorrow and go to Liangcheng to find my fiance." "Are you going to Liangcheng by yourself?" Chun Wan asked with concern. Although Yun Bei was already 18, she had never traveled far, and with so many dangers outside, Chunwan was worried. "Yes. How about you don't go? I can help you find a job instead." Yun Bei understood that Chunwan meant well, but she didn't plan to stay. Going to Liangcheng didn't mean she had to marry the fiancé she had never met. She just wanted to see the situation for herself. After all, the engagement was arranged by her parents, and it needed to be resolved. "No, thank you, Aunt Chen. I don't plan to stay here." "All right, just be careful." Yun Bei handed over the money and items to Chunwan, asking her to distribute them to a few others who helped. After leaving Chunwan's house, Yun felt relaxed. If all went well, she would be leaving tomorrow. Since she had time today, she needed to buy some more supplies for herself. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei quickly found someone to help her and gave them Yun Bei's photo, selling Yun Bei for 1,000 yuan. Seeing the money in her hands, Wang Xiaomei was very happy. As long as Yun Bei was taken away, the money she had given would come back to her. Wang Xiumei thought this way because she believed Yun Bei would keep her money at home. No matter where she hid it, Wang Xiumei thought she could find it later. Yun Bei bought a lot of things at the supply store, then found a quiet place to store her items in her space. After several trips and spending a few hundred yuan, her bamboo house in the space was filled to the brim. Once she had everything ready, Yun Bei went straight home. However, when she got close to her house, she noticed a strange man. Not thinking much of it, she assumed he was a relative of someone. So, she carried the snacks she had just bought and went home. At that moment, she had no idea that someone was watching her. When Yun Shue saw Yun Bei return, her expression was quite unpleasant. Just a moment ago, she had quietly sneaked back to their room while Yun Bei was out and searched through Yun Bei's cabinet. She wanted to steal a little money from Yun Bei to keep for herself. However, she searched the entire room and found no money. The money isn't at home, so it must be with Yun Bei. This thought made Yun Shue quite unhappy. Yun Bei ignored her and went straight to her room. When she saw the room had been rummaged through, she didn't say anything. After all, the money was with her, so no matter how much they searched, it would be pointless. Since Yun Shue and Yun Bei were at home, Yun Zhengwo and his wife were worried about their daughter, fearing she might be bullied by Yun Bei again. So, they quickly prepared 2 dishes at the cafeteria and returned home. Upon seeing Yun Bei, Wang Xiumei's eyes lit up, and she said, "Yun Bei, we didn't make you any food. Now that you have money, you can go eat outside." Yun Bei glanced at the takeout boxes they were holding but didn't respond. She wasn't hungry at the moment and didn't feel like going out, especially since she had some snacks. However, Wang Xiumei became a bit anxious when she noticed Yun Bei wasn't leaving. To be honest, she wished Yun Bei would just disappear right in front of her. When she returned home earlier, she saw that person and was thrilled to know they were involved with kidnappers. Now, she hoped Yun Bei would go out and be taken away. Only then could the money truly belong to her. Thinking about the money made her heart race, and she urged, "Yun Bei, it's still early. The state-run restaurant should still be serving food." "That's right, Yun Bei. Your aunt is right. If you go to the state-run restaurant now, you can still eat. If you wait too long, you'll have to wait until evening," Yun Zhengwo added in agreement. He had already learned on the way back that his wife planned to sell Yun Bei to the kidnappers. Yun Bei glanced at the couple, feeling something strange. Normally, if they had given her the money, they would be worried sick and see her as a thorn in their side. Why were they so kind, even reminding her about the restaurant's closing time? Something was off. After thinking for a moment, Yun Bei understood their plan. She figured they were likely thinking the same as Yun Shue, wanting her to go out so they could search the house for the money. Unfortunately, their plan was flawed. With that in mind, Yun Bei decided to give them a chance. She also needed to go out to send a telegram to Liangcheng, letting her fiance know to be prepared. "All right, since you both say so, I'll go out to eat." Yun Bei nodded, locked her snacks in the cabinet, and left the house. Seeing her leave, Yun Zhengwo and Wang Xiumei were very happy and called their daughter Yun Shue to come eat. Yun Shue noticed her parents' joyful expressions and asked, "Dad, Mom, what's going on?" "Nothing. We just had some good news." They exchanged a glance and kept serving food into her bowl. They had no intention of telling her about selling Yun Bei, as it was illegal, and knowing would only bring more danger. Seeing her parents were quiet, Yun Shue didn't ask further. However, she felt a bit dissatisfied since she couldn't find the money that belonged to Yun Bei at home. She said, "Mom, Dad, it seems like Yun Bei didn't leave any money at home. How do you know? Did you go through her things?" Wang Xiumei turned to look at her daughter, and upon seeing her expression, understood everything. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under her parents' gaze, Yun Shue lowered her head and mumbled, "Whether you looked or not, it's not a big deal." Yun Zhengwo waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, she will be leaving soon." "Where is Yun Bei going?" Yun Shue asked curiously. "She isn't going to the countryside, is she?" "No, she is getting married." "Married?" Yun Shue was even more curious and asked, "Who is she marrying?" "I've never heard of this before." Her parents arranged a marriage for her in a place far from here called Liangcheng. They say it's very poor there, so she won't have a good life. Upon hearing that the place was poor and that Yun Bei wouldn't have a good life, Yun Shui stopped asking questions. As long as Yun Bei was unhappy, she felt satisfied. Meanwhile, as soon as Yun Bei left her house, someone who had been waiting outside noticed her and quietly followed her. At first, Yun Bei didn't pay attention, but gradually she sensed something was off and realized she might be being followed. With a cold smile, she decided to walk to a less crowded area, planning to confront the person when no one was around. However, just as she turned into an alley, she encountered an elderly woman lying on the ground, moaning in pain, apparently having fallen. Yun Bei initially wanted to ignore her, but the woman looked at her with pleading eyes and said, "Young lady, I accidentally fell and hurt my leg. Could you please help me get to the hospital?" Yun Bei knew some medical skills and approached to check on her. Sure enough, the elderly woman had indeed fallen. Therefore, the initial caution faded away, and she carefully helped the elderly lady up, preparing to take her to the hospital. Just then, someone approached. Yun Bei noticed it wasn't the person following her. So, she set the elderly lady down and called out, "Excuse me, this lady has fallen and hurt her leg. Could you please help me take her to the hospital?" The man listened to Yun Bei and walked over. After seeing the elderly lady sitting on the ground, he nodded and said, "Sure. Thank you so much," Yun Bei replied with a smile, then helped the elderly lady onto his back. Yun Bei followed behind them as they headed to the hospital. However, she didn't notice that the injured lady was chatting with the man carrying her. Soon, the three arrived at the hospital. Yun Bei helped pay for the medical fees and asked for the elderly lady's family member's phone number. At that moment, the man who had carried the elderly lady immediately said, "The lady just told me her daughter's phone number. I'll contact her now. Could you please stay here and take care of her?" Yun Bei naturally agreed, not realizing this was a setup, nor did she know that the elderly lady, the man, and the person who had been following her were all working together. The elderly lady saw Yun Bei standing there and invited her to sit beside her bed. Although she was injured, the elderly lady was very talkative and subtly tried to gather information about Yun Bei while chatting. Yun Bei was not foolish and responded half-truthfully. Before long, a middle-aged woman who resembled the elderly lady entered the room. Upon seeing Yun Bei, she immediately took her hand and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my mom." "You're welcome. It was just a small effort," Yun Bei replied with a smile, indicating it was no big deal. However, when the woman learned from the elderly lady that Yun Bei hadn't had lunch yet, she insisted on treating her to a meal. Unable to refuse her kindness, Yun Bei agreed, said goodbye to the elderly lady, and left the hospital with the woman, heading to a state-run restaurant. On the way, the woman suddenly stopped, placing a hand on her chest, and said to Yun Bei, "I'm sorry, but my chest pain has flared up again. Could you help me?" Without thinking much, Yun Bei stepped forward to assist her. Just as she approached, the woman pulled out a cloth and covered Yun Bei's mouth. By the time Yun Bei realized what was happening, it was already too late. Seeing Yun Bei fainted on the ground, the woman clapped her hands. At that moment, two people walked out from a nearby courtyard. If Yun Bei were awake, she would recognize them. One was the person who had been following her, and the other had helped her take the elderly lady to the hospital. The two men carried Yun Bei into the courtyard, then checked to see if anyone was in the alley before closing the gate. "Big Sister Hong, should we keep this person here or send her away?" Big Sister Hong glanced at the two and said, "To avoid any complications, take her to Brother Bao tonight." "Okay, we'll get ready and leave right away. But please take care of the elderly lady. Don't worry, she is your godmother, and my own mother. I will take good care of her." Speaking of which, the elderly lady has suffered for this woman. Yes. Once we sell her for a good price, we need to properly compensate the elderly lady. Don't worry, her injuries aren't serious. She just needs some rest. But you two need to be careful on the way and make sure nothing goes wrong. Don't worry, Big Sister Hong. We've traveled this route countless times. There won't be any problems. That's what you say, but still, be extra cautious.
Got it.
As she watched the two men carry Yun Bei away in a sack, big sister Hong returned to her house and changed her clothes before heading to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, the elderly lady, who had injured her ankle, immediately asked, Hong, is the cargo okay? Don't worry, Mom, the cargo is fine. I've already sent the second and third brothers to take her to Brother Bao, big sister Hong replied with a smile, feeling pleased at the thought of Yun Bei fetching a good price. That's good to hear. The elderly lady smiled as well. She had injured her ankle for Yun Bei, but thankfully, while Yun Bei was thin, she had good potential. With some care, she would definitely become a great beauty. If sold, her price would surely multiply. When Yun Bei was taken away, the Yun family had already finished lunch and returned to their rooms to rest. Wang Xiumei was eager to get back the money she had given to Yun Bei, but didn't rush to search for it. After all, if the money was at home, it would eventually be found. What worried her now was whether those kidnappers would be effective, and if they had successfully taken Yun Bei away. Don't worry, they have already given you the money, so they won't let Yun Bei go, Yun Zhangwo reassured, patting his wife's shoulder. Get some sleep. You have to work this afternoon. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wang Xiumei closed her eyes, forcing herself not to think. Anyway, Yun Bei hadn't been taken away yet, they would know by tonight. When Yun Zhangwo and Wang Xiumei went to work, they saw that Yun Bei still hadn't returned, and the person who had been watching outside their yard was also gone, which made them happy. If they were right, the kidnapper should have succeeded. They hoped Yun Bei would be sold as far away as possible so she couldn't come back even if she wanted to. Because of this, the couple felt good all afternoon. On their way home from work, they even bought extra meat and vegetables to celebrate. Yun Shui noticed that her parents were home from work, but Yun Bei still hadn't responded, and she couldn't help but mutter, having money really makes a difference. It's so late, and she still isn't back. I hope she isn't out with those troublemakers. Shui, be quiet and don't say everything that comes to your mind. If Yun Bei isn't back, she isn't back. Besides, she has money. Maybe she's staying at a hotel, her mother replied. Mom, look at you getting all worked up. You'd think she was your daughter. I'm just saying what I think, and you're getting upset. I'm just looking out for you. If you keep talking like this, you might get into trouble later. Got it, I'll just be quiet from now on. After retorting, Yun Shui angrily went to get some dishes. Meanwhile, Yun Bei was still unconscious because of the strong sedative used by Hong Jia. By the time she was delivered to Brother Bao, she still hadn't woken up. Brother Bao looked at Yun Bei and smiled as he patted the shoulders of the two men with him. Old 2, old 3, this one looks pretty good, just a bit thin. Otherwise, she could sell for more. The old lady said to try to sell her for a good price. She even twisted her ankle for this, one of them added. Brother Bao immediately became worried. What? The old lady twisted her ankle? Is it serious? Don't worry, it's not very serious. She knows her limits. She wouldn't let us worry. That's true. By the way, there's a buyer who offered a lot of money for a pretty girl to have a baby. I think she would be perfect. Hearing this, old 2 and old 3 became excited. After they took Yun Bei to the basement, they didn't rush to leave. They needed to help out because Brother Bao was short on people for the night's business. When Yun Bei finally regained consciousness, it was already dark. As she opened her eyes, she found herself in a pitch-black place. After a moment, she adjusted and realized she was in a basement, and there were others there with her. Listening to the different sounds of breathing, Yun Bei estimated that there were about 15 people in the basement, and they were quite young. To confirm her guess, Yun Bei took out a flashlight from her space when she felt it was safe. When she turned on the flashlight, it indeed revealed a basement, and the number of people matched her earlier calculation, 15 in total, including herself, with only 2 girls. The other 13 were children aged between 2 and 6. At that moment, everyone except her was unconscious. Seeing so many children, Yun Bei realized she had stumbled into a trafficking den. She never imagined that after living 2 lives and being an excellent agent, she would find herself in such a predicament. Looking at the exit of the basement, She thought that escaping alone would be easy, but rescuing these children along with another girl would be much more challenging. It seemed she needed to plan carefully. With that thought, Yun Bei put away the flashlight and took out some food from her space. As she ate, she contemplated how to escape and save the others. Before she finished her food, she heard some noise at the exit. To avoid alerting anyone, she pretended to be unconscious and lay down on the ground. Before long, someone entered carrying a lantern. The person looked around and, seeing that everyone was still unconscious, nodded in satisfaction before going outside to speak to someone. "They're all fine. We can load them up soon. All right, you stay here. I'll go tell Brother Bao." Yun Bei recognized the voice. It belonged to the person who had helped take the injured elderly woman to the hospital. She felt frustrated, realizing she had only noticed the person who followed her from her home and overlooked the man who appeared later. More importantly, she had been deceived by an elderly woman. Yun Bei's expression darkened, but she didn't make any sudden moves. Now, she wanted to see where they would take them. She was determined to save the children and capture the traffickers. However, she still needed to understand the situation better and assess how many people were outside before taking action. Soon, only one person remained outside, and Yun Bei waited quietly, waiting for these people to take her and the children away. About half an hour later, there was noise outside again. Besides footsteps, there were sounds of cars. Then, the basement door opened again, and two men came in. They first carried the children out one by one, then came back to take Yun Bei and another girl away. Once outside the basement, Yun Bei quietly opened her eyes. She looked around and realized they were in an abandoned yard. It was overgrown with weeds and quite remote. No wonder the kidnappers dared to set up their hideout here. Most people would never think such a place could hide anyone. Looking at the kidnappers, there were a total of 9 men. If her body was like in her past life, toughened by many challenges, she wouldn't be afraid of 9 men or even 19. But now, this body was weak from years of neglect, lacking in strength and endurance. It would be difficult to take on 9 men at once. Yet, she couldn't just watch them take the children away.
Who knows where they would send them?
If they sold them right away, it would be even harder to rescue them later. Should she try to take them all down now? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yun Bei was thrown into a car and the door slammed shut. Once again trapped, it was too late for her to save anyone. Fine, she would wait a bit longer. With that thought, Yun Bei closed her eyes and waited for the right moment. As night fell, the truck slowly left the kidnappers' hideout, departing from the city and heading towards a remote area. Meanwhile, Yun Jiangwo and Wang Xiaomei had not yet rested. The couple lay in bed, feeling both happy and worried. They were happy that Yun Bei was no longer in front of them, but worried that she might return. If it weren't for their jobs and family being here, they would want to sell everything and move to a place where no one knew them. "Do you think she will come back?" Wang Xiaomei asked, resting her head on Yun Jiangwo's shoulder, concerned. Although she had found Yun Bei, it was her first time dealing with her, and she didn't know how capable the other person was. "Don't worry. It's very hard for someone taken by kidnappers to return. Even if she does, it will be years later. By then, as long as we don't admit anything and she has no proof, she won't be able to do anything to us." "True," Wang Xiaomei nodded, agreeing with Yun Jiangwo's reasoning. "All right, stop thinking about it and go to sleep. Tomorrow, find some time to search the house properly and see where that girl hid the money." "Okay, got it." Yun Jiangwo was still thinking about the money, but didn't realize trouble was coming. Although Yun Bei was an orphan, there were still people who cared about her, like Chenwan. Early the next morning, Chenwan went to Yun Jiangwo's house to look for Yun Bei. Yesterday, Yun Bei mentioned she was going to Liangcheng to find her fiance, so Chenwan took the opportunity during her lunch break to give her some ration coupons. She had worked late yesterday and didn't have time to deliver them. So this morning, before work, she came to find Yun Bei. When Wang Xiaomei heard a knock on the door, she thought it was Yun Bei returning and was worried. When she opened the door and saw it was Chenwan, she was surprised and asked, "Do you need something?" "I'm looking for Yun Bei. Is she here?" Chunwon glanced at Wang Xiaomei, ready to go inside to find her. However, Wang Xiaomei blocked the doorway and said, Yun Bei isn't here. She left yesterday. What did you say? Chunwon was shocked, looking at Wang Xiaomei in disbelief. Wang Xiaomei, is this how you act as a relative? You used to stir up trouble between me and Yun Bei, and now you won't even let me in. If I remember correctly, this house belongs to Yun Bei, right? If you don't want me to see Yun Bei, just say so. Why make up excuses? I'm not lying. Yun Bei really has left. Wang Xiaomei's expression darkened, and she quickly explained before the curious neighbors came out. I don't believe you unless you let me in to check. Chunwon was skeptical because she had inquired and found out there were no trains from Haer to Liangcheng in the afternoon. Even if she were to leave, Yun Bei should have done so during the day. What's there to see? I told you she left. Wang Xiaomei was afraid to let Chunwon in because everything belonging to Yun Bei was still there, and anyone could tell she was lying. Seeing Wang Xiaomei's reaction, Chunwon felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Remembering what Yun Bei had said at the factory, she grew anxious and loudly questioned, Wang Xiaomei, are you hiding something by not letting me see Yun Bei? You're the one hiding something. Wang Xiaomei shouted back, feeling guilty. Her behavior made Chunwon even more worried. Thinking that something might have happened to Yun Bei, Chunwon lost her patience with Wang Xiaomei and turned to the curious neighbors, asking if they had seen Yun Bei yesterday. I saw her yesterday at noon. While having dinner, Yun Bei went out. After that, I didn't see her come back. See, I told you Yun Bei left, but you didn't believe me. You thought I did something to her. Wang Xiaomei sighed with relief upon hearing the neighbor's words. Fortunately, someone saw Yun Bei leave. Otherwise, Chunwon would have gone crazy. Chunwon shot Wang Xiaomei a glare and asked again, Aunt Wang, when you saw Yun Bei leave, did she take any luggage? No, she left empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Chunwon became even more worried. If she had taken luggage, it would mean she planned to go far away. Even if she wasn't going to Liangcheng, she could be going somewhere else. But since she left empty-handed, it seemed she just had something to do. Logically, she should be back soon, but she hasn't returned. From yesterday afternoon until now, this can only mean one thing. Yun Bei is in trouble. Thinking this, Chunwon ran off. She needed to report it and find Yun Bei. Seeing Chunwon run away, Wang Xiaomei felt a bad premonition. She returned home and shook her husband, Yun Zhengwo, who was still asleep. What's wrong? Yun Zhengwo, suddenly awakened, was in a bad mood. Zhengwo, something's wrong. Chunwon just came by and said she was looking for Yun Bei. I told her Yun Bei wasn't here, and now she's run off. We don't know where she went. Wang Xiaomei quickly explained what had just happened, and Yun Zhengwo's sleepiness vanished. What did you say? He looked at his wife in shock. Chunwon came and then ran off. Yes, she seemed really anxious. This is bad. She must have gone to report it. Yun Zhengwo's face grew darker. He had dealt with Chunwon a few times and knew she was not easy to handle. If she really went to the police, this situation would become serious. Did anyone see her while you were looking for her? Yun Zhengwo asked urgently.
No.
That's good. If anyone asks, just say you don't know, okay? Got it. Wang Xiaomei felt a bit calmer after hearing this. She had been really panicking. If Chunwon did report it, then her selling her niece would definitely be exposed. Who knows how everyone would react. Maybe she would even get fired from her job. Indeed, Chunwon went to report it and brought the police to Yun Zhengwo's house. Seeing the police arrive, the nearby neighbors came back to watch the commotion. Yun Zhengwo told his wife to stay calm and act like she didn't know anything, but when he actually saw the police, he felt a bit nervous. We heard that your child is missing, and we are here to understand the situation, the police officer said directly after seeing Yun Zhengwo and Wang Xiaomei. Although Chunwon said that Yun Bei was missing and that this couple might be involved, they couldn't just arrest anyone without evidence. They needed to ask questions first. Yes, my niece Yun Bei went out yesterday afternoon and hasn't come back since. At first, we thought she was at a friend's house, so we didn't worry. We thought she would return when she was done playing. He is lying. When I came to look for her this morning, his wife said something different. She told me that Yun Bei went to see her fiance yesterday. I didn't believe it, so I asked the neighbors and found out that Yun Bei left empty-handed. Her fiance is in Liangcheng, and if she really went to see him, she wouldn't have gone without anything. Now that you are here, he has changed his story. Something must have happened to Yun Bei, and it is definitely related to this couple. Chunwon directly accused Yun Jangwo of being dishonest. She felt anxious thinking about what Yun Bei had said in front of the factory manager that day. If something happened to Yun Bei, she would feel guilty towards her friend Minglan. They used to be best friends and even promised to be godmothers to each other's children. After Minglan passed away, she vowed to take good care of Yun Bei, but Yun Jangwo interfered and took Yun Bei away. At first, she could still see Yun Bei occasionally and take her out for nice meals. But over time, Yun Bei slowly distanced herself from her. Now, she deeply regretted not insisting on getting custody of Yun Bei back then. Now, it seemed that this couple had harmed Yun Bei. Chunwon, you can eat more, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Do you have any evidence that we harmed Yun Bei? If you don't, I could sue you for defamation. Yun Jangwo, stop talking big. Yun Bei said in front of everyone the day before yesterday that if anything happened to her in the next few days, it would definitely be your doing. She went missing yesterday. Who else could it be? I knew you would be so quick to give her money. It was all part of your plan. First, you give her money, then you harm her, and in the end, the money goes back to you, right? You are talking nonsense. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know in your heart. The police officer saw that the two were about to argue and quickly advised, all right, you two stop fighting. We will get to the bottom of this. If Yun Bei is really in trouble and they are involved, we will not let them go. It must be their doing, Chunwon firmly believed. You're talking nonsense. She left on her own. It has nothing to do with us. Wang Xiaomei refused to admit anything. Even if she was responsible, she couldn't show it. If she got caught, it would be the end for her. Not only would she be in trouble, but her daughter would be too. However, if given the chance again, she would still do the same. After all, Yun Bei wanted to get her money back, and she wasn't going to leave them a single cent. Why did she leave? Didn't you say something to her? Chunwon didn't believe Wang Xiaomei's excuses. The police officer ignored the two and began asking Yun Jangwo some questions. After finishing, they walked around Yun Bei's room. Chunwon followed them in and saw that Yun Bei hadn't even packed her bags, making her more convinced that something had happened to her. Yun Bei, unaware that Chunwon had reported her missing, had been sitting in a car for over 10 hours, feeling quite shaken. Although she had a special space, she was afraid to use it, worried about being discovered. After all, she wasn't alone in the car. There were several young children and a girl about her age. Last night, the children and the girl had woken up briefly but were soon given drugged water and fell unconscious again. Yun Bei had been dizzy the whole time, and they didn't realize she was already awake. Through their conversations, she understood that they were getting close to their destination. Once they arrived, they would be sold separately, making it much harder to rescue them. Therefore, Yun Bei decided to take action on the road, as there weren't many people around, and she could use her special space to her advantage. Once she made up her mind, she began to gather her strength to deal with those people. Since it was a cargo van, a few men were with them, partly because the front couldn't fit so many people and partly to prevent their escape. It had to be said that these men were quite cautious. When the vehicle stopped for a break, Yun Bei decided to act. First, she took out some sleeping powder from her space and sprinkled it on the men who were guarding them and were about to get out of the van. As the drug took effect, several men suddenly fell out of the car. Hearing the commotion, the people at the front of the car didn't pay much attention and joked, "Hey, you two, have you been sitting too long? You can't even get out of the car properly."
Ha ha ha.
The others laughed and began to stretch, looking for a place to sit and eat. Time passed slowly, and when the two men didn't return, Brother Leopard felt uneasy. He turned to the person next to him and said, "Hey, go check on them. What's taking them so long? They didn't really fall, did they?" "Okay, Brother Leopard," the man replied and walked toward the back of the car. When he reached the back, he found no one there. Looking at the car door, he noticed it was closed and locked. It seemed they had gotten out long ago. But where were they now? "Hey, where did you go?" he called out, thinking they might have gone to the restroom. After calling several times with no response, he began to feel anxious and shouted to Brother Leopard at the front, "Brother Leopard, something's wrong. The two of them might be in trouble." Brother Leopard, hearing the shout, walked over, slightly annoyed, and said, "What are you yelling about? They can't be in any trouble. They're missing." Just as the words left his mouth, the man suddenly vanished. Brother Leopard thought he was seeing things, blinked, and looked again, realizing the man was indeed gone. Panic set in for Brother Leopard, but he refused to give up and shouted, "Hey, are you still there?" But there was no response, only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Fear gripped Brother Leopard as he thought he might be encountering something supernatural. He turned to return to his friends, but just as he did, a fist swung toward him, hitting him squarely in the eye with a loud thud. His eye throbbed with pain, and his expression turned grim as he prepared to fight back, only to find no one there. Now he was even more convinced he was facing a ghost, and wanted to run away. But for some reason, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move. Terrified and panicking, he kept shouting, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me." Yun Bei ignored him and occasionally threw a punch, making him dizzy until he couldn't recognize his own parents. Only then did she stop. The noise from the back of the car, especially when Brother Leopard shouted about a ghost, caught the attention of the people in front. They exchanged glances, wanting to check it out but feeling hesitant. Ever since Brother Leopard shouted, they felt a chilling breeze around them, as if a ghost was nearby. No one approached, so Yun Bei gave Brother Leopard a good beating before stopping. Seeing the others too scared to come closer, she made up her mind and broke one of Brother Leopard's arms, causing him to scream in pain. Originally, Yun Bei wanted to attract the others, but instead, they became more frightened and scrambled back to the car. This wouldn't do. If they got in the car, how could she continue her fight? Thinking this, Yun Bei revealed herself and walked forward, calling out, "Hey, what's wrong, guys?" Hearing a woman's voice suddenly startled the men, making them think they encountered a ghost. However, the third one recognized the voice and turned around to see it was the girl they had captured, which relieved him. He called out to his companions, saying, "Don't be afraid. It's not a ghost. It's our captured goods." Upon hearing this, the others looked back and saw it was indeed Yun Bei. Now they weren't scared anymore and marched toward her, ready to teach her a lesson.
Yun Bei wasn't afraid.
As the men approached, she threw a handful of sleeping powder at them. This was what you call an eye for an eye. The men inhaled the powder and quickly fell to the ground. After giving them a good beating and releasing her anger, she tied them up. She also pulled out the guards who had been watching them from her space and gave them a thorough beating as well. Once finished, she tied everyone together and tossed them into the back of the car. Then, Yun Bei got in and drove back. She didn't dare go forward to the delivery spot, fearing there might be collusion. After an hour, Yun Bei finally arrived at the police station. After getting out of the car, she went straight to report. When the police heard Yun Bei say she had captured 9 kidnappers and rescued several children and a girl, they didn't believe her at all. Until Yun Bei brought the person to the truck and opened the back door. Seeing the children inside the truck and the kidnappers tied up, the police officer began to doubt Yun Bei and said, "Comrade Yun, please explain what happened." "No problem, but these children have been drugged. Please take them to the hospital first." "Don't worry, we will rescue them and send them to the hospital right away." The police officer nodded and then instructed his partner to get in the truck and carry the children out. The kidnappers were also brought out, but the children were taken to the hospital while the kidnappers were taken to the police station's interrogation room. When the police wanted to ask questions, Yun Bei did not refuse. She knew that if she were in their position, she would also be suspicious. So, once in the interrogation room, Yun Bei presented her identification and explained how she was kidnapped. As for how she managed to take down the kidnappers, she said she learned a few moves from an old man when she was young, so she knows some martial arts. The police officer was skeptical, so Yun Bei demonstrated a few moves. After that, the police officer believed her. As for the source of the drug, it was conveniently found on the kidnappers, so they had no reason to doubt her. Of course, the police officer would not just take Yun Bei's word for it. He called the military unit in Liangcheng. Si Nanzhao was training his troops when he received the call and was puzzled. If it were a family call, it shouldn't come at this time. When he learned it was from the Nanzhou Public Security Bureau, he was even more confused. Only after answering the call did he understand that he had an unexpected fiance who had captured several kidnappers and saved over a dozen children. "I'm sorry, officer, I don't know this person, and I don't have a fiance." Yun Bei happened to be nearby, and the phone was on speaker. Hearing Si Nanzhao's words made her very angry, and she said directly, "Mr. Si, our engagement was arranged by your grandfather and my father. I have the marriage certificate as proof. If you don't believe me, you can ask your grandfather. If he denies this marriage, I will never bring it up again." Hearing Yun Bei's voice, Si Nanzhao felt a bit awkward. However, since she mentioned his grandfather, he naturally had to ask about it. So, he had to tell the police officer and Yun Bei, "Let me clarify this matter first, and I will call you back later. If it is true, I will not run away from it." "Okay, I'll wait for your call." In the capital, at the main courtyard, Old Master Si was reading in the yard while the phone in the house rang. Guard Shaolin answered the phone and then came out to say to Old Master Si, "Sir, it's a call from Nanzhao." Old Master Si was slightly surprised and replied, "Why is that kid calling at this time?" As he spoke, he stood up and went inside to take the call. Picking up the phone, he asked directly, "Nanzhao, shouldn't you be training right now? Why do you have time to call me? Is something wrong? You still have the nerve to ask. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be making this call." Si Nanzhao said irritably. Just thinking about suddenly having an unexpected fiancé put anyone in a bad mood. "What did I do? Why are you blaming me?" Old Master Si was also unhappy. His grandson rarely called, and when he finally did, it was to complain. "Who else should I blame? A girl just called me, saying you arranged my fiancé. Is this true?" After a few words, Old Master Si finally understood why his grandson was upset. It was because of this matter. To be honest, he did have some responsibility for not consulting his grandson before deciding on his marriage. But at that time, he had no choice. His grandson was ill, and no one could figure out how to help him. Then someone suggested finding a girl with a good fortune to help. It just so happened that Yun Bei's father, Liangcheng, had saved him, so he thought it would be better to help his savior than someone else. At least, if Yun Bei married into the family, he could keep an eye on things and life wouldn't be too difficult. After having this idea, he asked Yun Bei's father for her birth details, and it turned out they were a perfect match. Yun Bei was destined for great fortune and would bring good luck. So, he arranged their marriage and wrote a marriage contract for Liangcheng. However, he handled this matter privately and took a big risk. He almost faced consequences like his other old friends because of it. Later, since this matter did not cause any bad effects, the two families lost contact, which helped him keep his current position. Interestingly, ever since the eldest grandson and Yun Bei made their engagement, his illness gradually improved. Therefore, although the two families had no communication over the years, the engagement remained valid. However, he had kept this a secret from his eldest grandson and hadn't told him. Now that the eldest grandson asked about it, the old man, Mr. Si, decided to be honest and told him everything about the situation from back then. After hearing about the engagement, Si Nanzhao was momentarily at a loss for words. As a soldier, he never believed in such superstitions. However, given the circumstances, he couldn't deny the engagement now. Instead, he thought he would find a time to clarify things with Yun Bei. Mr. Si was unaware of his grandson's intentions. After sharing the news, he felt as if a burden had been lifted and was in a great mood. But after the excitement, he became a bit worried because his grandson mentioned that Yun Bei had brought up the engagement herself. Calculating the time, the girl was only 18 years old. At that age, she should still be in high school. The sudden mention of the engagement surely indicated some changes in her family. He needed to send someone to investigate what had happened with the Yun family. After so many years without contact, he had no idea how they were doing. In fact, it wasn't that Mr. C didn't want to keep in touch with the Yun family. It was just that someone had been watching him too closely. To avoid causing trouble for the Yun family, he had refrained from contacting them and cut off their interactions. Even without contact, he had never considered the engagement. Thus, over the years, he stopped those who wanted to introduce matches for his grandson, saying he was not suitable for early marriage, actually waiting for Yun Bei to grow up. After Si Nanjiao hung up the phone with Mr. C, he called the police station in Nan City again. Yun Bei was waiting for his response, so she answered the phone immediately. Upon recognizing Si Nanjiao's voice, she quickly asked, "Did you find out the details?" "I did. I'm sorry, I didn't know we had an engagement before, which is why I said those things." "It's okay. Since you've clarified, please let the police officer know." "Sure, have them take the call." Yun Bei handed the phone to the police officer in charge of the case, and after a brief conversation, they hung up. Then the police officer looked at Yun Bei and said, "Comrade Yun, we have verified your identity. You are fine now. What are your plans next? Are you going to Liangcheng or returning to Haer?" "I think I will return to Haer first. I was sold from Haer, so I need to go back and settle things with those people." "You mean you were sold, and it wasn't an accident?" "Of course not." Yun Bei shook his head, thinking about the old lady and her daughter, Hongjia. He quickly asked, "By the way, I asked you to notify the people in Haer to catch someone. Do you know if they were caught?" "We're not sure yet. Let me make a call to check." The police officer made a call to a colleague in Haer to ask about the arrest, but was informed that the person had already been released from the hospital and they had not found anyone. Since they couldn't find anyone, there was no evidence linking Yun Bei's abduction to Yun Zhengwo and Wang Xiumei for now. After thinking for a moment, Yun Bei decided to go back personally to find evidence. If it really was Wang Xiumei and Yun Zhengwo behind it, she would definitely make them pay and let them experience what it's like to be in jail. "You want to go back now?" The police officer, hearing Yun Bei's words, looked a bit worried and said, "But we're quite busy right now and can't take you back." "That's okay, just help me buy a train ticket and I can go back by myself." "All right, just be careful on your way." "No problem." Soon, Yun Bei's train ticket back to Haer was booked for the afternoon. Nan City is not far from Haer. It takes about 5 to 6 hours by train. If all goes well, Yun Bei would be home that night. In Haer, Chunwan was still worried about Yun Bei's disappearance when the police station contacted her and said, "Comrade Chunwan, we have found Comrade Yun Bei." "Found her? Where is she?" Chunwan felt both happy and worried. She was happy that Yun Bei was found but worried about whether she had encountered any trouble. She was taken to Nan City, but she is safe now. She has already boarded the train back to Haer and will arrive tonight. If you have time, you can go to the station to pick her up. The train will arrive at 8 o'clock. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, officer." After thanking the police officer, Chunwan looked at the time. There was still an hour and a half until she finished work. Since it was still early for Yun Bei's arrival, she didn't need to take leave. Chunwan tidied up her emotions and was ready to focus on work. However, some people saw the police leave and immediately rushed over to ask her for news. In this era, there is still a natural respect for the police, and people generally think that if the police are looking for you, it can't be good. Especially those who had conflicts with Chunwan were eager to see some drama and asked, "Director Chen, what did the police want with you? Is someone in your family in trouble?" "Your family is the one in trouble," Chunwan replied with a glare at the person speaking, then explained, "Earlier, Yun Bei went missing, so I reported it to the police. They just came to tell me they found her."
Yun Bei?
"Isn't she the little girl from the Minglan family? Wasn't she with her uncle? Why did you have to call the police if she was just missing? Look at how you're asking. Living under someone else's roof is never easy. She shouldn't have gone with her uncle in the first place."
What's the point of saying that now? Why didn't you say it back then?
Seeing that these people were about to argue, Chunwan quickly interrupted. "All right, there's nothing more to discuss. Everyone can go now, I have work to do." Seeing that Chunwan was busy, everyone had to leave. However, they were still curious about Yun Bei's disappearance. They didn't dare to ask Chenwan directly, especially since it was work hours, and they didn't want to be seen. Chenwan didn't care what others thought. With news of Yun Bei, she worked much faster. After work, she left the factory and went home to cook for the kids. When dinner was ready, she noticed it was already 7 o'clock. She told the kids to stay home and then rode a bike with her husband to the train station to pick someone up. As soon as Yun Bei stepped out of the station, she spotted Chenwan and was momentarily surprised before asking, "Aunt Chen, what are you doing here? Did you come to pick me up?" "Yes." Chenwan was relieved to see Yun Bei safe and smiled as she took her hand. "I'm glad you're okay. Come on, let's go home and eat." Hearing this, Yun Bei didn't refuse. She nodded and followed Chenwan. Chenwan's husband, seeing the two of them walking together like mother and daughter, smiled and said, "Yun Bei, you're back. Aunt Chen can finally relax. You don't know how worried she was when she found out you were missing this morning." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei understood why Chenwan knew she was coming back by train. It was definitely in the morning when they realized she was missing and called the police. Today, the police from the South City called, and that's how they learned about her situation, which they then told Chenwan. "Thank you, Aunt Chen." "No need to thank me. I haven't really helped you much," Chenwan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. No matter how she looked at it, Yun Bei's disappearance was related to Yun Jangwo and his wife, but without evidence, the police couldn't do anything. Thinking of this, Chenwan directly asked, Bei, how did you get taken by the kidnapper? Our area is usually quite safe." Yun Bei didn't hide anything and told Chenwan what happened. When Chenwan heard that the kidnapper had followed her since she left home and had been waiting near her house that morning, she felt even more convinced that this was related to Yun Jangwo and his wife. So, she said to Yun Bei, Bei, I think this is not simple. It might be your uncle and aunt who are behind this. I know, but there's no evidence yet. I need to find proof before I can bring them to justice. That's why I came back. As soon as Chenwan heard that Yun Bei wanted to find evidence herself, she immediately opposed it, saying, "No, it's too dangerous for a girl like you. How about I ask my husband to help you?" Yun Bei understood that Chenwan meant well but still refused, saying, "Aunt Chen, it's okay. I want to handle this myself. Don't worry, I'll be careful." But Chenwan wanted to persuade her again but was stopped by her husband, who said, "Awan, Yun Bei has her own ideas. You should respect her." Since her husband said that, Chenwan didn't insist further and told Yun Bei, Bei, if you need our help, just let us know." "Got it. Thank you, Aunt Chen." By the time the three returned home, it was almost 9 o'clock. The kids had already eaten and were doing their homework. Yun Bei greeted them as she entered and then followed Chenwan into the kitchen to help. Chenwan hadn't eaten because she was in a hurry to pick up Yun Bei. After heating up the food, the three sat down to eat. At that moment, in the Yun household, Wang Xiaomei looked very unhappy. However, she didn't know that Yun Bei had returned. Instead, she was searching for the money that Yun Bei had left behind as soon as she got off work. Unfortunately, she searched everywhere in Yun Bei's room, but found nothing. Because of this, she even suspected that her daughter, Yun Shui, might have taken it. But when she asked, her daughter said no, and even swore an oath. Since her daughter swore, she naturally believed her. But if Yun Bei didn't keep the money at home, where could it be? Surely, she wouldn't carry it with her? With that much money, it wouldn't be safe to carry it around. If Yun Bei wasn't foolish, she would have found a place to hide it. But where could she have hidden it? Wang Xiaomei thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she asked her husband, Yun Jangwo, who was lying next to her, "Honey, where do you think that girl Yun Bei would hide the money?" "I have no idea. I'm not a mind reader," Yun Jangwo replied, annoyed and still sleepy. In his opinion, the money must be hidden in some corner of the house. If they searched slowly, they would surely find it, so there was no need to rush. But Wang Xiaomei thought differently. As long as the money was not in her hands, she couldn't feel at ease. Plus, she had a bad feeling that something unpleasant might happen. That's why she was eager to find that money. At that moment, the couple had no idea that Yun Bei had returned. She had spent the night at Chenwan's house and, the next morning, bought breakfast for Chunwan's family. After eating a couple of buns herself, she went straight home. The gate was locked, but it was no trouble for Yun Bei. She climbed over the wall into the yard. The sound was so quiet that neither Yun Zhengwo nor Yun Shui heard it. So when Wang Xiumei got up to prepare breakfast and saw Yun Bei sitting on the living room sofa, she was shocked.
Ah!
Her scream pierced through the air, waking Yun Zhengwo and Yun Shui from their dreams. They opened their bedroom doors and came out, grumpily asking, "Why are you screaming? What's going on?" Wang Xiumei pointed at Yun Bei on the sofa, unable to speak. She was genuinely frightened. Who would have thought Yun Bei would come back, and so early in the morning? Yun Bei. Yun Zhengwo recognized her and was also surprised, cautiously calling out, "Yes, you still remember me." Yun Bei smiled, her gaze calm as she looked at the three of them and said, "Were you all happy while I was gone?" "And no." Yun Zhengwo waved his hand, fully awake now. The only thing on his mind was how Yun Bei had returned. Wasn't she supposed to have been taken away? Aren't you supposed to be sold off to the mountains? Why are you back so soon? Thinking of this, he turned to his wife and asked with his eyes, "Didn't you say you found someone? How can this be so unreliable?" Wang Xiumei looked just as confused. After all, those were kidnappers, and they had even given her money in advance. How could they let Yun Bei escape? Yun Bei noticed the couple's expressions and became more certain that her kidnapping was related to them. However, without evidence, she couldn't take action against them. But she would find the evidence. With this in mind, Yun Bei decided to personally catch the kidnappers who took her away, especially the two women. She wouldn't let either of them go. Because they were women, one of them an older lady, they could lower others' guard and succeed more easily. Thinking this, Yun Bei said nothing and simply stood up to return to her room. Once back in her room, Yun Bei didn't waste time. She grabbed a bag to tidy up the clothes in her wardrobe, but when she opened it, she found the clothes in disarray. Seeing this, her expression darkened as she walked out and coldly asked the family, "Who can explain why my clothes are a mess?" At her words, the three of them felt guilty. Not only had Yun Shui rummaged through Yun Bei's wardrobe, but Wang Xiumei had done the same. They even suspected that Yun Bei had hidden money in the clothes and had shaken each piece out before putting them back. Knowing she wouldn't return, Wang Xiumei hadn't bothered to tidy up and had just left everything as it was. "Whoever did this, put my clothes back in order immediately, or I won't hesitate to go through all the clothes in the house." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiumei quickly instructed her daughter, Shui, help Yun Bei fold her clothes later. Seeing her mother shift the blame onto her, Yun Shui was unhappy and said, "Why is it me? Because you have the most free time. Otherwise, do you want to cook while I fold?" With that, Yun Shui fell silent and reluctantly went back to her room to help Yun Bei fold the clothes. Not focusing on the clothes for now, Yun Bei began to organize other things. The rest was just as messy, especially the books, which were still quite disordered. However, compared to the clothes, it was a bit better. She organized the books but didn't rush to put them in the bag. The book is so heavy that it's hard to carry. She plans to wait until Yun Zhengwo and his family go to work before putting the book in her space. Honestly, having a space is great. It's convenient for storing things, and she doesn't have to worry about thieves. Wang Xiumei was in the kitchen, deeply worried while cooking, and it was rare for Yun Zhengwo to help her. They glanced at Yun Bei's room and started talking quietly. "What should we do? Should we remind them over there? Maybe not. If that troublesome girl finds out, it could be bad. Then we pretend we don't know anything? Let's wait until noon. I'll go from the factory then, so that girl won't notice." "Okay." Their conversation was quiet, thinking Yun Bei couldn't hear them. But what they didn't know was that Yun Bei was no longer the same person. She could hear very well now. Even though they spoke softly, she understood everything they said. Upon learning that Wang Xiumei would go to find the trafficker at noon, Yun Bei immediately decided to follow her. This would surely be faster than searching alone. Breakfast was simple noodles. After Yun Zhengwo's family finished eating, they went straight to work. Yun Bei knew Wang Xiumei would only go looking for someone at noon, so she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she first went to the neighborhood committee to rent out her house. Whether Yun Jangwo's family would have a place to stay was not her concern. If the couple dared to sell her to a trafficker, she wouldn't let them live in her house. Moreover, once she caught the trafficker and exposed the mastermind, they would definitely go to jail and wouldn't need the house at all. The neighborhood committee staff were a bit puzzled when they learned Yun Bei wanted to rent out the house, but didn't ask many questions. They agreed to collect the house 3 days later. After handling this matter, Yun Bei noticed it was still early, so she went to the hospital to find the doctor and nurse who had treated the old lady, hoping to find out where she was staying. At first, Yun Bei didn't have high hopes, but surprisingly, one nurse actually knew where they lived. Yun Bei thanked her and left the hospital, finding a secluded spot to put on some makeup before heading to the location the nurse provided. When she arrived, her eyes lit up. She had been here before. That day, she was knocked out by a woman named Hong Jie, and she remembered the place clearly. She had thought it was just a convenient spot for their crimes, but it turned out to be their hideout. The reason the other party is so bold is probably because they didn't expect Yun Bei to come back. Thinking about what Wang Xiaomei said about coming over at noon, Yun Bei decided to stay and wait for her. Of course, she couldn't do this alone and needed someone to help her. Having witnesses would be useful, and extra hands would be helpful too. Before that, Yun Bei decided to sneak into the yard to see if the mother and daughter were home. The yard was a bit high, with glass embedded in the walls, making it hard to get in. But this didn't stop Yun Bei. After circling the outer wall a few times, she quickly found a spot to enter. With a boost, Yun Bei stepped on the wall and jumped up. There was no one in the yard, but it was very clean. Listening closely, she heard voices inside the house. Although faint, she recognized it was the mother and daughter. At that moment, they were discussing when Leopard and the others would come back. According to their usual routine, they would return tonight. If they weren't back by tomorrow morning, something might have happened, and they needed to leave. Hearing this, Yun Bei was very glad she arrived early. Otherwise, if those two escaped, Yun Jangwo and Wang Xiaomei could evade legal consequences. Without evidence, if they denied it, no one could do anything to them. Confirming that the mother and daughter wouldn't be leaving soon, Yun Bei withdrew. She then went to the police station to report the situation. The police took Yun Bei's report seriously and sent 2 officers to accompany her for surveillance. As time passed, the 3 of them waited quietly near the hideout for Wang Xiaomei to show up. They waited until 12:10, when finally a figure approached stealthily. With just one glance, Yun Bei recognized it was Wang Xiaomei. Although she had covered her face with a scarf, it didn't stop Yun Bei from identifying her. Yun Bei signaled to the 2 police officers that the target had arrived and climbed over the wall first. When Wang Xiaomei knocked on the hideout's door, the operation began. "Why are you here again? Do you have new goods?" Hong Jie thought Wang Xiaomei had brought more supplies. "Not good. The goods I sold to you escaped back home." "What did you say?" "That's impossible." Hong Jie didn't believe her at all. In her view, Yun Bei was still quite easy to deceive. How could such a young girl possibly escape, especially after running such a long distance back? Therefore, Hong Jie's first thought was disbelief. However, the elderly woman in the room heard the argument and came out, asking, Hong, what's going on? Mother, why are you out here?" Hong Jie rushed to her mother's side and told her what Wang Xiaomei had said. The elderly woman was knowledgeable and experienced. Upon hearing this, she immediately told Hong Jie, Hong, this is bad. Bao and the others might be in trouble. We can't stay here any longer. We need to pack up and leave right away." "Mother, really?" "Trust me, I'm sure." Seeing her mother's serious expression, Hong Jie didn't dare to take it lightly. She turned to Wang Xiaomei and said, "You should go. Don't come back again." After saying this, she prepared to go back to her room to pack, but just then, a voice rang in their ears. "Do you ladies know where you're planning to go?" Seeing Yun Bei, the expressions of the 3 changed. "Yun Bei, how did you get here?" Wang Xiaomei's face turned ugly. She never expected Yun Bei to appear here, especially seeing her with the kidnapper. If Yun Bei called the police, she would be in big trouble. "What do you think, my dear aunt?" Yun Bei smiled, as if saying, "Thanks to you." The elderly woman and Hong Jia immediately turned to Wang Xiaomei and coldly said, "Did you bring her here?" "It wasn't me." Wang Xiaomei shook her head. She had to deny it, otherwise, things would not end well for her. These two women clearly weren't good people. So, she needed to distance herself, otherwise, before the police could catch her, she might be in trouble with these two women. Hong Jia didn't believe her and wanted to hit her, but the elderly woman stopped her. She looked at Wang Xiaomei with a cold gaze, as if looking at a dead person, and said, Hong, don't cause trouble. We'll settle this later." "Yes," Hong Jia replied, then looked at Yun Bei and said, "Little girl, if I were you, after finally escaping, I wouldn't throw myself back into danger." "How do you know I'm not here to catch you?" "Just by you?" "Just by me." As soon as Yun Bei finished speaking, she moved quickly. She swiftly approached and pricked both Hong Jia and the elderly woman with a needle. With her actions, before the two could react, they collapsed to the ground. Wang Xiaomei saw this scene and thought they were dead, so she screamed in fear. The police officer outside heard the scream and, thinking something was wrong, kicked the gate open and rushed inside. When she saw the police, Wang Xiaomei's scream got stuck in her throat, and she fainted. The police officer was stunned, looking at the three women lying on the ground, unsure of what to do. Yun Bei glanced at the two and said, "Don't worry, they just fainted." Hearing that they only fainted, the two felt relieved. But soon, they faced another problem: how to move them since they were unconscious. Yun Bei noticed their dilemma and smiled, saying, "No need to worry, just handcuff them and they will wake up soon." The police officer was skeptical but still approached to handcuff them. Since there weren't enough handcuffs, Yun Bei found a rope to tie up Wang Xiaomei. Once it was clear that the three couldn't escape, Yun Bei used a needle to wake them up. As Hong Jia and the old lady opened their eyes, they saw the police officer and immediately changed their expressions. They never expected to be caught by Yun Bei. Despite being just a young girl, she had taken down their entire hideout. Yun Bei didn't care what they thought. After speaking to the police officer, she went inside to search. To her surprise, she found a lot of money hidden in the trafficker's den. If all this money belonged to her, she would be very wealthy. While she was happy, she didn't forget her original purpose for searching, to see if there were any other kidnapped children or women. She didn't find any children or women, but she did discover a box of gold bars. Seeing the gold bars, Yun Bei quickly stored them away. She didn't take the money, leaving it behind. Although she needed money, she had enough, and since it was stolen, she wanted to leave it for the police to help the victims. As for the gold bars, she would keep them safe for now, knowing they would be useful later. "Yun Bei, is there anyone else in the house?" the police officer asked as soon as she came out. "No, but I found a lot of money inside. What should we do with it?" The old lady and Hong Jia's faces changed when Yun Bei mentioned money. That was the savings they had kept for years, as they didn't trust banks, so they kept it all at home, adding up to several tens of thousands. "How much?" the police officer asked. "A big box full," Yun Bei replied. When she said big box, Hong Jia's eyes flickered. She thought to herself that it was a good thing only cash was discovered, and the gold bars were still hidden. At that moment, Hong Jia didn't know that she was too early in her relief. The gold bars had already been taken by Yun Bei. "In which room is it? Let's go take a look." "Please help keep an eye on them," the officer said. "The second room on the left," Yun Bei replied. After the officer went inside, she turned to the old lady and Hong Jia, smiling, and said, "Old lady, Hong Jia, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." "You little troublemaker have some skills," Hong Jia scoffed, showing no kindness towards Yun Bei. As a captive, she had managed to escape, and even got them captured. Now, she was their enemy. Yun Bei ignored the hateful glare and turned her attention to the old lady, saying, "Old lady, you put in a lot of effort to get me. Your leg injury must still be bothering you. Would you like me to take another look?" Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately pulled her foot back, looking at Yun Bei with suspicion, and asked, "What do you want to do? You've already captured us. Do you want to hurt my leg too?" "Old lady, I'm someone who always pays back wrongs. You intentionally hurt your leg to gain my sympathy, so I'll let you experience what a real leg injury feels like." With that, Yun Bei reached out and squeezed the old lady's leg. The old lady screamed in pain as her ankle twisted. "What did you do to my mom?" Hongjie glared fiercely at Yun Bei, looking at her mother in pain with concern. "If you have a problem, come at me instead of my mom. Don't be in a hurry. You tricked me back then, so you can't escape either," Yun Bei said with a smile, her gaze falling on Hongjie's stomach. Back then, Hongjie pretended to have a stomachache to get Yun Bei to help her. That helped Yun Bei fall into a trap, almost leading to her being sold away. Now, Yun Bei wanted Hongjie to experience a real stomachache. So, she pulled out a needle from her pocket and aimed it at Hongjie. As she moved, Hongjie felt a pain in her stomach. She looked at Yun Bei in surprise, not understanding how she did it. Could it be that there was poison in her needle? Now, not just Hongjie, but even Wang Xiaomei started to feel scared. She tried to make herself less noticeable, afraid that Yun Bei would focus on her and she would be the next one to suffer. The noise outside startled the police in the room. After a quick check of the box Yun Bei mentioned, they immediately ran out. Once outside, they saw the elderly woman and Hongjie in pain and were shocked. One of them asked, "Comrade Yun Bei, what happened to them?" "It's nothing, just a little lesson for them," Yun Bei replied. "Are we leaving now, or should we call more people to come to the station?" "We plan to call a few more people.
Please stay here for a while."
"By the way, will they be okay?" "Don't worry, with me here, they will be fine." "All right, then I'll go back to get more people." After that, one police officer stayed with Yun Bei to watch over Hongjie and the others, while the other went back to the station to call for help. Fortunately, the station was not far away, and soon 3 more police officers arrived. They went into the room together, lifted the box of money, and then took Hongjie and the others, who had already been restored to their original state by Yun Bei, back to the station. At the station, Yun Bei gave a brief statement and then left. The rest of the matters were no longer her concern. After leaving the station, Yun Bei first went to a supply store and bought a lot of items. Then she visited the black market and bought even more. Although she was heading to Liangcheng to join Si Nanzhao, the situation there was unclear, so she felt it was best to prepare more. Therefore, she specifically bought extra meat and grains. While she had some in her storage, the quality was much better outside, and she couldn't take them out often once she arrived, or it would raise suspicion. While Yun Bei was shopping, Yun Zhengwo received news that his wife had been arrested by the police. He hurriedly asked for leave from his boss and rushed to the station. Upon arriving, he learned that his wife had been caught red-handed while meeting with a trafficker. Now that there was evidence, her crime was confirmed and prison was certain. To avoid following in his wife's footsteps, Yun Zhengwo quickly distanced himself from her. He even considered cutting ties with Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei took one look and immediately refused. She directly revealed that Yun Zhengwo was aware of the situation. Now, Yun Zhengwo successfully stayed at the police station, waiting for the upcoming judgment. Yun Bei stayed outside until the afternoon before returning home. While waiting for Yun Shui to come back, she packed everything she could into her space. As for the furniture, she left it for now, hoping the renters would take care of it. When Yun Shui returned from work and saw the empty kitchen with no parents around, she felt a bit upset and directly asked Yun Bei, "Where are my parents?" Yun Bei rolled her eyes and replied, "They're not my parents." "How would I know?" She knew where the 2 of them were, but why should she tell Yun Shui? Unable to get an answer, Yun Shui shot Yun Bei a glare and went back to her room. Upon entering her room and seeing it neatly organized, she was a bit surprised. She then came back out and asked, "Have you packed everything? Are you planning to leave?" "Yes." Yun Bei nodded, looking at the cheerful Yun Shui, and reminded her, "I suggest you pack your things too, so you don't end up forgetting something in a hurry."
What do you mean by that?
"If you leave, this room will be mine. Why should I pack? Do whatever you want. If you don't listen, that's on you."
Yun Bei shrugged.
She had already given her warning, and when the community committee came to evict people, it wouldn't be her concern. "You're crazy." Yun Shui couldn't help but curse before heading back to her room. Hearing her insult, Yun Bei's expression changed for a moment, but she quickly smiled. After all, Once Yun Zhangwo and Wang Xiumei went to reform through labor, Yun Shue's good days would be over. Let her vent a little, it was fine. Originally, Yun Bei shared a room with Yun Shui, but since she had packed everything into her space, she didn't want to see that annoying face anymore. So, she opened the empty room next door and moved in. Once she closed the door, she entered her space and comfortably took a nap. Meanwhile, Yun Shui, thinking she still had cookies in her cabinet, didn't eat dinner and locked her door to prevent Yun Bei from coming in to sleep. She thought this would make Yun Bei beg her, but she didn't hear a single knock on her door all night. The next morning, she woke up to the sound of the alarm clock, thinking breakfast would be ready soon, only to find that her parents' room was still locked. They hadn't come home last night. Looking around, she noticed Yun Bei was also missing from the living room. Yun Shui started to panic. She rushed out the door and ran to her mother's workplace. After asking around, she discovered that her mother hadn't gone to work yesterday afternoon and had even been taken to the police station. This news was a shock for Yun Shui. She was so scared that she didn't eat breakfast and went straight to the police station. There, she found both her parents had been detained for the whole night. After confirming she was their daughter, the police asked her to give a statement to ensure she and Yun Bei were not involved in any wrongdoing before letting her go. Yun Shui hurriedly left the police station, too worried to go to work, and went to find her brother, Yun Lei. Yun Lei had recently started dating someone and hadn't been home for a while. After hearing about everything that had happened, he was somewhat in disbelief. In his memory, Yun Bei was always well-behaved and obedient, almost always following their instructions. Now, she was not only resisting but had also gotten their parents arrested. If nothing changed, they would end up in prison. What was going on? Just go back to work, and we can talk about this later, Yun Lei said, not thinking it was a big deal as long as Yun Bei was willing to reconcile. He decided to head to work first. But he didn't know that the current Yun Bei was not the same as before. She had worked hard to get them arrested and wouldn't let them out easily. After a night of questioning, the police had confirmed the crimes of Wang Xiumei and Yun Zhangwo. They had to serve time for human trafficking. As for Hongjie and the elderly woman, they were guilty of trafficking many people, and prison wouldn't absolve their sins. What awaited them was severe punishment. Under her brother's advice, Yun Shui went to work with a heavy heart. Before she finished her shift, the verdict for her parents was announced. They would serve time and also have to do labor reform on a farm. Hearing this news nearly made Yun Shui faint. She immediately took a leave of absence and ran to find Yun Lei. At that moment, Yun Lei had also received the news and was contemplating what to do. As the son of Yun Zhangwo and Wang Xiumei, if he did nothing now, he would surely be affected by their actions in the future. In the end, Yun Lei decided to cut ties with the two of them. Yun Shui found Yun Lei, thinking he would have a solution. However, she was shocked to hear that he wanted to sever ties with their parents. Brother, are you crazy? Yun Shui couldn't believe it. Their parents had treated him so well. How could he do this? If their parents found out, they would be heartbroken. I'm not crazy, Yun Lei said calmly, looking at Yun Shui. I advise you to also cut ties with them, or your job will be affected. When Yun Shui heard that her job might be at risk, she hesitated. She had worked hard to get her job from Yun Bei, and if she lost it, what would she do? With their parents facing jail time, Yun Lei would surely not care about her. Without a job, she might have to go to the countryside. The thought of going to the countryside scared Yun Shui. She no longer cared about how their parents would feel and made the same choice as Yun Lei. Thus, the siblings went to the newspaper office and announced their decision to sever ties with Yun Zhangwo and his wife. When Yun Bei heard the news, he was extremely happy and went to the police station to inform Yun Zhangwo and his wife. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiumei was nearly furious. She rushed at Yun Bei, shouting, "Yun Bei, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. Even now, you still don't know how to repent." Yun Bei dodged Wang Xiumei's attack, looking at her with a cold smile. "You brought this on yourself. You deserve it." Hearing this, Wang Xiumei wanted to lash out again but was stopped by the arriving police officer, who shouted, "Wang Xiumei, what are you doing? Do you still want to hurt someone at this point? Then, the officer turned to Yun Bei and said, Yun Bei, your efforts in capturing the criminals have been recognized, and you will be rewarded. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to your house to present you with a banner and a cash prize. Remember to be home. Also, the person you saved last time wants to thank you and will likely come with our team. Okay. Thank you, officer, Yun Bei replied, then turned to Yun Jiangwo and Wang Xiumei, saying, By the way, I forgot to tell you, I have already rented out the house. Your belongings will be treated as waste. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiumei was about to lose it again, but Yun Jiangwo stopped her. He looked coldly at Yun Bei and said, Yun Bei, you should leave some room for others. You never know when you might meet again. If you act so decisively, aren't you afraid of consequences? You are more ruthless than I was before, and you weren't afraid of consequences. Why should I be afraid? Oh, that's not right. You've already faced the consequences. After thinking it over, I've decided to donate those things. The orphanage could use them. I consider this a good deed, so I shouldn't face any consequences for it. With that, Yun Bei left. Watching her walk away, Wang Xiumei yelled in anger. But there was nothing they could do. Their crimes were established, and prison was unavoidable. The thought of both of them going to jail made Yun Bei feel good. She turned around and went to the black market to buy a lot of things, putting them in her space. When she got home and saw Yun Shui, Yun Bei immediately ordered her to leave, saying, Yun Shui, this is no longer your home. Get out. Why should I? Yun Shui shouted. After living here for so many years, she didn't want to leave. Besides, now that their parents were going to jail, she had nowhere to go. Her older brother wouldn't be happy to take her in. Because this house is mine, and your parents sold me to traffickers, Yun Bei stated coldly, leaving Yun Shui speechless. If the roles were reversed, she might have made the same decision as Yun Bei. However, she still wanted to stay. She thought that since Yun Bei was going to find her fiance in Liang City, the house would be empty anyway, so it would be better to let her stay. After all, they were cousins by blood. Moreover, she had severed ties with her parents, and their mistakes shouldn't affect her. So, Yun Shui quickly lowered her tone and said to Yun Bei, Bei, I know you hate my parents, and I hate them too. I just cut ties with them this afternoon. Now we are on the same side, and the closest people to each other. Can you really bear to let me end up on the streets? Yun Shui, stop playing the victim. Yes, you cut ties with them, but you gained a lot from them. For example, my job was taken by you, wasn't it? So, no matter what you say, my family will not take you in again. Be smart and move out now, or I won't hesitate to force you out. If you leave on your own, you can take your belongings. If you make me do it, I will donate everything you own to the orphanage. Yun Bei, how can you do this? This is my territory. I make the rules. You? Yun Shui was furious, but didn't dare to challenge her. Because she had long realized that Yun Bei was no longer the person they could easily control. Now, she was even willing to send her parents to jail. Who knew what else she might do? After thinking it over, she decided to move out first. Fine, I'm leaving, Yun Shui said angrily, and went back to her room to pack her things. Of course, she only packed her own belongings and didn't bother with her parents' things. After packing, Yun Shui opened the door and walked out, coldly looking at Yun Bei, saying, Yun Bei, what you're doing will have consequences. Even if there are consequences, they should fall on you first, right? After all, you've done far worse things than I have. When it came to words, Yun Bei was not afraid of anyone. With one sentence, she left Yun Shui speechless, and Yun Shui hurriedly left with her luggage. On her way out, she encountered a neighbor and pretended to be pitiful, telling them that she was kicked out by Yun Bei. Yun Bei didn't pay any attention to Yun Shui's little tricks. Once the house was empty, she went straight into Yun Jiangwo and Wang Xiumei's room and found the money they had hidden. To be honest, these two were quite good at saving money. Previously, Yun Bei had taken a few thousand, and now there was still over 3,000 left. She took the money without hesitation, knowing it must include the money they got from selling her. After putting the money away, Yun Bei looked around the room and then went out again. When she returned, she was followed by a cart. Yun Bei had them take away all of Yun Zhengwo and Wang Xiumei's things, donating them to an orphanage. Although the items were old, they were better than nothing. With a little alteration, the adults' clothes could fit children, and blankets could be used directly. She even donated pots and pans. Because there were quite a few items, it took 3 trips to finish. Seeing Yun Bei have the items taken away, the neighbors were naturally curious and came to ask. Yun Bei didn't hide anything and shared what Yun Zhengwo and Wang Xiumei had done. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Remembering how the couple had acted when Qinwan came to find Yun Bei, they couldn't help but scold them. Therefore, they wholeheartedly supported Yun Bei's decision to donate everything. Why keep the belongings of such people? By the time she finished, it was already late. Yun Bei didn't cook, but went into her space to eat some pastries she bought in the morning. After eating, she went asleep in the space. When she woke up, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw her siblings, Yun Lei and Yun Xue. Seeing them, Yun Bei's expression turned serious, and she coldly asked, "What do you want? We heard you donated everything from home?" "Yes, so what? Do you have a problem with that?" Yun Bei, regardless of the situation, those things belong to us too. How can you donate them without our consent? You two have already cut ties with Yun Zhengwo and his wife, right? I donated their things, which have nothing to do with you, Yun Bei said mockingly, looking at her siblings. She knew their real reason for confronting her wasn't about the items, but the money left by their parents. But why should she give it to them? They hadn't even paid her rent from last time. That money barely covered the rent, and after paying her for her work, there was hardly anything left. For 8 years living with them, she had done their chores and laundry. That's our business, but it doesn't justify your decision to donate the clothes, Yun Lei said, his expression darkening. He was upset because Yun Xue had stayed over at his place last night. He was planning to marry his girlfriend, and having Yun Xue there could cause problems. So he came to confront her for one reason, but also to suggest that Yun Xue stay at his place, or they could switch living arrangements. Of course, he also wanted to get back the money their parents had kept at home. Even though they didn't live together, he had a rough idea of how much money was left at home. Even if Yun Xue said she gave Yun Bei several thousand, there was still quite a bit left. If he could get that money, his life would be much easier. He believed that money rightfully belonged to him, as the son in the family. What do you want then? Yun Bei asked, not wanting to waste time with her siblings. They exchanged glances and said, since you donated everything, you should give us the money our parents left behind. So that's why you came here so early to confront me. It's about money, Yun Bei said with a mocking expression. Since you know that, why don't you just give us the money? I'm sorry, but I don't have any money. Yun Bei glanced at Yun Xue's outstretched hand and said, I only donated items, and I haven't seen any money. You're lying. That money must be in your pocket. If you know what's good for you, hand it over or we won't be nice to you. With her brother beside her, Yun Xue felt much braver. I told you I don't have it. If you don't believe me, you can search the house. But I must warn you, don't damage anything in my home, or I will demand compensation. After saying this, Yun Bei opened the door for them to enter. After all, once they couldn't find any money, they would give up. As for the money, even if it were in her hands, she wouldn't give it to them. They were like leeches, taking from her without gratitude. They wanted money?
Not a chance.
The siblings entered the house and were furious to see the empty room. They never expected Yun Bei had truly donated everything. Now, the room had only a large cabinet for storage and a bed. Almost nothing else was left. The entire room was clear. There was no place to hide money, not even a mosquito. But they still searched the cabinet and bed, even checking the mouse holes in the room. Unfortunately, they found nothing. The siblings left the room with dark expressions and saw Yun Bei sitting in the living room, which only made them angrier. Yun Xue pointed at Yun Bei and said, Yun Bei, our parents' money must have been taken by you. You better hand it over, or we will call the police. Go ahead and report it. Let's see who ends up regretting it. Don't forget, you two have severed ties with them. Since you've cut ties, what right do you have to their money? Besides, Do you know where that money came from, and if it was clean?
You?
Yunxue was furious but couldn't argue back, so she turned to Yunlei and said, "Brother, look at her." Yunlei glanced at Yun Bei and said, "Bebe, we are family. Why take it this far? Now that they are in jail, the Yun family only has the three of us left. We should support each other, not act like enemies. If you took the money, we wouldn't ask for all of it, but surely we could have half?" "Yunlei, are you not understanding me? I already said I don't have any money. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Because your family not only owes me 8 years of rent, but also 8 years of wages. For these 8 years, you lived in my house without paying a single penny. Plus, I worked for your family for 8 years and you didn't pay me anything either. Yun Bei, you really know how to calculate. Who charges their own family rent? And about helping us, if you didn't work, how would you eat or drink? Do you expect my parents to support you? You're wrong. I have my own house, compensation money, and savings. I don't need your parents to support me. If anyone should be supporting someone, it should be me supporting your whole family. I didn't ask you for money, and yet you dare to ask me for it? Where's your dignity?"
You?
"All right, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, hurry up and go to work. The money you earn at work is yours." Yun Bei directly pushed them out. The siblings didn't want to leave, but seeing the time, they realized they would be late. Being late would mean a pay cut. Reluctantly, they glared at Yun Bei and left for work. On the way, Yunxue looked upset and said to Yunlei, "Brother, what should we do?" "I don't know what to do either." Yunlei's expression was also grim, and he couldn't help but blame Yunxue, saying, "Why didn't you think to check our parents' room before we left yesterday? If we had, we wouldn't have to deal with Yun Bei. How was I supposed to know she would act like this? Besides, the parents' room was locked, and I didn't have a key. I couldn't just break in," Yunxue replied, feeling wronged. She only thought about packing her things yesterday and didn't consider anything else. The siblings had an unpleasant argument and went to work separately. That morning, a guest was coming, so Yun Bei stayed home, cleaned the house, and boiled a kettle of water, quietly waiting. Around 10 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Yun Bei opened it and saw 2 police officers accompanied by several unfamiliar men and women. "Dad, Mom, it's her who saved me." With an excited voice, a girl stepped forward from behind. Upon seeing Yun Bei, she rushed over, took her hand, and asked, "Do you remember me?" After looking at her for a moment, Yun Bei smiled and said, "I remember you, hello. My name is Lin Shuangshuang. Thanks to you for saving me that day. Otherwise, my life would have been ruined."
I'm Yun Bei.
"I was also trying to save myself that day, so you don't need to be so polite." Yun Bei shook her head, looking at Lin Shuangshuang with a smile in her eyes. When she saved the girl, she never expected any thanks. Yet, Lin Shuangshuang specifically came to express her gratitude. At that moment, Yun Bei felt a strong liking for her. Just then, Lin Shuangshuang's parents approached to thank Yun Bei again. They had only one daughter, and during her disappearance, they were nearly driven to madness. Thanks to Yun Bei, they got Lin Shuangshuang back, or else their family would have been shattered. Yun Bei exchanged a few words with them, and then the police officer spoke up, "Comrade Yun Bei, you have done a great job. Not only did you rescue over 10 abducted children, but you also captured the traffickers, allowing us to dismantle several of their hideouts. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided to reward you. Here is a banner and a cash reward. Please accept them." Yun Bei was very happy to receive the banner and the cash reward from the police officer. She thanked him while accepting them. After the officer handed her the banner and money, the parents who had come to thank her also approached one by one, each giving her a red envelope. Although money could not fully express their gratitude, it was a gesture of their heartfelt thanks. At first, Yun Bei did not want to accept, but the parents insisted, and with the 2 police officers encouraging her, she finally accepted the gifts. However, she knew that accepting the money meant she could no longer claim a debt of gratitude in the future. Of course, Yun Bei had never intended to use her good deed for personal gain. She simply did what she felt was right. The guests left quickly, without even having a drink of water. Before leaving, Lin Shuangshuang gave Yun Bei her contact information, asking her to write or call whenever she had time. Originally, she wanted Yun Bei's address, but upon hearing that Yun Bei would be traveling far with an uncertain return date, she gave her own address instead. Yun Bei did not refuse. After all, having more friends could open more doors. Even if she might not contact Lin Shuangshuang often, she carefully kept the address. After seeing everyone off, Yun Bei did not linger at home but went out to the post office to send a telegram to Si Nanzhao, informing him that she would be visiting soon. She did not specify a date because she was worried that Si Nanzhao might go to the train station to meet her, and she did not want to trouble him. Second, after arriving in the city, she did not plan to look for someone right away. She intended to first see if there were any suitable jobs for her, which would give her more confidence. Even if Si Nanzhao did not want to marry her in the end, she wouldn't have to worry about her future. After finishing her call, Yun Bei went to buy a train ticket. The tickets for that day were sold out, so she could only buy one for the next day. Unable to get a sleeper ticket, she settled for a seat and went home to pack her things. Most of her belongings were already packed and stored away, but she couldn't leave without any luggage, or people would become suspicious. She didn't plan to reveal her secret, so she needed to take out some items to make it look like she had luggage. She selected some clothes and essentials for the train from her storage. Considering the long train ride, she also packed some durable snacks. In her previous life, she had taken the train and honestly, even the food on high-speed trains wasn't very good. So, if she could avoid buying food on the train, she preferred not to. She packed 2 not too large bags and then moved on. Since it was still early, she decided to visit Chinwan's house to say goodbye. When she arrived, Chinwan was just getting off work and preparing dinner for the kids. Upon seeing Yun Bei, she insisted that Yun Bei stay for dinner. Yun Bei had no choice but to stay. Luckily, she hadn't come empty-handed. She had brought a dried chicken from her storage. When Chinwan asked about it, she said she got it from the black market. Chinwan didn't say much, just advised her to be careful next time. After dinner, Yun Bei informed Chinwan that she would be leaving the next day. Chinwan asked about the train ticket time and offered to see her off. However, Yun Bei declined. She didn't want to delay Chinwan from work, and she wasn't new to taking the train. In her previous life, she had traveled alone to various places for missions, so she had built up a lot of courage. Plus, she had been practicing her skills in her storage recently, and although she was still a bit behind her previous self, handling 5 or 6 small challenges was still manageable. Seeing Yun Bei refuse, Chinwan didn't say anything but decided in her heart to go to the train station to see Yun Bei off the next day. Yun Bei had no parents, and her only uncle was in prison. As for others, they certainly wouldn't come to see her off. If even she didn't go, Yun Bei would have no one to send her off. After sending her son Yun Bei home, Chinwan discussed with her husband about taking a day off to visit Yun Bei the next day. Her husband understood that she felt guilty for not being able to adopt Yun Bei after her friend Minglan passed away, so he did not oppose her plan and suggested she prepare some snacks for the journey. The next morning, Yun Bei woke up early. After having breakfast, she checked the house inside and out to make sure everything was in order. Once she was satisfied, she locked the door and handed the key to the community committee. As for the rent, Yun Bei asked the committee to hold on to it for now. Once she settled down, she would write to them and request that they send the rent directly. After leaving the key, Yun Bei headed straight to the train station. To her surprise, she saw Chinwan waiting outside with a bicycle. It seemed she had been there for quite a while. Yun Bei quickly approached and smiled, saying, "Anchin, why are you here? I thought I told you not to come. This is your first time traveling far. How could I not come to see you off?" Chinwan replied with a smile. Noticing that Yun Bei was carrying very few things, she asked, "Is this all you're bringing? Are you planning to buy more things there?" "Yes. I can't bring much from home. I don't know what the situation will be like there, so I sold my things and turned them into cash to buy what I need when I arrive." "That's a good idea. It's too much trouble to carry a lot on the train, especially since you're traveling alone. But make sure to keep your money safe. I've heard there are pickpockets on trains, so be careful." "Don't worry, Aunt Chin, I'll be careful." Alright, I won't keep you too long. Here are some snacks I prepared for your journey.
Take them.
Aunt Chin, you really don't have to. Just take them, Chinwon insisted, placing the snacks in Yun Bei's hands. Yun Bei understood it was her kind gesture and accepted them, planning to find a way to repay her once she settled down. Seeing that Yun Bei accepted the snacks, Chinwon said, Yun Bei, remember to call me when you arrive and let me know you're safe. Don't worry, Aunt Chin, I'll call you as soon as I get there, Yun Bei promised with a smile. It felt nice to know someone cared. It's getting late. You should go in now. Okay, I'll head in. Be careful on your way back, Aunt Chin. I will. After watching Yun Bei enter the station, Chinwon rode away on her bicycle. The arrival time of Yun Bei was neither too early nor too late. After waiting for half an hour, they began checking tickets. Just as she was about to board the train, Si Nanzhao, stationed at a military base in Liangcheng, received her telegram. Seeing the message, he frowned and muttered, "Troublesome." In Si Nanzhao's view, women were a source of trouble. Although he acknowledged the engagement, he had no intention of marrying Yun Bei. He had initially planned to visit Haer during his vacation to clarify the situation regarding their engagement and cancel it. After all, he had no plans to marry at this time, and considering Yun Bei's young age, it was better to be clear sooner rather than later. However, he never expected that before he could take his vacation, Yun Bei would travel a long distance to find him. Yet, he couldn't tell her not to come, which was quite frustrating. Nanzhao, what's wrong? His superior noticed Si Nanzhao's troubled expression after receiving the telegram and asked out of concern. Sir, it's nothing. Si Nanzhao shook his head, not wanting to spread the news. The leaders had been worrying about his marriage for years, and if they found out a girl was coming to see him, they would probably celebrate with fireworks. Over the years, he had rejected every girl introduced to him by various leaders, making him a difficult case for finding a partner in the military. In truth, he was still quite young, only 26. So, why the rush to find a partner? Besides, he had no intention of marrying. The reason was simple. Women were too troublesome and brought many complications. They often focused on gossip or comparisons, which he found tiresome. Therefore, he preferred living alone without the added worries, and he didn't want to waste time on meaningless dates. Seeing that Si Nanzhao didn't want to talk, his superior didn't press further. He understood that if Si Nanzhao was reluctant to share, it probably wasn't a serious matter. Si Nanzhao returned to his single dormitory after reading the telegram. As a battalion commander, he had met the requirements for military accommodations. If he had a family, he could apply for a small courtyard. However, that courtyard was not located here, but in the family quarters of the military base. Since he had no partner and didn't want to share space with his subordinates, he had applied for a single dormitory. Now that Yun Bei was coming, it was clear she couldn't stay in a guest house, nor could she stay in his single dormitory. Therefore, he would need to request a courtyard from the logistics department. Regardless, until the engagement is officially ended, she is still considered his family member. With this thought, Si Nanzhao put the telegram in the drawer and then went to the logistics department. Logistics Minister Old Lu was surprised to see Si Nanzhao and asked with a smile, "Captain Si, what brings you here?" "Old Lu, are there any vacant houses in the family compound?" "Yes, there are." "Why do you ask?" Old Lu looked at Si Nanzhao in confusion, thinking he might be inquiring for one of his soldiers. "Take me to see them."
"What do you mean you want to see them yourself?"
"Are you planning to live in the family compound?" Old Lu looked at Si Nanzhao in shock, as if he were seeing something unusual. "Don't ask so many questions. Let's go see the houses first." Si Nanzhao pulled Old Lu toward the family compound. He needed to personally choose a house, preferably one that was far from others to avoid trouble. He didn't think much about whether Yun Bei would be scared living alone later.
"All right."
Seeing Si Nanzhao's anxiousness, Old Lu didn't ask further and took the registration book to the family compound. There happened to be 3 houses available, all with 3 bedrooms and a living room. The houses were not very large, about 100 square meters. Si Nanzhao looked around and directly chose the one at the foot of the mountain. This house was convenient for water supply. Although there was no well in the yard, Water could be directly brought down from the mountain, so there was no need to fetch water from the river. As for the well for drinking water, it was not far away, just a 2-minute walk. Si Nanzhao was very satisfied with this house and decided to take it. Now old Lu was even more curious and asked, "Captain Si, I see you're putting so much effort into choosing a house. Is a family member coming to stay?" After all these years in the military, old Lu had never heard of Si Nanzhao having a family member. Otherwise, the leaders wouldn't be so eager to introduce him to potential partners. Seeing old Lu's curious gaze, Si Nanzhao initially wanted to say it was a sister from a prominent family coming. But the words that came out were, "My fiancé is coming over in a while." "What? You have a fiancé?" Old Lu's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Si Nanzhao as if he were a notorious playboy. He had never heard of Si Nanzhao having a fiancé. Otherwise, the leaders wouldn't be trying to set him up with someone. "Don't be so surprised. I just found out myself, okay?" Old Lu's gaze made Si Nanzhao uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is all the old man's fault for not telling him earlier. Now that Yun Bei has appeared, everyone thinks there's something wrong with him. After all, you have a fiancé, and you don't clarify things, causing so many people to introduce partners to him. If it were someone else who tricked him, he would definitely not let it go. But since it's the old man who tricked him, he has to endure it. "Are you saying your family arranged this for you?" "Yeah." Si Nanzhao nodded and didn't plan to say more. Not only does he not know much about Yun Bei, but he also doesn't like to talk about family matters in front of outsiders. After choosing the courtyard, Si Nanzhao took some time to clean it up and also brought water down from the mountain. Then he arranged for the necessary items for the house. Yun Bei had no idea that after receiving her telegram, Si Nanzhao started preparing the courtyard to make her stay comfortable. At this moment, she was still on the train, searching for her husband. The hard seats were crowded, and the mixed smells were not pleasant. Not only that, but the train was also a bit chaotic. She had just sat down for a short while when she saw a pickpocket trying to steal money from an elderly lady. Yun Bei couldn't just sit and watch. She went up and pulled the thief toward the train's police office. At first, the thief didn't take her seriously because she was a woman. He even warned her not to meddle. But when he realized he couldn't break free, he understood he had messed with the wrong person. He looked at Yun Bei with a pleading expression and said, "Comrade, could you please let me go this time? I have an elderly parent and young children to support. If I get caught and sent to jail, they won't survive, and you'll be responsible for their suffering." "You're quite the storyteller," Yun Bei said mockingly. "With how skilled you are, this can't be your first time, right? And by the way, are you even 18? Who are you trying to fool with your sob story?" Seeing he couldn't deceive Yun Bei, the pickpocket began to struggle. As a regular on the train, he knew he couldn't go into the police office. Once inside, he would definitely end up in jail. "Stay still, or you'll regret it," Yun Bei warned coldly, lightly pinching the pickpocket. With her movement, the thief felt half of his body go numb. He looked at Yun Bei in fear and asked, "What did you do to me? Why can't I move half my body?" "Nothing. As long as you are honest, nothing will happen. Otherwise, you might end up in a wheelchair." Hearing this, the pickpocket turned pale and said, "Please, I was wrong. Don't let me become a cripple. I haven't even gotten married yet." "But didn't you just say you have children?" "I was just joking," the pickpocket replied, feeling embarrassed. People in this line of work often brag and deceive, and they try to trick anyone they can. "I knew you weren't telling the truth," Yun Bei scoffed, pulling the pickpocket straight to the police office. The train officer was very grateful to Yun Bei for helping catch the pickpocket and kept thanking her, even offering to change her seat. "No, thank you." Yun Bei smiled and declined. Although the hard seat carriage was noisy and the smell wasn't great, she found it lively and didn't want to change. Plus, in such a place, there might be more criminals to catch. However, the officer insisted, "Comrade Yun, you should really change seats." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei's eyes flashed as she understood the officer's concern. He was worried about her being targeted for revenge. It seemed there were quite a few pickpockets on this train. Since that was the case, she felt even less inclined to change her seat. So, Yun Bei smiled at the officer and said, Thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The officer looked at her thoughtfully, but didn't insist further. Yun Bei quickly returned to her seat, only to find someone else sitting there. The person glanced at her but showed no intention of getting up. Yun Bei narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled, reminding her, "Excuse me, this is my seat. Please get up and return it to me." "What if I don't?" The woman occupying the seat dismissed her, having no regard for Yun Bei. She often traveled this route and frequently took seats without tickets, not caring about others. Whenever there was an empty seat, she would just sit down, ignoring anyone else's plans. When asked to move, she would pretend not to hear or make a scene. She always got her way, as most people felt too embarrassed to confront her. Unfortunately for her, today she had met her match. Seeing the woman's defiant expression, Yun Bei couldn't help but smirk. She stepped forward, grabbed the old lady's arm, lifted her up, and then tossed her into the aisle. This scene startled everyone. The old lady was so shocked that it took her a while to react. Then, she began to make a fuss, claiming she had hurt her leg and then her back. Naturally, her goal was to get money. Yun Bei, hearing the old lady's words, laughed again and walked over to her, saying, "Old lady, I'm a doctor. I can treat your injuries and it's simple. One injection and you'll be lively again. Would you like to try?" As she spoke, Yun Bei took out a silver needle and waved it in front of the old lady. Seeing the long silver needle, the old lady was immediately frightened. She stopped pretending to be hurt, jumped up, and ran to another train car. Seeing how easily Yun Bei dealt with the troublesome old lady, everyone looked at her differently. When Yun Bei returned to her seat, the noise around her quieted down a bit. At that moment, the woman who had almost been robbed approached Yun Bei and said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the money I saved for my daughter's treatment might have been stolen. If that happened, how could I face my daughter? Please, I don't have anything special to offer as thanks. This is some food I made myself. I hope you won't mind," the woman said as she handed Yun Bei a corn cake she had brought on the train. Yun Bei politely declined, saying, "You don't need to be so kind. If it were someone else, they would have helped too. Keep the cake for yourself. You need to take care of your daughter. You need to eat well to have the strength to care for her, right?" Not only did Yun Bei refuse the cake, but she also gave the woman a few boiled eggs she had prepared. At first, the woman didn't want to accept them, but in the end, Yun Bei quietly placed them in her pocket when she wasn't looking. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went smoothly and there were no more disturbances, so Yun Bei did not face any retaliation. Yun Bei spent 2 days and 1 night on the train before finally arriving in Liangcheng. It was afternoon when they arrived, and Yun Bei picked up her luggage and followed the crowd off the train. As soon as she got off, she spotted the woman she had helped before. Yun Bei did not expect that the other person was also heading to Liangcheng. The kind lady saw Yun Bei and greeted her with a smile. Remembering the few eggs in her pocket, the lady thanked Yun Bei again. "You're too polite, ma'am. It's just a few eggs." Yun Bei waved her hand, preparing to leave. However, the lady directly grabbed Yun Bei's clothing and said hesitantly, "Miss, may I ask if you know any medical skills?" "What's the matter?" Yun Bei raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. She didn't expect her to ask this. "Well, I saw you using a silver needle to scare that woman on the train." Hearing this, Yun Bei smiled and nodded, saying, "You guessed right, I know a little bit." "Really?" The lady's eyes lit up, and she tightened her grip on Yun Bei, saying, "Miss, I have a special request." "Go ahead, ma'am." Yun Bei had a good impression of the lady and was happy to talk to her. "My daughter is very ill, and the doctors at the hospital said it's hard to treat. I would like to ask you to take a look at her. No matter the outcome, I won't blame you." Yun Bei looked at the lady, seeing the pleading in her eyes, and couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. "All right, I'll go with you to take a look." "Really?" The lady's face lit up with joy, and she almost knelt down to thank Yun Bei. Fortunately, Yun Bei was quick and grabbed her, preventing her from kneeling. After leaving the train station, Yun Bei did not rush to find a guest house, but followed the lady to the hospital first. Upon arriving, it was just after work hours. However, the doctors were not leaving. Instead, they hurriedly went to a certain ward. Seeing the busy doctors and nurses, the lady had a bad feeling. She quickly grabbed a nurse and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me which ward Peng Yuhua is in?" Upon hearing the patient's name, the nurse's expression changed slightly. "May I ask, who are you to Peng Yuhua?" "I am her mother. Please follow me." The nurse quickly led the lady to the ward. The nurse brought the lady to the entrance of a ward filled with doctors and nurses, quickly squeezed inside, and said to an older doctor inside, "Dr. Guan, Peng Yuhua's mother has arrived." "Where is she?" "Let her in quickly." Dr. Guan did not turn around. While examining Peng Yuhua's condition, he instructed the nurse to bring someone in. Peng Yuhua's condition was not good. She had already been declared critically ill several times. Previously, it was her family members who received the notifications. It was said that her husband was on a mission and had not returned. This time, Peng Yuhua was in even greater danger and could pass away at any moment. Her mother had arrived just in time to see her one last time. "Auntie, come in quickly." The nurse came out and, seeing Aunt Peng trying to squeeze in, took her hand and guided her inside. Yun Bei tossed her luggage into the hallway and followed. She could tell that the patient's condition was serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many doctors around. "Doctor, how is my daughter?" Aunt Peng asked as soon as she entered, looking at the elderly doctor standing by her daughter's bedside. Earlier, a neighbor had sent a telegram saying that her daughter's condition was not good and urged them to come quickly. They had delayed a bit while raising money, which was why they arrived today. "The situation is not good." Dr. Guan turned to Aunt Peng, feeling a bit of pity, but knowing he had to tell her the truth. Peng Yuhua had suffered severe bleeding due to a miscarriage. Although she had been rescued, the lack of medication had worsened her condition. They had pulled her back from the brink of death several times before, but this time, he felt powerless. How could this happen? Aunt Peng nearly lost her balance upon hearing this. She leaned over her daughter's bed, looking at her daughter with closed eyes and a pale face, unable to hold back her tears. "Yuhua, my child, I'm here. Please open your eyes and look at me," Aunt Peng cried out, deeply saddened. At that moment, she had completely forgotten about Yun Bei's presence. Seeing Aunt Peng's sorrow and the weak patient, Yun Bei stepped forward and reached out to check the pulse. Seeing her actions, a young female doctor immediately shouted, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" Yun Bei ignored her and continued to check the pulse seriously. However, the young doctor became more aggressive and approached to pull Yun Bei away. Dr. Guan noticed Yun Bei's actions and realized she was checking the patient's pulse. Although he thought it might be futile, he stopped the young doctor, saying, "Zhou Qin, stop it."
"Dr. Guan, this is not your concern."
"You can go home now," Dr. Guan said with a dismissive glance at Zhou Qin, sending her away. He knew that Zhou Qin was not someone to be underestimated. Her medical skills are not great, but she is unaware of it and is also quite jealous. She looks down on peers who are better looking or more skilled than her and often tries to cause trouble for them. If it weren't for her connections, she would have been kicked out of the hospital long ago.
Yes.
Zhou Qin was a bit unhappy, but didn't dare to go against Dr. Guan, so she reluctantly left work. Before leaving, she shot a fierce glare at Yun Bei and said, pretending to be impressive, "Zhou Qin studied Western medicine, but her skills were lacking. She couldn't even treat a common cold." She didn't even understand that Yun Bei was checking the pulse, which is why she said that. The other doctors present heard Zhou Qin's words and showed expressions of mockery, but no one spoke up. They all knew Zhou Qin had connections, so they didn't want to provoke her. Dr. Guan also heard Zhou Qin's comment and opened her mouth to say something but ultimately remained silent. At that moment, Yun Bei had finished checking the pulse and was examining Peng Yuhua's eyes. "Miss, how is my daughter? Can she be saved?" Mrs. Peng had stopped crying long ago, and when she saw Yun Bei pause, she quickly asked,
"Don't worry, ma'am.
Her condition isn't too bad. I'll give her a few acupuncture needles first," Yun Bei said with a reassuring smile. Since her rebirth in the 1970s, Peng Yuhua was her first patient. In her area of expertise, Yun Bei felt confident. However, her words made the other doctors uncomfortable. One reason was her youth, and the other was that her words felt like a slap in the face. All the doctors present were older and more experienced than Yun Bei. If they couldn't save her, why should a young girl like her be able to? Moreover, it seemed she was using traditional Chinese medicine. In recent years, traditional Chinese medicine had been heavily suppressed. Skilled practitioners had been sent away, so what could a young girl like Yun Bei possibly do? As a result, many thought Yun Bei was just trying to show off. As soon as she finished speaking, someone couldn't hold back and said, "Young lady, anyone can talk big. Do you even know what Peng Yuhua's condition is to say such things?" "Of course I know," Yun Bei replied calmly, glancing at the speaker. She then said to Mrs. Prung, "My silver needles are in my bag outside. I'll go get them. Don't worry, your daughter will be fine with me here." I'm not sure if it's because Yun Bei's gaze is too serious or because he is the only one who said he can cure my daughter, but Aunt Peng nodded directly and said, "Okay, I believe you." Hearing this, Yun Bei smiled slightly and stepped out of the hospital room. His luggage was left at the door. Yun Bei pretended to take something from his luggage, but actually took out silver needles from his space. Holding a pack of silver needles, Yun Bei returned to the room. The doctor, seeing Yun Bei enter with the needles, looked at her seriously and asked, "Miss, how confident are you?" "About 80%, Yun Bei replied. In truth, she was fully confident but chose not to say so. The doctor, though somewhat skeptical, didn't say much more. Instead, he told the other doctors and nurses, "You two stay, the rest can go home." However, no one left. Everyone wanted to see what this person who seemed to be boasting could really do. With a curious attitude, they closely watched Yun Bei's actions. Yun Bei sensed the many curious gazes, but didn't say anything. Having experienced many big events in her past life, she felt no nervousness, even with so many people in the room. Aunt Peng, on the other hand, looked at Yun Bei with some anxiety and asked, "Miss, how can we assist you? Please be quiet and keep your distance so I can work without interruption." "Okay, I'll step back a bit," Aunt Peng replied, pulling the doctor aside. Although the doctor was her daughter's primary physician, whether her daughter would survive now depended on Yun Bei. Therefore, she wouldn't allow any unexpected events to occur. The doctor wanted to observe closely but realized that being too close might hinder Yun Bei, so she stepped aside. With a large space cleared by the hospital bed, Yun Bei quickly unbuttoned Peng Yuhua's clothing and swiftly inserted the silver needles into her body. Her speed was impressive, and by the time everyone reacted, Peng Yuhua was already covered in needles. Seeing the needles, everyone felt a mix of fear and awe. In just a few seconds, Yun Bei had expertly and steadily inserted the needles into the patient. Once she demonstrated her skill, the way everyone looked at her changed instantly. If they had doubts about her medical skills before, at that moment, they began to believe she had real talent. Yun Bei didn't care what others thought. After finishing the acupuncture, she kept watching the changes in Peng Yuhua's complexion. When she saw that Peng Yuhua's face was slowly regaining color, she took out a few more silver needles and placed them on her body. After those needles were inserted, Peng Yuhua slowly opened her eyes. When she saw a strange girl standing in front of her, she was momentarily confused. After a while, she asked, "Miss, who are you?" Although Mrs. Peng was standing a bit far away, she had been watching her daughter closely. When she saw her daughter open her eyes, she felt a rush of excitement and quickly stepped forward, calling out, "Yuhua." "Mother, what are you doing here?" Peng Yuhua was both surprised and happy to see her mother, and wanted to sit up. Seeing her daughter's movement, Mrs. Peng was startled and quickly stepped forward to reassure her, "Yuhua, don't get too excited. The doctor is treating you, and you have needles in you." "Treating me? Needles?" Peng Yuhua was momentarily stunned and looked at her body. When she saw all the needles, she nearly fainted. "Mother, what is this?" Peng Yuhua was too shocked to move and looked at her mother in confusion, not understanding why there were so many needles in her. "Yuhua, don't ask right now. Wait until the doctor takes the needles out, and I will explain," Mrs. Peng said. Peng Yuhua fell silent. Alternating her gaze between the silver needles and Yun Bei, her mind gradually becoming clearer. If she remembered correctly, The doctor who treated her earlier should have been Dr. Guan, but now it was this girl in front of her who was doing the acupuncture. She wondered if this girl was sent by the hospital, or if her mother had found her. Yun Bei noticed Peng Yuhua wanted to move, but was hesitant, so she reminded her, just hang in there for another 15 minutes. Yuhua, listen to the doctor, Mrs. Peng urged. I understand. Peng Yuhua nodded and decided to close her eyes again, thinking that if she couldn't see it, she wouldn't be scared. Seeing her close her eyes again made Mrs. Peng a bit worried. Before she could speak, Yun Bei anticipated her concern and said reassuringly, don't worry. The fact that Peng Yuhua had woken up surprised Dr. Guan and the other doctors who were watching. They no longer dared to underestimate Yun Bei. They had tried various methods to help Peng Yuhua, but her condition had only worsened. Yet, after just a few needles from Yun Bei, Peng Yuhua not only regained color in her face, but also woke up. This was enough to show that her medical skills surpassed theirs. Indeed, you can't judge a person by their appearance, just like you can't measure the sea with a cup. Yun Bei looks young, but her medical skills are exceptional. As soon as the 15 minutes were up, Yun Bei began to remove the needles. Just like when she inserted them, in the blink of an eye, the silver needles on Peng Yuhua's body vanished without a trace. When she finished taking out the last needle, Aunt Peng eagerly asked, Miss, is my daughter all right? I've temporarily pulled her back from the brink. However, for a full recovery, it will take at least a month. I will write you a prescription shortly. Please follow it and have her take the medicine for 10 days. Once she finishes, I will adjust the prescription. Okay, we understand. Please write the prescription now. I will go get the medicine right away. Aunt Peng was anxious, fearing that any delay might worsen her daughter's condition. Yun Bei nodded, took out a notebook from her pocket, quickly wrote a prescription, tore off the paper, and handed it to Aunt Peng, saying, Aunt, go get the medicine. I will stay here and watch over her. Thank you so much, Aunt Peng said hurriedly as she left to get the medicine. Once she was gone, Dr. Guan found the opportunity to speak with Yun Bei, asking, Miss, your medical skills are impressive. May I ask who your teacher is? I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that right now, Yun Bei replied apologetically. You know the situation outside. If it weren't to save lives, I wouldn't reveal my skills. Upon hearing this, Dr. Guan immediately understood. Traditional Chinese medicine is currently under severe pressure, and many skilled practitioners have been sidelined. If it were someone else, they would have kept their medical abilities hidden. But Yun Bei openly displayed her skills to help others. Fortunately, she intervened. Otherwise, Comrade Peng might not have survived another 3 days. Don't worry, we will keep this confidential. Thank you, Yun Bei said gratefully. I will stay here with her. She will be fine. You all have worked hard today, so you should leave early. All right, we will head out now. If you need anything, you can find the on-duty doctor or nurse. Okay. Yun Bei nodded, watching as Dr. Guan and the other doctors and nurses left. Once everyone else in the hospital room had left, Yun Bei looked at Peng Yuhua and asked, How are you feeling now? I feel much better, and I'm not as weak as before. By the way, I still don't know your name, doctor. My name is Yun Bei. Yun Bei introduced herself to Peng Yuhua and took her pulse, saying, You had a miscarriage and didn't take proper care of yourself, so your body is quite weak. If possible, you should replenish your strength. Otherwise, it could affect your health and future children. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Yun. If it weren't for you, I might have been in serious trouble. You're welcome. As a doctor, it's my duty to help others.
Yun Bei smiled.
Even though traditional medicine was facing challenges, she still helped Peng Yuhua. She couldn't bear to see this young life fade away. If she were powerless, that would be one thing. But since she had the ability, she wouldn't just stand by. Soon, Aunt Peng prepared the medicine and brought it to Yun Bei for approval before boiling it. Once Yun Bei confirmed that the medicine was fine, she went to find a place to prepare it. Yun Bei stayed in the room with Peng Yuhua, chatting for a while. When she noticed Peng Yuhua looking tired, she encouraged her to rest. After Peng Yuhua closed her eyes and fell asleep, Yun Bei realized she was quite hungry. She stepped outside to bring in her luggage and took out a piece of bread to eat. After satisfying her hunger, Yun Bei began to think about what she needed to do next. First, she needed to learn about the situation in Liang City to see if she could find a job. Even if she couldn't find work, she needed to find a way to earn money. She had many items in her space, including herbs and food. If she couldn't find a job, she might have to consider selling those things. So, she needed to check the job openings in the major factories in Liang City and see if there were any black markets. Of course, she could ask Si Nanzhao for help in finding a job, but Yun Bei preferred to rely on herself. If she could find work through her own efforts, she wouldn't need to ask for favors and owe anyone. Because debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Even if it was her parents who arranged her engagement, Yun Bei didn't want to trouble anyone. She didn't like owing favors or relying on others. Depending on others can lead to trouble, and relying on a crumbling foundation is not a joke. Yun Bei was planning her future while waiting for Aunt Peng to bring the medicine. Over an hour later, Aunt Peng arrived with the prepared medicine and dinner. She knew Yun Bei hadn't eaten, so she made a special trip to buy food. Seeing her daughter asleep again, Aunt Peng felt worried and asked Yun Bei, "Is my daughter okay?" "She's fine. She's just sleeping. You can wake her up," Yun Bei replied. "Okay, thank you," Aunt Peng said gratefully, then woke her daughter to take the medicine. After a nap, Peng Yuhua felt much better. When she saw her mother had prepared the medicine, she quickly took it without hesitation. Once she finished the medicine, Aunt Peng had time to talk and asked why she was in the hospital alone and why no one was there to care for her. Hearing her mother's question, Peng Yuhua was silent for a moment before saying, "My husband is on a mission, and my mother-in-law said she is too old to take care of me." Aunt Peng's expression changed upon hearing this. She knew her daughter's mother-in-law well. Not only did her daughter's miscarriage relate to her, but this illness likely had something to do with her as well. Yun Bei didn't want to get involved in family matters, so she took the opportunity while Aunt Peng and her daughter were catching up to say goodbye. When Aunt Peng heard Yun Bei was leaving, she took out 10 yuan and said, "Thank you for today. I can't accompany you to find a place to stay, so you'll have to go alone. Please take this 10 yuan. Don't think it's too little." "Auntie, it's fine. Just take care of your daughter. I'll come back tomorrow to check on her. If everything is okay, you can go home to rest. Just give me your address, and I'll return in 10 days for a follow-up and adjust the prescription." "Okay, I understand. We'll wait for you here tomorrow. But please accept this money. It's a small token of our gratitude. I wish I could thank you properly, but our situation is limited right now. Once my daughter is better, I will express my gratitude properly." Yun Bei looked at Aunt Peng, knowing she wouldn't feel at ease if she refused the money. In the end, she accepted it and took her luggage to find a place to stay. Unfamiliar with the area, she asked a nurse on duty for directions to the guest house before heading there. It was already 8 in the evening, and the streets were quiet. Yun Bei walked alone with her luggage, feeling the stillness around her. As she walked, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. However, thinking it had nothing to do with her, she continued walking straight ahead. However, unexpectedly, just a few steps later, the footsteps reached her side. Not only was she pulled with great force, but she also bumped into someone. Before Yun Bei could react, a large hand grabbed her neck. Then, she heard a rough voice in her ear. "Stop. Otherwise, I will hurt her." Yun Bei never imagined that she would be taken hostage just for looking for a place to stay. However, she wasn't scared. Even though her neck was being held, she knew she could escape if she wanted to. But the fact that this person dared to take her hostage and threatened her made her quite upset. So, she decided to show him that she was not to be underestimated. At that moment, the man who had been chasing them stopped, and a deep male voice reached Yun Bei's ears. "What do you want?" Sinan Zhao asked calmly, looking at the criminal and then at Yun Bei, who was being held. They had forced this person down this road because it was less crowded. But unexpectedly, they encountered someone, and it was a woman. When Yun Bei heard Sinan Zhao's voice, she looked up at him. The sky was getting dark, and Sinan Zhao was a bit far away, so she could only see his general outline. She noticed he was tall, probably around 6 feet tall, and had sharp eyes that were focused on them. "Let her go, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take someone down with me," the criminal said, feeling a mix of pride and arrogance. The criminal thought he was doomed today, but unexpectedly, he found a hostage here. With a hostage in hand, he felt he had endless possibilities. Sinan Zhao naturally did not want to let the criminal go, but he also didn't want the hostage to be harmed. He decided to buy time while waiting for his teammates to arrive. So, he began to negotiate with the criminal. Don't act impulsively. Don't harm the hostage, or you will face even worse consequences. I don't want to hurt the hostage, but if you keep pushing, I have no choice, the criminal replied, tightening his grip. Yun Bei found it harder to breathe as her neck was squeezed. This made her face turn pale, and she decided to take matters into her own hands. She knew that if she didn't save herself, it would be difficult for the person on the other side to rescue her. After all, she was the hostage, and the criminal might do anything to escape. To protect herself and avoid causing trouble for others, she decided to find a way on her own. At that moment, Yun Bei had no idea that the man across from her was her fiance, Sinan Zhao, whom she had traveled a long way to find. Of course, Sinan Zhao also did not know that the hostage in front of him was Yun Bei, the one who had sent him a telegram saying she was coming to find him. He assumed she was just on a business trip or visiting relatives, given the luggage she was carrying. I won't move or pressure you, but you must ensure the hostage's safety. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will not let you go, he said. In that case, let me go and stop chasing me. I promise that once I am safe, I will release the hostage, the criminal insisted, eager to leave the area. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yun Bei quickly pulled out a silver needle and swiftly attacked the criminal. Caught off guard, he cried out in pain and released her. Once free, Yun Bei quickly subdued the criminal, causing him to scream in agony. The sudden turn of events happened so fast that by the time Sinan Zhao reacted, Yun Bei had already restrained the criminal. Sinan Zhao regained his composure and stepped forward, looking at the criminal with hatred in his eyes. Thank you for handling this.
Please hand him over to me, he said.
Yun Bei nodded and handed the criminal over to Sinan Zhao. After that, she prepared to leave, but Sinan Zhao called out to her, asking, "Could you tell me where you live and your name?" Yun Bei glanced at him and smiled. I just arrived today and was about to check into a guest house. My surname is Yun, and my name is Yun Bei. Yun Bei, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. I'll come find you once I'm done, Sinan Zhao said. Yun Bei nodded and watched as Sinan Zhao took the criminal away. As they left, the criminal glared at her and said, "Woman, just wait. I won't spare you." Yun Bei smiled lightly, picked up her luggage, and headed towards the guest house. She didn't take the criminal's words to heart. In her view, now that he was captured, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even if he did, he might not find her. And even if he did, she was not afraid. In her past life, she had faced countless dangerous individuals and had seen it all. Are you still afraid of him? After walking for another 5 minutes, Yun Bei finally saw the sign for the guest house. She was lucky. Even though it was already evening, there were still available rooms. Yun Bei requested a room and went straight to her accommodation with her belongings. The first thing she did upon entering her room was lock the door, then she went to take a shower. After several days on the train, she hadn't had a chance to wash, and she felt quite uncomfortable. Now that she was at a place to stay, she was determined to clean up. After her shower, Yun Bei washed her clothes and hung them outside to dry. Once she finished, she realized she was hungry. Earlier at the hospital, she had only eaten a small snack, and she hadn't touched the meal that Aunt Peng bought because she knew Aunt Peng hadn't eaten either, so she left it for her. After showering and eating, Yun Bei felt rejuvenated. She moved around her space a bit to digest, and noticing it was getting late, she prepared to rest. Just as she was about to lie down, she noticed a few red envelopes, which were the rewards from the police and thank you money from others. She hadn't looked at them before and had tossed them into her space. Now, seeing them, Yun Bei opened them. To her surprise, there was quite a bit of money. The police had given her 2,000, likely as a reward for discovering where Hong Jie and the others had hidden their money without taking any for herself. As for the thank you money, each person had given her around 100. Adding it all up, Yun Bei had received over 2,000. She put the money together and then lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Sinan Zhao had taken the suspect to the police station and conducted an overnight interrogation. By the time he finished, it was already 1 or 2 in the morning. He thought about how quickly they had caught the criminal, thanks to the help of the hostage. Wait, the hostage was named Yun Bei, right?
Yun Bei?
Wasn't she his fiance, who was supposed to come looking for him? He felt a bit regretful for not realizing it last night. He lightly tapped his head and prepared to find Yun Bei. After taking a few steps, he remembered it was already early morning, and she was likely asleep. It wouldn't be good to disturb her now. So, he decided to find a place to rest, and thought he would look for her first thing in the morning. The next morning, when Sinan Zhao was ready to find her, a fellow soldier came looking for him. This delayed his search for Yun Bei once again. Unbeknownst to Yun Bei, the person she had met yesterday was Sinan Zhao, who already knew her identity and was planning to find her. After a good night's sleep, she felt completely refreshed. After a simple breakfast in her room, she went to the hospital to visit the Peng mother and daughter. After getting an injection, taking medicine, and having a nap yesterday, Peng Yuhua felt much better and no longer looked as pale as before. When Yun Bei arrived, she saw the mother and daughter leaning against the head of the bed, having breakfast together. Seeing Yun Bei, they immediately put down their bowls and asked, "Dr. Yun, you're here. Have you had breakfast? Would you like some?" "No, thank you. I've already eaten," Yun Bei replied, shaking her head and took a seat nearby. Just as she sat down, a nurse walked in and said to her, "Comrade, the hospital director would like to see you." Upon hearing this, the Peng mother and daughter became anxious. They said, "Nurse, why does the director want to see Dr. Yun? Is everything okay?" Mrs. Peng had only learned last night how much traditional Chinese medicine was being suppressed, leaving the hospital without any practitioners. She worried that Yun Bei might face trouble after treating her daughter. If that happened, she would feel guilty for life. So, when she heard the director wanted to see Yun Bei, her concern grew. Seeing Mrs. Peng's worried expression, Yun Bei smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, it should be fine." The nurse understood Mrs. Peng's concern and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, it might be good news." Yun Bei felt a bit curious, but didn't ask further. She would find out once she met the director. Mrs. Peng and Peng Yuhua felt relieved after hearing the nurse's words and continued their breakfast. Yun Bei quickly arrived at the director's office. The nurse knocked on the door, received a response, and then led Yun Bei inside. "Director Yang, this is the comrade who brought Peng Yuhua back from the brink yesterday." "Okay, understood.
You can leave now."
After the nurse left, Director Yang looked at Yun Bei and said, "Comrade Yun Bei, I heard about your heroic act yesterday. You truly are impressive. May I ask, how old are you?" "Just turned 18, Yun Bei replied honestly. "Only 18? Director Yang was surprised. He hadn't expected someone so young to have such remarkable skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Although he hadn't witnessed her saving someone, those who did said she was very skilled, especially with her quick and precise needlework. Moreover, when she administered the injection, she surprisingly brought back Peng Yuhua, who had been critically ill several times, from the brink of death." "Yes." Yun Bei nodded, smiling at the other person, and asked, "I wonder why the director called me here?" Director Yang hesitated for a moment while looking at Yun Bei, then asked, "Comrade Yun Bei, I want to know, do you only practice traditional Chinese medicine?" The hospital is short on talent, and he recognized Yun Bei's skills. However, traditional Chinese medicine is facing significant challenges, and if Yun Bei only knows that, it could be problematic. So, if she also knows Western medicine, there would be no issue. But he also understood that given her age, being so skilled in traditional Chinese medicine already makes her exceptional, so it would be unrealistic to expect her to know Western medicine as well. Still, he held onto a glimmer of hope and asked. Unexpectedly, Yun Bei's answer surprised him greatly. "A little. You know Western medicine too?" Director Yang was somewhat shocked, looking at Yun Bei with disbelief, and asked, "You're not joking, are you?" "Director Yang, if you want to know if I really can, just test me," Yun Bei replied confidently. In her past life, as a special agent, She had to take on various identities to complete missions. But her main identity was that of a doctor, excelling in both traditional and Western medicine. All right, there will be a minor surgery soon, and I will be the lead surgeon. You can be my assistant. Sure, Yun Bei agreed readily. She was confident she could handle not just minor surgeries, but major ones as well. Then it's settled. After saying this, Director Yang made a phone call. Shortly after, the nurse who had been there before came back and to take Yun Bei for pre-surgery preparations. To ease Aunt Peng's worries, Yun Bei took a moment to inform her and rescheduled Peng Yuhua's checkup for after the surgery. At 9 a.m., Yun Bei followed Director Yang into the operating room. She was already familiar with the patient's condition. It was just a minor appendectomy. Therefore, once inside the operating room, she directly said to Director Yang, "If you trust me, I can lead the surgery." "Are you sure?" Director Yang looked at Yun Bei in surprise, not expecting her to make such a request. If it were anyone else, he would have refused without a second thought. But Yun Bei's gaze was so confident and firm that after thinking it over, he agreed. An appendectomy is not a major surgery, and he would be right there watching. If there are any issues, he can stop it in time and take over. Sure. Yun Bei nodded. In her previous life, her assistant performed such surgeries. Now, to show Director Yang her skills, she decided to do it herself. All right, you'll be the lead surgeon. When Director Yang said this, everyone else was surprised. Yesterday, the news of Yun Bei saving Peng Yuhua had already spread in the hospital. People knew she was skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, but they didn't expect she could perform surgery too. After all, she was still quite young. When did she even start learning? Some people, twice her age and with many years in the hospital, were afraid to step onto the operating table. Yun Bei didn't care about their gazes. Since she had decided to lead, she had to show her professional level. Once prepared, Yun Bei signaled to Director Yang that they could begin. While Yun Bei was undergoing Director Yang's test, Si Nanzhao finally found the guest house where Yun Bei was staying. When he asked the front desk staff which room she was in, he was told she had already left. Do you know where she went? Si Nanzhao didn't expect his timing to be so off. If he had known Yun Bei would go out, he would have come earlier. Honestly, it was better not to know she was looking for him yesterday. Now that he did, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, it was her first time in Liang City, and she wasn't familiar with the area. He worried something might happen to her. Even though he didn't want to get married, he didn't want Yun Bei to encounter any trouble because she came to find him. I'm not sure, she didn't say. The staff member shook her head. She only knew Yun Bei had left because she had registered her arrival the night before. Yun Bei was quite pretty, and since she came in the evening, she remembered her. Si Nanzhao felt a bit disappointed and turned to leave the guest house. He then walked around the area for a bit, and seeing it was getting late, he returned to the police station. His comrades greeted him with smiles, saying, "Captain, where have you been? We were waiting for you to return." "Let's go." Si Nanzhao glanced at everyone and then at the direction of the guest house, deciding to head back to the unit first. As for Yun Bei, he could only wait for her to come to him. At the hospital, Yun Bei's surgery went very smoothly. Director Yang watched with increasing delight and secretly decided he would do whatever it took to keep her. Honestly, if he were to perform the surgery, he wouldn't do it better than Yun Bei. After coming out of the operating room, Yun Bei changed her clothes and hurried to Peng Yuhua's hospital room. Before she arrived, she heard a commotion. She stopped a nurse who had just come out of the room and asked, "What's happening inside?" "Comrade Peng's mother-in-law is here, and she is arguing with Comrade Peng's mother." Hearing this, Yun Bei's expression darkened. Peng Yuhua needed peace and should not be upset. Sure enough, when she entered the room and saw Peng Yuhua's face, which had finally regained some color, turn pale again, she frowned and shouted, "Be quiet. If you want to argue, take it outside. Can't you see the patient is getting upset?" At her words, Peng's mother turned to look at her daughter and was so shocked that she nearly lost her composure. She rushed to her daughter's bedside and asked, "Yuhua, are you okay?" As for Peng Yuhua's mother-in-law, seeing her daughter's condition, she felt a jolt of fear and quickly said, "This is not my fault." After saying that, she hurried out of the room, looking like she wanted to escape. However, Yun Bei, who had fought hard to bring someone back from the brink, was not going to let her go so easily. So, she shouted at Peng Yuhua's mother-in-law, "Stop." Then, addressing the onlookers, she said, "Whoever helps me keep an eye on her and doesn't let her escape will get 50 cents. As soon as she said this, the crowd, which had been hesitant to get involved, became eager to help. Peng Yuhua's mother-in-law was soon blocked in the hallway and couldn't leave. Unable to escape, Peng Yuhua's mother-in-law angrily shouted all sorts of insults. Yun Bei heard her, but she didn't have time to deal with that. Instead, she focused on treating Peng Yuhua, as the situation had worsened again. Seeing Yun Bei take out silver needles once more, Peng's mother felt deep regret. If she had known this would affect her daughter, she wouldn't have argued with her mother-in-law. She couldn't help it, though. Her daughter was so ill, and her son-in-law was not home. Instead of caring for her, her mother-in-law came to the hospital and mocked her, saying her daughter was just pretending. She even said that if her daughter was going to die, it would be better to do it sooner to avoid burdening her son. She claimed that once her daughter was gone, she would quickly find her son a new wife. Such words would infuriate anyone, even strangers, let alone a mother. In her view, her daughter's illness was entirely caused by that old woman. So, Mrs. Prung directly started arguing with her, even getting physical. Seeing them fight, Peng Yuhua felt both angry and anxious, unable to get out of bed to intervene, which only made her more upset. In the end, her inability to help made her health worse. Yun Bei gave Peng Yuhua an injection to calm her down, advising her not to get too excited or angry and to maintain a peaceful mindset. Then, she turned to Mrs. Peng and said, "Auntie, nothing is more important than your daughter's health. If you want to settle scores, wait until she is better and out of danger." "I understand. I'm sorry, Dr. Yun, for causing you trouble." "You didn't trouble me. You almost harmed your daughter. If I hadn't been at the hospital today, things could have been much worse for her. Next time, be careful not to upset her or make her anxious." "I will remember that." Mrs. Peng nodded. After today's lesson, she would definitely prioritize her daughter's well-being. After speaking with Mrs. Peng, Yun Bei left the hospital room and saw the old woman still shouting, unable to leave because she was being held back. Yun Bei's expression darkened. Though she was slender, she was attractive. With a serious look on her face, she exuded an invisible pressure that silenced the shouting woman. "Go on, keep shouting. Why have you stopped?" Yun Bei coldly looked at the old woman and said, "If anything happens to Peng Yuhua, you will be the one responsible. Taking a life means facing consequences. You will not only go to jail but also bring trouble to your family. If that's what you want, then go ahead and keep shouting and mistreating your daughter-in-law." "I didn't mean to." The old woman became anxious when her son was mentioned. Her son was her pride, and he had brought her much respect over the years, making her look good in front of others. The only thing she was unhappy about was that he married a woman who couldn't have children. They had been married for 2 years and still hadn't had a son or daughter. At that moment, she completely forgot that half a year ago, Peng Yuhua lost a child because of her. If she hadn't come from her hometown insisting on taking care of Peng Yuhua, she wouldn't have miscarried and lost her first child. Originally, after the miscarriage, Peng Yuhua needed proper care. But instead of taking care of her, the old woman criticized Peng Yuhua for being useless, saying she couldn't even carry a child. Not only did she refuse to help her recover, but she also made Peng Yuhua serve her. Peng Yuhua is like dough, always getting bullied and never speaking up or complaining. Instead, she defends Lu Posey's reputation and pretends everything is harmonious in front of the men. She thinks that by doing this, Lu Posey will notice her goodness and treat her better. Little does she know, this only makes Lu Posey more aggressive, leading to the current situation.
Not at all.
Yun Bei sneered and said, "Who is just here cursing? Who caused Peng Yuhua's condition to worsen? I'll tell you, if it weren't for me, Peng Yuhua would have gone to meet the king of hell today. So, you should thank me. But what have you done?"
"Just keep cursing at me."
"Do you think that by doing this I won't be able to deal with you?" As Yun Bei spoke, she revealed a silver needle and said, "I'm not your daughter-in-law who will let you hit and scold me." Since you cursed me, there will be a price to pay. What price? Lu Posey became flustered and instinctively feared Yun Bei. You'll be punished to be mute for a month. After saying this, Yun Bei swiftly pricked Lu Posey with a silver needle. Lu Posey panicked, wanting to scream and beg for mercy, but as soon as she opened her mouth to say a word, she couldn't say anything else. Yun Bei's action not only frightened Lu Posey, but also successfully intimidated others around them. They looked at Yun Bei with newfound respect. Unable to speak and terrified, Lu Posey knelt down before Yun Bei, repeatedly bowing her head. Aunt Peng watched this scene with great satisfaction and turned to tell her daughter. Hearing this, Peng Yuhua was also very happy. However, she felt a bit worried that Yun Bei might attract trouble. Seeing her daughter's concern, Aunt Peng said directly, Yuhua, don't worry. Dr. Yun knows what she's doing. I just heard someone say that the director is looking for her, which is a good thing. She might even stay and work at this hospital. Really? Peng Yuhua was delighted for Yun Bei. She had already learned from her mother that Yun Bei came here to find her family. She thought that for a girl to have a job in a strange place would provide some security. If only she herself had a job, she wouldn't be in such a situation. At this moment, Peng Yuhua was completely unaware that her current predicament was due to her lack of work and her weakness. If she had been a bit stronger, Lu Posey wouldn't dare treat her this way. Really, so just rest assured. Take good care of your health. Don't worry about anything else. I understand. Lu Posey bowed her head many times, but it was useless. Yun Bei had no intention of helping her at all. She put away the silver needles and said to the people who had just helped watch Lu Posey, Thank you for your help earlier. Here's a reward for you. Please share it among yourselves. Yun Bei took out 3 coins, which meant each of the 6 people would get 50 cents. However, those people did not accept the money. They were truly frightened by Yun Bei's earlier actions. So, they waved their hands and stepped back, saying, No, we can't take your money. That's right, just put the money away. We'll consider it a good deed. Exactly. That old woman was terrible and almost harmed someone. It was right for us to stop her. Seeing that they genuinely did not want the money, Yun Bei had no choice but to put it away. At that moment, a nurse walked over and said to her, Dr. Yun, the director wants to see you. Yun Bei nodded, informed the Peng family in the ward, and then went to find Director Yang. Director Yang was waiting for her in his office. When he saw her come in, he smiled and said, Xiao Yun, welcome. Please sit down. Yun Bei sat down and was about to ask why the director needed her when he said, Xiao Yun, your medical skills are impressive, and I have high hopes for you. Our hospital urgently needs capable doctors. Would you be interested in working here? Yun Bei replied straightforwardly, Director Yang, to be honest, I do need a job. If you think I can handle it, I would be happy to stay. Your abilities speak for themselves. You will definitely be capable. Since you have no objections, I will have someone take care of the paperwork for you. Thank you.
Yun Bei smilet in gratitude.
After thinking for a moment, she decided to mention what had just happened. If Director Yang thought she had acted incorrectly, or felt she wasn't suitable to be a doctor, it would be better to clarify now. After hearing Yun Bei's words, Director Yang did not think she had done anything wrong but reminded her to be a bit more tactful in the future.
Yun Bei nodded in understanding.
Whether she would stay or not would depend on her feelings. Honestly, dealing with someone like Lu Posey, if she had to be silent for a month, that would be too lenient. Otherwise, she would make sure the woman stayed silent for life. Meanwhile, Lu Posey, seeing Yun Bei leave, stood up anxiously. She wanted to find someone to help her, to plead her case and seek justice, but she couldn't speak, so it was useless. As for her anxious gestures, no one understood them at all. However, someone noticed the scene and decided to use Lu Posey to teach Yun Bei a lesson. That person was Zhou Qin. Yesterday, the moment Zhou Qin saw Yun Bei, she felt a strong dislike. Yun Bei was the most beautiful person she had ever seen. Even though she looked very thin and malnourished, her face was still stunning and hard to look away from. Later, when Yun Bei saved Peng Yuhua with silver needles, Zhou Qin became even more jealous. Yun Bei was not only good-looking but also talented. Of course, that wasn't what made her the angriest. What really upset her was that the director personally took Yun Bei to the operating table. Zhou Qin had been at the hospital for over a year, and not only had she never been on the operating table, but the director had never even looked at her. He just handed her over to Dr. Guan and then ignored her. Dr. Guan didn't teach her much either. He only let her watch from the side and never allowed her to treat patients or prescribe medicine. At this moment, Zhou Qin completely forgot that once, when Dr. Guan was absent, she had treated a pregnant woman and mistakenly prescribed abortion pills instead of pregnancy-preserving medicine. If Dr. Guan hadn't returned in time to catch the mistake, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since then, Dr. Guan strictly ordered Zhou Qin not to treat patients alone or prescribe medicine. This made Zhou Qin very upset for a long time, and she even sought help from her connections. But when it comes to life and death, connections don't help much. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable Zhou Qin felt, and she decided to give Yun Bei a warning. Originally, she planned to find someone outside, but now that Lu Posey was there, she didn't need to look for anyone else. Seeing Lu Posey leave the hospital, Zhou Qin immediately chased after her. Meanwhile, Yun Bei was busy with paperwork, unaware that trouble was coming her way. After completing her onboarding paperwork, Yun Bei became a surgeon at Liangcheng First People's Hospital. With her medical skills, she could handle both surgery and internal medicine. However, the hospital was short-staffed in surgery, especially for someone who could operate. When the hospital learned that Yun Bei had no place to stay, they arranged a single dormitory for her. Since Yun Bei had other matters to attend to, she wouldn't officially start working until 3 days later. With a place to stay, Yun Bei decided not to stay at the guest house anymore. She cleaned her dormitory and bought some daily necessities before checking out of the guest house. The staff at the guest house informed Yun Bei that Si Nanzhao was looking for her after she returned. However, Si Nanzhao didn't leave his name, and Yun Bei didn't know who was looking for her, so she didn't think much of it. After settling her luggage in the hospital dormitory, Yun Bei went out. She planned to find Si Nanzhao the next day, so she decided to explore Liang City in the afternoon to get familiar with the area. To do this, she borrowed a bicycle from Director Yang. She spent the entire afternoon wandering around Liang City. What she didn't know was that Si Nanzhao was preoccupied all day, waiting for her to come find him. But by the time work ended, Yun Bei still hadn't shown up. He even asked the soldiers on duty if anyone had come looking for him. When he learned that no one had, he felt extremely disappointed and a bit worried. Logically, Yun Bei was supposed to be coming to see him, and after a whole day, she should have found him by now. But there was no news from her at all. Was something wrong? The more he thought about it, the more anxious Si Nanzhao became. Especially recalling the criminal's threatening words from last night, he worried that the person might have accomplices. Unable to sit still, he went to his superior to request leave, planning to head to Liang City that night to find her. Fortunately, the military base wasn't far from Liang City. It was only a short drive away. After getting leave, Si Nanzhao quickly borrowed a vehicle and rushed to Liang City. Upon arrival, he headed straight for the guest house. To his dismay, the staff informed him that Yun Bei had checked out that morning. What did you say? She checked out this morning? Si Nanzhao felt even more worried, never expecting Yun Bei to leave so early. If she had checked out, shouldn't she have come to find him? Why hadn't she come to the base after he left? In a place where she was unfamiliar, where could she have gone? Could something really have happened? Thinking this, Si Nanzhao thanked the guesthouse staff and headed to the police station. The person they had arrested last night was still there. He planned to ask if that person had done anything to Yun Bei. When the criminal saw Si Nanzhao, his eyes burned with anger. He hadn't forgotten that it was Si Nanzhao who had caught him, ending his thrilling life. If he could, he would have killed Si Nanzhao. Hearing the man ask if he had any accomplices and if he had harmed the hostage from yesterday, he immediately smiled and replied, "I won't tell you. You can guess for yourself." The criminal noticed how much Si Nanzhao cared about Yun Bei and deliberately tried to hurt him. Since he couldn't take revenge or kill the other person, making him feel bad was a small way to vent his anger. Moreover, He blamed both Si Nanzhao and the hostage for his capture. If the hostage hadn't first injected him and then broken his hand, he might not have been caught. Now, hearing the man suggest that something had happened to the hostage made him very happy, as if fate was on his side. To dig deeper, the criminal boldly said a few more things. That woman is quite attractive. My brother is lucky. Is that woman yours? But you're too late. She's probably already been taken by my brother. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao clenched his fists, ready to strike. The criminal, seeing this, became frightened and shouted, "Hey, don't get angry. I really don't know where my brother is. Even if you pressure me, it won't help. Of course, you can hurt me, but I still won't know." "Captain C, please calm down," said the police officer, worried about the situation. He stepped forward and added, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We've interrogated him for a long time, and he hasn't told us a single truth." "Exactly, Captain C. Don't act impulsively. If you're looking for someone, my team will help you find them." With the officer's persuasion, Si Nanzhao slowly calmed down. He realized he almost fell for the criminal's trap. If he hurt someone, not only would he face consequences, but the criminal would also need to go to the hospital. The hospital's security wasn't as strong as the police station's, making it easier for his accomplices to rescue him. Perhaps that was the criminal's intention all along, trying to provoke him. However, he was genuinely worried about Yun Bei. He feared that as a girl in an unfamiliar place, she might be in danger. After all, she had come for him. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to escape blame. Not only would the old man not forgive him, but he would also feel guilty for the rest of his life. "Just wait. If what you say is true, I won't let you off," Si Nanzhao warned the criminal coldly before leaving the holding room. Then, he shared the information about the person he was looking for with the police officers, asking them to send a few people to help him search. Yun Bei was unaware that Si Nanzhao was looking for her, but she was indeed in trouble. Since she lived in a single dormitory, it was inconvenient to cook, and the hospital didn't provide dinner, so Yun Bei had to find food outside. However, when she returned from eating at a state-run restaurant, she encountered some troublemakers trying to rob someone. Naturally, Yun Bei wouldn't let such a situation happen and rushed in to help. What she didn't expect was that her act of kindness would lead to more trouble, as the person being robbed was Lu Pozi, the grandmother of Peng Yuhua. Lu Pozi had set this up to frame Yun Bei. Earlier that morning, Zhou Qin had approached her, expressing dislike for Yun Bei and wanting to teach her a lesson. Initially, Zhou Qin thought about reporting Yun Bei for practicing traditional medicine, but after hearing about her surgical skills, she realized that wouldn't work. So, she decided to hire some troublemakers to teach Yun Bei a lesson. To ensure Yun Bei would fall for it, they staged a robbery. Sure enough, with her strong sense of justice, Yun Bei rushed in without hesitation when she heard someone was being robbed. Not only did she fight off the robbers, but she also returned the stolen money to the victim. It was only when she returned the money that she realized the victim was Lu Pozi, and she felt a bad premonition. As expected, Lu Pozi refused to take the money and loudly accused Yun Bei of stealing from her. Just as her cries faded, two men in police uniforms appeared, claiming that Yun Bei was suspected of robbery and that they needed to take her away. Yun Bei understood what was happening. She had fallen into a trap. However, she didn't plan to follow these so-called police officers. First, their arrival was too timely, as if they had been waiting there. Second, she noticed they didn't have any genuine authority. They didn't seem like real police officers. After all, some people may wear uniforms but are not truly in charge. Yun Bei felt that these two didn't resemble police at all. They looked more like troublemakers. Therefore, she refused to go with them. Seeing that Yun Bei wouldn't follow, the two so-called police officers became anxious and attempted to grab her. They had promised Zhou Qin they would take Yun Bei to a secluded place to teach her a lesson, making sure she knew who she shouldn't mess with and whose territory she was in. Watching their actions, Yun Bei became even more certain of her judgment. As the other party tried to grab her, she acted first. Yun Bei was not going to hold back. She quickly disabled both of their hands. The pain from their broken hands made them scream in agony. Lu Posey, witnessing this scene, was completely stunned. She had experienced Yun Bei's ruthlessness before, but she never expected Yun Bei would even attack police officers. So, she stepped back and silently shouted, "Don't come any closer." After Yun Bei broke the hands of the two fake police officers, she walked towards Lu Posey. She ignored Lu Posey's plea to stay away. She couldn't hear her anyway. If they had the ability to scheme against her, they should be able to handle her anger and retaliation. Yun Bei approached Lu Posey, grabbed her by the neck, and coldly asked, "Who is behind you? Who sent you to set me up on my way back to the dorm?" Yun Bei knew that Lu Posey was not clever enough. It was a robbery scheme with fake police officers. She understood that not everyone could wear a police uniform. The only way these two could be in uniform was if they stole it or had someone in their family who was a police officer. Clearly, Lu Posey did not have such connections, so she was definitely being manipulated. Lu Posey was terrified. As soon as Yun Bei asked, she spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, saying both what she should and shouldn't say. Although she couldn't make a sound, Yun Bei could read her lips and understood what she was saying. When she learned the name Zhou Qin from Lu Posey, she couldn't help but smirk. Relationships between people often depend on chemistry. Even though she had only met Zhou Qin once, she knew they could never be friends. However, she didn't expect Zhou Qin to scheme against her simply out of jealousy. To confirm this, Yun Bei also interrogated the thugs and the two fake police officers. Their testimonies were consistent. They all said Zhou Qin had sent them. Now that she knew who was behind it, it was easier to handle. Yun Bei quickly unbuckled the belts of the group and tied them all up, including Lu Posey, and took them to the nearest police station. When Si Nanzhao, who was looking for people at a nearby inn, heard the commotion and rushed over, Yun Bei had already left with the tied-up individuals. The two missed each other again. When Yun Bei handed the suspects over to the police officers, she specifically pointed out the two fake identities. One of the officers recognized one of the imposters and turned pale, angrily pointing at him, unable to speak. Yun Bei immediately understood that the officer must know that person. However, she wisely kept it to herself and left after giving her statement. Back in her dorm, Yun Bei closed the door and entered her space. She decided that from now on, she would have dinner in her space. It was quite chaotic outside, and while she wasn't afraid, she didn't want to deal with trouble. After a good night's sleep, Yun Bei woke up early the next day. She exercised for an hour in her space, took a shower, and then went out. The hospital didn't provide breakfast, so Yun Bei cooked some noodles in her space. After eating, she headed straight to the bus station. She had already found out that the bus station in Liangcheng had buses going to the military base, but there were only 2 trips a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. When Yun Bei arrived, there were still 20 minutes until departure. She bought her ticket and waited for the bus, and soon enough, the passengers gathered. The driver started the bus and drove away. Yun Bei looked out the window at the changing scenery and felt calm. She already had a job, so even if she couldn't find anyone when she arrived, she wouldn't worry. An hour later, the bus stopped at a station near the military base. Yun Bei got off the bus, asked the driver about the return schedule, and then headed towards the military base nearby. Meanwhile, Si Nanzhao had searched for Yun Bei all night in Liangcheng but couldn't find her or any news. Unable to locate her, he had to return to the base. Back at the family compound, Si Nanzhao glanced at the empty house and managed to get some sleep. When he woke up, he received orders for an urgent mission that required him to lead a team. As a soldier, following orders was his duty. Even though Si Nanzhao was still concerned about Yun Bei, he had to take his team to carry out the mission. So, when Yun Bei finally arrived at the military base to find him, Si Nanzhao had already left. However, before leaving, he had informed his superiors and the guards about the situation. Therefore, when Yun Bei stood in front of the guard post and said she was looking for Si Nanzhao, the soldier on duty immediately asked, "Are you Comrade Yun Bei? Captain Si is out on a mission. Before he left, he instructed us that if you came, we should take you directly to the family compound. He has arranged a place for you, and you can move in right away." Yun Bei felt a bit disappointed that Si Nanjiao wasn't there, but she didn't plan to stay in the family compound. If she didn't have a job, she might have considered moving in. Now that she had a job and Si Nanjiao was away, staying in the family compound didn't seem right. She smiled and declined the soldier's offer, saying, "Since Si Nanjiao is not here, I will come back another day." After saying this, Yun Bei turned to leave. When she returned to the place where she got off, she remembered the driver saying that the next ride would not be until 11 o'clock. Yun Bei regretted not borrowing a bicycle to come. It was still not even 9 o'clock, and she had several hours to wait until 11. She couldn't wait that long. It seemed she would have to walk. Actually, she had an electric bike and a car in her space, but it wasn't convenient to take them out right now. If she had known she would end up here, she would have kept a bicycle handy. Thinking too much wouldn't help, so Yun Bei started walking toward the county town. After about 20 minutes, she passed through a village. In the village, someone was sick and they were preparing to take the person to the county hospital for treatment. As a doctor, Yun Bei couldn't just stand by. She immediately approached to ask about the patient's condition. At first, the villagers were unhappy to see a young girl asking questions and said, "Who is this little girl? Just stay out of it." Yun Bei wasn't upset and introduced herself. Even so, the villagers were still skeptical and said, "Miss, you can't be serious. How can someone so young be a doctor?" "I really am a doctor, and I work at the county hospital. If you don't believe me, you can go to the county hospital and ask if there is a doctor named Yun Bei. Why not let her take a look? If she can help, we won't need to take the person to the county hospital," suggested a woman who was the patient's daughter-in-law. In fact, villagers typically avoided going to the county hospital unless it was a serious illness. They were afraid of the costs and the inconvenience of traveling. The ox cart they were using was borrowed from the village, and fortunately, it wasn't harvest season, or they wouldn't have been able to borrow it. "Then let her take a look," said an older woman, likely the patient's mother-in-law. With permission granted, Yun Bei wasted no time and immediately checked the patient's pulse. After taking the pulse, her expression changed, and she said, "He is suffering from poisoning." "Poisoning? That can't be. He hasn't eaten anything toxic. How could he be poisoned?" The family members were in disbelief. Yun Bei understood their skepticism, but she was confident in her diagnosis. So, she stopped asking those people and began to look for wounds on the patient. She suspected that the poison had entered through a wound. Soon, Yun Bei found a long, narrow wound on the patient's leg, as if it had been scratched by a leaf, and the wound had turned a dark purple color. "Look, this is the wound. The poison entered the patient's body from here, and it seems this wound must have happened in the morning." Hearing this, the patient's wife immediately remembered something and said to Yun Bei, "You are absolutely right. This morning, my husband and I went up the mountain to gather firewood when he suddenly called out. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he had a small cut on his foot from the grass by the road. At that time, the cut was not big, and he didn't pay much attention to it. I never expected he would get poisoned." What the patient's wife said matched Yun Bei's guess. It seemed that the grass was poisonous, which entered his body and caused the patient shock.
"Can you save him?"
The patient's mother asked. If Yun Bei could help, that would be wonderful. They wouldn't have to take him to the hospital. "I can save him, but I will need this sister to take me to where he got hurt to find the antidote. Usually there is an antidote near poisonous plants." Okay, I will take you there right now," Wang Dahua said eagerly, wishing she could fly there. "Don't rush. First, I need to use silver needles to seal the poison in his body and prevent it from spreading to his organs." Saying this, Yun Bei took out the silver needles and first pricked around the wound a few times, then pricked a few times on the patient's chest. With her actions, the patient's complexion improved a bit, and the lifelessness on his face faded. Seeing this, everyone began to believe that Yun Bei really knew medicine. "First, take him home, and I will go up the mountain to find the antidote," Yun Bei instructed before following Wang Dahua up the mountain. Wang Dahua knew the general area, so she didn't stop along the way and headed straight for the destination. Fortunately, Yun Bei had been exercising recently, otherwise, she might not have been able to keep up. "Comrade, It's around here, but I'm not sure exactly where. Wang Dahua pointed to a general area and didn't dare to wander off, fearing she might get hurt by the poisonous grass like her husband. All right, I understand. You stay here. I will look for it myself. Yun Bei nodded and told Wang Dahua to wait while she went in search of the antidote. After searching around, I finally found the antidote under a small, unremarkable tree and picked it. Holding the antidote, Yun Bei also pulled out the poisonous plant and showed it to Wang Dahua for identification. Then, she and Wang Dahua returned to her home. At that moment, Wang Dahua's husband was lying in bed, looking much better than before. When they saw Yun Bei and Wang Dahua come back, the patient's parents rushed over and asked, "Did you find the antidote?" "Yes, we found it." "Don't worry," Wang Dahua replied, glancing at the small plants in Yun Bei's hand. After asking Wang Dahua where the water was, Yun Bei washed the antidote, then asked for a bowl to crush the antidote and handed the juice to Wang Dahua to give to the patient. Since the man was still unconscious and had his mouth tightly closed, Wang Dahua couldn't get it in. Yun Bei had to give him a little injection to make him open his mouth, then fed him the antidote. Seeing her husband finish the antidote, Wang Dahua sighed in relief and watched him closely, waiting for him to wake up. Yun Bei didn't leave either. She was surrounded by villagers asking her to help with their ailments. Since she had nothing else to do and needed to wait for the patient to wake up, she asked Wang Dahua's in-laws for a table and a stool and began to examine the villagers for free. Just as she was seeing the third person, Wang Dahua's voice came from inside the house. "He's awake. He's awake." She shouted as she ran outside to her in-laws, saying, "Dad, Mom, Gongzi is awake." "Really?" Gongzi's parents were both surprised and delighted, rushing into the room. Seeing their son had indeed woken up, smiles spread across their faces as they said, "That's great. Gongzi is finally awake." Then they asked, "Gongzi, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere that still hurts?" "I don't have much strength and my legs hurt a bit, but otherwise I'm okay." Hearing this, they became worried again and went outside to Yun Bei, who was still examining the villagers, saying, "Dr. Yun, Gongzi said he doesn't have much strength and his legs hurt. Could you please check on him again?" "Sure, let me finish with this patient." Yun Bei nodded. Since she had started helping, she wanted to make sure the patient was fully treated. After finishing with the patient, Yun Bei entered the room, first checking Gongzi's pulse to confirm that the poison had been cleared from his body. She then smiled and said, "It's okay, the poison is gone. As for the wound pain, just apply that herbal medicine on it. In less than 2 days, the leg won't hurt anymore." "I understand, thank you, Dr. Yun." Gongzi's family thanked Yun Bei and then asked Wang Dahua to apply the medicine on Gongzi. Once it was clear that Gongzi was fine, Yun Bei planned to head back to the city. When Wang Dahua heard that Yun Bei was leaving, she immediately insisted, "Dr. Yun, please stay for a meal. You saved our Gongzi, and we have nothing to repay you with, so let us treat you to dinner." Yun Bei smiled and declined. Since everyone's living conditions weren't great, Yun Bei didn't want to impose on them. Seeing that Yun Bei was determined to leave, Wang Dahua's family had no choice but to lend her a bicycle, give her some homemade goods, and Wang Dahua rode the bike to take Yun Bei to the county. At first, Yun Bei disagreed, but feeling their warm hospitality, she eventually got on the bicycle. Upon arriving in the county, Yun Bei handed some snacks to Wang Dahua as a token of gratitude. After saying goodbye to Wang Dahua, Yun Bei noticed it was getting late and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin saw Yun Bei and had a displeased expression. She was frustrated because not only did her plan to outsmart Yun Bei fail, but she also got called in for questioning. If it weren't for her connections, she might have ended up like others still stuck at the police station. So, she certainly wasn't in a good mood towards Yun Bei. Moreover, when Yun Bei was getting her meal, Zhou Qin pretended to accidentally bump into her. Seeing Zhou Qin approach with malice, Yun Bei sneered. She thought, "Since you want to be tough with me, don't blame me for dealing with you." Yun Bei quickly stepped aside and tripped Zhou Qin, causing her to fall to the ground. Zhou Qin, stunned from the fall, took a moment to gather her thoughts. She had only intended to bump into Yun Bei and spill her food, So how did Yun Bei remain unharmed while she ended up on the floor? Oh, right. She felt like something had tripped her. It was clear that Yun Bei was behind it. With that thought, Zhou Qin glared at Yun Bei's back and shouted, "Yun Bei, stop right there. Comrade Zhou, is there something you need?" Yun Bei paused and turned around, looking at her in confusion.
You just tripped me.
Shouldn't you explain yourself? Zhou Qin thought no one saw her bump into Yun Bei, so she immediately played the victim. Hearing this, Yun Bei laughed and said, "I tripped you?" "Yes." Zhou Qin's voice was loud, thinking it would make everyone side with her. However, her colleagues at the hospital had long been annoyed with her. They had just seen her try to bump into Yun Bei and end up falling herself, which made them laugh quietly. Now, hearing her twist the truth, they didn't need Yun Bei to speak. They started to call her out. "Zhou Qin, that's not right. How can you accuse Dr. Yun? We all saw you intentionally try to bump into Dr. Yun, but Dr. Yun reacted quickly and avoided you. You tried to cheat and ended up hurting yourself, and now you're blaming Dr. Yun? That's too much." Exactly. Just because you think you have connections doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. We can see clearly, and we know the truth. Right? We were all watching. If you insist on wronging Dr. Yun, we don't mind going to the director to sort this out. Seeing everyone supporting Yun Bei made Zhou Qin furious, but she had no way to fight back. She never expected her little trick would be noticed by everyone. It was her own fault for always being critical of others. Naturally, when people saw her, they paid extra attention. That attention meant they wouldn't miss her little actions. Yun Bei found it amusing that she didn't even need to speak. Everyone was already putting Zhou Qin in her place. She felt grateful and thanked everyone. When Yun Bei thanked them, they waved their hands and said, "Dr. Yun, no need to be polite. We're just speaking the truth." This commotion brought Yun Bei closer to everyone. A few even chose to sit with her at the same table, chatting and enjoying each other's company. After eating, Yun Bei returned to her dorm to rest. Just as she was about to open the door of the neighboring dorm suddenly swung open, revealing Zhou Qin's angry face. "Yun Bei, don't think everyone is on your side. I will make you regret crossing me. Just wait and see." "Is that so? I actually want to see what happens when you try to get back at me. Bring it on. I can handle whatever schemes you have. Just you wait," Zhou Qin said with a threatening tone before slamming her door shut. Yun Bei watched the other person go crazy and shook her head in disbelief. Although she didn't like trouble, she wasn't afraid of it either. If Zhou Qin was smart, she would avoid provoking her. Otherwise, Yun Bei would show her why flowers bloom so beautifully. Returning to her room, Yun Bei entered her space. The flow of time inside was slower. 1 hour outside was equal to 1 day inside. So, she wasn't worried about oversleeping in the space. Since she didn't have to work in the afternoon, Yun Bei stayed in the space, tidying up the kitchen and organizing the things she had bought earlier, but hadn't had time to arrange. After finishing, she felt a bit hungry and cooked herself a bowl of noodles. After eating, Yun Bei didn't rest. Instead, she went to the herb garden to collect some medicinal herbs. After a busy day, Yun Bei was quite tired and went straight to her bamboo house to sleep. When she woke up, she heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, she saw Nurse Gao Lanlan, who was also Director Yang's assistant. Previously, it was Lanlan who had come to find Yun Bei when Director Yang needed her. "Lanlan, what brings you here?"
Yun Bei asked, puzzled.
It was supposed to be working hours, and Lanlan should have been busy. "Dr. Yun, several patients have arrived at the hospital, and we are overwhelmed. Director Yang said to ask you for help." "Okay, I understand. Give me a moment to change my clothes." Yun Bei didn't refuse, as she had nothing else to do. Since there were patients, she naturally wanted to help. Earlier, she had told Director Yang she would return to work in 3 days because she needed to find Si Nanzhao. Now that Si Nanzhao was not around, she could start working earlier. When Director Yang saw Yun Bei arrive, he immediately assigned her a task, saying, "Yun Bei, a village nearby just sent over more than 10 people who were injured by falling rocks. Please go help assess the situation. If you need assistance, just ask Lanlan."
"Got it."
Yun Bei nodded and headed straight for the consultation room. At that moment, The small room was crowded with people, patients, doctors, and villagers who had brought the injured. Seeing everyone packed into one room, making a lot of noise, Yun Bei frowned and said to the villagers, "Please wait outside and don't disturb the doctors while they help the patients. We will inform you of any updates shortly." After hearing Yun Bei's words, the villagers left the consultation room and waited anxiously outside. They hadn't expected that a simple rock explosion could lead to such an accident. The village chief squatted on the ground, holding his head. He knew that with things turning out this way, his role as village chief was over. Yun Bei and the doctors in the hospital were busy checking the injured and treating their wounds. Some of the injuries were severe, and everyone hesitated to take charge. At that moment, Zhou Qin spoke up, saying, "Isn't Yun Bei skilled in medicine? Why not let her handle it?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Yun Bei. Yun Bei knew Zhou Qin had ulterior motives. After all, these people were badly hurt, and if something went wrong, it would be serious. If someone died, Zhou Qin would surely blame her. However, saving lives was crucial, so she couldn't refuse. She shot Zhou Qin a cold glance and said, "What time is it?" Zhou Qin is still trying to exclude others. "We are doctors. Saving lives is my duty, isn't it?" After saying that, she ignored Zhou Qin and went straight to check the patient's injuries and provide first aid. Dr. Guan saw Yun Bei attending to the critically injured patients and stepped in to help. Two nurses exchanged glances with Zhou Qin and also went to assist. Although Zhou Qin had successfully gotten Yun Bei to take over the critical patients, she wasn't as happy as she expected. She noticed that everyone was looking at her differently. Angry, Zhou Qin treated the patients' wounds carelessly, causing them to cry out in pain. The villagers outside, hearing the screams from the examination room, immediately changed their expressions and rushed back in. When they realized it was Zhou Qin causing the patients' cries, everyone looked at her disapprovingly. Although Zhou Qin usually enjoyed being the center of attention, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "What's going on?" the villagers asked. Dr. Guan shot Zhou Qin a glare and reassured them, "It's nothing, I just accidentally touched the patient's wound." "That's good to hear." After hearing Dr. Guan, the villagers felt relieved and stepped back outside. Yun Bei, however, was not affected by Zhou Qin and continued to treat the patient's wounds diligently. She stabilized the critical patients, and with her steady hands, she managed to save them. Gao Lanlan worked well with Yun Bei. She focused on saving lives while Gao Lanlan handled the wounds. Once they finished bandaging the last patient, Gao Lanlan sighed in relief and looked at Yun Bei with admiration, saying, "Dr. Yun, you are amazing." "Lanlan, thank you for your hard work." Yun Bei smiled and patted Gao Lanlan on the shoulder, saying, "Have someone take the patients to their rooms soon." "Okay." Gao Lanlan nodded and went to find some help. Zhou Qin saw that Yun Bei had really saved those critical patients, and her expression instantly turned sour. She had thought this would be an opportunity for Yun Bei to fail, maybe even leave the hospital. But unexpectedly, those patients were saved. Now, Zhou Qin figured she would be overshadowed again. Thinking of this, Zhou Qin felt resentful, to the point that she was distracted while treating wounds. Some areas were even bandaged without proper cleaning. Dr. Guan noticed this and couldn't help but scold Zhou Qin. Honestly, having an apprentice like Zhou Qin made Dr. Guan feel very tired. He had thought many times about quitting, but he was wary of the people behind her, so he endured. However, seeing Zhou Qin treat patients this way made him very angry. Zhou Qin was already in a bad mood, and being scolded publicly made her feel worse. She threw down her tools and walked away. Seeing Zhou Qin leave, Dr. Guan was angry but also relieved. If she had stayed, he would have been worried about her causing an accident. Now that she was gone, he could focus on treating patients. With 5 or 6 doctors working together, it took 2 hours to treat the patients' wounds and transfer them to their rooms. Although those critical patients had been saved, Yun Bei didn't dare relax. Their injuries were serious, and the wounds could easily become infected, leading to a fever. So, Yun Bei decided to stay on as the night shift doctor. Originally, it was Dr. Guan's shift, and he felt grateful when he saw Yun Bei take over. When he learned that Yun Bei had no place to eat dinner, he immediately said, "Dr. Yun, I'll bring you dinner tonight." "Thank you, Dr. Guan." Yun Bei replied with a smile, handing him a food coupon and $2. However, Dr. Guan refused to accept it, saying that since Yun Bei was covering for him, she shouldn't have to pay for a meal. Since he wouldn't take it, Yun Bei had no choice but to let it go. She wasn't the type to take advantage of others and thought about giving him something nice another day. When Zhou Qin heard that Yun Bei had volunteered for the night shift, she made sarcastic comments about wanting to show off. This made Yun Bei so angry that she wanted to give Zhou Qin a good slap. However, in front of everyone, she held back. She thought about coming up with a little prank to annoy Zhou Qin, so she wouldn't have to deal with her staring all day long. Sure enough, Yun Bei's prediction was correct. Those people developed a high fever that night. Fortunately, she kept a close watch and there were no major issues. After giving the patients some 4 fluids, their temperatures returned to normal by the next morning. At 9 in the morning, after the director and Dr. Guan finished their rounds, Yun Bei went back to rest. She was a bit tired after staying up all night. Once back in her dorm, Yun Bei went straight to her space. After taking a shower, she finally went to bed to rest. She slept until noon, and then got up to prepare for lunch. Thinking about that annoying Zhou Qin, Yun Bei decided to bring out her itching powder first. Zhou Qin, who cared about her image, would probably go crazy if she itched in public, right? There was a special pharmacy in the bamboo house. Yun Bei went in and mixed a few herbs to create a custom itching powder for Zhou Qin. With the itching powder in hand, Yun Bei took her lunchbox to the cafeteria. Sure enough, she saw Zhou Qin there. Whether it was a lesson learned or something else, Zhou Qin didn't come over to bother Yun Bei this time. However, her eyes were still fixed on Yun Bei like daggers. Feeling the gaze, Yun Bei shot Zhou Qin a challenging look. Zhou Qin was not someone who could tolerate such provocation. Yun Bei's actions were driving her crazy. After holding back for a while, Zhou Qin couldn't resist and walked over to Yun Bei, ready to mock her. Yun Bei had been waiting for this moment because only then could she use her special powder on Zhou Qin. Before Zhou Qin could say anything, Yun Bei said, "Dr. Zhou, what advice do you have for me today?" "Yun Bei, I warn you, don't get too proud, or you won't know how you'll end up," Zhou Qin replied. "Zhou Qin, I don't remember ever offending you. Why do you always have to come after me?" Yun Bei feigned innocence, but while Zhou Qin wasn't paying attention, she discreetly sprinkled the itching powder on her clothes. Zhou Qin didn't notice Yun Bei's little trick. After hearing Yun Bei's words, she let out a cold snort and fixed her gaze on Yun Bei's face, saying, "You've offended me in many ways. Think about it yourself." Yun Bei touched her face, her eyes glinting as she said, "You're not jealous that I'm prettier than you, are you?" "You?" Zhou Qin's secret was exposed, and she looked furious, ready to explode. Someone came over to stand up for Yun Bei and said to Zhou Qin, "Zhou Qin, that's enough. You always bully the new doctors. Is it really that fun? Mind your own business." Zhou Qin rolled her eyes and turned to Yun Bei, saying, "Do you really think I would be jealous of you?"
Dream on.
"Is that so?" Yun Bei looked at her mockingly, as if to say he saw right through her. Zhou Qin felt angry and wanted to hit Yun Bei. But just as she was about to raise her hand, she felt an itch all over her body. So, she glared at Yun Bei and then reached to scratch the itch. As soon as she started scratching, it was like a switch had been flipped, and she began to itch all over. Zhou Qin wanted to stop herself from scratching, but she couldn't help it. The itch was just too intense. So, she kept scratching. At first, she only used one hand, but soon she needed both hands. She had to put her lunchbox aside to scratch. Everyone was startled to see Zhou Qin scratching herself so frantically and quickly moved away from her. Yun Bei had already taken his lunchbox to get food, acting as if he were uninvolved. Seeing everyone avoiding her like she was dangerous made Zhou Qin both angry and frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. The itch was relentless. At this point, she couldn't stop scratching, and both hands weren't enough to relieve it. Then, Feeling her clothes were in the way, she started to take them off. Everyone was shocked to see Zhou Qin undressing in public and shouted, "Zhou Qin, what are you doing? Are you trying to act inappropriately?" At this, Zhou Qin froze for a moment and then quickly ran away, pulling off her white coat as she went. She rushed back to her dorm, closed the door, and took off all her clothes. The people in the cafeteria who witnessed the whole scene were eager to laugh at Zhou Qin but couldn't help but worry. Do you think Zhou Qin has some kind of skin condition? Otherwise, why would she suddenly act like that? Who knows? Maybe she came into contact with something dirty. At that moment, someone asked Yun Bei, "Dr. Yun, what do you think is wrong with Zhou Qin?" Maybe she had an allergic reaction to something she ate. Yun Bei replied casually, as if it had nothing to do with him. Today, it was just a small lesson for Zhou Qin. If she continues to cause trouble, she will occasionally feel allergic in the future. The medicine Yun Bei made works well and has a good effect. Not long after Zhou Qin returned to her dorm, the medicine wore off. She no longer felt itchy and thought it was because she washed with water. At that moment, she didn't think about Yun Bei at all, just assumed it was because she hadn't showered in several days. However, because of this, she missed lunch at the cafeteria. Luckily, she had some food in her room, otherwise, she would have gone hungry all afternoon. Now, it was hard for her to go out. Even though she wasn't itchy anymore, the scratches on her face were still clearly visible. If she went out, others would surely laugh at her. When Yun Bei returned after eating, Zhou Qin opened her door a crack and shouted, "Yun, I'm not going to work this afternoon. Please get me a leave. Can't you ask for it yourself?" Yun Bei rolled her eyes at Zhou Qin. If she wanted something done, she should at least ask nicely instead of acting like it was a command. After saying that, she prepared to go back inside. Zhou Qin was furious that Yun Bei refused to help her, but felt helpless. She needed to ask for leave, otherwise, her wages would be deducted. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still several dollars, enough for a few good meals. Thinking of this, Zhou Qin softened her tone and said to Yun Bei, "If you help me ask for leave, I won't bother you anymore. How about that?" Yun Bei ignored her and slammed the door shut. Zhou Qin was frustrated but knew she couldn't confront her. She had to return to her room, planning to see if she could find someone else later. Yun Bei entered her space again, first taking a walk to digest her food, then taking a nap. Once she felt rested, she went to check if the crops were ready for harvest. The grains in this space were of high quality and had a sweet taste. The most important thing was the high yield. Compared to the current 200 to 300 pounds per acre, the space could yield 800 to 900, or even over 1,000 pounds. Yun Bei looked at the rice, which was starting to turn yellow. However, it would still need about half a month to be ready for harvest. After walking around, Yun Bei returned to her wooden house and started writing a stack of articles. Since she had nothing else to do, she thought she would write an article to submit and earn some extra money. Although she now has a stable job, the pay is not very high, only about $30 a month. This amount is still too little for her. Therefore, she thought it would be better to submit articles for extra income. This also serves as her backup plan. If she can't continue as a doctor, she will still have her writing fees and won't have to worry about income. As for what to write, she had already made up her mind. In her previous life as a special agent, she completed countless missions and encountered many situations. Given the current environment, she felt it would be better to write something positive. While she was writing, Si Nanzhao and his team were navigating through the mountains at the border. Their mission was to escort 2 researchers. They were a couple who had traveled a long way from abroad, overcoming many difficulties to return home for development. Unfortunately, due to a leak of information, someone wanted to silence them. Si Nanzhao's task was to bring them back safely. The mountain paths were difficult, but Si Nanzhao and his team moved quickly. After 2 days of travel, they reached the agreed location. Once there, Si Nanzhao had everyone rest while sending 2 soldiers ahead to scout the situation. Before long, the 2 soldiers returned and reported, "Boss, there's a group of people coming toward us, and their numbers don't match our intel." "Where are they?" "I'll go take a look." Si Nanzhao followed the soldiers to investigate and immediately noticed that something was wrong with the group. Their numbers were double what they had been told, and 2 people were tied up. If he guessed correctly, those 2 were likely the researchers they were supposed to rescue. Realizing this, Si Nanzhao returned to his team and arranged for everyone to move. Clearly, their intelligence had been faulty. This time, they were likely in serious danger. At the hospital, Zhou Qin ultimately couldn't find anyone to cover for her, so she had to cover her face with a scarf and go to Dr. Guan to ask for leave. Dr. Guan had witnessed what happened in the cafeteria at noon, so he readily agreed and asked with concern, "Zhou Qin, do you want to get checked to see what's going on?" "No need." Zhou Qin replied immediately, without thinking. She was afraid that if they found out she hadn't bathed for several days, everyone would laugh at her. Zhou Qin did not listen to the advice, and the doctor didn't say much either. He simply approved her leave and even asked if an afternoon was enough or if she needed more days off. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Qin decided to take a few more days. Then, she hurriedly left, not sure if she was going back to her dorm or home. As for Yun Bei, she had been in the space for several days before coming out. The time spent in the space felt like only a few hours outside. Originally, she didn't plan to have dinner, but when she heard a knock on the door, she went to open it. She saw another doctor from the hospital, Dr. Liu, who brought a lunchbox and said to Yun Bei, "Dr. Yun, I have some things at home. Can you cover my night shift tonight?" Yun Bei glanced at her with a slightly displeased expression. Just as she was about to respond, Dr. Liu continued, "I know you don't have a place to eat dinner. This is food sent from my home, and I haven't eaten yet. You can have it." "Thank you, but I can't help you tonight. I have plans and don't have time for a night shift. You should cover yourself," Yun Bei replied calmly. She had covered for Dr. Guan last night because she was worried about the patients, but now their conditions were stable and there was no need for her to help anyone else. Not to mention that she had work tomorrow. Even if she didn't, she wouldn't take on such responsibilities. Once she started, it would never end. "Dr. Yun, you're all alone. What could you possibly have going on tonight? How about I give you an extra $1 as a thank you for covering the shift? Please leave. Even if you offer me $10, I still wouldn't cover your shift," Yun Bei said and closed the door. Dr. Liu stared at the closed door, her expression darkening with annoyance. She hadn't expected Yun Bei to be so uncooperative. After all, she was an experienced doctor at the hospital, even if not as senior as Dr. Guan. People still called her Director Liu. Seeing Yun Bei volunteer to cover for Dr. Guan made her think Yun Bei would be willing to help her too. However, she was taken aback by Yun Bei's refusal. Fine, if Yun Bei was going to be difficult, she wouldn't hesitate to make things harder for her. Yun Bei was unaware of Dr. Liu's intentions. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She is not the kind of overly nice person who would compromise herself just to maintain good relations with colleagues. She came here to be a doctor to heal and save lives, not to build friendships at work. She believes that as long as her medical skills are good, the so-called social dynamics will eventually work in her favor. However, because of what Director Liu did, Yun Bei's mood was somewhat affected, and she found it hard to concentrate. Instead of going into her space, she took out a book to flip through and pass the time. Yet, her mind was occupied with thoughts of when Si Nanzhao would return and when it would be appropriate for her to see him next. Once she officially started working, her time would not be so free, and she wouldn't be able to visit whenever she wanted. Meanwhile, in the border jungle, Si Nanzhao and his team were engaged in a firefight with the enemy. The research couple had found a place to hide, watching the exchange of fire with fear. They were very worried that their side might lose. If that happened, they would be in trouble. Their lives were one thing, but the materials they carried were extremely valuable. If the country obtained those materials, they could continue research even without the couple. What should they do? The two exchanged glances, feeling some regret for being careless and exposing their location, which led them into the enemy's hands. If they had known better, they should have stayed with the refugees. Perhaps they would have been safer. While engaged in the firefight, Si Nanzhao kept an eye on the couple. Seeing them hiding gave him some relief, but they were still within the enemy's control, which was not acceptable. They needed to bring them closer for protection. Thinking this way, Si Nanzhao decided to take a risk and personally move behind the enemy to bring them back. He planned the next steps of the operation and, with the cover of his comrades' firepower, quietly moved toward the enemy's rear. Taking advantage of the enemy's lack of awareness, Si Nanzhao quickly crossed the woods and reached a spot about 500 meters away from the couple. Now closer, he noticed they were holding a box, which clearly contained important materials. The enemy was also watching the couple, fearing they might escape or someone might come to rescue them. Therefore, it was not easy for Si Nanzhao to get closer, and if he exposed himself, all enemy fire would likely be directed at him. What should he do? While thinking of a solution, Si Nanzhao carefully moved forward, step by step. Suddenly, the research couple spotted him, and the woman couldn't help but scream. Her shout immediately caught the enemy's attention. The enemy looked over and even approached the research couple. "What are you shouting about?" The enemy said coldly, warning her in a chilling tone, "If you disturb our operation again, don't blame us for being rude." The woman was terrified and shook her head vigorously, indicating that she wouldn't do it again. Seeing her fear, the enemy issued a few more warnings before leaving. Thankfully, they did not discover Si Nanzhao. Once the enemy left, Si Nanzhao quickly took advantage of their distraction to reach the couple's side, cutting the ropes binding them and saying, "Let's go." Though scared, the two decided to take a chance. However, just as Si Nanzhao was leading them away, they were spotted by the enemy. In that moment, countless weapons turned towards Si Nanzhao. His teammates saw that the captain had been discovered and their expressions changed. They rushed out from their hiding spots and charged towards the enemy. No matter how skilled Si Nanzhao was, he was still human and had to protect the two researchers. As a result, he was soon injured and fell to the ground. Seeing Si Nanzhao fall, the brothers' eyes turned red. They shouted for their captain while firing wildly at the enemy. In a room in Liangcheng, Yun Bei sat for a while, but still felt restless. So, she entered her space, planning to find something to do to distract herself. After a quick look around the pharmacy and noticing that some medicines were running low, she decided to prepare some for later use. These supplies would definitely come in handy. As she busied herself, Yun Bei finally calmed down. She made quite a few useful items, and when she saw it was getting late, she decided to rest. However, just to be safe, Yun Bei didn't rest in her space, but instead slept in her dorm room. Of course, the dorm bed couldn't compare to her bed in the space, but it was still comfortable enough. When she woke up, the sun was already bright. Yun Bei got up from bed, planning to go for a run before breakfast. She changed into suitable running clothes and jogged around a large square near the hospital. After running 10 laps, she finally stopped, went back to change, and took a shower in her space before happily heading to work. Today was her first official day at work, so she needed to check in with human resources before going to the clinic. Previously, Director Yang had already told her to stay in the surgery department. Therefore, as soon as Yun Bei arrived at the surgery department, she was taken to an empty room. "Dr. Yun, this is your consultation room." "Okay, thank you," Yun Bei replied, glancing at the room, which was not very clean. She turned around to get a broom to clean up and then brought water to wipe down the tables and chairs. By the time she finished, the doctors in the department started coming in for work. Seeing someone in the previously empty room, they all came in to greet Yun Bei. On her first day, not many patients came to see Yun Bei. In the morning, she only treated an elderly woman who accidentally cut her hand while chopping vegetables. After applying medicine and bandaging her hand, it was already close to noon. Just as Yun Bei was getting ready to pack up and go for lunch, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Gao Lanlan rushed to her side and said, "Dr. Yun, hurry to the operating room. A critically injured patient has been brought to our hospital." "Okay, I understand." Yun Bei nodded, stood up, and headed straight for the operating room. When she reached the outside of the operating room, she saw a group of soldiers standing in the hallway, looking anxious. Clearly, the patient inside was one of their comrades. Given their disheveled appearance and the smell of gunpowder, they must have just returned from a mission. Without thinking too much, Yun Bei glanced at them and then entered the operating room. Director Yang was already inside. Upon seeing Yun Bei, he immediately said, "Dr. Yun, come check on this patient." Yun Bei quickly approached and looked at the man lying down, raising her eyebrows slightly. She recognized him. That night, when she was held hostage by criminals, she had seen this man. He was the soldier who had pursued the criminals. As Yun Bei thought about that night, she examined Si Nanzhao's body. He had multiple gunshot wounds and had lost a lot of blood. It seemed he had been injured for a while, and it was remarkable that he had held on until now. Then, Yun Bei checked his pulse to confirm his condition. "How is it?" Director Yang asked as Yun Bei released her hand. "The patient's condition is very serious. He needs surgery immediately, especially the area around his chest, which is particularly dangerous. If we're not careful, he may never wake up." "I understand." Director Yang nodded and then asked Yun Bei, "Can you perform the surgery? How confident are you?" According to the plan, Director Yang was supposed to perform the surgery, but he wasn't confident. Instead, Yun Bei had seen her perform surgery last time. She was quick, steady, and precise. He believed that if Yun Bei did the surgery, the chances of success would be higher. Sure.
Yun Bei nodded.
She wouldn't feel comfortable if someone else did the surgery, so it was better for her to do it herself. Although she was a special agent in her past life, she was also considered a soldier on a special mission. Facing her injured comrade, she didn't want him to lose his life because of the surgery. Since he managed to reach her, she was determined to save him. "All right, you'll be the lead surgeon, and I'll assist you," Director Yang agreed. He trusted Yun Bei and believed she could do it. "Okay, the patient's condition isn't good, so let's start as soon as possible," Yun Bei said as she began preparing for the surgery. The soldiers in the hallway looked worriedly at the closed surgery room doors, silently praying, "Captain, please be okay." They were able to complete their mission thanks to the captain, and if anything happened to him, they would feel guilty for life. As time passed, the lights in the surgery room remained on, and Yun Bei was methodically operating on Si Nanzhao. In other areas, the bullets left in the body were quickly removed. However, the one in the chest required extra caution due to its location. If mishandled, it could damage the heart, which would be fatal for Si Nanzhao. Director Yang watched nervously, concerned about Yun Bei's steady hands. If her hands wavered, the patient would be in danger. Fortunately, Yun Bei did not disappoint him and skillfully removed the last bullet. For the subsequent stitching, Director Yang was going to take over, worried that Yun Bei might tire. The surgery had lasted from noon until evening, a full 8 hours. She hadn't eaten lunch or dinner and had been highly focused during such an intense operation, so he was concerned she might not hold up. However, Yun Bei refused. She personally stitched Si Nanzhao's wound before handing over the remaining tasks to Director Yang and sat down to rest. Honestly, after such a long surgery on an empty stomach, she was starting to feel overwhelmed. It seemed she needed to improve her stamina. Otherwise, if she faces a longer surgery in the future, she might not be able to handle it. The duration of the surgery was matched by the time the soldiers waited outside. Besides them, the leaders of the arriving troops were also waiting. When they saw the lights in the operating room go out, they quickly approached and asked, "Doctor, how is the patient?" "The surgery was very successful, so don't worry. It's getting late. You should go rest and come back tomorrow." Director Yang noticed they were still in their original clothes and looked exhausted, which made him feel a bit sorry for them. However, they were unwilling to leave and wanted to stay until Si Nanzhao woke up. Seeing their determined faces, Yun Bei couldn't help but advise, "You should go rest. We will have someone here to watch over him." "It's fine, we're not tired." The soldiers waved their hands stubbornly. Yun Bei and Director Yang exchanged glances, feeling a bit troubled by the soldiers' refusal to rest. Just as they were about to persuade them again, a leader spoke up, saying, "Everyone, turn around and move out." With the leader's command, the soldiers slowly left the ward. Director Yang sighed in relief as they finally left and said to the troop leader, "Sir, our hospital will arrange for doctors and nurses to be on duty, so you can rest assured. No one can leave the ward until the patient is completely out of danger." Therefore, we need you to arrange someone to take care of the patient. Of course, the leader nodded and then called out, Lin Jigang.
Here.
You stay to take care of Captain C. Understood. A handsome young man stayed behind, and the leaders checked on Si Nanjiao's condition before giving Lin Jigang a few instructions, and then leaving. Once the ward was left with only Lin Jigang, Yun Bei said to him, Comrade Lin, the patient is still under anesthesia and won't wake up for a while. I'll go change my clothes and grab something to eat, then I'll be back. If there are any issues, you can call the on-duty doctor to come check.
Got it.
Yun Bei left the ward, hurried back to her dorm, took a hot shower to wash away her fatigue, and then quickly cooked some noodles to fill her stomach. After not eating for 2 meals, she was really hungry and finished 3 big bowls before stopping. After dinner, Yun Bei didn't stay long in the space. She changed into her white coat and hurried back to the ward. In the ward, Director Yang was personally watching over the patient. Seeing Yun Bei return, he smiled and said, Dr. Yun, you've had a long day. You should go rest. I'll stay with him tonight. How about this? You take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Yun Bei suggested a compromise. She thought it might be too much for Director Yang, given his age, to stay up all night. Besides, as the director, he had many responsibilities at the hospital that needed his attention during the day, making it inconvenient if he wasn't available. Director Yang looked at Yun Bei and nodded with a smile, feeling pleased with her suggestion and proud of his good judgment. After they agreed, Yun Bei went back to rest, planning to return later in the night. To ensure she got enough sleep, she went straight into the space to rest. After setting her alarm, she closed her eyes and fell asleep, knowing she needed to recharge for her shift with Director Yang. As time passed, Director Yang grew worried when Si Nanjiao still hadn't woken up. Normally, the anesthesia would wear off in 2 to 3 hours, and the patient should have awakened by now. But it had been 4 hours, and there were no signs of waking, which made him anxious. Just then, Yun Bei arrived to take over for Director Yang. Seeing her, he immediately said, Dr. Yun, please check on the patient. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Okay, I'll take a look, Yun Bei replied as she approached Si Nanjiao to check his pulse. Just as her hand grasped his wrist, Si Nanjiao suddenly woke up and reflexively grabbed her hand. The unexpected turn of events left Yun Bei, Lin Jigang, and Director Yang all stunned. Yun Bei quickly regained her composure and looked at the awakened Si Nanjiao. Their eyes met, and she saw the fierce energy in his gaze, while he noticed her calmness and extraordinary composure. At that moment, Lin Jigang snapped back to reality and exclaimed excitedly, Captain C, you're awake. Hearing Lin Jigang's voice, Si Nanjiao shifted his gaze from Yun Bei to him. After recognizing Lin Jigang's face, he asked, Jigang, what are you doing here? I was ordered by the commander to stay and take care of you. Lin Jigang smiled and said to Si Nanjiao, Captain C, please let go. You're going to hurt Dr. Yun's hand. Si Nanjiao then realized he was holding onto Yun Bei's hand and felt a bit embarrassed. He apologized to Yun Bei, saying sorry. It's okay. Yun Bei shook his head and said, you just had surgery, so try not to exert yourself too much. Also, let me check your pulse to see how your recovery is going, but please don't overreact. Si Nanjiao looked at Yun Bei, nodded slightly, and said, thank you, Dr. Yun. With permission, Yun Bei reached out to check his pulse. After confirming that Si Nanjiao's health was stable, he said to Director Yang, the patient's condition is improving. You can go rest now. All right, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry. After Director Yang left, Yun Bei felt a gaze on him and turned to Si Nanjiao looking at him. Yun Bei, puzzled, asked Captain C, is there something wrong with me? He looked down to check his own outfit. Unexpectedly, Si Nanjiao suddenly said, Dr. Yun, have we met somewhere before? After looking around, Si Nanjiao felt that Yun Bei's eyes seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them. At that moment, he didn't connect the name Dr. Yun with his fiancé, Yun Bei. Yun Bei was also unaware that the patient in front of her was her fiancé. So, when she heard Si Nanjiao's words, she smiled gently and replied, we have indeed met. A few nights ago, I had the chance to be a hostage. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yun Bei. He then exclaimed, "You are Yun Bei?" His reaction surprised Yun Bei, but she didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, "Yes, I am Yun Bei." After her confirmation, Si Nanzhao was speechless for a moment. Finally, he asked, "Do you know who I am? Aren't you Captain Si?"
Yun Bei replied without hesitation.
Seeing that Yun Bei still didn't recognize him, Si Nanzhao felt a bit unhappy, thinking how could she be so oblivious when he had hinted so clearly. Yun Bei noticed Si Nanzhao's displeasure and looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand why this man was unhappy. They say a woman's mood can change like the weather in June, but this man was no different. Yun Bei didn't take it to heart. Instead, she smiled at Si Nanzhao and said, "Captain Si, you just had surgery. You should try to stay positive. It will help you recover faster." "You?" Si Nanzhao looked at Yun Bei, feeling frustrated. He wanted to tell her that he was Si Nanzhao, her fiance whom she had traveled so far to find. But the words caught in his throat. He thought, there's no rush. I can tell her in a few days and surprise her. Thinking of this made Si Nanzhao happy again. Yun Bei noticed Si Nanzhao's changing emotions and shook her head secretly, thinking, men really can be unpredictable. Seeing that Si Nanzhao was doing well, Yun Bei decided not to stay in the hospital room any longer. After reminding him to rest well, she left. Once outside the room, Yun Bei sighed in relief. She felt like Si Nanzhao had been watching her, and she wondered why. Yun Bei thought she couldn't be that interesting, could she? Was it because she was his surgeon? Never mind, if she couldn't figure it out, it was better not to think about it. Yun Bei shook her head and walked back to her office, deciding to read to pass the time. The on-call doctors usually had a break room, but since it wasn't her turn to be on call tonight, someone else was already there. She took out a professional book and began to read seriously. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Si Nanzhao frowned, as if he were trying to squash a mosquito. He kept thinking about Yun Bei, his mind filled with questions. Since he learned about his fiancée, he had been considering calling off the engagement. He had never thought to learn about Yun Bei and knew nothing about her. He always assumed Yun Bei was just an ordinary girl. But after their 2 encounters, he realized she was different from what he imagined. Not only did she easily escape from a criminal's grasp last time, but she also had medical skills, and it seemed she was quite good at them. How could an 18-year-old girl be so impressive? Was that normal? "Captain Si, what are you thinking about?" Lin Jigang asked, noticing Si Nanzhao's frown. "Nothing." Si Nanzhao came to his senses and looked at Lin Jigang, who was worried, and said, "You should rest. I'm feeling a bit tired too." After saying this, Si Nanzhao closed his eyes. However, his mind was still occupied with thoughts about Yun Bei. He decided that once he was discharged, he would have someone investigate to see if Yun Bei was really who she claimed to be. It was hard for him to believe that a girl in her teens could be so capable. This made him think of a possibility that made his heart race. Yun Bei had no idea that after just 2 encounters, Si Nanzhao was already questioning her identity. Fortunately, she was indeed Yun Bei. Otherwise, it could have led to serious trouble. The next day, after having breakfast, Yun Bei was getting ready to check on patients with Director Yang when she saw the soldiers from yesterday returning. They gathered around Si Nanzhao's hospital bed, talking to him. When they noticed Yun Bei and Director Yang approaching, the soldiers immediately greeted them, saying, "Thank you for saving our captain." "You're welcome. We are doctors, and helping people is our duty," Director Yang replied with a smile. He then said to them, "We need to check on the patients now. Could you please step outside for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao quickly told everyone, "You can go back. I'm fine. Captain, it's okay for us to stay. We'd rather be here with you. Let's wait outside for a bit," Zhang Hao, the squad leader under Si Nanzhao, said as he led the others out to the hallway. The sudden arrival of so many soldiers attracted a lot of attention. Doctors, nurses, and even family members of patients couldn't help but come to take a look. The soldiers felt a bit shy under the gaze of so many people and were eagerly hoping that Director Yang and the others would finish their rounds quickly so they could go in and talk to their captain. Inside the hospital room, as soon as Yun Bei entered, She met Si Nanzhao's scrutinizing gaze, as if he was trying to discern something about her. This puzzled Yun Bei, but she didn't dwell on it and followed Director Yang, listening to their conversation. Director Yang asked Si Nanzhao a few questions and checked his bandaged wound, confirming everything was fine. Just as they were about to leave, Si Nanzhao suddenly spoke up, addressing Yun Bei. "Dr. Yun, could you please check my pulse again?" Yun Bei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course." Seeing Yun Bei step forward to check Si Nanzhao's pulse, Director Yang said to her, "Dr. Yun, let's go check on other patients now." "Okay, I'll come over in a bit," Yun Bei replied while checking Si Nanzhao's pulse. She had to admit that Si Nanzhao's health was quite good, and he was recovering quickly. With injuries like his, others might have faced complications, but Si Nanzhao had none of those issues and was healing much faster than most. "Dr. Yun, if you don't mind me asking, who taught you your medical skills?" Si Nanzhao took the chance to chat while she was checking his pulse, hoping to learn something from her response. "I taught myself. Do you believe that?" Yun Bei glanced at Si Nanzhao and replied with a smile. Si Nanzhao was taken aback and said, "So, Dr. Yun, you're a genius. It's impressive that you learned it all by yourself. Some people are just naturally gifted. You can't envy that," Yun Bei said as she released his pulse and looked at him. "It seems like Captain C is quite concerned about me. Do you have any thoughts about me?" As soon as she said this, both Si Nanzhao and Lin Zhigang widened their eyes at Yun Bei. They thought, could there be a misunderstanding? Everyone in the army knew that Captain C was averse to marriage and kept his distance from women. No matter how beautiful a woman was to him, she was just a pair of eyes, a mouth, and 2 ears. He had turned down many blind dates and hurt many women's feelings, leaving everyone with mixed feelings about him. "You're overthinking it." Si Nanzhao's expression darkened. Although Yun Bei had saved him, he didn't have any feelings for her. "Really? I thought you might want to repay me for saving your life," Yun Bei joked, noticing his change in expression before happily leaving his hospital room. Watching Yun Bei leave, Si Nanzhao couldn't help but grind his teeth. He thought, this woman is quite bold to tease him. Could it be that she wasn't afraid of him because she was his doctor and had saved his life? Otherwise, any other woman would have been scared off by his cold demeanor. At that moment, Si Nanzhao completely forgot that he couldn't keep a cold face around Yun Bei. After all, she was the one who saved his life, and it wouldn't be right to give her a cold shoulder. Therefore, since he woke up, Yun Bei had never seen his cold expression. Moreover, as a doctor, Yun Bei felt that sometimes joking with patients could help reduce the distance between them, ease the patient's anxiety, and improve their mood. When patients feel better, their recovery naturally speeds up. "Captain C, are you okay?" Lin Zhigang noticed that Si Nanzhao looked unwell and couldn't help but feel worried. He didn't want anything to happen to Si Nanzhao.
"I'm fine."
Si Nanzhao shook his head and then instructed Lin Zhigang, later, find out how long this Dr. Yun has been working at the hospital. "Okay." Lin Zhigang nodded, although he didn't quite understand why Si Nanzhao wanted him to check that. However, following orders is a soldier's duty. No matter Si Nanzhao's intentions, he just needed to carry out the command. The soldiers outside saw Yun Bei come out of the ward and then return to the room. Noticing Si Nanzhao's bad mood, they couldn't help but ask, "Captain, are you okay?"
"I'm fine."
Si Nanzhao looked at his comrades, his cold expression softening a bit, and asked directly, "With my injury, have you all handled the remaining matters?" "Don't worry, Captain, it's all taken care of. This time, we can at least receive a collective second-class merit. As for you, Captain, you should be able to get a first-class merit. By the way, that couple said they wanted to thank you, but they have already been sent to Kyoto. As long as they are okay, that's good." Si Nanzhao nodded and said to his comrades, "Since you have a rare break, go home and rest well. I don't need you here, so you can all go back." "All right, we'll head back then and come to see you tomorrow. By the way, we have 3 days off. If you need anything, you can let us know." Si Nanzhao glanced at Zhang Hao, initially thinking of asking him to look into his suspicions about Yun Bei's identity. However, after some thought, he decided to wait until he was discharged to discuss it. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. First, he didn't want to alert Yun Bei. Second, if he was wrong, it could harm Yun Bei's reputation. I'll let you know if I need anything. Now go. Si Nanzhao waved his hand, and Zhang Hao nodded, leading the others out of the ward. Yun Bei quickly caught up with Dean Yang and found Peng Yuhua's ward. Seeing that her spirits were improving day by day and her complexion was better, Yun Bei felt happy for her. After asking about her health, Yun Bei prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Peng Yuhua spoke up and asked, Dr. Yun, I heard a lot of soldiers just arrived? Yes, I have a patient who is a soldier, and they are here to see him. Oh, can I go and take a look? Yun Bei was surprised, then remembered some rumors he had heard before. He nodded and said, Sure, as long as you are feeling well enough to get up and walk a bit.
You don't have to stay in bed all the time.
Thank you, Dr. Yun. Peng Yuhua smiled and thanked him, then turned to her mother, saying, Mom, did you hear what Dr. Yun said? I heard. All right, I'll help you over, Peng's mother said, looking as if she owed her daughter something. She gently helped her up, her expression showing reluctance, but her movements were careful and soft, afraid to hurt her daughter. Yun Bei smiled lightly at the scene. After finishing the rounds, Yun Bei was about to return to his office when he passed by Si Nanzhao's room and saw Peng Yuhua talking to him. It was clear that Peng Yuhua knew Si Nanzhao. Yun Bei didn't pay much attention, unaware that Peng Yuhua was asking Si Nanzhao about her husband, while Si Nanzhao was inquiring about her situation with Peng's mother. He had just sent Lin Jigang to check on Yun Bei's employment status, and Lin Jigang quickly found out that Yun Bei did not come to the hospital on her own. She was noticed by Director Yang because she saved someone, which led to her being hired as a doctor. The person she saved was Gu Yuhua. As for Peng Yuhua's identity, Si Nanzhao had just learned that she was a military wife. Her husband, Xiao Yongqiang, had been on a mission 3 months ago and had not returned. At home, it was just her and her mother-in-law, and because she fell ill, there was no one to take care of her, and she almost lost her life. Si Nanzhao felt helpless about Peng Yuhua's family situation. After all, it was someone else's family matter, and Xiao Yongqiang was not under his command, so he couldn't intervene. However, he did know a bit about the mission Xiao Yongqiang was on, so he said to Peng Yuhua, they should be back soon. Your main task now is to take care of your health. Only when you are well can you do more things. Got it. Thank you, Captain C. We'll head back now, Peng Yuhua said, feeling much better after hearing about her husband. She really didn't want to face her mother-in-law alone. It would be easier if her husband were home. So, she was considering whether to rent a place for a while after being discharged, waiting for her husband to return before going back to the family quarters. Otherwise, facing my mother-in-law all day long, even if I'm not sick, she would make me feel unwell. After the 2 women from the Peng family left, Si Nanzhao's brows were still tightly furrowed. He had just learned from Mrs. Peng that Yun Bei was on the same train as her. The reason she came to the hospital was that she had asked Yun Bei to come. Moreover, Mrs. Peng also told him that Yun Bei had caught a thief on the train. At that moment, Si Nanzhao realized that the more he learned, the less he understood Yun Bei. It seemed he needed to find someone to ask about her hometown soon. Unbeknownst to Yun Bei, who was busy with patients that morning, a tall and beautiful girl walked in. Please sit down. What seems to be the problem? Yun Bei asked while looking up at her. Upon seeing her, Yun Bei's eyes brightened. The girl was attractive, comparable to the stars she had seen in her past life. Chu Fe glanced at Yun Bei, but did not sit down. Instead, she said directly, I'm not sick. Then why are you here? Yun Bei asked, confused. I heard you are Si Nanzhao's doctor, so I came to ask about his condition, Chu Fe said, standing in front of Yun Bei, her gaze condescending and filled with scrutiny and doubt. Because Yun Bei was so young, Chu Fe thought she looked like a high school student. At such a young age, she doubted Yun Bei had the ability to perform surgery on Si Nanzhao, unless she was taking credit for someone else's work. Thinking this, Chu Feifei's gaze turned dismissive. Yun Bei felt displeased by Chu Feifei's look. When she heard the question about Si Nanzhao, she frowned and replied, Who is Si Nanzhao? You don't know who Si Nanzhao is? Chu Fe stared at her with wide, beautiful eyes, unable to believe it. She had just asked, and Yun Bei was supposed to be Si Nanjiao's doctor. How could she not know him? Should I know? Yun Bei's expression grew darker. She could tell that while the girl was pretty, her attitude was unfriendly, especially with the disdainful look she had given her. Yun Bei wondered why she was being looked down upon when she had never offended her and was meeting her for the first time.
Ha!
Chu Fe couldn't help but sneer, increasingly convinced that Yun Bei was taking credit for someone else's achievements. Otherwise, how could she not know who Si Nanjiao is?
What are you laughing at?
Yun Bei frowned even more tightly and coldly said to Chu Fe, "If you have nothing else to do, please leave and don't disturb the other patients." "Just you, treating patients?" Chu Fe scoffed, saying, "You don't even know your own patient's name. I really doubt if you performed Si Nanjiao's surgery. Could it be that someone else did the surgery, but the credit goes to you? It seems you have quite a bit of influence. I wonder who your relative is?" "Comrade, you can eat more, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Which of your eyes saw me taking credit for someone else's work?" "I didn't see it, but if you don't even know your own patient's name, doesn't that raise questions? Which law states that a doctor must know a patient's name?" Yun Bei coldly looked at Chu Fe and said, "A name is just a label. When you call someone by names like Xiao Lu, Xiao Wang, or Xiao Zhang, do you know all their names?" "You?" Chu Fe was left speechless, her face looking quite unpleasant. Yun Bei didn't care about her. It was ridiculous for her to doubt her medical skills. So, she raised her hand, pointed to the door of the consultation room, and said, "The door is over there. Please leave." "You're something." Chu Fe glared at Yun Bei with a face full of anger, looking as if she wanted to tear her apart. As the daughter of a high-ranking official and a star performer in the arts troupe, she was used to being admired and had never been treated like this. But today, a mere doctor like Yun Bei had made her this furious, causing her great embarrassment. Just wait. She wouldn't let this go, and would make sure Yun Bei pays for it. With that thought, Chu Fe snorted coldly and turned to leave the consultation room. Now that the troublemaker was gone, Yun Bei finally said to the patients waiting outside, "Come in." The patient hesitated but walked in, sitting in front of Yun Bei, uncertainly asking, "Can you really treat me? What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Yun Bei wasn't angry. She smiled at the patient and said, "Extend your hand, and I'll check your pulse." The patient hesitated for a moment, but still extended their hand, looking at Yun Bei and saying, "Doctor, I'm not doubting your skills. You just look too young." "Comrade, have you heard the saying? Don't judge a book by its cover. Age has nothing to do with medical skills." "That's true. Then please take a good look at me and see what my problem is." "Okay." Yun Bei took the patient's pulse for a while and then said to the elderly man, "Comrade, you don't have any serious issues. You just ate something bad. I'll prescribe some medicine for you, and after taking it twice, you should feel better." "Is it just from eating something bad? Then why is my urine a strange color, red like blood?" The patient looked at Yun Bei with suspicion, thinking she might not really know how to treat him. After all, if he was in such a state, how could she say there was no problem? Yun Bei laughed and explained, "Comrade, the unusual color of your urine is due to the red pigment in the vegetables you ate. Think about it, when the dish was cooked, wasn't the broth red?" Hearing this, the patient remembered that the vegetable he picked yesterday indeed had a red hue. Seeing that the patient understood, Yun Bei quickly prescribed some medicine, saying, "Take one pill at a time, twice a day. By tomorrow, your symptoms should improve." "All right, I'll give it a try." The patient seemed a bit skeptical, but Yun Bei didn't mind. As she watched him leave the consultation room, she was about to call in the next patient when Lin Jigang rushed over and said, "Dr. Yun, there's a problem. Captain C's wound has reopened." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei immediately stood up and followed Lin Jigang to the ward. On the way, she realized that Si Nanjiao must be Captain C. Wait, isn't Si Nanjiao the name of her fiance? They can't be the same person, can they? Thinking back to how Si Nanjiao reacted when he saw her last night, Yun Bei felt speechless. It turned out they had already met. If she had known he was the person she was looking for, she would have confronted him directly that night when she was taken hostage. Yun Bei quickly arrived at Si Nanzhao's ward and saw Chu Fe standing outside, looking guilty. Clearly, the reopening of Si Nanzhao's wound was related to Chu Fe. Seeing Yun Bei approach, Chu Feifei's expression grew even more unpleasant. She said to Lin Jigang, "Why did you call her here? Dr. Yun is Captain C's primary physician and knows his condition best. If not her, who else should I call?" Lin Jigang replied, his tone a bit harsh. He hadn't expected Chu Feifei to visit Captain C, and he certainly didn't anticipate that she would say such things when Captain C asked her to leave. As a result, Captain C got agitated, and his wound reopened. She doesn't know how to treat him. Did you call her here to harm Si Nanzhao? Chu Feifei was very angry because Si Nanzhao didn't like her, and also because he kicked her out just for saying a few bad things about Yun Bei. It even made her wound reopen. Her intuition told her that Yun Bei would be her biggest enemy. So, when she saw Yun Bei, it was no surprise that she felt upset. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, making her widen her eyes in shock as she looked at Yun Bei. Wait, could it be that Si Nanzhao has feelings for Yun Bei? They say that one should repay a life-saving favor with loyalty. Is that why Si Nanzhao is being so nice to Yun Bei? Lin Jigang, hearing Chu Feifei's words, grew even more displeased and said coldly, "Comrade Chu Feifei, this is a hospital. Please don't speak carelessly. Whether Dr. Yun can treat patients is not for you to decide. If you have nothing else, you may leave." Lin Jigang was somewhat angry. Even though Chu Feifei was the leader's daughter, he didn't show her any kindness. Yun Bei ignored Chu Feifei and walked straight into the ward. When she saw that Si Nanzhao's chest was bleeding, her expression turned serious. That was the most dangerous area. If it got worse, Si Nanzhao could be in serious trouble. Now, with such an important wound reopening, it was understandable that she looked worried. Si Nanzhao noticed Yun Bei's troubled expression and felt a bit guilty. He hadn't expected that just a little pressure would cause the wound to bleed. "Dr. Yun, I'm sorry," Si Nanzhao apologized while carefully observing Yun Bei's face. For some reason, he felt a bit scared of her cold demeanor. "You should be apologizing to yourself, not me," Yun Bei replied, glancing at Si Nanzhao. "Originally, this wound would heal in half a month, but with what you've done, it might take a month or more. Is that what you want?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Aside from apologizing, Si Nanzhao didn't dare to say anything else. As a soldier, he naturally wanted his injury to heal as quickly as possible so he could return to training. Yun Bei snorted softly and began to treat Si Nanzhao's wound. Since it was on his chest, she had to wrap the bandage around him, which meant she had to get close to him to secure it properly. Chu Feifei knew that Yun Bei was going to retreat Si Nanzhao's wound, so she didn't rush to leave. Even though Lin Jigang kept frowning and telling her to go, she stayed put. She stood outside the hospital room, watching Yun Bei change the bandages for Si Nanzhao, and couldn't help but mutter, "That woman only knows how to attract men." Chu Feifei's words were harsh, and Lin Jigang's expression darkened instantly. He said coldly, "Comrade Chu Feifei, please be careful with your words. Dr. Yun is treating Captain C's wounds. How can you say such things about her? So what if I said it? Is it necessary to be so close just to change a bandage? Are you blind? Can't you see she's almost on top of Si Nanzhao? You?" Lin Jigang was furious, but couldn't argue with Chu Feifei. She was simply being unreasonable. Yes, Yun Bei was closer to Si Nanzhao, but that was only because she was changing the bandages. After all, this whole situation was caused by Chu Feifei. Otherwise, Si Nanzhao wouldn't have to go through this, and Yun Bei wouldn't be insulted. Humph. Chu Feifei scoffed and strode into the hospital room. She looked at Si Nanzhao and said, "Si Nanzhao, are you blind? How could you like her, especially since she treats me poorly?" "Chu Feifei, be quiet." Si Nanzhao's expression turned cold as he glared at Chu Feifei and said, "What I do or don't do is none of your business." "Si Nanzhao, how dare you talk to me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll tell my father and make things difficult for you?" Seeing Si Nanzhao's displeasure, Chu Fe brought up her father. From the moment she first saw Si Nanzhao, she had liked him. She even asked her father to play matchmaker and often try to get his attention. Even though Si Nanzhao had said he would never marry, she remained persistent. She believed that with determination, she could win him over. One day, he would see her worth and walk down the aisle with her. She was confident about this because she had both a good family background and looks, plus she was a star in the performing arts troupe. As long as Si Nanzhao wasn't foolish, he wouldn't reject her. So, when she heard Si Nanzhao was injured, she took leave to visit him. She thought he treated all women the same, but to her surprise, he defended Yun Bei when she spoke ill of her. This was a first for her and made her feel uneasy. Trusting her instincts as a woman, she sensed there was something between them. When had Si Nanzhao ever defended a woman before? Si Nanzhao listened to Chu Fe and replied coldly, "I believe that Director Chu is a person who can distinguish right from wrong." "Are you?" Chu Fe pointed at Si Nanzhao, her face flushed with anger. She thought to herself, just wait. Originally, she didn't want to use her power to pressure others, but Si Nanzhao was too infuriating. Given Si Nanzhao's status, she couldn't do anything to him. Could she really do something to Yun Bei instead? She was just a small doctor, young and already in the operating room, probably having taken advantage of someone's connections. When the time came, all it would take was one complaint letter, and Yun Bei would be finished. Thinking this, Chu Fe looked at Yun Bei with a malicious gaze. Yun Bei naturally sensed it, glanced at her, and then looked at Si Nanzhao. She thought, they say beauty can bring trouble, and it seems the same goes for handsome men. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she noticed that Si Nanzhao was quite good-looking, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a strong nose. His face was chiseled, and though his thin lips seemed cold, he gave off a reserved vibe. No wonder Chu Fe liked him.
All right.
Yun Bei tied off the bandage and said to Si Nanzhao, "Remember, don't use so much force next time, or you might have to stay in the hospital longer." "I understand, thank you, Dr. Yun. You're welcome."
Yun Bei warf Haer Hand.
Although she knew Si Nanzhao was her fiance, she had no intention of acknowledging him. She was focused on her work and didn't want to get married so soon. Besides, it seemed Si Nanzhao didn't want it either, or he would have acknowledged her. Since neither of them wanted to recognize each other, it was fine as it was. With that thought, Yun Bei quickly left the hospital room and headed to her office. However, she hadn't walked far when she heard the sound of high heels behind her. She guessed it was Chu Fe following her. Sure enough, Chu Fe called out, "Yun, stop right there. Is there something you need?" Yun Bei stopped and turned to look at Chu Fe coldly. She didn't seek trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. If Chu Fe wanted to provoke her, she would oblige. "Do you know who I am? My father is a high-ranking official. I advise you to resign, or don't blame me for being rude. Are you trying to use your power to bully me?" Yun Bei looked at Chu Fe with a mocking expression and said, "Does your family know about this?" "So what if they do?" "Whether my family knows is none of your business. Just know that you better resign quietly, or it will be too late when I take action. That's all I have to say. You should take care of yourself. What if I say no?" Yun Bei looked coldly at Chu Fe and said, "Even if your dad is a leader, so what? I'm not afraid of you. Fine, you have guts. Just wait and see. Don't come begging me to spare you later. Who will be begging whom is still uncertain." Yun Bei smiled, but her eyes showed no warmth. If Chu Fe really got her job taken away, she wouldn't mind getting even. Worst case, she could just move to the staff quarters. Being closer, she could find something to hold against Chu Fe. At that point, she wouldn't hold back. "All right, let's see what happens." Chu Fe's face was grim. She didn't expect a mere doctor to challenge her. Very well, she would show Yun Bei the consequences of crossing her. With that thought, Chu Fe sneered and walked away. Yun Bei didn't take Chu Fe's words to heart. Since Director Yang dared to hire her, he wouldn't just let her be pushed around. Even if Director Yang couldn't protect her, there was still Si Nanzhao, right? It was clear that Si Nanzhao strongly disliked Chu Fe and wasn't worried about her connections. He must have some confidence, either because he was exceptional or because the leader, Chu, was sensible. Of course, there was another possibility. Si Nanzhao's background might be just as good as Chu Feifei's, which is why he didn't take her seriously. Regardless of the reason, Si Nanzhao should be able to support her to some extent. In the hospital room, Lin Jigang noticed that Si Nanzhao looked troubled and thought it was because of Chu Feifei's words. He advised, Captain Si, don't take what Chu Feifei says to heart. She's just that kind of person. I know. Si Nanzhao had known Chu Feifei for a long time and understood her nature. It was precisely because he knew that he felt worried. He wasn't afraid of what Chu Feifei might do to him. After all, he was a strong man and always cautious, so he wouldn't be easily harmed. What he feared was Chu Feifei taking action against Yun Bei. Despite Chu Feifei's good looks, she had a ruthless side. Although he and Yun Bei hadn't made their relationship clear, it was undeniable that she was his fiancée. Even if he had no plans to marry, if anything happened to Yun Bei because of him, he would feel guilty for life. It seemed he needed to remind Yun Bei to be careful. With that in mind, Si Nanzhao asked Lin Jigang, Did Chu Feifei leave? Yes, I just saw her walking with Dr. Yun. Lin Jigang nodded, having seen Chu Feifei go after Yun Bei. He was naturally happy that Chu Feifei could leave. He didn't want to deal with this young lady, who had a lot of issues and spoke harshly. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao became anxious, trying to sit up while saying, What did you say? She went with Dr. Yun? Seeing Si Nanzhao's movement, Lin Jigang was startled and quickly pressed him down, saying, Captain Si, you need to lie down. Don't you remember what Dr. Yun said? Si Nanzhao was halfway up, but had to lie back down. Thinking of Yun Bei's words, he looked at his chest and asked, Is everything okay? No bleeding? Lin Jigang checked carefully and saw that the bandage was clean before nodding. No, but you still need to be careful. I understand. Si Nanzhao nodded and then told Lin Jigang, You should go check on Dr. Yun. Don't let Chu Feifei bother her. Lin Jigang was taken aback, but quickly realized and turned to leave. He made his way to Yun Bei's office and saw her sitting alone inside, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Chu Feifei had not troubled Dr. Yun. Yun Bei noticed Lin Jigang and, thinking something was wrong with Si Nanzhao again, asked with a smile, Comrade Lin, what's wrong? Is there another issue with Captain Si? No, Captain Si just asked me to check if Comrade Chu has left. Lin Jigang couldn't mention that Si Nanzhao was worried about Chu Feifei bothering Yun Bei, so he made up an excuse. Yun Bei laughed and said, She has already left. But if you go now, you might still catch her. That's all right. I'll head back to tell Captain Si, Lin Jigang replied and left. Yun Bei watched him hurry away, her gaze flickering. She thought to herself that Si Nanzhao might not dislike Chu Feifei as much as he seemed. At that moment, Si Nanzhao was unaware of Yun Bei's misunderstanding. Hearing from Lin Jigang that Chu Feifei had left, he let out a big sigh of relief. He had always known that if this woman wanted to cause trouble, she could do it in an instant, and you would never expect what she might do. Therefore, he felt like celebrating her departure. As for Chu Feifei, after leaving the hospital, she didn't return to the army right away. She took a day off, originally wanting to spend more time with Si Nanzhao and build their relationship. However, Si Nanzhao didn't need to say anything, and it was simply excessive that a small doctor didn't show her respect. And that doctor actually dared to ignore her orders. Just wait. She would make the other person understand the consequences of disobedience. As Chu Feifei thought about this, she headed to a small courtyard in the city. When she arrived, she gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside, making Chu Feifei smile. Soon, the courtyard door opened, and a short, thin man peeked out. Seeing Chu Feifei, Wang Xiaoshuang instantly smiled and said, Sister Chu, you're here. Yes, Chu Feifei replied, and then walked into the courtyard. Wang Xiaoshuang followed her, sensing that she was a bit unhappy but didn't ask too many questions. He knew that if Chu Feifei had something on her mind, she would tell him. Sure enough, after sitting for a little while, Chu Fe spoke up, saying, Xiaoshuang, I need you to do me a favor. Sister Chu, just tell me. There's a doctor named Yun Bei at the county hospital. Find a way to get her out of the hospital. I want her to leave Liangcheng. Sure, no problem. Wang Xiaoshuang agreed, without hesitation. He had done this kind of thing before, and had plenty of experience. Hearing Wang Xiaoshuang's response, Chu Fe smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, I knew I could count on you. Don't worry, as long as you get this done, I won't treat you unfairly. Then, she took out 2 large bills and handed them to him, saying, This is a deposit. There will be a reward once the job is done. Thank you, Sister Chu. I'll make sure to handle this beautifully. Wang Xiaoshuang grinned as he took the money. With money, what couldn't be accomplished? I'll be waiting for your good news. Absolutely. Wang Xiaoshuang was confident. He was quite skilled at this kind of work. Since he teamed up with Chu Fe, he had made quite a bit of money. Every time she asked him to do something, he always delivered excellently. Chu Fe didn't stay long with Wang Xiaoshuang. Once she achieved her goal, she left. After all, it was not proper for a man and woman to be alone together for too long. Although Miss Wang called her sister, she was not actually related to her, not even a cousin. She had approached Wang Xiaoshuang because they had become acquainted, and she had kept him close ever since. Wang Xiaoshuang may look short and thin, but her ability to get things done is impressive. Over the years, she has helped her a lot, especially dealing with those who tried to compete with her or upset her. You could say that Wang Xiaoshuang is like a sharp knife in her hand, striking wherever she points. Today, Yun Bei has offended her, so she will let Yun Bei feel her anger. She believes Yun Bei will soon learn the consequences of crossing her and will beg for forgiveness. It's fair to say that Chu Fe has some grand ideas. Unfortunately, Yun Bei is not an ordinary person. She usually likes to cut off the hands and feet of those who reach too far, leaving them unable to act. Wang Xiaoshuang took the deposit and got to work. She first went to the hospital to find out about Yun Bei's situation. Upon learning that she was personally recruited by Director Yang, she immediately had an idea. In this world, nothing is more interesting than the love and hate between men and women. As for the claims that Yun Bei is a skilled doctor, Wang Xiaoshuang doesn't believe it at all. In her view, a girl in her teens, no matter how skilled, can't be that impressive. Therefore, she believes that Director Yang must have hired Yun Bei simply because of her looks. Despite her young age, Yun Bei is exceptionally beautiful, with bright eyes, delicate eyebrows, and naturally red lips, making her look stunning. Such a beautiful woman would catch the attention of any man, not just Director Yang. Thus, Wang Xiaoshuang thinks that if she wants to drive Yun Bei out of the hospital and ruin her, she must involve Director Yang. Once this idea came to her, Wang Xiaoshuang quickly crafted several stories, like how the old director fell for a pretty girl, or how a seductress got close to a married man, and rumors about hidden beauties in the hospital. These enticing stories spread quickly throughout the city. If it weren't for the people involved, others might have believed them. The tales were so vivid that they seemed credible. At first, people didn't think of Yun Bei. They assumed it was someone else's story. But as Wang Xiaoshuang pushed the narrative, the focus shifted directly to Director Yang and Yun Bei. Now, not only the colleagues and patients at the hospital, but even outsiders began to look at Director Yang and Yun Bei differently. To make matters worse, Director Yang's wife has a bit of a fiery temper. Upon hearing such rumors, without hesitation, she rushed to the hospital to find Yun Bei. Yun Bei was treating a patient when she saw a woman suddenly burst into the examination room and thought a crazy person had entered. "Do you need something?" Yun Bei asked the middle-aged woman with a frown, unaware that the woman was there to cause trouble and that she was Xie Yufang, the wife of Director Yang. "Are you Yun Bei?" Xie Yufang glared at Yun Bei, her expression unpleasant. Seeing her youthful face made her believe the rumors even more. Indeed, this young woman seemed to fit the description. Like many others, she couldn't believe that someone so young could be a doctor. Even when she barged in, she thought Yun Bei was just pretending, despite there being a patient in the room.
"Yes, I am Yun Bei."
Is something wrong? Yun Bei thought Xie Yufang was a patient. However, Xie Yufang, upon hearing Yun Bei's confirmation, reached out to hit her. But before her hand could touch Yun Bei's face, it was caught. Yun Bei looked coldly at Xie Yufang and said, "Please, let's talk calmly. Resorting to violence is not a good habit. You shameless woman. Let go of me." Xie Yufang shouted, her words making Yun Bei's expression darken. She tightened her grip on Xie Yufang's hand and spoke in a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell. "You should know what to say and what not to say at your age. I have not offended you, so why are you trying to ruin my reputation? Also, those who call others shameless often reveal their true nature. If I were truly what you say, you would have been in serious trouble by now. I'm ruining your reputation?" Xie Yufang sneered, using her free hand to point at Yun Bei's nose. "Go ask around outside and see who doesn't know about you and my husband, Old Yang."
Who is Old Yang?
What could I possibly have to do with him?
Yun Bei was in Korea singly confused.
She had only been in Liang City for a few days and knew very few people. How could she know anyone named Old Yang, let alone have any dealings with him? You still deny it? Xie Yufang, seeing Yun Bei's confusion, grew even angrier and shouted, "If you had nothing to do with my husband, why would he bring you to the hospital?" After hearing this, Yun Bei finally understood who the Old Yang was that the other person mentioned. However, she still wanted to confirm and asked, "You mean Old Yang, right? Is it Director Yang? Who else could it be? Now you see I wasn't wrong about you, right?" Xie Yufang glared at Yun Bei and said, "If you know what's good for you, leave the hospital now and don't come back. Don't contact my Old Yang again. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Yun Bei had finally found a stable job, so she wasn't going to leave easily. She looked at Xie Yufang and said, "Mrs. Yang, I think you misunderstand. I came to work at the hospital and Director Yang did help me. But I got this job because of my own strong medical skills, so I won't leave just because you say so. Unless the hospital fires me. Of course, even if they want to fire me, there needs to be a valid reason. What you just said is all nonsense and doesn't count. Also, I, Yun Bei, have always acted with integrity and never resort to shady methods. Besides, I have a fiance who works in the hospital. I'm not foolish enough to give up a young and handsome fiance for an old man. If you were in my place, you would choose a promising young man too, not an old man, right?" At this point, Yun Bei had no choice but to mention Si Nanzhao. Unfortunately, Xie Yufang didn't listen and thought Yun Bei was making excuses, believing she had fabricated a so-called fiancé to deceive her. She thought if Yun Bei really had a fiancé, why would there be such rumors about her and Old Yang? They say there's no smoke without fire. If Yun Bei and Old Yang had nothing going on, such rumors wouldn't exist. So, she coldly looked at Yun Bei and said, "Fine, you won't leave? I'll go find Old Yang and have him fire you." Xie Yufang initially thought that if Yun Bei left, she wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, she and Old Yang had been married for decades. She couldn't just divorce because of some young woman. In her generation, divorces were rare. Even if there were, life would be tough for a divorced woman. Moreover, their children were already grown. A divorce would ruin their reputation and affect their children's futures. Even if it was not for herself, she couldn't divorce for the sake of her children. But she didn't expect that Yun Bei was unwilling to leave. How could she not be angry? She wanted to hit someone but found her hand still held by Yun Bei, unable to pull it away. So, she had no choice but to find Old Yang. The situation he created had to be handled by him. If he dared to ignore her and not remove Yun Bei from the hospital, she would find someone who could deal with him. She didn't believe that he would choose a woman over his future. "Take care, no need to see you out," Yun Bei said, releasing Xie Yufang's hand and pointing toward the door. "Just wait," Xie Yufang replied before turning and leaving Yun Bei's office. After her outburst, the patients who had planned to see Yun Bei hesitated. Yun Bei glanced at them and said, "If you trust my skills and want to see me, come in. Others, feel free to leave." Some people came specifically to see him and were not affected by Xie Yufang's actions, so they continued to enter. Although Yun Bei was angry, he quickly calmed down and focused on treating patients and prescribing medicine. Rumors spread quickly. Xie Yufang's scene reached the whole hospital. Some, like Gao Lanlan and Dr. Guan, defended Yun Bei, while others watched for entertainment, having no strong feelings about him. Then there were those who took the opportunity to criticize, like Zhou Qin and Director Liu. Zhou Qin was jealous and disliked Yun Bei. With rumors flying, it was clear someone was targeting Yun Bei, and while watching, she took the chance to add to the trouble. As for Director Liu, she held a grudge against Yun Bei for not covering her shift. Seeing Xie Yufang causing trouble for Yun Bei, she thought it was her chance for revenge. So, she skipped seeing patients and headed straight to Dean Yang's office to confront him. Today, Dean Yang was not at the hospital, and Xie Yufang couldn't find him. Frustrated, she spotted Director Liu. Due to old Yang's connection, Xie Yufang and Director Liu had some acquaintance. Normally, they would greet each other. However, Xie Yufang was in a bad mood and didn't want to speak to her. Unexpectedly, while she tried to ignore Director Liu, Liu approached her and said, "Mrs. Xie, what brings you here?" Xie Yufang coldly looked at Director Liu. After causing such a scene, she was sure Liu knew about it. From her expression, it seemed she was intentionally blocking her. "Is there something you need?" Xie Yufang asked coldly, feeling a bit impatient. She was in a hurry to find old Yang and didn't want to waste time here. "Mrs. Xie, there are some things I'm not sure if I should say." "If you shouldn't say it, then why are you still talking?" "Fine, go to your work, I'm going home." "Mrs. Xie, please don't be in such a rush." Director Liu didn't expect Xie Yufang to be so dismissive, and she felt a bit annoyed. If it weren't for Dean Yang, she wouldn't bother with her at all. However, she wanted to use Xie Yufang to deal with Yun Bei, so despite her displeasure, she forced a smile and said, "Mrs. Xie, you're here to find Yun Bei, right? I know some things about her. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk?" Xie Yufang glanced at Director Liu, thinking that she didn't know when old Yang would return, so she nodded. Thus, the two went up to the rooftop. Director Liu exaggeratedly shared the story of Yun Bei working the night shift with Dean Yang that evening. Xie Yufang was already angry, and hearing this made her even angrier. So, instead of going home, she returned to Yun Bei's office, ready to confront her. Seeing Xie Yufang's fierce expression, Director Liu happily followed behind, eager to watch the drama unfold. As for Zhou Qin, her approach was different from Director Liu's. Perhaps because she had faced Yun Bei a few times without success, she was hesitant to act. Of course, she wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Like Xie Yufang, her goal was to drive Yun Bei out of the hospital. What would be the quickest way to get rid of her? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Qin decided the fastest and most effective method was to write a complaint letter. Now, the rumors about Yun Bei and Dean Yang were known throughout the county, so writing a complaint letter wouldn't be a problem. Although it might offend Dean Yang, she didn't care. She was working at this hospital, not because of him. Without hesitation, Zhou Qin took advantage of the lack of patience and quickly wrote the letter. To disguise her handwriting, she even wrote with her left hand. After a long time, a complaint letter was finally ready. Noticing it was getting late, she tucked the letter away, planning to have someone deliver it to a certain committee during lunch. Once the letter reached the committee, even if the rumors about Yun Bei and Dean Yang were unfounded or someone was trying to frame them, it wouldn't matter. Once those people took action, what was once nothing could easily become something. She wanted to see how Yun Bei would get out of this situation. Yun Bei had no idea about Zhou Qin writing a complaint letter. Now, seeing Xie Yufang returning, Yun Bei frowned again. Xie Yufang felt deceived and was filled with anger. When she saw Yun Bei tidying up the table, she rushed forward, wanting to confront her. Yun Bei was not defenseless. As Xie Yufang charged in, Yun Bei was already prepared. Just as Xie Yufang was about to reach her, Yun Bei lifted her foot to block her. As a result, Xie Yufang was stopped half a meter away by Yun Bei's foot. Staring at the foot resting on her stomach, Xie Yufang was momentarily stunned. If Yun Bei had pushed harder, she would have been kicked away. It was only at that moment that she looked closely at Yun Bei and realized she was not an easy target to bully. While Xie Yufang was in shock, Director Liu was equally surprised. She had come to watch the drama unfold, but did not expect Yun Bei to be so bold as to place her foot on Xie Yufang's stomach. After all, Xie Yufang was not only the wife of the hospital director, but also held a position of authority. Although her role was not significant, she still had some power. Offending her would not end well for Yun Bei. They say that higher officials can crush the lower ones. How could a county hospital doctor compete with Xie Yufang? However, Yun Bei's actions were beneficial for Lu. The greater the conflict between the two, the more she could gain. This way, she wouldn't even have to intervene, and Yun Bei would be in serious trouble. So, before Xie Yufang could react, Lu jumped in to assert herself, pointing at Yun Bei and scolding, "Yun Bei, you are very bold. Do you know who she is? She is Director Yang's wife. How can you treat her like this? I warn you, Yun Bei, take your foot off immediately, or you will regret it." Hearing Director Lu's voice, Yun Bei glanced at her and replied calmly, "You know she is the director's wife, but when she was about to attack, why didn't you stop her? As Director Yang's wife, she should at least avoid bringing him shame, right? But instead, she couldn't speak properly and resorted to violence. If it were someone else, they would probably have been seriously harmed by now. And you, as the head doctor of the hospital, not only failed to advise her but also came to watch. Are you happy to see us fight? I seriously suspect you are stirring up trouble behind the scenes. As for the motive, it's simply that someone doesn't like me and wants to use her to get rid of me. You think you have a clever plan, but I wonder if Director Yang's wife knows about your scheme." Upon hearing this, Xie Yufang's expression changed instantly. She realized that Director Lu had bad intentions. She had just been about to leave, but then Lu came and said something about Old Yang and Yun Bei working the night shift, which was a clear hint. It was because of what she heard that she got so angry and recklessly sought trouble with Yun Bei again. In her anger, she hadn't thought much about it. Now, as she calmed down, she realized that Director Lu was indeed trying to use her against someone else. That awful person dared to manipulate her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned and glared at Director Lu, saying, "Director Lu, you really have some nerve to include me in your schemes." No, Mrs. Xie, don't listen to her nonsense. She is trying to create conflict between us. Don't fall for it. Xie Yufang wasn't foolish. She knew that Yun Bei wasn't innocent either. They had always been at odds and almost fought before. So, it made sense for her to stir up trouble. Moreover, her intentions were clear. But Director Lu, under the guise of helping her by providing such important information, was actually trying to use her to eliminate a rival. That was too much. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. At that moment, she no longer cared about Yun Bei and said to Director Lu, "I'll remember you, Lu." Then she looked at Yun Bei and said, "You and Old Yang better be fine, or I won't let you off the hook. If you can't survive in Liangcheng, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mrs. Xie, I stand by what I said. If I haven't done anything wrong, no one can blame me for it. I will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. When the truth comes out, don't forget to apologize to me." "Fine, I'll trust you this once. If you and Old Yang are innocent, I will apologize. I, Xie Yufang, am clear about my grievances. Right is right and wrong is wrong. If you are truly as you say, I will publicly apologize to you. It's a deal." After sending Xie Yufang away, Yun Bei wondered who could dislike her so much that they would go to such lengths to ruin her. Since arriving in Liangcheng, she had only offended a few people. A criminal from that night is already locked up, so they shouldn't use such a method to ruin her. This tactic seems like it could come from a woman. She has offended 3 women: Director Lu, Zhou Qin, and Chu Fe. Since she had conflicts with Lu and Zhou earlier, if they wanted to harm her, they would have acted by now. So, it must be Chu Fe. Thinking about the day Chu Fe forced her to resign, and looking at the ultimate goal of this incident, which is to push her out of the hospital, the objectives are the same, indicating it is the same person behind it. Cloud North's expression darkened at the thought of Chu Fe. She decided to check the hospital room and find Si Nanzhao to understand the situation better. Knowing both sides is essential to avoid defeat. Since Chu Fe has taken action, she cannot just sit back and do nothing. However, Cloud North did not expect that before she could find Si Nanjiao, a group of people from a certain committee barged into her office and said, "Are you Cloud North? We received a report claiming that you are involved in inappropriate relationships. You must come with us for an investigation." Cloud North's face turned dark instantly. She didn't expect them to follow up so quickly. Just as her reputation was being ruined, the committee appeared to solidify those rumors. If these claims were confirmed, she would have no chance of staying in Liang City. It must be said that their methods are quite ruthless. This is not just about getting her out of the hospital, but making it impossible for her to remain in Liang City. Knowing it was a scheme, could Cloud North refuse to go?
No.
She had to go to the committee. So, Cloud North calmly packed her things and left the hospital with those people, despite the stares and whispers from the crowd. The news of Cloud North being taken away by the committee quickly reached Si Nanjiao, making him anxious. He instructed Lin Jigang, "Go find out what's going on." Okay. Lin Jigang immediately left the ward to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, many people were still gathered outside Cloud North's office. They didn't leave with her and the committee, but instead stayed to gossip. Zhou Qin was among them, speaking ill of Cloud North while thinking, "Just wait, I'll make you pay. Your good days are over." Cloud North had no idea that the person who reported her was Zhou Qin. She still believed it was Chu Fe behind this. However, Yun Bei was confident and not worried about being taken to a committee. As she walked, she even chatted with the people who had captured her. At first, they looked unfriendly, but after a few of her words, they were all wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were hearing. "Dr. Yun, you really just looked at him and knew our team leader was sick? Why not?" Yun Bei smiled at the person speaking to her and said, "When it comes to seeing patients, the most important thing is to observe. An experienced doctor can tell a lot just by looking at someone's face." "Really? That's amazing. It's not really magic, just some practical experience." On the way, Yun Bei had a pleasant conversation with several committee members. By the time she arrived at the committee, the second thing they wanted was not to investigate her, but to ask her to treat their team leader. Although Yun Bei didn't think highly of these people, she was a doctor and under their roof, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, she offered to help treat the team leader's insomnia. The team leader was skeptical, but eventually allowed Yun Bei to give him acupuncture. After a few needles, he immediately felt sleepy, which surprised everyone. Before this, he couldn't sleep at all, even at night. It was unclear whether it was due to his past misdeeds or something else, but no matter what he tried, he just couldn't fall asleep. Over time, he became exhausted and his health deteriorated. Finally feeling drowsy, the team leader instructed his subordinates to take good care of Yun Bei while he found a room to sleep. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Si Nanjiao was very anxious because he didn't understand the situation. Especially after Lin Jigang found out that the committee members had captured Yun Bei under the pretext of her being involved in inappropriate relationships, Si Nanjiao became even more worried. Yun Bei had come for him, and if anything happened to her, he would be held responsible. At that moment, he regretted not revealing his identity to Yun Bei sooner and not recognizing her earlier. If they had recognized each other sooner, he believed these issues wouldn't have arisen, and the rumors would have been proven false. He trusted Yun Bei and believed she wasn't the type to be fickle. Even if Dean Yang were young, she wouldn't be interested in him. For some reason, Si Nanjiao was very confident about this. "Captain Si, what should we do now?" Lin Jigang was also worried about Yun Bei, concerned that she might be in trouble. He knew very well what kind of people were in that committee. Often, a small issue could turn into a big problem, and they were very skilled at blaming others. "Help me up. I need to make a phone call," Si Nanjiao said anxiously. He was mostly worried that Yun Bei would be bullied by someone from the committee. Even though he hadn't thought about marrying Yun Bei since she came to him, she was under his protection. "Captain Si, why don't you give me the phone number and I'll call for you?" Lin Jigang said, looking worried after hearing Si Nanjiao's words. Although his wounds had started to heal over the past couple of days, Yun Bei had told him to limit his movement, especially to avoid straining his injuries, as reopening them would be troublesome. The distance from the hospital room to the phone area was quite long, and with Si Nanzhao feeling anxious, Lin Jigang was concerned he might hurt himself. This call must be made by me. Si Nanzhao shook his head in refusal. He was looking for someone important, and if he didn't make the call himself, they might not take him seriously. But Lin Jigang looked at Si Nanzhao's injuries, very worried. No buts, Si Nanzhao's tone was firm. He couldn't let anything happen to Yun Bei, especially not on his watch. He wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. Moreover, since Yun Bei had saved his life, he had to ensure her safety even more. Lin Jigang couldn't argue with Si Nanzhao, so he eventually found a wheelchair and pushed him to the nurse's station. At that moment, Yun Bei was unaware that Si Nanzhao was trying to protect her. She had just received a report letter from someone in the committee. Seeing the letterhead, Yun Bei realized it was a report sent from the hospital. It seemed her earlier guess was wrong. The person reporting her was not Chu Fe, but someone from their hospital. Now, two people were the main suspects, Director Liu and Zhou Qin. After asking the committee about when they received the report, she quickly narrowed down the suspects. If she wasn't mistaken, this letter should have come from Zhou Qin. She had thought that after the previous incidents, Zhou Qin would have learned her lesson and stopped causing trouble. Instead, it seemed she had become even more aggressive. Very well, her resolve had strengthened. Originally, she didn't want to fight with women. After all, she was a woman too, and she believed women should support each other. Therefore, regarding Zhou Qin, she only gave her a simple punishment. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Qin not only refused to change, but also escalated her actions, even going so far as to write a complaint letter. So, she shouldn't be surprised when the response is an eye for an eye. Besides the complaint letter, Yun Bei also planned to investigate the source of the rumors. Thus, she asked someone from a certain committee for help. Actually, she could have done the investigation herself, but it would take longer. Yun Bei didn't want to wait, so she had to ask someone from the committee to step in. Of course, asking for their help wasn't free. Yun Bei not only paid them but also promised to provide free medical care in return. Just as Yun Bei reached an agreement with the committee member, her phone rang. The person who answered the call looked at Yun Bei differently. Previously, he thought Yun Bei was just a skilled doctor. After this call, he had to reassess her influence. At that moment, he could only think that she was a significant figure. Feng Bing never expected that a small doctor like Yun Bei would have even their leader's superior personally call to inquire, warning them to be careful. If even a single hair on Yun Bei was harmed, they would be held accountable. What's wrong? Yun Bei felt uncomfortable under their gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Is there a problem?" No. Feng Bing waved his hand, hung up the phone and approached Yun Bei, saying, "Dr. Yun, I apologize. We were reckless. We shouldn't have approached you without clarifying the situation first. We regret any inconvenience and trouble we caused you, and we hope you can forgive us." Yun Bei was puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly became so respectful and friendly. However, she quickly realized it was related to the recent phone call. She wondered who had called that made them treat her with such respect. Thinking of this, Yun Bei couldn't help but tentatively ask, "Do you know who just called?" Feng Bing looked at her with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you joking?" and replied, "Dr. Yun, why do you ask that?" Yun Bei smiled and decided not to press further. However, she had heard Feng Bing refer to someone as Director Ling. Given his respectful attitude, it was likely that Director Ling was also from the committee. Yet, Yun Bei searched her memory but couldn't recall any useful information. So, someone must be helping her from behind. Who could it be? It can't be him, right? Suddenly, Yun Bei's mind flashed with the image of Sinanzho. If someone is really helping her here, it must be him. It seems he must have heard about her being taken by a certain committee, which is why he found someone to protect her. If that's the case, she should thank him properly. Although, even without his help, she would be fine, but his kindness is rare. Because of that phone call, the people from the committee quickly released Yun Bei. However, the hospital staff, especially Director Yang, didn't know this. He had gone to the city for a meeting yesterday and only returned this afternoon. Upon his return, He not only heard that his wife had caused trouble for Yun Bei, but also learned that Yun Bei had been taken by the committee, which made him very anxious. Yun Bei is skilled in medicine and cannot be in trouble. Moreover, he heard that Yun Bei's situation was related to him. He had heard the recent rumors outside and thought that as long as he kept his integrity, those rumors wouldn't matter. However, he didn't expect his wife to believe them and come to the hospital to confront Yun Bei. He was even more surprised that someone wrote a complaint against Yun Bei. It would be a lie to say he wasn't hurt. The situation outside is chaotic, with complaints flying around every day. But the hospital was still relatively safe, and he had been proud of that. Who would have thought that a careless moment would allow such trouble to arise? It seems he has been too gentle, leading some people to think he is easy to deal with. He hopes to find out who it is. Otherwise, he would make them leave the hospital, as they can't afford such trouble. However, right now, Yun Bei's situation is the priority. Thinking of this, Director Yang decided to personally visit the committee to try to get Yun Bei released. He has some connections there, and they should help him out. Just as Director Yang was about to leave his office, Xie Yufang arrived with news. Seeing Director Yang, she rushed forward and started hitting him, saying, "You Yang, how could you do such things? Do you think this is fair to me? Old Xie, what are you talking about? What have I done that I don't know about? You still won't admit it? It's all over the place that you and that doctor from your hospital are involved. How long do you plan to hide this from me?" Xie Yufang was both angry and frustrated, her fists repeatedly striking Director Yang. Although she wasn't very strong, after hitting for a while, Director Yang couldn't take it anymore. So, he held her hands firmly, looked at her with an unhappy face and said, "Xie, can you please stop acting crazy? After all these years, you should know what kind of person I am. There is nothing between me and Yun Bei. Are you lying to me? If there was nothing between you, why are there rumors outside? How would I know? You know how chaotic things are outside. Maybe someone doesn't like me and is trying to bring me down by spreading these rumors." Hearing this, Xie Yufang calmed down. She wasn't really foolish. She just hadn't thought much about it before. Now that Director Yang said this, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If someone really was targeting her husband, then her actions would only play into their hands. Besides, after so many years of marriage, she trusted her husband's character. If he said there was nothing, then there was definitely nothing. She needed to investigate and find out who was shameless enough to use such dirty tricks against him. Thinking of this, Xie Yufang shyly said to her husband, "Old Yang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions or caused trouble for Dr. Yun. How about this? I'll go apologize to Dr. Yun right now." Hearing his wife's words, Director Yang felt a bit relieved. This was one good thing about her. Even though she had a quick temper, she wasn't a bad person. She recognized her mistakes and was willing to correct them. But thinking about Yun Bei being taken away by some committee made him worry again. He told his wife, "Don't go. She was taken away by some committee members."
What?
How could this happen? Someone wrote a complaint letter. Could it be because of me? Xie Yufang felt guilty, thinking her actions might have led to Yun Bei being reported. She looked at her husband and asked, "What should we do now?" "I'll think of a solution. You should go home for now. If anything comes up, just ask me directly. I won't hide anything from you." "I understand." Xie Yufang felt upset, and her tone was a bit gloomy. Once his wife left, Director Yang headed toward the committee. However, when he arrived and inquired, he found out that Yun Bei had already left. At that moment, Yun Bei had returned to the hospital and was in Si Nanjiao's room, thanking him for his help. "Captain Si, it was you who made that call, right?" Yun Bei asked directly. "Yes." Si Nanjiao admitted it straightforwardly, and then looked at Yun Bei. Seeing that she seemed fine, he felt relieved. Luckily, his call was timely. She should not have been harmed. To be honest, he was really scared that those people would do something to Yun Bei. Si Nanjiao knew very well that it was not a place where reason mattered, and even nothing could turn into something. Thinking about those who were wronged and died because of those people made Si Nanjiao feel a bit down. He wondered when these days would end. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Yun Bei noticed Si Nanjiao's mood was not good and felt worried. She was afraid he might get involved because of her.
I'm fine.
Si Nanjiao shook his head and then looked at Yun Bei, smiling as he asked, "Do you know why I helped you?" Yun Bei was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes flickered as she replied, "Because I am your attending physician?" She couldn't think of any other reason. Si Nanjiao shook his head directly, locking his gaze on Yun Bei, and said seriously, "Comrade Yun Bei, let me formally introduce myself. I am Si Nanjiao, your fiance." Earlier, when Yun Bei was taken away by a committee, he regretted not revealing his identity sooner. Now that Yun Bei was back and came to thank him right away, he wanted to seize the opportunity to clarify his identity. He didn't want something like today to happen again, nor did he want Yun Bei to be disturbed by rumors. Even though he had doubts about her identity, her medical skills were truly impressive. At such a young age, she had such talent. She would surely achieve even greater things in the future. He didn't want to clip her wings because of his suspicions. Si Nanjiao's words shocked Lin Jigang, who asked, "Captain Si, when did you get a fiancé?" "We had no idea." If they had known earlier, the leaders wouldn't have taken turns introducing him to potential partners. Commander Chu would not have allowed Chu Fe to keep pursuing him. "My old man arranged it. I just found out recently." Si Nanjiao was not lying. He had indeed just learned about it. If it weren't for Yun Bei being kidnapped, he might still be unaware that he had a fiancé, one he had had since childhood. Really? Lin Jigang found it hard to believe. The old commander actually did something like this without prior notice. What era was it now? The tradition of parents arranging marriages was long gone. It was simply unbelievable that the old commander quietly set up a betrothal for Captain Si. This is the truth. Si Nanjiao knew that Lin Jigang didn't believe him, but it was indeed the case. Yun Bei had learned about Si Nanjiao's identity a few days ago, so her expression was neutral. However, she was surprised that Si Nanjiao would openly admit his identity. She thought he would keep it a secret and act as if nothing had happened.
Hello, I am Yun Bei, your fiancé.
Yun Bei extended her hand to Si Nanjiao, marking their formal introduction. "Hello." Lin Jigang watched as their hands shook, his gaze flickering. Then, he made an excuse to leave the hospital room, giving space to the newly acquainted couple. In truth, he was quite surprised, not only that Si Nanjiao had a fiancé, but also that he actually shook hands with Yun Bei. It was known that Si Nanjiao was considered a woman repellent in the army. Whenever he saw a woman, especially a young one, he would keep his distance. There was even a joke that he might prefer men. Of course, those who made such jokes ended up training hard for a month, regretting their words. After that, no one dared to make such jokes again. Who would want to invite trouble? "Comrade Lin, what are you doing outside?" Before Lin Jigang could stand for a minute, Zhou Qin approached him with a cheerful expression. "Just getting some fresh air," Lin Jigang replied casually. Noticing Zhou Qin peeking into the room, he frowned slightly and asked, "Dr. Zhou, is there something you need?" "No, nothing at all," Zhou Qin replied, feeling a bit awkward and unwilling to back down. She hadn't seen anything yet, as Lin Jigang blocked her view. She had heard Nurse Xiao Wang mention that Yun Bei had returned, so she came to confirm if it was true. From what she knew, very few people who entered a certain committee returned unscathed. Yet, Yun Bei had only been gone for a short time and was already back. How could that be possible? With a sense of doubt, Zhou Qin decided to check for herself to see if Yun Bei had really returned or if Nurse Xiaowang had made a mistake. Lin Jigang clearly didn't believe her, looking at Zhou Qin with suspicion. "Really? I thought you were looking for Captain Si." No, I just came to take a look." Zhou Qin had heard of the nickname Cold-Faced King of Hell. She was initially quite interested when she first met Si Nanjiao, but after learning about his nickname and reputation as a woman repellent, she felt a bit hesitant. After witnessing Si Nanjiao make a nurse who admired him cry, she decided to hide her feelings. If she hadn't heard that Yun Bei had entered Si Nanjiao's hospital room, she wouldn't have come. She was truly afraid of Si Nanjiao's sharp tongue. After speaking, Zhou Qin felt embarrassed and left, glancing back several times. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was interested in Lin Jigang. Then, she found the nurse and asked Xiao Wang, "Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Yun Bei really came back? My eyesight is fine. How could I be mistaken? Dr. Yun just brought a bag of fruit and a can of malted milk, and I saw it clearly," Xiao Wang replied, glancing at Gao Qin, puzzled by her concern for Yun Bei. Honestly, Xiao Wang was happy that Yun Bei returned. It meant that Yun Bei had no issues. Otherwise, the committee wouldn't have let her back, especially not so soon. Seeing that Xiao Wang didn't seem to be lying, Zhou Qin felt uneasy, but didn't show it on her face. She patted Xiao Wang's shoulder and said, "All right, I won't keep you. I have to get back to work." How strange, Xiao Wang muttered quietly as she watched Zhou Qin leave. Back in her office, Zhou Qin felt increasingly dissatisfied and decided to personally ask the committee about the situation. Logically, since Yun Bei was accused of inappropriate relationships, she should have faced serious consequences to be released. Yet, she returned without any issues. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Bei had connections in the committee? But Zhou Qin had checked. Yun Bei was from out of town and claimed to be visiting relatives. However, she hadn't heard of any relatives after all this time. It wasn't even time to leave work, but Zhou Qin hurried out. Under the guise of concern, she found a familiar person in the committee and asked, "I heard that one of our hospital staff was reported. What's going on?" However, the response made Zhou Qin's heart race. The other person said, "What report? It's all baseless. By the way, we're trying to find out who's causing trouble. Once we find out, that person will be in big trouble." Really? Zhou Qin felt anxious, though she didn't show it. Of course. The other person gave Zhou Qin a skeptical look and asked, "You don't know who wrote it, do you? You seem quite worried about the person involved. If you do know, you could provide us with some clues." No, how could I possibly know who it is? I have things to do, so I'm leaving now." After saying this, Zhou Qin hurriedly walked away. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would really expose herself. She didn't want to get caught just for trying to gather some information. Seeing Zhou Qin leave in a rush, the other person didn't think much of it. Regardless of whether that person was connected to Zhou Qin, the director had already spoken, and they would naturally investigate thoroughly. After leaving the committee, Zhou Qin quickly found the child who had helped her deliver a message. She took out $1 and said to him, "Kid, if anyone asks you about delivering the message, you must not reveal my name. Do you understand?" "I understand," the child nodded, tightly holding onto the $1. Seeing the child agree, Zhou Qin felt a little relieved. As long as the child didn't say anything, no one would know she wrote the complaint letter. At that moment, Zhou Qin had no idea that her actions were risky. If she hadn't gone back to find the child, nothing would have happened. But she foolishly decided to seek out the child and even gave him $1. Little did she know, because of that $1, the child's parents found out he had helped deliver a message to the committee. They immediately became worried and questioned their child, which led him to reveal information about Zhou Qin. Surprisingly, the child actually knew who she was. He had helped her because he knew she worked at the hospital. But Zhou Qin was completely unaware of this. So, when the committee members confronted her, she was taken aback. She wanted to deny it, but the child pointed her out right there. Yun Bei had already suspected Zhou Qin was behind this, so when the child identified her, he stepped forward and slapped her several times. "Zhou Qin, you have gone too far. I have never wronged you, yet you keep causing me trouble. Now you even resort to writing complaint letters." Thankfully, the committee members acted fairly and cleared my name. Otherwise, you would have ruined my life. The other colleagues in the hospital looked at Zhou Qin with strange expressions. There weren't many who liked her. She was not very likable, and she often looked down on others because of her connections, plus her medical skills were not impressive. They never expected her to be so malicious as to write a complaint letter against someone. When everyone thought about the fate of those who had reported others, they not only avoided Zhou Qin but also wished to stay far away from her. How could anyone not be scared with someone like her in the hospital? Even Director Liu, who also disliked Yun Bei, showed clear disgust towards Zhou Qin. If Zhou Qin could write a report about Yun Bei today, she could do the same about anyone tomorrow. Anyone she didn't like could be a target. Many people in the hospital had said unkind things about her and didn't think highly of her. If she decided to take revenge on them like she did with Yun Bei, they would be in big trouble. After all, they didn't have Yun Bei's luck to walk into a committee and come out unscathed. If it were any of them, they would face serious consequences. Thinking about this, everyone urged Director Yang to fire Zhou Qin. They didn't want to work with someone like her. Zhou Qin never expected that before any decision was made, everyone was already trying to get rid of her. Ignoring the pain on her face, she shouted at those wanting her fired. "Shut up. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be fired?"
Why?
"Because your thoughts are not right, and you reported Dr. Yun," they replied, then turned to Director Yang saying, "Director Yang, this person is too malicious. If she doesn't leave, I will. I absolutely refuse to work with someone so toxic. Director Yang, I feel the same way. I don't want to be colleagues with someone like her. She's like a hidden snake. Who knows when she might strike?" Seeing everyone united in wanting Zhou Qin fired, Director Yang felt troubled. Zhou Qin had strong connections. Otherwise, with her lack of skills, he would have already asked her to leave. If anyone else had written a report, he would have immediately let them go without a second thought. But why did it have to be Zhou Qin? He decided he needed to contact her connections to discuss the situation and share the opinions of the staff. He hoped they would help remove Zhou Qin. Otherwise, if doctors started leaving because of her, he would be furious. With that in mind, Director Yang quickly reassured everyone, "Don't worry, I will handle this matter." Yun Bei, after hearing Director Yang, glanced at him. It was clear he was in a difficult position. It seemed Zhou Qin had some powerful backing. Otherwise, Dean Yang wouldn't be making things difficult. Thinking of this, Yun Bei directly said to a member of the committee, "Comrade, thank you for your hard work. Please investigate thoroughly. Dr. Zhou's wrongdoings are surely not limited to this one incident. Dr. Yun, don't worry. We will conduct a thorough investigation." The committee member nodded respectfully, knowing she was someone Director Ling wanted to protect. Hearing Yun Bei's words, Zhou Qin was furious and shouted at her, "Yun Bei, this is retaliation." "Zhou Qin, if you think so, then so be it. They say if you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. If you haven't done anything wrong, what are you afraid of?" "Yun Bei, don't be so pleased with yourself. I won't let this go. Just wait." "Fine, I'll wait," Yun Bei replied with a dismissive look at Zhou Qin. If it weren't for her principles, Zhou Qin would have faced severe consequences long ago. Si Nanzhao also heard about Zhou Qin being taken away. He didn't expect that the person who reported Yun Bei would be a doctor from the hospital. Initially, he suspected it was Chu Fe, as he had found some information related to her. Zhou Qin reaped what she sowed, and Yun Bei felt good, planning to check on Si Nanzhao's situation. If all went well, Si Nanzhao should be able to leave the hospital in a couple of days. Seeing Yun Bei, Si Nanzhao was quite happy. He was just about to ask Lin Jigang to find her when she arrived on her own. "Yun Bei, you're here. How are you feeling today?" Yun Bei asked as usual. Although their relationship had changed, she had lived a full life and didn't have any childish feelings for Si Nanzhao. Even though he was quite handsome and fit her taste, Yun Bei wasn't the type to take the initiative. She sensed that Si Nanzhao didn't seem to have much interest in her, so she didn't plan to chase after him. She wasn't lacking in admirers, nor was she worried about not getting married, so why bother pleasing someone else? As for Si Nanzhao, although he treated Yun Bei differently from other women, he thought it was because she was his grandfather's chosen fiancée and had saved his life, making her special. However, he had decided long ago to dedicate himself to the military and the country, never considering marriage. Thus, even though he treated Yun Bei differently, he only saw her as a younger sister to care for. Si Nanzhao answered Yun Bei's routine questions seriously. This made Lin Jigang glance at them a few more times. Earlier, after learning that Yun Bei and Si Nanzhao were engaged, he thought he might get to see some romantic moments. But to his surprise, there was no trace of a couple in their interaction. After asking about Si Nanzhao's health, Yun Bei prepared to leave. Just then, Si Nanzhao spoke up, saying, "Dr. Yun, please wait a moment." Then he turned to Lin Jigang and said, "Jigang, could you step outside for a bit?" I need to talk to Dr. Yun. Lin Jigang glanced at Si Nanzhao, then turned and left the room, kindly closing the door behind him. Looking at the closed door, Yun Bei's gaze shifted, and she asked Si Nanzhao, "What do you want to say to me?" Dr. Yun, first, I want to apologize. I've found out that the rumors outside are because of me, and I'm sorry you had to deal with this trouble. You found out that the rumors were started by Chu Fe, Yun Bei said, surprised that he had looked into it too. Yes. Si Nanzhao nodded and said, I've caused you trouble, and I'm sorry. Should I say it's okay? Yun Bei smiled at Si Nanzhao and said, or should I say this isn't your fault, it's Chu Fei's issue? Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao paused for a moment, then smiled back and said, It's up to you. Is that all you wanted to tell me? If so, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to my work.
Wait.
Seeing Yun Bei about to leave, Si Nanzhao called her back, saying, I have more to say. All right, I'm all ears. Yun Bei stopped and pulled a chair to sit in front of Si Nanzhao. After a moment of silence, Si Nanzhao finally spoke. Yun Bei, I know you came all this way because you want to marry me. But I'm sorry, I'm not interested in marriage. Since I was young, I've dedicated myself to serving my country, so I've never considered marriage. One reason is that I'm afraid I can't make someone happy, and the other is that I don't want to hold anyone back. After saying this, Si Nanzhao paused and asked, Do you understand what I mean? I understand. You just don't want to get married, right? I get it.
Yun Bei smiled.
Coincidentally, she didn't want to marry so soon either. After all, she was only 18, with a bright future ahead and countless possibilities. Why rush to tie herself to a man? To know, she was single her whole life in her past life until she died for her country. Honestly, she doesn't have a strong desire to get married. The reason she approached Si Nanzhao is partly because of the original owner and partly because she wants to leave the familiar environment she grew up in. There, she would face many restrictions. Those who knew the original owner would notice she is different, and her medical skills are hard to explain. But in a new place, it's different. No one knows her, so they won't question her abilities. Are you not angry? Si Nanzhao carefully observed Yun Bei, trying to read her expression. Why should I be angry? Yun Bei looked at Si Nanzhao in confusion. Understanding what he was thinking, she laughed and said, Do you expect me to cry and throw a fit to meet your expectations? Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao immediately looked uncomfortable and waved his hands, saying, Please don't. He feared nothing more than a woman crying and causing a scene. This was one reason he didn't want to get married. He found women too troublesome. Take Chu Fe, for example. He had rejected her countless times, but she seemed to not understand and kept pursuing him. Thinking of Chu Fe and then looking at Yun Bei, Si Nanzhao suddenly had a good idea to get rid of her. So, he looked at Yun Bei eagerly and said, Yun Bei, can we discuss something? You go ahead. It's like this. Chu Fe has been bothering me, and I want to use you to shake her off. What do you think? Hearing this, Yun Bei looked at Si Nanzhao with a half-smile and asked, You want me to be your tool? Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao felt embarrassed and said, If you don't want to, that's fine. Did I say I didn't want to? Yun Bei looked at Si Nanzhao in disbelief. She hadn't said anything at all. She was somewhat interested in dealing with Chu Fe. After all, Chu Fe was trying to harm her. It's only fair to return the favor. Since Chu Fe had given her a big gift, she naturally needed to respond in kind. She had been thinking about how to return the favor, especially since the other person lived in a military family compound. As an ordinary person, dealing with her wouldn't be easy. But if she cooperated with Si Nanzhao, it would be much easier. She could stay in the compound as Si Nanzhao's fiance and deal with Chu Fe up close. Moreover, even if she did nothing, just being Si Nanzhao's fiance would probably make Chu Fe furious. Do you agree? Si Nanzhao was a bit surprised and excited. He thought Yun Bei would disagree, but to his surprise, she agreed. Yes, I agree. However, I need to move into your courtyard, and we need to set 3 rules. Moving into our courtyard is fine. I've already arranged for a house. Everything inside is ready, so you can move in any time. But what do your 3 rules refer to? First, I want to live there as your fiance. That's fine. Si Nanzhao thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, she was his fiancée. Although he had just made it clear that he was against marriage, they hadn't officially broken off the engagement yet, had they? Besides, even if they were to break it off, it would need the approval of their families. From what he knew about his grandfather, he would definitely not agree. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have arranged a fiancé for him without his consent. Second, I will only stay for 1 month. When the time is up, I will move out. Okay. Si Nanzhao nodded. A month wasn't long. He would try to persuade his grandfather to agree to the breakup during that time. Third, even if our engagement is cancelled, if I stay in Liang City, I hope to have your protection. Of course, I don't need you to do much. Just being able to use your influence when I'm in danger would be enough. Si Nanzhao initially wanted to refuse this condition, but thinking of Yun Bei's medical skills, he eventually nodded and said, "All right, but I have one condition. Go ahead. You cannot do anything that harms the country. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to deal with you myself. Don't worry, I love my country just like you do. I would never do such a thing. I hope you keep your word. Rest assured, even though I am a woman, I am equally trustworthy." After setting the 3 rules, Yun Bei did not stay long in the hospital room and returned to her clinic. As for Si Nanzhao, he would be discharged the day after tomorrow. Yun Bei planned to go back with him since he needed someone to take care of him after his injury. She could take leave for 2 reasons: to avoid trouble and to take the opportunity to deal with the person behind Zhou Qin. She knew that as long as that person existed, Zhou Qin would continue to cause trouble. She had already noticed that Director Yang had no way to handle Zhou Qin. Otherwise, after the report incident, he would have fired her long ago. Yun Bei was right. Director Yang truly had no way to deal with the situation. Although the other party was not a member of a certain committee, he was the brother-in-law of a leader in that committee, which meant he had a lot of influence. Zhou Qin was the daughter of that brother-in-law's sister, and she often relied on her uncle's connections to get what she wanted. Whether during her studies or later when she started working at the hospital, it was always the other party who helped her. Otherwise, with her lack of experience, how could she have gotten a job at the county hospital? After Zhou Qin was taken away by members of the committee, Director Yang went directly to discuss the matter with them, hoping they would remove Zhou Qin from her position.
Why?
Zhou Qin's uncle, Zhang Hongming, glanced at Director Yang and asked, "Zhou Qin is doing fine at the hospital. Why should she be transferred?" "Director Zhang, I have no choice. You don't know what Zhou Qin has done. Since she arrived at the hospital, she has shown no desire to learn from her seniors and almost prescribed the wrong medication to a patient. Now, she has gone even further by writing a complaint about her colleagues. With her causing such trouble, how can the doctors at this hospital work peacefully and care for patients? Therefore, you must transfer her. Otherwise, the morale of the staff will suffer. Before I came here, the doctors at the hospital unanimously requested that I stop Zhou Qin's work, or they would resign collectively." Zhang Hongming's expression darkened upon hearing Director Yang's words. He said, "I thought it was something serious. How can a hospital director be controlled by his own subordinate? That shows a lack of ability." "Director Zhang, Director Yang's face turned sour. He did not expect Zhang Hongming to change the subject and criticize him. He didn't consider how short-staffed the hospital was, especially with skilled doctors. Many experienced doctors had already been sent to rural areas. If the remaining staff left, how would the hospital continue to operate? Enough. If you can't manage this hospital, I will speak to my brother-in-law about replacing you as director. As for Zhou Qin, she is still young. You need to give her time to grow." Director Yang left in frustration and returned to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhou Qin arrived at the committee and immediately demanded to call her uncle. She knew her uncle had significant connections within the committee. However, those people had a hard time capturing Zhou Qin, so they wouldn't let her make a phone call. Therefore, they directly detained her for questioning. By the time Zhang Hongming learned that his brother-in-law's daughter had been taken by a certain committee, several hours had already passed. As soon as he found out, he called his brother-in-law, only to discover that he was out attending a meeting. Worried about Zhou Qin's situation, Zhang Hongming took leave from work and rushed to the committee with his wife. When he found out that the committee had detained Zhou Qin for questioning, he was so angry that he hit a few people from the committee on the spot. Feng Bing and Zhao Yang were among those who were hit, and Feng Bing's eye was bruised from Zhang Hongming's punch. Seeing the other person's arrogant attitude, Feng Bing felt resentful. Was it just because their director was related to him that he had such courage? Yun Bei had been keeping an eye on Zhou Qin's situation. When she learned that Zhou Qin had not only been taken away, but that the people who took her had also been beaten, she immediately realized her opportunity had come. She decided to suggest a new leader for the committee, perhaps Zhao Yang, the team leader who had previously helped her with insomnia. If he could rise to a higher position, she might face fewer troubles in the future. With this in mind, Yun Bei decided to go out in the afternoon to discuss things with him. After work, she bought a few things and met with Zhao Yang. After about half an hour of conversation, they reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. With her goal achieved, Yun Bei returned to the hospital with a smile. For the next 2 days, she left the hospital as soon as her shift ended. As for what she was doing, only she knew. 2 days later, Yun Bei handed over the information she had gathered to Zhao Yang. There was no need for her to get involved in anything else. If Zhao Yang couldn't get promoted with this, then he would be of no use at all. On the third morning, Yun Bei and Director Yang conducted an examination for Si Nanzhao before issuing his discharge notice. Lin Jigang had already called the military yesterday to arrange for a vehicle to come this morning. Now, the vehicle had arrived, and they just needed to complete the discharge procedures for Si Nanzhao to leave. As for Yun Bei, she also confided in Director Yang about their relationship. Yun Bei took a few more days off, partly to move and partly to get familiar with the new environment. Director Yang felt guilty towards Yun Bei, so he readily agreed. Yun Bei didn't have much to move. Most of her belongings were stored away. Si Nanzhao noticed that Yun Bei only had one large bag of luggage, which made him feel a bit uneasy. He had seen girls' luggage before, which usually consisted of many big and small bags filled with all sorts of things. But Yun Bei's luggage barely filled one bag, which showed how little she had. Just her blanket took up most of the bag. Knowing that Yun Bei would be working at the hospital and needed to rest during lunch, Si Nanzhao said directly, "Yun Bei, you don't need to bring bedding. I have prepared everything at home. You can use what's here during your lunch break." "You prepared everything at home?" Yun Bei was a bit surprised. Men often overlook these details. Yes.
Si Nanzhao nodded.
He hadn't actually prepared anything, but that was fine. He could just pick up a couple of sets from logistics later. Besides, the military only provided single blankets. Since he and Yun Bei weren't planning to get married, it didn't matter that they wouldn't be living together, so a single blanket was fine. "All right, if you say so, I'll just put my things away," Yun Bei thought. She used to bring her blanket because she was worried Si Nanzhao hadn't prepared anything. Now that he had, it was better to leave them here. This way, she could return to her dorm during her lunch break instead of sleeping in the clinic. After putting her things away, Yun Bei only took a small bag and followed Si Nanzhao to the car. The driver was a soldier under Si Nanzhao. When he saw his boss leaving the hospital with a doctor, he was quite curious. He gently poked Lin Jigang and asked, "Jigang, what's going on? Why did our captain bring a doctor with him?" Lin Jigang glanced at Mao Dezhu and whispered, "She's not just a doctor. She's also going to be your future sister-in-law." "What? Isn't our captain supposed to be a woman repellent? How did he end up bringing back a sister-in-law from the hospital?" "You'll have to ask him," Lin Jigang said without saying much. This was something Si Nanzhao would reveal in time. Mao Dezhu didn't dare to ask Si Nanzhao directly, knowing he would get in trouble later. So, filled with curiosity, he shyly looked at Yun Bei and called out, "Sister-in-law." Yun Bei felt a bit speechless at the title and glanced at Lin Jigang. Si Nanzhao shot Lin Jigang a glare and told Mao Dezhu, "Drive, let's go." Seeing that Si Nanzhao didn't scold him, Mao Dezhu realized that what Lin Jigang said must be true. Otherwise, with their captain's personality, he would have distanced himself from the situation long ago. Thinking about how their usually stoic captain had finally found someone, Mao Dezhu was very curious about Yun Bei. I can't understand what kind of person she is to win over the captain. You should know that the star of the military arts troupe, Comrade Chu Fe, pursued the captain for years without success. Driving is much faster than taking the bus. In just over half an hour, the car stopped outside the military family compound. Si Nanzhao registered Yun Bei, and the guard let them through. Since Si Nanzhao was injured, Mao Dezhu drove them right to the entrance of the compound. When the car stopped, Si Nanzhao got out first and said to Yun Bei, this is the place I applied for earlier. I had it cleaned up yesterday. This place is nice, Yun Bei said, looking around at the yard and the mountain behind it. She liked it a lot. She preferred not to live with too many people, and this place seemed perfect. Usually others wouldn't come by, so she could enjoy her peace and do what she liked. By the time any news reached her, it would be too late, saving her from getting involved. I'm glad you like it, Si Nanzhao said as he opened the yard gate. When Yun Bei saw the water pipe in the yard, she felt even more satisfied. The water looked like it came from the mountain, making it convenient for her. Yun Bei took a quick look around the yard, which seemed empty from not being lived in for a long time. If she stayed here, she could plant some vegetables or flowers. Let's go inside and take a look, Si Nanzhao said, leading Yun Bei into the house. The inside was already well furnished and very clean, ready for immediate occupancy. Looking at the rooms, both had beds, but only one had bedding. Yun Bei turned to Si Nanzhao and smiled. So this is what you meant by being all set? Si Nanzhao felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I'll go get a set from logistics later. Let me know if you see anything else you need, and I'll apply for it. Okay, I'll check it out. Yun Bei nodded and began to look around. First things first, food was a big deal. So she headed to the kitchen and checked it out. There were a few items, but it was mostly well stocked, enough for a day. As for tomorrow, she could go out to buy more. Earlier, she had seen a supply store nearby that should have the basics. For vegetables, she could buy from a nearby village. If she couldn't buy directly, she could trade her medical services for food. After checking the kitchen, Yun Bei went back to her room, looked around to see what she needed, and then made a list. Actually, she had most of these items in her space. It was just that she couldn't take them out easily. Unless Si Nanzhao wasn't around, she had to buy things from outside. Here's the list, take a look. Yun Bei handed the list to Si Nanzhao and left the rest to him. Si Nanzhao was currently unwell. After receiving the list, he called in Mao Dezhu, who was waiting outside. As for Lin Jigang, he had already gone back to report. Mao Dezhu, please help me get these items. Sure, Captain, Mao Dezhu said as he took the list to the logistics department and found Old Lu. Old Lu was curious when he saw how many items Si Nanzhao needed and asked, Dezhu, did your captain bring a woman back? How did you know, Director Lu? Mao Dezhu was surprised. The captain had just returned, and the news shouldn't have spread yet. Come on, you have the list in your hand. Old Lu lightly tapped Mao Dezhu's head and asked with curiosity, So, is she pretty? She's okay. What do you mean okay? She can't be more attractive than Comrade Chu, right? About the same. Mao Dezhu scratched his head. He couldn't quite explain it, but he felt that Yun Bei had a special aura that made people feel at ease. Meanwhile, in the family compound, upon hearing the news, Chu Fe was knocking on Si Nanzhao's gate. The yard wasn't locked, and the gate was slightly closed. When Yun Bei heard the knocking, she glanced at Si Nanzhao and got up to open the door. She thought it was Mao Dezhu returning with the items and didn't want to open the door herself. However, just as she reached for the door, Chu Fe also pushed it open. Seeing each other through the gap, Chu Fe's expression darkened, thinking she was imagining things. How could she see Yun Bei here? At that moment, she should either be working at the hospital or dealing with rumors, not appearing here. When Yun Bei realized it was Chu Fe, she silently thought, what a coincidence. She didn't expect that Si Nanzhao had just returned, and Chu Fe had already heard the news. The reason she knew was, of course, because of her well-connected father. Chu Shozhong was aware of Si Nanzhao's discharge from the hospital. He had specifically reminded his daughter to go check on him. Chu Shozhong had always thought highly of Si Nanzhao, not only because of his family background but also due to his personal abilities. Even though Si Nanzhao always rejected his daughter, he did not stop her from pursuing him. He believed that Si Nanzhao would eventually get married. Instead of letting someone else have him, it would be better for his daughter to have a chance. Besides, a girl chasing a boy often has a good chance of success. So, Chu Fe took half a day off work to bring warmth to Si Nanzhao when he was discharged from the hospital. She waited in the family compound. When she saw Lin Jigang return with news, she immediately knew that Si Nanzhao was back. She grabbed some fruit and chicken soup and rushed over. However, she never expected to run into Yun Bei in Si Nanzhao's yard. "What are you doing here?" Chu Feifei's face turned sour as she pushed the door open. When she saw Yun Bei standing there with a smile, she realized she wasn't imagining things. Her mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that Yun Bei's job was gone because of Wang Xiaoshuang, so she didn't have to work today and came to fawn over Si Nanzhao? No way, Si Nanzhao was meant for her. Chu Feifei thought, feeling a surge of determination. She said to Yun Bei, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you, chasing a man right into someone else's home." Yun Bei, instead of getting angry, smiled at Chu Feifei and replied, "Yes, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. That man has rejected you so many times, yet you still come here, trying to get close. Yun Bei, who are you calling shameless?" Chu Feifei's face turned red with anger. She couldn't believe that her usual sharp words had no effect on Yun Bei, who instead mocked her back. In the past, whenever she encountered other women, a few words from her would send them away in embarrassment. But Yun Bei was different. Her thick skin seemed impenetrable to Chu Feifei's words. "Of course, it's whoever it is," Yun Bei said mockingly, glancing at the fruit and soup in Chu Feifei's hands. "Is this your way of trying to bring warmth? Too bad, Si Nanzhao doesn't need it. And with me here, he doesn't need any other warmth either. Chu, if you're smart, you should leave now to save some face. Otherwise, if someone sees you, it will be quite embarrassing. Yun Bei, you are so shameless." Chu Feifei glared at Yun Bei, feeling a strong urge to retaliate. Yun Bei's words only heightened her sense of urgency. She felt that Yun Bei absolutely could not stay in the family compound any longer. Otherwise, how could she continue to pursue Si Nanzhao? Moreover, everyone in the army knew she was chasing after him, and if Yun Bei got ahead of her, she would be utterly embarrassed. So, she shot Yun Bei a cold glance and said, "Yun Bei, do you think just because you entered this family compound, you can stay? As long as I want, you will have to leave immediately." "Really?" "I'm so scared," Yun Bei replied, though her face showed no fear at all. What was there to be scared of? So, what if Chu Feifei had connections? She was Si Nanzhao's fiance, not one of those other women who admired him. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of her. "Fine, you're not scared, huh? Just wait and see," Chu Feifei said angrily, forgetting about Si Nanzhao and turning to leave. Inside the house, Si Nanzhao listened closely to the conversation between Yun Bei and Chu Feifei. He admired Yun Bei's fighting spirit. Just moments ago, he was worried about Yun Bei being at a disadvantage, but now he was incredibly glad he teamed up with her. With her around, he no longer had to worry about Chu Feifei bothering him. So, when Yun Bei returned to the room, Si Nanzhao gave her a thumbs up and said, "Yun Bei, great job. Keep it up. Aren't you angry?" Yun Bei asked with a smile. "I just chased away your admirer. I'm actually happy, not angry," Si Nanzhao said with a grin. He had been thinking that if Yun Bei couldn't handle Chu Feifei, he would have to step in to help. But it turned out he didn't need to. This was much better. "Aren't you worried she'll use her connections to pressure you?" Yun Bei asked, wanting to see Si Nanzhao's reaction to gauge how to handle Chu Feifei. "Not at all." Si Nanzhao shook his head and said, "My achievements are earned through hard work and dedication. No one can take that away. Besides, Chu Feifei's father is sensible enough not to pressure me. Not that he wouldn't, but that he wouldn't dare, right?" Si Nanzhao smiled, but didn't respond. It was true. He wouldn't be pressured, and he wouldn't be afraid. After all, his father was still alive, and no one could undermine his accomplishments. Seeing that Si Nanzhao didn't argue, Yun Bei knew she was right. His background was not any less significant than the Chu family's, so he had no reason to be afraid. Meanwhile, after leaving Si Nanzhao's family compound, Chu Fe was indeed going to find someone. She said she would drive Yun Bei out of the family compound, and she certainly meant it. She believed that since she could get Yun Bei out of the hospital, she could also get her out of the family compound. So, she headed straight to the political department of the army. To completely remove Yun Bei, she needed their help. She wanted to see how Yun Bei, who was clinging to Si Nanzhao, would pass the strict scrutiny of the political department. When Yun Bei and Si Nanzhao saw the people from the political department, they were a bit stunned. Chu Fe, seeing Yun Bei's surprised expression, smugly told the visitors, "That's her. Please investigate her thoroughly. This family compound is not a place for just anyone to enter." Hearing Chu Feifei's voice, Yun Bei realized this was her scheme. Seeing her smug expression, Yun Bei decided to play along. She pretended to be scared and hid behind Si Nanzhao, saying, "Captain Si, what do they want?" "I'm scared." Seeing her like this, Chu Feifei was very pleased and mockingly said, "You know fear? You were so bold when you mocked me earlier. Why are you scared now? If you have the guts, act like you did before." "Comrade Yun Bei, please come with us," one of the political department officials said. Because of Chu Feifei's influence, they did not consult Si Nanzhao. Chu Feifei had just told them that Si Nanzhao was infatuated with this mysterious girl, Yun Bei. Given Chu Feifei's status, they believed her words. So when they saw Yun Bei, they acted very formally. Si Nanzhao, hearing this, shot a cold glance at the speaker and said, "Who sent you? Does your director know?" As soon as Chu Feifei heard Si Nanzhao mention the director of the political department, she quickly interjected, "Si Nanzhao, you are a soldier. How can you be confused by some untrustworthy people? I advise you to be more aware of who you associate with." "Chu Feifei, what I do is not for you to teach. You seem to be acting like a police officer, meddling in everything. You know who Yun Bei is, yet you are here pointing fingers." After confronting Chu Feifei, Si Nanzhao turned to the officials from the political department and said, "I have already reported my situation with Yun Bei to the higher-ups. Your director knows everything. I suggest you go back and clarify things before coming here. Don't be confused and let yourself be used by others. In the end, you will be the one who suffers." Although Chu Feifei has a good father, that doesn't mean you should treat her words as absolute truth. "Captain Si, how can you speak like that?" The others turned red at Si Nanzhao's words. Although he didn't directly call them out for being opportunistic, everyone understood what he meant. "This is how I speak. What's wrong with that?" Si Nanzhao's expression darkened. He didn't expect to find such people in the political department. No wonder many of his admirers had disappeared. It wasn't just Chu Feifei causing trouble, but there were accomplices too. It seemed he needed to find time to have a serious discussion with the higher-ups to address the atmosphere. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the troops to become a clean place. With things so chaotic outside, he didn't want the troops to become like that too. "Captain Si, I know you want to protect her. But Comrade Chu Feifei is right. This is a military family compound, and not just anyone can enter. If she doesn't have a valid identity, even if we let her go today, she won't be able to stay here for long."
You don't need to worry about that.
"Yun Bei is my primary doctor, and since I haven't recovered yet, what's the problem with her staying to take care of me? That could be a big problem. Who knows if she has any ulterior motives?"
What motives could she have?
"I'm more curious about your motives. Are you defending Chu Feifei, or do you genuinely care about the families in the compound?" "Si Nanzhao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Although Chu Feifei often bullied others, she did it behind their backs. She needed a solid reason in public, a so-called cover. Now, Si Nanzhao's bluntness made her a bit scared. If her father's rivals found out, it would be trouble. Hearing Si Nanzhao's words made her anxious. "Am I talking nonsense?" Si Nanzhao shot her a cold glance and said, "Chu Feifei, let me say this again. I don't like you, so don't come looking for me again. Also, Yun Bei is my fiance, not just anyone." Remember this. If you dare to bully her, you are bullying me. You should know my methods, so it's best not to fall into my hands, or else. Chu Fe didn't even register the threat behind Si Nanjiao's words. Her mind was buzzing. She was wondering if she had misheard. How could Si Nanjiao say that Yun Bei was his fiance? Wasn't he against marriage? He rejected one woman after another, claiming he would dedicate his life to the country and never marry. But why is Yun Bei his fiance? So, he must have been lying to them all. He's a fraud. Wait, could it be that Si Nanjiao is intentionally deceiving her? That was close. She almost fell for it. Thinking of this, Chu Fe let out a sigh of relief. She thought Si Nanjiao was just trying to get rid of her, or was angry because she brought someone from the political department, which is why he said that. So, she looked at Si Nanjiao and said with a smile, Si Nanjiao, don't fool me. Everyone in the unit knows you're against marriage. Now you're saying she's your fiancé? Who are you trying to trick? Si Nanjiao didn't expect Chu Fe to doubt him. Remembering what he had said before, he wasn't sure how to explain. At that moment, Yun Bei stepped out from behind Si Nanjiao and said to Chu Fe, Brother Nanjiao isn't lying to you. I really am his fiancé. If you don't believe me, I can show you the marriage certificate. Hearing Brother Nanjiao made Si Nanjiao shiver. He didn't expect Yun Bei to change so quickly. He thought, could it be that she was scared by those people from the political department? She wasn't like this when she confronted Chu Fe before. Anyone can lie. If you're so confident, why don't you show the marriage certificate? Otherwise, you're just a fraud. And the end for frauds isn't good. Chu Fe said mockingly, not believing Yun Bei at all. Si Nanjiao also felt a bit doubtful. Could it be that Yun Bei really has a marriage certificate? How come he didn't know about this? The old man didn't tell him. Comrade Chu, if I really show it, will you stop bothering Brother Nanjiao? After all, he's already taken. It wouldn't be right for you to keep pursuing him like this. You? Chu Fe's face turned red with anger. However, she still trusted her judgment and thought Yun Bei was lying. How could there be a marriage certificate at this time? So, she forced herself to calm down and said, anyone can boast. Let's see the marriage certificate first. Alright, you said it. Just don't backtrack later. After saying that, Yun Bei turned and went back into the room. After a short while, she came out with a red document and opened it for Chu Fe to see. The words marriage certificate stung Chu Fe's eyes. Seeing the marriage certificate, Si Nanjiao was also surprised. He didn't expect Yun Bei to actually have it. As for Chu Fe, her expression was extremely rich. She never dreamed that Yun Bei actually had this thing. Even more surprising was that she and Si Nanjiao really had a marriage agreement. If that's the case, what does that make her? After chasing Si Nanjiao for so many years, was it all just a joke? Of course, she could never admit to being a joke. So, she pointed at Yun Bei and said, You Yun Bei, how could you fake this? What era are we in that there are still marriage certificates? This is clearly fake. If you want to deceive someone, at least bring out something real instead of a fake marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Yun Bei understood her intentions. So, he smiled and replied, Chu Fe, if you can't accept it, just say so. Why claim that my marriage certificate is fake? This was personally written by Brother Nanjiao's grandfather. If you don't believe me, you can call him. By the way, I forgot to tell you that my engagement with Brother Nanjiao was arranged when we were kids, over 10 years ago. No way, you're lying to me. Chu Fe looked frantic, refusing to believe that the two had an engagement. Seeing her like this, Si Nanjiao frowned and said, Chu Fe, do we have any reason to lie to you? The engagement between Yun Bei and me was indeed arranged by my grandfather. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Fe's gaze was fixed on Si Nanjiao, not letting a single expression escape him. This is my private matter. Why should I tell you? Si Nanjiao looked at Chu Fe with a puzzled expression. He had never liked to share his personal affairs. Si Nanjiao, you're just a liar, a scoundrel. Chu Fe was furious, pointing at Si Nanjiao and scolding him. Chu Fe, what have I lied to you about?
Sinanzaos face derkened.
He felt that Chu Fe was tarnishing his reputation. From the beginning, he had told her he didn't like her and that he was against marriage. Chu Fe didn't expect Si Nanzhao to question her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Si Nanzhao looked at her, as if insisting she explain herself. Naturally, Chu Fe couldn't say anything, so she just acted angry and turned to run away. The people from the political department, seeing Chu Fe leave, felt awkward and didn't want to stay any longer. After all, it was their misunderstanding that had led them to trouble Si Nanzhao. Si Nanzhao is known to be hard to deal with. They thought they had the support of Chu Fe, especially since she confidently assured them there would be no problems. But who knew it would end up like this? Now that Chu Fe has left, they naturally didn't want to stay any longer. They turned to leave. However, Si Nanzhao called out, "Stop. Captain Si, do you need something?" A few of them asked, pausing and turning back. "Are you just going to walk away?" Si Nanzhao looked at them coldly, his expression icy. They couldn't just leave without understanding the truth of the situation after causing trouble for Yun Bei because of Chu Fe. Even though there was no one outside the family compound at the moment, someone would definitely see them when they arrived. What would happen to Yun Bei's reputation then? Therefore, he wouldn't let them leave without first apologizing. Hearing Si Nanzhao's words, the group felt a bit awkward, their faces turning red. "Captain Si, we're sorry. We didn't get the facts straight. We apologize to you," the political department members said, looking down. However, Si Nanzhao did not accept their apology and coldly replied, "The person you should apologize to is not me." With no other choice, the political department members turned to Yun Bei and apologized. "We're sorry, Comrade Yun Bei.
It was our mistake.
We shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Please forgive us." Yun Bei glanced at them, but didn't say anything about forgiveness. Instead, he said, "I hope you will be more responsible and fair in your work in the future and not harm ordinary people because of someone's influence." The political department members looked a bit embarrassed but couldn't say anything. Since this was indeed their fault, they could only remain silent. From then on, Yun Bei earned a reputation as someone not to be messed with in their minds. After the political department members left, Si Nanzhao looked at Yun Bei, thinking about her previous way of addressing him. He was about to ask her not to call him that anymore when Yun Bei said, "Captain Si, even though I showed the marriage certificate, I think Chu Fe won't give up. So, be careful when you go out. Don't let her scheme against you." Si Nanzhao found this amusing and replied, "Yun Bei, you should be the one to be careful. Chu Fe is very petty. Since you embarrassed her today, she won't let it go. So try not to go out alone if you can. I'm worried she might do something to you." "Okay, I'll remember that." Yun Bei nodded and took Si Nanzhao's words to heart. After all, this was Chu Fe's territory, and dealing with a newcomer like her would be easy. However, she was not someone to be easily pushed around. Not long after Chu Fe and the others left, Mao Dazhu and Old Lu brought what Si Nanzhao needed. Before they arrived, Old Lu's loud voice could be heard outside the yard. "Captain Si, I heard you're back from the hospital, so I came to see you." As he spoke, Old Lu pushed open the unlatched gate. Once inside the yard, he saw Yun Bei standing on the porch and immediately greeted her with a smile. "You must be the sister-in-law, right? I'm Old Lu, working in logistics. If you have any logistics issues, feel free to come to me." Hearing Old Lu's voice, Si Nanzhao came out of the house and introduced him to Yun Bei, who looked a bit unsure of how to respond. Old Lu is the head of logistics. "Hello, Section Chief Lu." Yun Bei smiled and greeted him, then stepped forward to take the items from his hands. "Sister-in-law, no need for that. I can carry it in myself," Old Lu said while stepping back and heading straight into the house. As he passed Si Nanzhao, he remarked, "You have good taste, kid." Si Nanzhao rolled his eyes at Old Lu and followed him inside, saying, "I'm really surprised that the esteemed section chief personally delivered these items." "Don't mention it, I'm not doing it for you," Old Lu replied, glancing at Yun Bei outside. "I heard your wife is a doctor?" "Yes, why?" "I want to ask her to check on my mother. Do you think that's possible?" Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao immediately thought of old Lu's mother, Mrs. Zhang, who had not been feeling well for some time but refused to go to the hospital. He had gathered some herbs from the mountains, but her illness had lingered without improvement. You can just ask Yun Bei directly. She should agree, Si Nanzhao said. He wouldn't make decisions for Yun Bei, even though they were engaged. All right, I'll ask my sister-in-law. Yun Bei came in with the items and overheard the conversation, asking, "What does Section Chief Lu want to ask?" "Sister-in-law, it's like this. My mother has been ill for a while and hasn't gotten better. She refuses to go to the hospital. So I was hoping you could help her. Do you have time?" "Of course, no problem. How about we go now?" Old Lu said, feeling a bit anxious. His mother had been reluctant to go to the hospital, relying on herself to gather herbs, and he was worried. He feared that if something went wrong, she might get hurt. Hearing this, Yun Bei turned to Si Nanzhao and asked, "Are you okay right now?"
"You can go," he replied.
"All right, I'll bring the medical kit," Yun Bei said as she entered the room. She then took out a medical kit from her space, packed it with the necessary items, and followed old Lu out. Si Nanzhao stared at the medical kit Yun Bei was carrying for a while before realizing something. He remembered that when they returned, Yun Bei hadn't taken a medical kit with her, so where did this one come from? He hadn't let her take blankets or anything, so she only had a small bundle. Thinking back, that bundle didn't seem big enough to hold the medical kit. Since Yun Bei wanted to bring the medical kit, she must have thought of a good reason. The kit was foldable, so she wasn't worried about Si Nanzhao asking questions. Old Lu led Yun Bei to his home. His house was located in the middle of the staff quarters, a bit far from where Yun Bei lived. As they walked, some people from the staff quarters saw old Lu with Yun Bei and the medical kit on her back, and they curiously asked, "Director Lu, where did you find this young doctor?" "Yeah, Director Lu, we've never seen this doctor before." Hearing their comments, old Lu smiled and explained, "This is Yun Bei, Dr. Yun, and she is also Captain Si's fiance." The residents widened their eyes in disbelief and asked, "Director Lu, did you say she is Captain Si's fiance?"
"Yes."
"Director Lu, you're not joking, are you? Captain Si has a fiance? Isn't he not interested in women?" "Exactly. Captain Si even said he was against marriage. How did a fiancé suddenly appear?" "Well, you'll have to ask Captain Si about that. I'm not sure," old Lu said, feeling overwhelmed and wishing he could take Yun Bei home immediately. Since old Lu couldn't satisfy their curiosity, the residents turned their attention to Yun Bei and asked, "Miss, are you really Captain Si's fiancé?" "Yes, we were betrothed since childhood, arranged by our families," she replied. "Really?"
"Yes."
Yun Bei nodded and quickened her pace, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the women around her. Once the two of them walked away, the family members quickly gathered in small groups to discuss. In the entire community, everyone knew that Chu Fe had been chasing Si Nanzhao for years. They thought that after all this time, she should finally be successful. However, unexpectedly, a new competitor appeared. With Yun Bei showing up as Si Nanzhao's fiancé, Chu Fe was likely feeling disappointed. Chu Fe was about to go to work when she overheard everyone talking about her and Si Nanzhao, and her expression darkened. Earlier, in a fit of anger, she had gone home thinking that since Si Nanzhao hadn't revealed Yun Bei's identity, she could pretend nothing had happened. But now, in no time, everyone in the community knew, and they were all watching her with amusement. She had always looked down on these community members because many of them came from rural backgrounds and she felt superior to them. As a result, she rarely spoke to them, finding their mannerisms unrefined. Now, hearing them gossip and mock her, Chu Fe felt an urge to confront them. The gossiping families didn't even notice that Chu Fe was standing right behind them, furious. Because she usually carried herself with an air of superiority, they didn't have a good impression of her. So, when it came to Yun Bei taking the lead and becoming Si Nanzhao's fiancé, they were more pleased than anything else. They spoke about Chu Fe with a sense of schadenfreude. This infuriated Chu Fe, and she couldn't help but shout, "Shut up!" Her sudden outburst startled everyone, causing them to scatter. They only dared to talk behind her back and wouldn't confront her directly. After all, she was the daughter of a high-ranking official, and they didn't want to risk any trouble. Watching everyone flee, Chu Fe's eyes filled with cold determination as she vowed to drive Yun Bei out of the community. With that thought, she didn't rush to work but instead headed toward a nearby house in the community. Meanwhile, Yun Bei soon arrived at old Lu's house. As soon as she entered, she saw an elderly woman sitting in the yard preparing herbal medicine. Seeing his mother working with the herbs, old Lu's expression changed, and he rushed over to her, snatching the tools from her hands. "Mom, why are you doing this again?" "Mind your own business," Grandma Zhang replied, giving her son a glare. "Son, I'm telling you, these herbs are much more effective than the medicine from the hospital. I have been using these herbs since I was young, so I will be fine." "Mom, I've said so much. Why won't you listen? I don't deny that these herbs are useful, but you're not a doctor. What if something goes wrong?"
"What are you talking about? How could I make a mistake?"
"Just look at me. I'm feeling much better now." "Mom, Old Lu was so frustrated he didn't know what to say. Luckily, he saw Yun Bei standing nearby and quickly said, "Mom, I brought a doctor home to help you. Is that okay?" "You brought a doctor home?" Grandma Zhang looked at her son in surprise, unable to believe it. She asked, "Is it a traditional Chinese medicine doctor?" "I must tell you, I would never see a Western doctor. Not only are they expensive, but they don't work." Hearing this, old Lu looked at Yun Bei for help. He hadn't asked on the way here and didn't know if she was a Western or traditional doctor. Yun Bei didn't expect Grandma Zhang to be a fan of traditional medicine. She smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Don't worry, ma'am. I am a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. These herbs are good. Where did you collect them?" When Grandma Zhang heard Yun Bei's voice, she looked up and then stared at her in disbelief, asking, "Young lady, are you a doctor?" "Yes, I am the doctor that Director Lu invited to treat you," Yun Bei said with a smile, showing her medical bag. "You don't look like one." Grandma Zhang shook her head, looking at Yun Bei's youthful face, and asked, "Can you really practice traditional medicine? Don't trick an old lady." "Don't worry, ma'am, I'm not lying," Yun Bei replied, pointing to the herbs Grandma Zhang was preparing and said, "This is Hiko, which helps stop bleeding, detoxify, and treat malaria." Then she pointed to another herb nearby and said, "This is Bai Mao Zhen, which also helps stop bleeding, cool the blood, and promote urination." After hearing Yun Bei's words, Grandma Zhang finally believed she was a traditional medicine doctor and asked, "You're so young. Can you take a pulse?" "Yes, I can," Yun Bei said as she moved a stool next to Grandma Zhang and added, "Please extend your hand, and I will check your pulse." "All right, let's see." Grandma Zhang's hand was still covered in herbs, but she extended it toward Yun Bei. Yun Bei didn't mind. She placed Grandma Zhang's hand on her knee and began to check the pulse. After a moment, Yun Bei said to Grandma Zhang, "Ma'am, let's switch hands and check the other one." The old lady extended her other hand to Yun Bei and watched her expression. However, Yun Bei's face was calm, and the old lady couldn't read anything from it. Once Yun Bei had taken both of the old lady's hands, she said, "Ma'am, your illness has been lingering for a while. It should have healed in a week, but now it will take at least half a month." Will it take that long?" "Yes, and the herbs you found yourself are not entirely suitable, so they haven't helped much. This has caused your condition to fluctuate. Sister-in-law, since you can see my mother's symptoms, could you please prescribe some medicine?" "There's no rush. I will first give her a few acupuncture needles. As for the medicine, if there are herbs on the mountain, you can go pick them yourself." "Young lady, I didn't expect you not only know how to feel pulses, but also how to do acupuncture." Yun Bei smiled and replied, "Ma'am, for acupuncture, you need to lie down. Please wash your hands first, and then go to your room." "All right, I'll go wash my hands." Granny Zhang stood up happily and went to wash her hands. Old Lu saw his mother going to wash her hands and then asked Yun Bei, "Sister-in-law, is my mother's illness serious? Can she really get better with just some herbs?" "Don't worry. The problem is that her illness has lasted too long. It's not a major issue. Once I do the acupuncture, she will feel better. Thank you for your help." "You're welcome." While they were talking, Granny Zhang had already washed her hands and said to Yun Bei, "Young lady, come here." "I'm coming, ma'am," Yun Bei replied, carrying her medicine box and following her into the room. Once Granny Zhang lay down, Yun Bei opened the medicine box and took out the silver needles. After a few needles, Granny Zhang first felt a slight pain, then a warmth at the needle sites. Just as she was about to ask Yun Bei what was happening, she began to feel more comfortable, especially her stomach, which had been cold. It felt as if it were soaking in warm water. While Yun Bei was giving Granny Zhang acupuncture, Chu Fe found a household in the northwest corner of the courtyard. She knocked on the door, and a thin woman with a pale face opened it. Upon seeing Chu Fe, the woman immediately put on a flattering smile and said, "Comrade Chu, what brings you here?" "I need to discuss something with you." "Let's go inside," Chu Fe said, looking around the yard with a hint of disdain, but still stepping inside. She had something to ask this woman to do, so she couldn't talk about it outside. Otherwise, it would be problematic if someone overheard them. "Come in quickly." Huang Xiaoqiao smiled more when she heard Chu Fe had something for her. She knew that this was usually a time when she could earn some money. Since moving into the housing complex and getting close to Chu Fe, she occasionally received small amounts of money. Although it was only 5 or 10 yuan at a time, she was happy with it. Now, she had saved over 100 yuan in her little stash. She counted the money 3 times a day and kept it hidden so well that even her partner didn't know about it. After Chu Fe saw that the woman had closed the door, she looked around to make sure no one else was home and said, "A new woman has moved into the housing complex. You need to find a way to take her up the mountain and teach her a lesson. If you can do this, I'll give you 20 yuan. "Sure, no problem," Huang Xiaoqiao immediately agreed. That was 20 yuan, almost as much as a worker's monthly salary. With her current savings plus the 20 yuan, she would have 150 yuan. For her, that was a lot of money. Honestly, she wished Chu Fe would come by every day, but she knew that wasn't possible, so she just thought about it. After Huang Xiaoqiao agreed, Chu Fe reminded her, "This woman is different from the silly ones before, so be careful. If you fail and she finds out, you know what to do, right?" "Don't worry, Comrade Chu. I won't give you away. I'll just say I don't like her," Huang Xiaoqiao replied confidently. "Good. Just remember that." Chu Fe nodded and turned to leave. Huang Xiaoqiao called out to her, "Comrade Chu, wait a moment. Is there something else?" "You haven't given me the deposit yet," Huang Xiaoqiao said hesitantly. She wasn't foolish and worried that Chu Fe might not pay her after the job was done, so she always asked for some money up front. This way, even if Chu Fe didn't pay her later, she wouldn't be at a total loss. Chu Fe's expression darkened when she heard this, but she still took out 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Here's 5 yuan for now. Once you finish what I asked, I'll give you the rest." "Okay. Thank you, Comrade Chu," Huang Xiaoqiao said with a big smile as she took the money. If Chu Fe weren't still there, she would have wanted to give her a kiss. This money was so valuable. Yun Bei had no idea that Chu Fe was planning something behind the scenes, nor did she know that there were people working for her in this housing complex. At that moment, she was preparing to give Mrs. Zhang an acupuncture treatment. Once the last needle was removed, Yun Bei smiled and asked Mrs. Zhang, "How do you feel, ma'am?" "Very good," the elderly lady replied as she sat up. After carefully feeling her body, she said, "Young lady, your medical skills are impressive. I've seen many traditional Chinese doctors, and you are definitely among the best." "Thank you, ma'am. You really know how to flatter me." "I'm not flattering you. I'm speaking the truth. At first, I thought you were young and might not be very skilled, but your abilities surpass those of older doctors. No wonder my son invited you." "Very good, very good. If I get sick again, I will come to you." "Ma'am, I hope you don't get sick in the future." "Haha, I hope so too. But as people age, they tend to have various ailments, so I may trouble you again." "All right, just come find me then." Old Lu saw the two come out of the room and immediately asked, "Ma'am, how do you feel?" "The young lady's medical skills are quite good." "Where did you find her?" "There aren't many traditional Chinese doctors with such skills these days. You should really thank her.
I understand, ma'am.
She is Si Nanjiao's fiance and will be living in this big courtyard. If you feel unwell again, you can go directly to her. Please don't go picking herbs by yourself anymore. She lives not far, in that empty courtyard at the foot of the mountain.
All right, I understand.
Mrs. Zhang nodded and then looked at Yun Bei, asking, Young lady, what's your name, so I can find you next time?
Ma'am, my name is Yun Bei.
Okay, I'll remember that. Mrs. Zhang smiled and thought of the herbs in her courtyard, asking, Yun Bei, can I still use the herbs I picked before? They can be used, but you'll need to wait for me to find a few more herbs to mix with what you have.
Oh, I see.
When are you going to gather herbs? I can go with you. I know this mountain well, and can show you where to find them.
Ma'am, it's not necessary. I can go by myself. You should stay home and rest.
You need to recover from your illness. Old Lu looked at Yun Bei with gratitude and added, Ma'am, did you hear that?
This time it's not just me saying it. It's the doctor.
You may not listen to me, but you should listen to the doctor, right?
All right, I understand.
If I can rest, why would I work? I'm not foolish. Grandma Zhang rolled her eyes at her son and then turned to Yun Bei, asking, Yun Bei, how much do I owe you for the treatment?
Let me get the money. Auntie, it's not necessary.
How can that be?
Grandma Zhang insisted, reaching into her pocket to get money for Yun Bei. Seeing her action, Yun Bei quickly said, Annie, really, no money is needed. How about this? I noticed you have a lot of vegetables in your yard that are growing well. I just moved here and don't have these things, so could you give me some vegetables instead? Oh, dear, those vegetables aren't worth much. If you want them, just come and pick them from my garden. I may not be good at other things, but I'm excellent at growing vegetables. My vegetables are famous in this neighborhood. As she spoke, Grandma Zhang hurried to her garden and picked a large amount of various vegetables to give to Yun Bei. Looking at the big pile of vegetables, Yun Bei felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. However, she accepted them out of kindness. When she got home, Si Nanjiao saw her carrying a bunch of vegetables and smiled, asking, Where did you get all these vegetables? We'll have enough to eat for several days. They're from Aunt Lu's house. I couldn't refuse. Yun Bei put the vegetables in the kitchen and initially planned to go to the mountains, but seeing that it was getting late, she decided to wait until the afternoon. So, she put the medicine box back in her room and then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. In her past life, she loved food and enjoyed cooking, which helped her develop good culinary skills. Plus, the original owner also cooked from a young age, so Yun Bei wasn't worried about Si Nanjiao being suspicious. Once Yun Bei finished cooking, Si Nanjiao took a bite and praised her, saying, Yun Bei, with your cooking skills, you could work as a chef at a state-run restaurant. I can't handle a chef's job, Yun Bei waved her hand, not wanting to be a cook. After lunch, Si Nanjiao offered to wash the dishes and Yun Bei didn't refuse. Although his injury wasn't fully healed, doing a little work was fine. Thinking about Grandma Zhang's herbs, Yun Bei decided not to rest and planned to check the mountains instead. If she could find the herbs she needed there, that would be great. If not, she had some herbs in her space that she could use. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoqiao had been inquiring about Yun Bei ever since Chu Fe left. Don't be fooled by her lack of popularity. She is quite good at gathering information. Soon, she learned that Si Nanjiao had brought a girl to live in the staff quarters, claiming she was his fiancée. Remembering Chu Fe's instructions, Huang Xiaoqiao decided to observe for a few days before acting. One day, after finishing her meal and having nothing to do, she was wandering outside Yun Bei's yard when she saw Yun Bei heading up the mountain alone. This was a perfect opportunity. Huang Xiaoqiao didn't expect to do anything. Yun Bei was already going up the mountain, which made her happy, and she quietly followed behind. Since being kidnapped last time, Yun Bei had become much more cautious. She learned that one lesson was enough. Although most people in this era are quite innocent, there are still many bad ones. So, she had decided to hold back her kindness. Yun Bei quickly noticed someone was following her. Turning around, she saw it was a middle-aged woman who looked a bit like a child due to her short stature. Yun Bei didn't know Huang Xiaoqiao and wouldn't greet her. Instead, She deliberately quickened her pace to see if the woman was after her or just going up the mountain like her. Huang Xiaoqiao, unaware of Yun Bei's test, also sped up when she saw Yun Bei moving faster. Having lived in the staff quarters for many years, she was very familiar with the back mountain. When she noticed the direction Yun Bei was heading, she immediately thought of a plan to easily complete the task assigned by Chu Fe. To achieve this, she needed to stay close to Yun Bei, ideally walking alongside her. Seeing Huang Xiaoqiao chasing after her, Yun Bei quickly realized that this person was likely after her. Most likely, she intended to take advantage of the mountain environment to attack her. Since moving to the staff quarters, her only enemy had been Chu Fe. So, it was easy for her to guess that Huang Xiaoqiao was another one of Chu Feifei's tools. Yun Bei was curious to see what this tool would do today. She slowed down her pace and began to look for herbs as she walked. Soon, Huang Xiaoqiao caught up and greeted Yun Bei. "Hello, you must be from Captain C's family. You look so young. What's your name?" "I'm Huang Xiaoqiao. My husband is Guoxiang Yuan from the 3rd Regiment, and he is the deputy captain." "Hello. I'm Yun Bei." Yun Bei nodded and looked at Huang Xiaoqiao, who was empty-handed, and asked, "Comrade Huang, why are you going up the mountain with nothing in your hands?" As soon as she said that, Huang Xiaoqiao's face stiffened. She had been so focused on chasing Yun Bei that she forgot to bring a backpack, which was a mistake. However, since they had already come this far, she didn't plan to go back. She was worried that if she returned, Yun Bei would have gone too far, and she also feared running into someone who might connect her to any trouble Yun Bei could get into. So, she quickly made up an excuse, saying, "Oh, I left some firewood on the mountain this morning and came back to get it." Yun Bei immediately saw that she was lying, but chose not to confront her. Since she didn't know Huang Xiaoqiao well, she just asked a casual question and then fell silent. Huang Xiaoqiao, however, kept talking nonstop behind Yun Bei. Feeling annoyed, Yun Bei decided to take another path. But unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoqiao grabbed her arm and said, "Yun Bei, that path is difficult. Let's stick to this one. We often walk this way, and it's safe." Yun Bei's expression darkened as she coldly looked at the hand that Huang Xiaoqiao was holding. Just moments ago, she had almost been pulled down by her. Noticing Yun Bei's gaze on her hand, Huang Xiaoqiao's expression became awkward as she said, "Yun Bei, I'm just trying to help. You're not mad at me, are you? Let go." Yun Bei said coldly. Once Huang Xiaoqiao released her grip, Yun Bei ignored her and headed straight for the path she had chosen. Fortunately, when Huang Xiaoqiao pulled her, the ground was flat. Otherwise, with such a strong tug, she might have fallen. Now, she understood Huang Xiaoqiao's intentions. It was better to keep her distance. She wasn't familiar with the terrain and didn't want to be led into trouble by Huang Xiaoqiao's so-called good intentions. If something happened to her, Huang Xiaoqiao could easily claim she was just being kind, leaving Yun Bei to take the blame. Yun Bei, don't be mad. I didn't mean it. I was just trying to help," Huang Xiaoqiao called out as she chased after Yun Bei. Yun Bei stopped and coldly looked at her, saying, "I don't need your help. Go get your firewood and stop following me." "Yun Bei, why are you like this? You're really hurting my feelings." "I was just trying to be nice," Huang Xiaoqiao said with a look of grievance, as if Yun Bei had bullied her. Yun Bei found her behavior irritating and chose to ignore her, walking quickly ahead. Seeing that Yun Bei wasn't responding to her tactics, Huang Xiaoqiao stomped her foot in frustration and hurried to catch up. She didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Seeing that Huang Xiaoqiao was following her again, Yun Bei felt extremely annoyed and quickened her pace. Although it was Yun Bei's first time on this mountain, she had walked in the mountains many times in her past life. Therefore, she quickly managed to lose Huang Xiaoqiao. Huang Xiaoqiao watched Yun Bei walk away and felt unwilling to give up. After considering the direction she left, she suddenly remembered a shortcut she could take. So, she immediately turned around and headed toward the shortcut. Yun Bei noticed that Huang Xiaoqiao was no longer following her and let out a sigh of relief. Without any danger nearby, she began to search for herbs. Her luck was quite good. In a short time, she found the herbs that Aunt Zhang needed. Seeing that it was still early, She decided to stay on the mountain a little longer to get familiar with the surroundings and see if she could find other herbs. Huang Xiaoqiao took the shortcut and soon spotted Yun Bei again, feeling happy. However, this time, she didn't rush to catch up but decided to follow quietly. She planned to act when Yun Bei bent down to gather herbs. Yun Bei was still quite perceptive. After noticing someone was watching her, she didn't alarm them but pretended not to notice, walking ahead and occasionally stopping to gather some herbs. Meanwhile, in the county town, at a certain committee, Xiaoyang looked at several unfamiliar people in uniforms with surprise in his eyes. He had already sent out the evidence that Yun Bei provided him and was just waiting for someone to come and take his boss away. Now, these people who suddenly appeared at their unit looked tough and seemed to be from their system. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, they asked where his boss was. Xiaoyang pointed toward his boss's office and reminded them, "Comrades, our director might not be available at the moment." He emphasized the words "not available," not to deceive them, but because it was indeed true. Just a little while ago, his boss's companion had entered. These two had not been discreet in the office before, and they were probably up to something now. Not available? The leader's expression turned slightly displeased as he glanced at the closed office door and said, "I want to see how it's not available." After saying this, he signaled to the two people beside him. Following the order, they kicked open the closed door. As soon as the door opened, a scream echoed in everyone's ears. Soon after, an embarrassing scene unfolded before their eyes. Seeing this scene, they finally understood what Zhao Yang meant by inconvenient. Therefore, the leader gave Zhao Yang a deep look, his face grim, and said to the two people in the room who were hurriedly fixing their clothes, "Hurry up." The two in the room were terrified and quickly got dressed before coming out. Just as they were about to ask about their identities and purpose, the leader said, "Take them away." Zhao Yang watched the two being taken away, a smile finally appearing on his face. The heavy burden on him had been lifted, and he could finally rise to power smoothly. On the mountain, Yun Bei spotted a ginseng that was quite old. She happily crouched down and carefully began to dig it up. Her luck today was really good. She had found a high-quality ginseng, making her sleepless night worthwhile. Just as she was focused on digging, suddenly, a pair of malicious hands reached out from behind her and pushed her hard on the back. Yun Bei sensed the hostility and quickly dodged to the side. In that instant, a figure flew past her and tumbled down the mountain. A scream reached Yun Bei's ears, filling her with coldness. She recognized the person who had fallen off the cliff by their clothing. It was Huang Xiaoqiao. Fortunately, she had been prepared for this. Otherwise, it could have been her who fell. Originally, she had separated from Huang Xiaoqiao to avoid such situations. But Huang Xiaoqiao had followed her and pushed her from behind while she was gathering ginseng. Now that she had fallen, it was her own fault. Yun Bei glanced down the mountain, quickly harvested the ginseng, and then hurried back home. She needed to find someone to save Huang Xiaoqiao. Otherwise, if too much time passed, things could turn dire. If the other party hadn't tried to harm her, she would have rushed to help immediately. But she couldn't save someone who intended to hurt her. She wasn't a saint. She couldn't repay kindness with kindness. She preferred to respond in kind. Huang Xiaoqiao had tried to harm her, and her decision not to retaliate was already merciful. Otherwise, taking the other person's life would have been easy for her. Upon returning home, Yun Bei first explained the situation to Si Nanzhao. She wanted him to be aware, since they were now in this together. Secondly, I want to see if Si Nanzhao's values align with mine. Upon hearing Yun Bei's words, Si Nanzhao looked at her with concern and asked, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
I've been cautious of her. So when she pushed me from behind, I managed to dodge. That's good to hear. Huang Xiaoqiao fell off the cliff. That's her own doing. If she wants to harm others, she must face the consequences. However, since she is part of the community, you should go to the square and gather some people to help bring her back. Okay. Seeing that Si Nanzhao didn't think she was wrong, Yun Bei smiled. It seemed that Si Nanzhao was similar to her in this regard. Yun Bei went to the square to find help. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and many military families were playing with their children in the square. Yun Bei approached everyone and said, "Sisters, something bad has happened. I just came down from the mountain and saw Huang Xiaoqiao fell from halfway down. I can't bring her back alone, so I'm here to ask for your help." When the military wives heard that Huang Xiaoqiao had fallen, their expressions changed. Although they usually didn't like her, they were all part of the same community. They couldn't just stand by when something happened to her. So, they sent someone to call the military for assistance, and two stayed behind to watch the children while the rest followed Yun Bei up the mountain. Before leaving, Yun Bei thought that Huang Xiaoqiao might be seriously injured, possibly hurting her hands and feet, so she suggested bringing a stretcher or a large board. Fortunately, one of the sisters had a stretcher at home, so they took it along. Yun Bei knew the general location where Huang Xiaoqiao fell, so they quickly found her. Seeing Huang Xiaoqiao lying on the ground, unconscious, the military wives were startled. Finally, one brave person stepped forward, poked her, and called out a few times, confirming that she was still breathing before they all sighed in relief. Yun Bei felt a bit relieved too. Even though Huang Xiaoqiao brought this on herself, she didn't want to see her die. The military wives discussed briefly and decided to carry her back. Luckily, they hadn't come empty-handed and had the stretcher. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known how to bring her back. Before they lifted Huang Xiaoqiao onto the stretcher, Yun Bei quickly checked her injuries. One hand and one foot were broken, and there were some scrapes elsewhere. The most serious injury seemed to be her head, which was bleeding from a bump. After taking a look, Yun Bei, being a doctor, couldn't help but find some herbs nearby to temporarily stop the bleeding. Once she finished, they placed Huang Xiaoqiao on a stretcher and carried her toward the family compound. On the way, they encountered some soldiers sent from the army. Seeing that Huang Xiaoqiao was seriously injured, they quickly took over and rushed her away. When they returned to the family compound, Yun Bei separated from everyone else. Si Nanzhao saw Yun Bei come back and immediately asked, "How is she? Did you bring her back?" "Yes, she's back. The army sent someone and they took over on the way. By now, they should have already taken her to the hospital." "That's good," Si Nanzhao nodded. Even if she hadn't reached the hospital, she would have been taken to the clinic first. There isn't a hospital nearby, but there is a clinic where minor issues like colds, stomach aches, and small injuries can be treated. Huang Xiaoqiao's condition was serious, so the clinic couldn't help her and sent her directly to the county hospital. When Director Yang saw Huang Xiaoqiao, he personally examined her. Upon noticing the bleeding control medication on her head, he asked, "Who did this?" The soldiers who brought her didn't know, so they shook their heads. Seeing their confusion, Director Yang didn't press further. Instead, he took Huang Xiaoqiao to the examination room for further checks. Broken arms and legs are manageable. They can be reattached. The concern was her brain, as Director Yang worried about possible internal bleeding. However, after the examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just external injuries, and there were no issues with her brain. It was also lucky for Huang Xiaoqiao that she fell on a grassy slope. Her broken limbs and head injuries were caused by hitting a tree. If she had landed on rocks, the outcome could have been much worse. Director Yang had the staff treat her wounds and then personally stabilized her broken limbs. Huang Xiaoqiao woke up in pain while he was fixing her foot and felt relieved to find herself in a hospital. But thinking about how she got hurt because of Yun Bei made her feel angry again. However, she soon had no time to hate Yun Bei, as she felt dizzy and nauseous. Director Yang noticed her condition and realized she had a concussion. He immediately had someone bring her medication to relieve her symptoms. After taking the medicine, Huang Xiaoqiao felt a bit better and decided to get back at Yun Bei. This afternoon, only she and Yun Bei went up the mountain, which was perfect for shifting blame and twisting the truth. So, she said to Director Yang, "Doctor, could you please ask our unit leader to come over? I have something to report." Huang Xiaoqiao was determined to make it so Yun Bei couldn't explain herself. Yun Bei had no idea Huang Xiaoqiao was planning to twist the truth. She was busy preparing herbal medicine for Grandma Zhang. Besides ginseng, Yun Bei gathered some other herbs and prepared several doses for Grandma Zhang to brew and drink daily. Grandma Zhang looked at the herbs Yun Bei brought and smiled, saying, Oh, I recognize these herbs, but I didn't know what they were for. Now I know, and I can gather them myself next time. Auntie, you can gather herbs, but don't use them carelessly. You can dry them and sell them at the collection station. They buy herbs every year, and you can make some money from that.
Really? I hadn't heard of that.
Since you mentioned it, I'll ask about it another day. If they do buy them, I might have found a way to earn some income. Yeah, you can ask what they mainly collect, and then you can gather them from the mountain. But be careful. The mountain paths are not easy to navigate, and you're not young anymore. It's best to be cautious when gathering herbs. Don't worry, I'm still agile. By the way, I heard Huang Xiaoqiao fell off the mountain. Is that true? She must be so careless. It's not her first time up there. How could she fall? Now that she's injured, and with Captain Guinot around, what will happen to her kids? Yun Bei's gaze flickered, and she didn't continue the topic. She knew Huang Xiaoqiao wasn't a good person. It's likely that even her husband doesn't know how mean she really is. After chatting with Grandma Zhang for a bit, Yun Bei went back home. She had already stored the ginseng she dug up in her space. It was valuable, and she didn't want to leave it out where others could see and envy it. So, when she got home, she first checked on Si Nanjiao and saw that everything was fine, then went straight to her room. After closing the door, she entered her space. Yun Bei wasn't short on money, so she didn't rush to process the ginseng. Instead, she planted it directly in her herb garden. Of course, she had more than just this one ginseng plant in her garden, and they were all of good age. Since there was nothing urgent outside, Yun Bei stayed busy in her space. Last time, she had already harvested the rice. Now, the house is full of rice waiting to be processed. Thinking that she hasn't eaten rice from her storage for a long time, Yun Bei decided to prepare some. She had the tools for milling rice, but they hadn't been used in a while. Yun Bei had to clean them first before she could start milling the rice. Looking at the white rice and smelling its fragrant aroma, Yun Bei couldn't wait to cook some. After milling 100 pounds of rice, she immediately went to the kitchen to cook a pot of delicious rice. For the side dishes, she had some cured meat and fresh vegetables from her garden. Yun Bei picked some green beans and sautéed them with a piece of cured meat. The rice with cured meat made her very satisfied. After eating, Yun Bei rested for a while before getting back to work. When it was almost time, she went out to prepare dinner for Si Nanjiao. What she didn't know was that Huang Xiaoqiao had been insisting on seeing the leader. Dean Yang had no choice but to make a call to the military. When the political commissar, Fang Zhenjiang, received the call, he thought Huang Xiaoqiao might have a problem. Since Guoxiang Yuan was on a mission, he personally went to the hospital. Upon seeing Fang Zhenjiang, Huang Xiaoqiao looked very wronged and said, "Commissar Fang, you have to help me. Comrade Huang, you are a family member of our regiment. If you have any issues, just tell us. We will find a way to help you." Commissar Fang, my injury wasn't an accident. It was caused by the captain's family pushing me down the mountain. So, I need your help to seek justice. I don't want to suffer in silence, and I don't want the person responsible to go unpunished. It's dangerous for someone like her to stay in the family compound. If I got hurt this time, who knows who it will be next time. So, if possible, it would be best to remove her from the compound. Huang Xiaoqiao was cleverly trying to shift the blame onto Yun Bei for her injury and wanted to get her expelled from the family compound. This way, she could not only receive compensation but also complete the task assigned to her by Chu Fe. Making a profit from both sides, she felt it was worth it even if she got injured. Upon hearing this, Commissar Fang's expression became serious, and he asked, "Comrade Huang, is what you said true?" "Commissar Fang, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can investigate." Huang Xiaoqiao appeared confident in her claims, which made Fang Zhenjiang frown. If this was true, it was indeed a serious matter. However, he couldn't just listen to Huang Xiaoqiao, so he looked at her and asked, "Comrade Huang, when did you meet the family of Captain Si? Did you have any conflicts before? No matter what you do, there must be a motive. Besides, pushing someone off a mountain is as serious as murder. Unless there is a grudge between them, the captain's family wouldn't act so harshly. After all, if this were discovered, it could lead to prison time." Hearing Fong Junjiang's question, Huang Xiaoqiao felt a bit guilty and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. She had no conflict with Yun Bei, and they had just met at noon. What's wrong? Are you silent because you have something to hide? Fong Junjiang asked seriously. He clearly noticed the guilt that briefly crossed Huang Xiaoqiao's face. His intuition told him that either her words were not truthful, or she was feeling guilty about something. However, he decided not to confront her directly, but to investigate the matter first. Si Nanzhao was well known in the army, and there wasn't even a single mosquito around him, let alone family members. Therefore, he needed to clarify this matter before checking the truth of Huang Xiaoqiao's words.
No.
Huang Xiaoqiao felt pressured by Fong Junjiang's gaze and replied, I only met her when we went up the mountain at noon. As for the conflict, it might be because I accidentally pulled her, causing her to almost fall, so she might want to get back at me? Fong Junjiang observed Huang Xiaoqiao for a while, trying to detect any signs of lying on her face. However, since she kept her head down, he couldn't tell and had to look away, saying, I am aware of the situation you reported. I will investigate. If what you said is true, I will give you an explanation. If there are discrepancies and you falsely accuse a comrade, you will also face punishment. After saying this, Fong Junjiang deliberately looked at Huang Xiaoqiao, hoping she understood the seriousness of the matter. However, Huang Xiaoqiao pretended to feel unwell, making it difficult for Fong Junjiang to stay longer, so he left early. Once Fong Junjiang left, a smug look crossed Huang Xiaoqiao's face. When she went up the mountain at noon, she had seen no one else. So, she wasn't afraid at all of her lies being exposed. At that moment, she was only focused on how much money she could make, completely forgetting that she had 2 children at home who needed care. Huang Xiaoqiao was not well liked in the family compound, but when her 2 children got out of school, there were still people who took them to their homes. 2 children learned that their mother was sick and in the hospital, and they were quite worried. They wanted to visit her, but since they had no car and it was getting late, they decided to wait until the next day. Meanwhile, Fong Junjiang began his investigation after returning from the hospital. When he found out that Si Nanzhao had brought a woman home and claimed she was his fiancée, he was quite surprised. He immediately went to Si Nanzhao's home to talk to Yun Bei. When Si Nanzhao saw Fong Junjiang unexpectedly visit, he asked, Commissioner Fong, what brings you here? I came to speak with your family member about something, Fong Junjiang replied while looking around for Yun Bei. At that moment, Yun Bei was in the kitchen cooking and didn't come out right away. Once she finished cooking, Si Nanzhao reached the door and said to her, Yun Bei, Commissioner Fong is looking for you.
Please come out.
Okay. Yun Bei replied, setting aside the food she had just cooked, and then left the kitchen. Fong Junjiang noticed that Yun Bei was quite young and couldn't help but glance at Si Nanzhao. He didn't expect Si Nanzhao to be with someone so young. Honestly, he found it hard to believe. The idea of an older man with a younger woman seemed surprising for Si Nanzhao. It was known that Si Nanzhao had previously kept his distance from women. Anyone would think he didn't like women at all. But now, it seemed he had a unique taste and preferred younger girls. Si Nanzhao was unaware of Fong Junjiang's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been quite upset. What did he mean by an older man with a younger woman? That was the fiancée chosen for him by his family. At that moment, he didn't know that Yun Bei had come out, and he introduced her, saying, This is Yun Bei, my fiancée. You can ask her directly about anything. Yun Bei, this is Commissioner Fong from the 3rd Regiment. Hello, Commissioner Fong. Hello, Fong Junjiang nodded and then looked at Yun Bei, asking, Comrade Yun Bei, it has been reported that Comrade Huang said you pushed her, causing her injury today.
What do you have to say about that?
Yun Bei knew that Huang Xiaoqiao was foolish and malicious, and she couldn't believe she would dare to accuse her first. It was clear that Huang had pushed someone and then fell herself, yet she claimed Yun Bei was responsible. Yun Bei thought it was outrageous how shameless Huang was. However, she wouldn't let Huang's attempt to slander her succeed. Yun Bei never thinks too highly of people, so after discovering Huang Xiaoqiao's malice towards her, she prepared a backup plan. Of course, this is not her past life, and there are many high-tech products available now. In situations like this, all she needed to do was record a video. Actually, she has various devices like phones, cameras, and even voice recorders in her space. But now is not the right time to use them because she can't explain where these items came from. That would only bring her trouble. However, even without high-tech products, there are still ways to handle things. The mountain is full of herbs. Yun Bei placed some special herbs along her path that would leave a distinct color. As long as Huang Xiaoqiao followed her, she would step on them, and the color would stain her shoes. At first, she did this out of habit, not expecting it to be useful. Yet it turned out to be quite effective. Huang Xiaoqiao twisted the truth, claiming to be the victim when she was actually the culprit. When Si Nanzhao heard Fang Zhenjiang's words, his expression immediately darkened. Yun Bei had already told him what happened when she returned. Naturally, he believed her, so he was very angry about Huang Xiaocao's accusations against Yun Bei. Yun Bei was also angry, but not as much. She already knew what kind of person Huang Xiaoqiao was and that she would do something like this, so it was expected. Thus, she stopped Si Nanzhao from speaking and said, "Comrade Fang, Huang Xiaoqiao was injured, and I was the one who went back to find help for her. If we go by her version, I wouldn't have needed to do anything. I could have just let her fend for herself on the mountain. Moreover, when we found her, she was bleeding from her head, and I used herbs to help stop the bleeding. Also, today is my first day in the family compound, and I have no grudges against her. If she hadn't followed me up the mountain, I wouldn't even know who she was, let alone harm her. On the other hand, I find Comrade Huang Xiaoqiao quite puzzling. Not only did she follow me up the mountain empty-handed, but she also tried to harm me. Fortunately, I noticed when she pushed me from behind and managed to avoid it. She lost her balance and fell to the bottom of the mountain. If Comrade Fang doesn't believe me, he can go up the mountain to check the footprints and see if they are in front of me or behind me. Furthermore, I tend to be cautious around people, especially those who suddenly approach me. So, I placed some colored herbs along my path, which would stain the soles of anyone who stepped on them. You can go check Huang Xiaocao's shoes. They should have quite a bit of herbal color on them." Fang Zhenjiang looked at Yun Bei, who had laid everything out, and he was already convinced about 80% of what she said. As for the remaining 20%, he would need to take a trip to the mountains and examine Huang Xiaocao's shoes before deciding. However, he couldn't understand why Huang Xiaoqiao would want to harm Yun Bei. After all, she had just moved in today and didn't know anyone in the family compound. Thinking of this, he asked directly, "Comrade Yun, if you say you didn't know Comrade Huang Xiaoqiao before, do you know why she would want to harm you?" Upon hearing this, Yun Bei glanced at Si Nanzhao, thinking to herself, it's all his fault. If it weren't for him, Chu Fe wouldn't have sought out Huang Xiaoqiao to harm her. Of course, she couldn't say that directly, so she pretended to be confused and replied, "I'm not sure. I only met Comrade Chu Fe at the hospital. I don't know anyone else in the family compound. I also don't understand why Huang Xiaoqiao would want to harm me." When Fang Zhenjiang heard Yun Bei mention Chu Fe, he recalled that his wife had once said that Chu Fe was pursuing Si Nanzhao. Unintentionally, a scene of two women competing for one man flashed in his mind, making his gaze toward Si Nanzhao a bit unusual. Si Nanzhao felt uncomfortable under Fang Zhenjiang's gaze and asked, "Comrade Fang, why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Zhenjiang didn't respond but patted Si Nanzhao on the shoulder, saying, "It's nothing. I just think you're quite lucky." "What do you mean?" Si Nanzhao was even more confused. Yun Bei seemed to understand the implication and glanced at Si Nanzhao, thinking, isn't it just good luck? Being pursued by the commander's daughter for so many years. Fang Zhenjiang quickly shifted his gaze. He felt he had solved the case. Huang Xiaoqiao was likely being used by someone. Thinking of this, Fang Zhenjiang said to Yun Bei, "Comrade Yun Bei, don't worry. We won't wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a bad person go. I will get to the bottom of this and give you an explanation." "Thank you, Comrade Fang," Yun Bei said as she saw him off and then returned to the kitchen to cook. Si Nanzhao followed her in and said, "Yun Bei, don't worry. Comrade Fang will definitely get to the bottom of this." I'm not worried. Yun Bei smiled and thought about how Chu Fe was behind Huang Xiaoqiao. She said, I guess even if Comrade Fong knows that Chu Fe is causing trouble, he won't do anything to her. This matter is up to me. I will handle it well, Si Nanzhao said coldly. Chu Fe had repeatedly targeted Yun Bei, and he wouldn't let her get away with it. Even if she was the daughter of a high-ranking official, it didn't matter. Last time, Chu Fe had tried to ruin Yun Bei's reputation, and he hadn't had the chance to confront her. Now, just as Yun Bei had moved into the housing complex, Chu Fe was causing trouble again, even trying to harm Yun Bei. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. He had initially thought that since she was the daughter of Director Chu, and Director Chu had treated him fairly well, he would let it slide out of respect for him. However, she not only refused to back down but became even more aggressive. Fortunately, nothing had happened to Yun Bei, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to her parents. At this moment, Si Nanzhao had no idea that Yun Bei's parents had already passed away. He had planned to send someone to check on her background, but due to his own injury, he hadn't gotten around to it, so he was unaware of her situation. Okay. Yun Bei nodded, not asking how Si Nanzhao would handle it. However, she preferred to take revenge herself. Chu Fe had attacked her time and again, and if she didn't fight back, it would be too unfair to herself. After dinner, Si Nanzhao told Yun Bei he needed to go out and asked her to just leave the door unlocked for him, not to wait up. Yun Bei didn't ask further and watched Si Nanzhao leave before heading back to her room. Once in her room, she didn't rest but entered her special space. Since she had decided to take revenge, she needed to prepare a big surprise for Chu Fe. Chu Fe was able to act so boldly in the military not only because of her influential father, but also because of her looks. Many male colleagues liked her because she was pretty. Yun Bei planned to make Chu Fe experience the feeling of having her beauty ruined. She wanted to see if, when her face was covered in blemishes, Chu Fe would still have the confidence to seek attention. She wondered if people would still like her then. While Yun Bei was busy with her herbs in her space, Si Nanzhao had already arrived at Director Chu's home. Due to their different ranks, their residences were also different. Director Chu lived in a 2-story villa, and his yard was twice the size of Yun Bei's. Mrs. Chu didn't like gardening, so she had planted many flowers in the yard. As soon as they entered the yard, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. When Chu Fe saw Si Nanzhao arrive, she immediately ran down from the 2nd floor and shyly asked him, Nanzhao, what brings you here? Si Nanzhao glanced at Chu Fe and replied, I came to find Director Chu. I need to discuss something with him. Director, should we find another place to talk? Si Nanzhao meant he wanted to speak with Chu Zheng in the study. However, for the sake of his daughter, Chu Zheng decided to stay in the living room. He smiled at Si Nanzhao and said, Nanzhao, there are no outsiders here. You can just say what you need to. Nanzhao, your Uncle Chu is right. You can speak freely in the living room, Mrs. Chu chimed in, giving her daughter a knowing look. Chu Fe understood and went to the kitchen to pour a cup of tea for Si Nanzhao. Then she brought out some fruit. After finishing, she sat down beside Si Nanzhao, wanting to get closer to him. Because of Chu Fe, Si Nanzhao rarely sought out Chu Zheng. Even when he had matters to discuss, it was usually in the office. So, it wasn't easy for Chu Fe to get close to him. Now that he was recovering and not at work, he had come directly to the house. Chu Fe didn't want to miss this opportunity. Seeing Chu Fe trying to be attentive, Si Nanzhao's expression darkened as he recalled her actions toward Yun Bei. Especially when he noticed Chu Fe trying to sit closer to him, Si Nanzhao stood up and said, Since you all insist, I'll be direct. Director, it's like this. Your daughter, Comrade Chu Fe, has been causing me trouble and even instructed others to harm my fiance. This is a serious matter, and I think it's necessary to inform you. I hope you can manage Comrade Chu Fe, otherwise, if it happens again, I won't let it go. What did you say? Chu Zheng looked at Si Nanzhao in shock and asked, You have a fiancé? Yes, my grandfather arranged it for me. Seeing Si Nanzhao nod, Chu Zheng's expression instantly turned grim. He never expected that Si Nanzhao had a fiancé. He had always regarded Si Nanzhao as a potential son-in-law and treated him well. He had thought that if his daughter worked hard, Si Nanzhao would eventually become his son-in-law. But now, without a word, he had gotten engaged to someone else. What did that mean for his daughter? For many years, the daughter has been pursuing him, and the whole unit is aware of it. Now, Si Nanzhao has a fiancé. How can his family face this? If Si Nanzhao chose her himself, he could say something, but it was decided by the elder. What can he say? As for Si Nanzhao claiming that the daughter harmed his fiancé, he believes Si Nanzhao is exaggerating. The conflicts between girls usually involve jealousy. What real harm can come from that? Mrs. Chu also found it hard to accept and looked at Si Nanzhao with displeasure, saying, "Nanzhao, you should have told us you have a fiancé. My daughter Fei has been chasing you around, and it's embarrassing." Seeing Mrs. Chu's blaming expression, Si Nanzhao's face also darkened as he replied, "Mrs. Chu, I have never accepted your daughter's feelings. I have turned down all girls who have shown interest in me. If Chu Fe didn't take my words seriously, it's unfair for you to blame me now." "You?" Mrs. Chu's expression turned sour. She didn't expect Si Nanzhao to say that. In her mind, her husband had helped Si Nanzhao a lot. She even thought that without her husband's support, Si Nanzhao's achievements would have been taken by someone else. "Am I wrong?" Si Nanzhao coldly glanced at Mrs. Chu and then turned to Chu Zheng, asking, "Do you think the same way, Commander Chu?" "Nanzhao, your aunt speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. As for what you said, I understand, and I will talk to Fei."
Thank you, Commander.
"It's getting late, so if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After saying this, Si Nanzhao stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, Chu Fe also stood up immediately and said, "I'll see you off." Si Nanzhao naturally refused, but Chu Fe was determined. Mrs. Chu wanted to call her daughter back, as it was a bit awkward to chase after someone who wasn't interested. However, she was stopped by Chu Zheng, who said, "Let the young people talk." But Mrs. Chu was still worried about her daughter getting hurt. However, Chu Zheng was not concerned and even hoped that Si Nanzhao would take an interest in his daughter. That way, he could secure his future son-in-law. Chu Fe followed Si Nanzhao out of the courtyard and then stood directly in front of him, asking, "What does she have that I don't? Why would you rather have her as your fiancé than treat me kindly? I believe I'm not lacking in family background or looks, and I have many admirers, but I only like you. Why can't you give me a chance? I know I can support you in ways she can't." "Chu Fe, let me say this again. I don't have romantic feelings for you. Please keep your distance. I don't want my fiancé to misunderstand. Also, you should stop trying to get close to Yun Bei, or I won't let it slide. I've let you off twice because of your father. If it happens again, don't blame me for being harsh." "Fine, Si Nanzhao, you're bold. You'll regret treating me this way for someone unworthy. Don't come to me for help later. Don't worry. That day won't come. All right, we'll see." After giving Si Nanzhao a fierce glare, Chu Fe turned and went home. Si Nanzhao worked under her father, so dealing with him shouldn't be too hard. She heard he had achieved great success this time and was likely to get promoted. If her father held him back a bit, he wouldn't get that promotion. Thinking this, Chu Fe went straight to her father, Chu Zheng, and said, "Dad, Si Nanzhao is too much. He dared to treat me like that. You need to teach him a lesson. I know what to do. Since he has a fiancé now, you should avoid him. I have some good young men for you to meet instead." Although Si Nanzhao couldn't become her husband, his family background was impressive and Chu Zheng didn't want to make an enemy of him. However, he wouldn't let Si Nanzhao's disrespect go unpunished. Just because he couldn't deal with him now didn't mean he wouldn't find a way later. Wait and see. He will regret this.
"Dad."
Chu Fe said, feeling dissatisfied. She only liked Si Nanzhao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pursued him for so many years, so asking her to give up was really hard. Right now, Si Nanzhao was acting this way because of Yun Bei, but what if Yun Bei was no longer around? With that thought, a fierce look crossed Chu Fe's eyes. Initially, She just wanted to teach Yun Bei a lesson and drive her out of the compound. Now, since Si Nanzhao cared so much, she wouldn't hold back. She wanted Yun Bei gone. Only if Yun Bei was out of the picture would she have a chance to win Si Nanzhao back. It's all Huang Xiaocao's fault. Not only did he fail to hurt Yun Bei, but he also ended up getting hurt himself. Yesterday, when Chu Fe returned to the family compound, she heard about Huang Xiaocao falling off a cliff and being hospitalized. Honestly, she didn't expect him to make such a mistake and hurt himself. If only it had been Yun Bei who fell. What a pity. Now that Huang Xiaocao is out of commission, she needs to find someone else to deal with Yun Bei. And it has to be someone capable, otherwise, her plans will fail again. As she thought, she quickly filtered through the people she knew who could help, but realized that she would need Wang Xiaoshuang for this job. He would be convenient since they are both in the county, making it easier to keep an eye on Yun Bei or take action against her. Chu Fe knew that Yun Bei would not give up her job at the county hospital. The rumors from last time did not bring her down. In fact, because of Zhou Qin's interference, Yun Bei cleared her name even faster. Thinking about this made Chu Fe very angry. If it weren't for Zhou Qin, she would have already driven Yun Bei out of the hospital. However, considering that Yun Bei is Si Nanzhao's fiance, if she really left the hospital and lost her job, she would have to stay in the family compound all day, which would drive her crazy. With no time to find Wang Xiaoshuang, Chu Fe decided to wait until her break to approach him. But she could create some trouble for Yun Bei first. So, the next day, Chu Fe went to find Huang Xiaocao's two children. They were not staying at home because their dad was on a mission and their mom was injured in the hospital. But Chu Fe quickly found out where they were staying and went straight there. The two children recognized Chu Fe because she occasionally visited Huang Xiaocao and sometimes brought them small candies or cookies. Although Huang Xiaocao had some money, he was rather stingy and rarely bought snacks for the kids, let alone candies. So, they were quite fond of Chu Fe, the aunt who brought them treats. Seeing Chu Fe made the two children very happy, and they asked, "Aunt Fe, are you here to see us?" "Yes, I came specifically to see you. Here, I brought you some cookies to fill your stomach when you get hungry." "Thank you, Aunt Fe. You are so nice to us." Hearing their words made Chu Fe very happy. Remembering her purpose for coming, she directly asked Taidan, "Do you know who caused your mom to get hurt and end up in the hospital?" The two children shook their heads. They had heard from others yesterday that their mom accidentally fell from the mountain. But now, from Aunt Feifei's words, it seemed that wasn't the case. Naturally, they believed Aunt Feifei over anyone else. After all, they were familiar with her, and she always brought them treats. Why would she lie to them? Thinking of this, they looked at Aunt Feifei and asked, "Aunt Feifei, please tell us who did this. We want to seek revenge for Mom." Upon hearing this, Aunt Feifei smiled gently at them and said, "You are such good kids, wanting to avenge your mom. I will tell you who harmed her." "Please tell us quickly," the children urged, feeling anxious. Their thoughts were simple. If they found the person who hurt their mom, they would not only seek revenge but also stay at her house and let her take care of them. They thought it would be better than being taken home by someone who felt sorry for them. At least their enemy wouldn't reject them and would try to meet their needs. It was Captain C's fiance, Yun Bei. Do you remember that? Aunt Feifei looked at them until they nodded, confirming they understood. She then said with a smile, "All right, you can go now. Annie has to get back to work." "Okay, we're going to find her now." "Thank you, Aunt Feifei, for telling us this. When Mom comes back, we will come to thank you." "No need for thanks. You are good kids. Just remember to seek revenge for your mom. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge her." Once Aunt Feifei left, the brothers exchanged glances and then turned to run back to Instructor Li's house, where they had stayed the night before. Instructor Li and Guoxiang Yuan were partners and had a good relationship. So when the two children returned home yesterday without dinner, Instructor Li not only brought them home to eat but also let them stay with him. When Instructor Li's wife saw the two children come back, she asked, "Taidan, are you back home so early?" "Aunt Ho Hot, not yet. We found out who hurt our mom, so we're going to seek revenge. You don't need to make us breakfast this morning. We're going to eat at our enemy's house." With that, the two boys prepared to leave. Wang Hohat became anxious and immediately called out to the two children, asking, "Taizhu, Taidan, who told you that your mother was hurt by someone?"
"She fell down the mountain by herself."
"Who are you planning to get revenge on?" "Aunt Hohat, don't lie to us. We already know. It was the fiance of Captain C who harmed our mom, so we're going to her house to get revenge." After saying this, the two children ran off quickly. They had already heard where Si Nanjiao lived, so they rushed to the place, and Wang Hohat couldn't catch up with them. Seeing them run off and threatening to find trouble with Yun Bei, Wang Hohat became very worried. She didn't even have time to make breakfast and called two neighbors to go with her to Yun Bei's house. On the way, the group looked puzzled and said, "Who is so cruel to say such things to children?" It was Comrade Yun Bei who saved Huang Xiaocao's life. How can they say she harmed Huang Xiaochao? Who knows? This person clearly has bad intentions. We don't even know what grudge they have against Comrade Yun Bei to encourage the kids to cause trouble. Another military wife immediately thought of someone when she heard the word grudge and speculated, could it be Chu Fe? In the whole family compound, if anyone has a grudge against Comrade Yun Bei, it might just be her. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Comrade Yun Bei just moved here yesterday, and we don't even know her yet. Besides Chu Fe, no one else has any conflict with her. Exactly. She just arrived, so how could there be a conflict? The more they thought about it, the more they believed that the person causing trouble was Chu Fe, and they felt disdain for her. They thought, what kind of person is this, getting children involved in adult matters? The two children from Huang Xiaocao's family, one 8 years old and the other 7, were at an age where they were easily influenced. Hearing that Yun Bei harmed their mother, they might do something impulsive. Yun Bei was at home making breakfast when she heard a knock on the door. Without thinking much, she wiped her hands and went to open it. When the door opened, she saw 2 little kids. Curious, Yun Bei asked, "Whose children are you? Why did you come to my house?" Taidan looked at Yun Bei and immediately asked loudly, "Are you the fiancé of Captain C? Is your name Yun Bei?"
"Yes, I am Yun Bei."
"Who are you?" "Xiao Chao is our mom. You caused her to fall down the mountain yesterday, and she is still in the hospital. We are here to get revenge on you." After saying this, Taidan charged at Yun Bei, but Yun Bei quickly pressed down on his head to stop him. Then, looking at Taizhu, who had been silent and observing, she asked, "Who told you that I caused your mom's injury?" "It doesn't matter who told us. Just answer if you heard her. If I say I didn't, would you believe me?" "Impossible. You must be lying." "Aunt Fei said it was you, so it has to be you." Taidan immediately revealed Chu Fe's name. After hearing this, Yun Bei understood why the 2 children had come to find her. It was indeed Chu Fe's trick. However, she wouldn't take the blame. So, she looked seriously at the 2 and said, "You both don't seem very smart if you can't tell when someone is lying. If I really caused your mom's injury, I wouldn't have saved her yesterday. I would have let her fend for herself on the mountain." "Do you know what fend for herself means?" The 2 shook their heads. Yun Bei smiled and explained, "Fend for herself means to leave her alone on the mountain. Think about it. Your mom was already hurt. If she had been left alone, what do you think would have happened? I'll tell you, your mom not only broke her arms and legs, but she also hit her head and was bleeding. If I hadn't run back to get help, she could have bled to death. Then you would have no mom. So, I saved your mom, and you should be thanking me." Taidan looked confused after hearing Yun Bei's words and turned to Taizhu, asking, "Brother, is that true?" Before Taizhu could answer, Wang Hohat, who had arrived earlier, quickly chimed in, "Taidan, Aunt Yun Bei is right. She saved your mom. But Aunt Fei said it was her fault that mom got hurt. When your mom got hurt yesterday, Chu Fe wasn't even there. How could she know what happened? We were all there, and it was Aunt Yun Bei who came to get us. If we hadn't gone in time to bring your mom back from the mountain to the hospital, it would have been too late when everyone realized she was missing. Not to mention the wild animals in the mountains, just the blood loss could have taken her life. Tai Dan didn't know what to do, so he looked at Tai Zhu and asked, "Brother, should we still get revenge for Mom?"
Not right now.
Let's ask Mom first. Today, we're skipping class to visit her at the hospital and find out if she fell by herself or if someone hurt her. She won't run away, so we don't need to rush for revenge. As Tai Zhu spoke, he glanced at Yun Bei. Yun Bei didn't expect Tai Zhu to say that, but she felt confident since she hadn't done anything wrong. Why would she be afraid of 2 kids wanting revenge? So, she replied to Tai Zhu, "Don't worry, I've been staying in the family area. If you want to get revenge, you can come anytime." Wang Hohot, noticing Tai Zhu still thinking about revenge, felt a bit unhappy and said, "Tai Zhu, why aren't you listening? Do you think your aunt would lie to you?" "Aunt, I know you wouldn't lie to me, but I still want to hear it from Mom. If she says she fell by herself, we won't bother her again." Si Nanzhao just came out of the house and asked, "Who are you trying to bother?" Seeing Si Nanzhao, Tai Zhu got scared and quickly pulled his brother away. Wang Hohot and a few military wives with her watched the brothers run off and sighed lightly, saying to Yun Bei, "Yun Bei, the kids don't understand. Don't hold it against them. Don't worry, I'm an adult. I won't make things hard for 2 kids. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll head back. Take care, ladies." Once Wang Hohot and the others left, Si Nanzhao asked, "What just happened?" He hadn't heard clearly what was said outside. Yun Bei didn't hide anything and told him about Chu Fe encouraging the 2 kids to get revenge for their mom. Si Nanzhao's face darkened when he heard it was Chu Feifei's doing. He had warned her just yesterday, and not only did she ignore it, but she also stirred up trouble. It seemed that just warning her wasn't enough. She needed to learn a lesson. With that thought, Si Nanzhao's expression turned cold. If she insisted on her way, he wouldn't hold back. After Yun Bei finished speaking, she went back to make breakfast. After breakfast, with nothing to do, Yun Bei planned to take a walk in the mountains. Just then, Commissar Fong approached her and said, "Yun Bei, can you take us for a walk in the mountains?" Yun Bei knew he was going to the mountain to find evidence, so he smiled and nodded, saying no problem. Then, Yun Bei took Commissioner Fong and 2 other soldiers to retrace the path they walked yesterday, showing them the spot where Huang Xiaoqiao fell. Seeing the trampled herbs along the way, Commissioner Fong completely believed Yun Bei's words and admired her caution. If it weren't for her precautions, the situation with Huang Xiaoqiao would have been hard to explain. After all, only the 2 of them went up the mountain, and if Huang Xiaoqiao insisted that Yun Bei pushed her, Yun Bei would have had no evidence to defend herself. They confirmed that the herbs Yun Bei mentioned could indeed stain shoes and were difficult to clean. If one sniffed closely, there was a unique scent. "Yun Bei, thank you for taking us here. You can get back to your work. We will head down now." "Commissioner Fong, no need to be polite. I'm doing this to prove my innocence." Commissioner Fong and the others had to go to the hospital, so after speaking with Yun Bei, they headed down the mountain. Yun Bei stayed on the mountain, familiarizing herself with the surroundings while collecting herbs. Thinking about the lack of firewood at home, she saw some dead trees and decided to chop one down to take home for fuel. Meanwhile, Tai Zhu and Tai Dan arrived at the hospital with the supply truck and found their mother's room after asking a nurse. Seeing their mother with bandages on her head, hands, and feet, Tai Dan burst into tears. "Tai Dan, Tai Zhu, what are you doing here?" Huang Xiaoqiao was surprised to see the 2 children. In fact, she only remembered her kids when she went to bed that night. However, she wasn't too worried. She knew the people in the family compound didn't like her much, but they wouldn't let her children go hungry. Seeing her kids at the hospital made Huang Xiaoqiao feel a bit uneasy. Her husband was away on a mission, and she was injured. The children must have been scared. Otherwise, Tai Dan wouldn't have cried as soon as he saw her. "Mom, we were worried about you, so we came to see you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I should be able to leave the hospital in a few days. By the way, did you sleep at home last night or go somewhere else?" "We slept at Aunt Wang Hohot's house last night and had dinner there too. She was supposed to come with us today, but she had something come up, so we came by ourselves." Huang Xiaoqiao felt relieved to hear that her children stayed with Wang Hohot. Her partner and Wang Hohot's partner help each other with everything. Tai Zhu and Tai Dan talked to their mom for a while, then remembered what Chu Fe said, so they asked, "Mom, how did you fall?" "How else would I fall? Someone pushed me." "I tell you, stay away from that Yun Bei. She's not a good person. Yesterday, I kindly accompanied her up the mountain, and she pushed me from behind. Otherwise, how would I have fallen?" "Did she really do that? You're not lying to us, are you?" Taiju looked a bit upset. They naturally believed their mom's words. "So, this morning, Yun Bei tricked them?" "You silly child, I'm your mom. Why would I lie to you?" Huang Xiaoqiao looked unhappy because she sensed the kids didn't trust her. She was their mother. How could they not believe her? But soon, she cheered up and said proudly, "I've asked Comrade Fong to take charge. That person will definitely get what she deserves. Not only will she have to pay for my medical expenses, but she will also have to apologize. Her behavior is so terrible that she might even be kicked out of the family compound." Comrade Fong arrived just as Huang Xiaoqiao was speaking. He entered the room with a serious expression and coldly glanced at Huang Xiaoqiao, saying, "Comrade Huang, you might be disappointed." "What do you mean, Comrade Fong?" Huang Xiaoqiao looked confused, then thought of something and added, "Is it that Yun Bei doesn't want to admit it?" Before Comrade Fong could respond, she continued, "I knew she wouldn't admit it. After all, there were only the two of us on the mountain. Why would she confess? But no matter what, she pushed me down the mountain. I hope you can find out the truth and help me. My husband, Old Gua, already struggles to support our family, and now I've been seriously injured. Not to mention the medical bills, but there are also kids at home who need care, and I have to trouble others. Everything costs money, and I really don't know what to do." As Huang Xiaoqiao spoke, tears streamed down her face, making her look pitiful and wronged. Comrade Fong's expression darkened, filled with disappointment and surprise. He didn't expect Huang Xiaoqiao to be so cunning. Anyone who didn't know the truth would surely think Yun Bei was cruel and unreasonable. Not only did she push someone, but she also refused to pay for medical expenses. But the truth is, it was Huang Xiaoqiao who really pushed the person. Commissioner Fong coldly glanced at Huang Xiaoqiao, then looked at the two children who were angry because of her words, and said, "Huang Xiaoqiao, you don't need to act here anymore. We have already found out that you are the one who wanted to harm others. You tried to push Comrade Yun Bei, but when she avoided you, you lost your balance and fell off the mountain." Hearing this, Huang Xiaoqiao was shocked. However, she quickly regained her composure, looked up at Commissioner Fong, and said, "Commissioner Fong, do you have any evidence for that?" Commissioner Fong gave Huang Xiaoqiao a faint glance and replied, "When you just said that Comrade Yun Bei pushed you, did you have any evidence?"
Me?
Huang Xiaoqiao opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. She naturally had no evidence, but she quickly reacted, looking angrily at Commissioner Fong and said, "Commissioner Fong, you are our regiment's political officer. How can you be biased towards others? I know that Company Commander C is more capable than my family's Old Gua. He is the main company commander, while my Old Gua is just the deputy. But you can't favor Yun Bei just because of that. If she didn't push me, would I really say she did? I have no grudge against her. Why would I do that?" "Exactly. I also want to know why you would want to harm Comrade Yun Bei if you have no grudge against her." Commissioner Fong said this while looking sharply at Huang Xiaoqiao. That invisible pressure made Huang Xiaoqiao a bit scared, and she didn't dare to face him. So, she touched her head and pretended to be uncomfortable, saying, "I feel dizzy and unwell. Taiju, go find a doctor quickly." As soon as Taiju heard this, he immediately ran out of the room to find a doctor. Commissioner Fong could tell that Huang Xiaoqiao was pretending, but he couldn't do anything about it for the moment. After all, she had a concussion, and feeling dizzy was a normal reaction. However, Xiaoli, who had come with Commissioner Fong, was a bit annoyed by Huang Xiaocao's act and said, "Commissioner, we should just present the evidence directly instead of wasting so much time talking to her." As soon as he entered the room, he had been staring at Huang Xiaocao's shoes. He had already noticed that her shoes were stained with the color of herbs, and once that evidence was presented, Huang Xiaoqiao wouldn't be able to argue her way out of it. Commissioner Fong knew this, but he wanted to extract the mastermind behind Huang Xiaocao's actions. Although he suspected that Chu Fe had instigated Huang Xiaoqiao, he didn't have any evidence, so he couldn't take action against her. But if there is a statement from Huang Xiaoqiao, it would be different. He could confront Chu Fe and even use this opportunity to challenge Commander Chu. After all, Commander Chu has always had conflicts with his superiors. As a subordinate favored by the leadership, he naturally wanted to help his leader. However, he did not expect that Huang Xiaoqiao was quite clever and avoided his questions by pretending to be ill. Thinking of this, Commissar Fong looked at Huang Xiaoqiao with a cold gaze. Taizhu quickly brought the doctor over, who checked on Huang Xiaoqiao and advised her to rest more. A concussion requires rest and medication for relief. However, Huang Xiaoqiao had already taken her medicine in the morning and could not take more. After giving a few instructions, the doctor left. Commissar Fong looked at Huang Xiaoqiao, who was preparing to rest, and said directly, "Huang Xiaoqiao, we have already found out that you were the one who pushed the person." "Commissar, I still say the same thing. If you say I pushed someone, then show me the evidence." "All right, if you want evidence, I will provide it." As Commissar Fong spoke, he signaled to Shaoli. Shaoli, who had been waiting impatiently, bent down and picked up Huang Xiaoqiao's shoe, saying, "Comrade Huang Xiaoqiao, your shoe is the evidence. When you followed Comrade Yun Bei up the mountain empty-handed, she was already on guard against you. So, she put some colored herbs on the path she walked, and if you step on them, your shoes will get stained with this color, which cannot be washed off. Look at how much of this color is on your shoes." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoqiao's face turned pale. Seeing this, Commissar Fong quickly added, "Huang Xiaoqiao, if you feel faint, wait until Shaoli finishes speaking." Shaoli glanced at Huang Xiaoqiao and continued, "We checked the mountain, and there were traces of the herbs being stepped on along the way. We even took footprints, and now we can compare them for you." As he spoke, Shaoli took out the footprints they had collected and compared them with Huang Xiaoqiao's shoes. The patterns and sizes matched perfectly. Taizhu and Taidan were curious and leaned in to take a look. They realized it was indeed identical and turned to Huang Xiaoqiao, saying, "Mom, those are really your footprints." At this moment, the two of them were not foolish. Seeing this evidence, they understood they had been deceived, not only by Chu Fe, but also by their mother. Thinking of what Yun Bei had said, Taizhu looked at Huang Xiaoqiao with a complicated expression and asked, "Mom, why? Why did you lie to us?" "Taizhu, Faced with her son's question, Huang Xiaoqiao didn't know how to explain. At that moment, Commissar Fong spoke up, saying, "Huang Xiaoqiao, do you have anything to say? First, you harmed Comrade Yun Bei, and then you slandered her. This behavior is unacceptable in the army. Therefore, the organization has decided that you must move out of the family compound."
"What? How can this be?"
Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoqiao became anxious and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. Someone made me do it." "Who?" Commissar Fong looked at Huang Xiaoqiao, waiting for her to reveal Chu Fe. However, as the words were on the tip of her tongue, Huang Xiaoqiao hesitated. She feared Chu Fe and was wary of her power. She was afraid that if she pointed out Chu Fe, it would harm her man. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret, wishing she hadn't slandered Yun Bei out of greed. If she hadn't done that, wouldn't she be in a better position now? Seeing Huang Xiaoqiao silent, Commissar Fong became somewhat displeased and said, "Huang Xiaoqiao, since you don't want to speak, then so be it. After you leave the hospital, just move out of the family compound." Taizhu and Taidan, upon hearing they had to move out, became anxious. They were living well in the family compound, had many friends, and did not want to leave. Moreover, they had grown up there, and it had long become their home. If they moved, where would they go, and would they still see their father every day? Thus, the two, now worried, couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Commissar Fong, saying, "We know who it is." Then Taizhu asked Commissar, "If we tell you who that person is, will we not have to move out of the family compound?" "You know?" Commissar Fong was surprised and then looked at the two, saying, "If you can tell me who instructed your mother to do bad things, it would be considered a contribution, and I promise you can stay in the family compound." "Really?" "Yes, I promise I'm not lying." "Okay, we believe you." After that, Taizhu glanced at Huang Xiaoqiao and said, "It's Aunt Feifei. She not only made my mom help her do bad things but also tricked us into thinking Yun Bei harmed our mom. The Feifei you're talking about is Chu Fe, right?" "Yes." Taizhu nodded and said, "Yesterday, when she came to see Mom, someone saw her and heard what she said to Mom. She asked her mother to take Yun Bei up the mountain to teach her a lesson, and even mentioned giving her mother money." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoqiao turned pale and asked, "Taizhu, who told you this?" She never imagined that what Chu Feifei had said to her would be overheard by someone else, let alone that her child would know. Taizhu glanced at Huang Xiaoqiao but remained silent. He couldn't reveal his friend, fearing his mother would get angry and punish him. Commissioner Fong was also surprised that Taizhu knew so much. He was still a child, yet he was aware of such troubling matters, which felt like a corruption of the nation's youth. Thus, his gaze towards Huang Xiaoqiao held more disdain. She really didn't deserve to be a mother. At that moment, Taizhu spoke again, saying, "Uncle Commissioner, I told you who encouraged my mom to do bad things. Can you forgive her?" Hearing this, Commissioner Fong turned to Taizhu, showing a gentle smile as he replied, "Your mother should apologize to Comrade Yun Bei to earn her forgiveness." "I understand." Taizhu nodded and then looked at Huang Xiaoqiao, saying, "Mom, will you go apologize to Comrade Yun Bei?" Huang Xiaoqiao glanced at her son and then at Commissioner Fong, thinking about her husband's future. In the end, she nodded and said, "Okay, once my injury heals, I will apologize to her." "That's great. Our teacher says that admitting mistakes and correcting them makes a good child." Taizhu and his brother Taidan cheered, quoting their teacher. However, Huang Xiaoqiao felt embarrassed and flushed, unable to face her thoughtful child. Commissioner Fong, seeing Huang Xiaoqiao was willing to apologize to Yun Bei, did not press the matter further. He gave her a few words of advice and then left with his team. The two children stayed behind to keep Huang Xiaoqiao company until the supply vehicle returned. In the office, Chief Chu looked at the promotion list in his hand, pausing at the name Si Nanzhao. He had known for a long time that Si Nanzhao would eventually be promoted, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. At that moment, he felt conflicted, unsure whether to hold him back or let him rise. Given Si Nanzhao's attitude towards him yesterday, Chief Chu felt that promoting him wouldn't benefit him. But if he held him back and the higher-ups found out, he would surely face consequences. However, thinking about how Si Nanzhao had disrespected him and his daughter, Chief Chu ultimately set aside Si Nanzhao's promotion report for now. Si Nanzhao was unaware that Chief Chu had already started to suppress him. He watched as Yun Bei returned from the mountain and began working in the yard. He wanted to help her. As a man, he found it hard to just sit aside and watch a woman work without offering assistance. However, Yun Bei thought he was in the way and told him directly, "If you have nothing to do, go read a book. You should check your own condition. Is your wound healed? How can you help me?" Although Si Nanzhao's injury had healed well, he still needed to take it easy and couldn't do heavy work for now. If he strained his wound, it would be a hassle. Therefore, she preferred to tire herself out a bit rather than let Si Nanzhao's recovery be affected by helping her. She only planned to stay here for a month, so it didn't matter to her whether they planted anything in the yard. However, Yun Bei was quite bored, so she borrowed tools from a neighbor to turn the soil and plant something to pass the time. Si Nanzhao didn't get upset about being dismissed and continued to stand by, ready to help whenever needed. For instance, when he saw Yun Bei sweating, he would hand her a towel, or if he worried she might be thirsty, he would bring her some water. Yun Bei noticed Si Nanzhao lingering around her and felt a bit speechless. Still, she didn't chase him away, allowing him to stay. She knew he wouldn't listen to her, so she didn't waste her breath. While they were busy, Commissar Fong returned. Seeing him again, Yun Bei put down her tools and smiled, saying, "Commissar Fong, you're here." "Yeah, I wanted to inform you about Huang Xiaoqiao. She targeted you because she was instructed by Chu Fe." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Commissar Fong, for coming again. No need to be so polite. By the way, when Huang Xiaoqiao is discharged, she should come to apologize to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave now." Once Commissar Fong left, Yun Bei continued her work. No matter what others did, she was determined to teach Chu Fe a lesson, but she wasn't in a hurry. She believed Chu Fe would soon find a way to trouble her, and when that happened, she wouldn't hold back on her revenge. Xin and Zhao glanced at Yun Bei and noticed she didn't react to Commissar Fong's words, leaving him unsure of her thoughts. After waiting for a while, since Yun Bei still didn't speak, he finally said, "Yun Bei, I've already talked to Chief Chu about Chu Fe. He should keep her in check." "Okay, I understand." Yun Bei casually nodded, not taking Sinan Zhao's words to heart. If Chief Chu could control Chu Fe, she wouldn't be in this situation now. From what she knew about Chu Fe, not only would she not back down, but she would likely escalate things, possibly even resorting to something extreme. However, she probably wouldn't act out in the family compound just yet. After all, she had just arrived there, and if something really happened, everyone would suspect Chu Fe. She wasn't that foolish. So, it was very likely that she would find someone outside to take action during her commute to work. She had taken 3 days off, with 1 more day left, and would have to return to work the day after tomorrow. She was curious to see what tricks Chu Fe would try this time. Of course, the best solution would be to remove Chu Fe's support, just like with Zhou Qin. Without that support, even if she wanted to cause trouble, she wouldn't be able to. Thinking of Zhou Qin made Yun Bei somewhat eager to return to work at the hospital. She wondered if the information she provided to Zhao Yang had been useful, and if he had managed to bring down Zhou Qin's support. While Yun Bei was pondering this, Zhao Yang happened to be looking for her at the hospital. Thanks to her, he had successfully advanced in his career, so his gratitude towards Yun Bei was evident. Additionally, since she had cured his insomnia, he came to the hospital specifically to thank her. This time, he made a grand gesture and even brought a banner to praise her medical skills. Zhao Yang knew that many people doubted Yun Bei's abilities due to her young age, and even looked down on her. Although he had now risen to a prominent position, there wasn't much he could do to help her. So, he arranged for a banner to be made for Yun Bei, both to express his gratitude and to assure patients that her medical skills were excellent and they could trust her. However, Zhao Yang didn't expect that Yun Bei had taken leave. In the end, he had to hand the banner to Director Yang and ask her to pass it on to Yun Bei. Yun Bei was unaware of what was happening at the hospital. After finishing her work in the garden, she went to find an elderly woman named Grandma Zhang to get some vegetable seeds, planning to plant them in the freshly turned soil. When Grandma Zhang heard that Yun Bei wanted to grow vegetables, she not only provided her with seeds but also came along to help. She had plenty of experience in gardening. As Grandma Zhang assisted Yun Bei, she shared her gardening tips, leaving Sinan Zhao unable to get a word in. Unable to speak, Sinan Zhao decided not to stay at home and went directly to the army to prepare to call the old man at home. Speaking of which, after Yun Bei arrived here, he hasn't told the old man yet. When old Master Si received a call from his eldest grandson and learned that Yun Bei had arrived, he was very happy. He said, "You little rascal, make sure to cherish this opportunity. Yun Bei is a good girl, so don't mistreat her. By the way, her parents are no longer around, so you should treat her well." Old Master Si had just learned about Yun Bei's family situation and felt more sympathy for her. He hadn't realized how tough her life had been, losing both parents at such a young age and living under someone else's roof, enduring so much hardship. Fortunately, she eventually stood up for herself, taught her bullying uncle's family a lesson, and even sent them to jail. To be honest, old Master Si felt a bit regretful for having cut off contact with Yun's family over the years. If he had been in touch when her parents had their accident, he could have taken her in and cared for her, sparing her from so much suffering. Now it's all in the past, and there's no use in regretting it. He can only hope his grandson treats Yun Bei better and makes up for it. After discussing Yun Bei, the old man brought up Si Nanzhao's recent achievement. Given his qualifications and past contributions, he should have been promoted by now. However, considering his young age, old Master Si had been holding back, not wanting him to rise too quickly. But this time, with such a significant accomplishment, he decided not to delay the promotion. One reason was that the timing was right, and the other was that he believed a higher position would allow his grandson to provide a better life for Yun Bei. Si Nanzhao was aware of the promotion but was still a bit worried about potential obstacles from Chu Zheng.
So, he mentioned it to the old man.
If Chu Zheng really tried to interfere, it would be a big mistake. Don't worry, I'll have someone keep an eye on things. Just take good care of Yun Bei. Also, you're not that young anymore. If Yun Bei agrees, you two should get married sooner. I want to hold my great-grandchild. Hearing the old man urging him to start a family, Si Nanzhao felt a bit speechless. He wasn't planning to get married so soon and didn't want to hear such talk, so he quickly ended the call. Looking at the disconnected phone, old Master Si couldn't help but mutter, "That little rascal." After leaving the office, Si Nanzhao almost reached home when he remembered he forgot to ask Yun Bei about her medical skills. Oh well, he would ask next time. Yun Bei had no idea she almost gave herself away and was currently chatting with Grandma Zhang. Mrs. Zhang really liked Yun Bei. To help her settle into the community faster, she explained everything about the family compound. She specifically mentioned Lu Posey, who is Peng Yuhua's mother-in-law. She said that Lu Posey suddenly lost her ability to speak because she mistreated her daughter-in-law and faced consequences for it. As peers, Mrs. Zhang and Lu Posey should have had the most to talk about, but Mrs. Zhang disapproved of Lu Posey's behavior, constantly nagging her daughter-in-law. Of course, Lu Posey also looked down on her, thinking she lacked the authority of a mother-in-law, always showing too much concern for her daughter-in-law, like a servant. Although Yun Bei knew that Lu Posey and Peng Yuhua were military families, she didn't expect them to live here. It seemed she would have to interact with them in the future. Fortunately, she didn't plan to stay long, so she hoped she wouldn't run into them. But sometimes, things happen unexpectedly. The next day, while Yun Bei was at the community store, she crossed paths with Lu Posey. Seeing Yun Bei, Lu Posey's eyes were filled with hatred. She couldn't speak yet, and it was all because of Yun Bei. Previously, when Yun Bei was in the hospital, Lu Posey couldn't see her, but now that they were face to face, it felt like enemies meeting. Lu Posey was furious, pulling her son and gesturing angrily at Yun Bei. Previously, when her son was away on duty, she had to endure it alone. Now that her son was back, she had someone to rely on and wanted him to help her get revenge. Yun Bei was just a doctor, while her son was a deputy battalion commander. In this family compound, she wasn't afraid of Yun Bei. Niu Dagong watched his mother gesture for a while before understanding her meaning. He then blocked Yun Bei's path and said, "Comrade, my mother says you are the reason she can't speak. Is that true? And if it is true, what will you do? Are you going to seek revenge for your mother?" Yun Bei replied calmly, thinking about the sick Peng Yuhua. Previously, Mrs. Peng said she wouldn't return to the compound for now, fearing her daughter would be bullied. Now, she didn't even know where they lived or how Peng Yuhua's health was. "Comrade, that's unreasonable. Why would you harm my mother like this?" Niu Dagong was taken aback by Yun Bei's lack of remorse and became angry. He said, "If my mother offended you, I apologize on her behalf. Please help her regain her ability to speak. It's inconvenient for her not to be able to talk, and she's being mocked. She doesn't even dare to go outside. If I hadn't come back, she might have starved at home." In just a short time, a crowd had gathered around the sales point. Hearing Niu Dagong's words, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lu Posey and began to criticize Yun Bei, saying, "Comrade, Liangcheng is right. What you're doing is a bit unfair. If you have any issues, you should discuss them calmly. How can you silence someone like this?" "Exactly. Look at you, young girl. How can you be so cruel? By the way, you must be new here. We've never seen you before. I wonder which family brought such a harsh person into the community." Chu Fe was on her way to work when she saw the scene, especially with Yun Bei surrounded and pointed at. She became curious. After asking a few questions, she learned what had happened, and her eyes lit up. Huang Xiaochao was out of commission, and she hadn't found anyone useful in the community yet. Now that Lu Posey and Yun Bei had a conflict, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She could use Lu Posey to deal with Yun Bei. After all, Yun Bei had made someone unable to speak, which was not a pleasant experience. She believed Lu Posi's hatred for Yun Bei would be just as strong as her own. With a little guidance and provocation, she could definitely turn Lu Posi to her side. Thinking this, Chu Fe spoke up, "You all might not know, but she's the fiance of the company commander. Just the other day, she pushed sister Huang Xiaoqiao down the mountain. She's really heartless." Everyone was shocked to hear that Yun Bei was the company commander's fiance. They thought to themselves, how could he choose someone like her? Initially, they had a bad impression of Yun Bei because of Niu Dagong's words, but now, learning that she had pushed a military wife down the mountain made them dislike her even more. They felt that someone so young could be so cruel was truly unexpected. Such a person should not stay in the community. They decided they needed to speak to the person in charge of the community to get Yun Bei removed. Yun Bei saw Chu Fe joining in and deliberately trying to make her look bad, which made her expression darken. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped Chu Fe twice, saying coldly, "Chu Fe, I've tolerated you for too long. You really twist the truth. It was you who found Huang Xiaoqiao, gave her money, and tried to lead me up the mountain to harm me. But I was cautious and didn't fall for it. Instead, she ended up falling down the mountain herself. Now you're here spreading rumors and ruining my reputation. What are you really trying to do?" After saying this, she looked at the crowd watching and said, "The truth of the matter has already been investigated by Comrade Fong from the third group. If you don't believe me, you can ask him and see who is telling the truth." Yun Bei mentioned Comrade Fong, and everyone started to believe her words. However, they still wanted Yun Bei to explain the situation regarding Lu Posi. So, they directly asked Yun Bei, even if what Sister Huang said was just made up by Comrade Chu Fe, what about her becoming mute? One person pointed at Lu Posi and asked, "Why did you make her mute?" Upon hearing this, Yun Bei did not answer directly, but looked at Niu Dagong and asked, "Did you see your wife when you returned from your mission?" This made Niu Dagong a bit uncomfortable. He had come back last night and had not seen his wife yet. When he asked his mother, she just said his wife had gone back to her family. He believed his mother's words. After realizing this, he replied to Yun Bei, "My wife went back to her family. Where am I supposed to see her?" What a convenient excuse about going back to her family. Ask the people in this courtyard if your wife went back to her family, or if your mother caused her to be hospitalized. Then Yun Bei turned to the crowd and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am not only Si Nanzhao's fiancé, but also a doctor at the county hospital. His wife, Peng Yuhua, was critically ill, and I saved her. I helped save a life, but this old woman intentionally provoked the patient. If I hadn't been there, the patient might have been so upset that she could have died. At that time, because her words were so harsh, I sealed her mute point, making her mute for a month. Let me ask you, if it were your daughter who had just returned from the brink of death, only to be pushed back because of this old woman's rude behavior, what would you do?" With just a few sentences, Yun Bei clearly explained the whole situation. Everyone understood what had happened and felt a bit guilty. They looked at Lu Posi with disapproval and began to apologize to Yun Bei. The news about Peng Yuhua's illness had already spread among the residents, but since they didn't have a good relationship with her, not many went to visit her. In fact, this was also due to Lu Posi's influence. At first, everyone had a good relationship with Peng Yuhua and often went to talk to her. However, because Lu Posi liked to make hurtful comments, people gradually distanced themselves from Peng Yuhua. Now, upon learning that she was seriously ill, everyone felt uneasy. As for Niu Dagong, he was confused after hearing Yun Bei's words. This was different from what his mother had said. Wasn't Peng Yuhua supposed to have gone back to her family because she didn't want to take care of his mother? How could she be in the hospital? Thinking this, Niu Dagong looked at Lu Posi and asked, "Mom, is what she said true? Yuhua didn't go back home but is in the hospital instead?" Lu Posi naturally wouldn't answer and couldn't answer. But her gaze was evasive, and she didn't dare to look her son in the eye. Now Niu Dagong understood everything. He looked at Lu Posi with disappointment and said, "Mom, why did you lie to me?" Chu Fe covered her sore face and, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, felt furious. Noticing Yun Bei was focused on Lu Posey, she rushed forward to retaliate. However, Yun Bei reacted quickly, grabbing her hand and coldly saying, "What, do you want to hit back? You're not capable of that."
Yun Bei, you yuck.
"My parents have never hit me. Who do you think you are?"
Why?
"It's because your mouth is too foul and you speak nonsense. It's because you have a wicked heart, trying to harm others for a man who doesn't care about you. Don't you think human life is valuable? Aren't you afraid of facing consequences for your actions? What nonsense are you talking about? Who did anything wrong?" Chu Fe shouted loudly, but her reaction only showed her guilt. In truth, she had done many unethical things. No one had known before, and no one dared to speak to her like that, so she pretended those things never happened. But when someone brought them up, she realized those memories had never left her. They were deeply engraved in her mind. Yun Bei just stared at Chu Fe without arguing back. As time passed, Chu Fe, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, forcefully pulled her hand away, gave Yun Bei a deep look, and then turned to run home. Having just been hit by Yun Bei, she felt too embarrassed to go back to work. Therefore, the first thing she did when she got home was to ask her boss for leave. After looking at her swollen face in the mirror, her anger felt like it could burn her up. After a while, she applied some ointment and tied a cloth around her face before heading out. She had planned to wait a bit longer before finding Wang Xiaoshuang, but unexpectedly, Yun Bei created an opportunity for her, so she couldn't be blamed. Meanwhile, at the distribution point, after Chu Fe left, Yun Bei went in to buy some things he needed and then returned home. He didn't get involved in the matters of Lu and her son, Niu Dagong. If Niu Dagong was serious, he would go to the county to find Peng Yuhua. If he wasn't, then Yun Bei's involvement wouldn't matter. Si Nanzhao noticed that Yun Bei was taking a long time to return and was about to go look for him. Just as he was getting ready to leave, Yun Bei came back, and he asked, "Why did you take so long? Did you get lost?" "No, I ran into a bit of trouble." Yun Bei didn't hide anything and explained what happened. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao's expression changed when he learned that Chu Fe was involved again and trying to ruin Yun Bei's reputation. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer and needed to teach Chu Fe a lesson right away. Thinking this, he said to Yun Bei, "I have something to take care of, so I won't be back for lunch. You don't need to prepare anything for me." "Okay, I understand. Just be careful and remember you're still recovering." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Si Nanzhao smiled. Even without Yun Bei's reminder, he would be cautious. He didn't want to stay at home doing nothing all the time. Honestly, if it weren't for Yun Bei being there, worried she might be taken advantage of since she wasn't familiar with the area, he would have gone back to the capital to recover long ago. After Si Nanzhao left, Yun Bei had nothing to do, so she went into her space. There was plenty of work to do there, but thankfully she had machines, so it wasn't as tiring as farming was now. With Si Nanzhao out, she decided to make something delicious. After working for a while and finishing her tasks, she prepared to treat herself. Of course, she made rice and a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms, which was incredibly tasty. After eating, Yun Bei rested for a bit before leaving the space. Seeing that Si Nanzhao still hadn't returned, she didn't stay home but went out to explore and get familiar with the entire compound. Meanwhile, in the county, Chu Fe confidently found Wang Xiaoshuang's house, but after knocking for a long time, she realized no one was answering the door. After waiting a while longer with no one coming out, Chu Fe looked at the unlocked gate and walked in. The yard was a bit messy, suggesting it hadn't been cleaned in a while. She was still hopeful and called out a few more times, but the house was empty and there was no response. This made Chu Fe uneasy, and she worried something had happened to Wang Xiaoshuang. So, she decided to ask the neighbors nearby to find out what was going on. As she stepped out of the yard, she saw an elderly woman. The woman looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Young lady, who are you looking for?" "Ma'am, I'm looking for Wang Xiaoshuang. I'm his cousin. Don't bother. He was taken away by some people from a committee yesterday, the elderly woman informed Chu Fe, which only increased her anxiety. It seemed Wang Xiaoshuang was indeed in trouble. Feeling down, Chu Fe thanked the woman and turned to leave. As she walked, her heart felt heavy. She worried that Wang Xiaoshuang's troubles were related to dealing with Yun Bei. Although Yun Bei didn't have much power, Si Nanzhao was different. If he wanted to deal with someone like Wang Xiaoshuang, it would be easy for him. But why was he taken away by people from the committee? If it was Si Nanzhao's doing, shouldn't he have been taken to the police station? At that moment, she had no idea that Si Nanzhao was not in trouble. Wang Xiaoshuang was taken away because Zhao Yang and his brothers wanted to thank Yun Bei and help her out. When Yun Bei left the committee last time, she had asked Feng Bing and the others to find out who was spreading rumors about her. Not only had she offered a reward, but even without that, it was their duty to help her find the person responsible for the rumors. After a few days of searching, they quickly found a lead. It was only yesterday, after Zhao Yang returned from the hospital, that they identified the suspect. So, Zhao Yang immediately took people to capture Wang Xiaoshuang. Regardless of Wang Xiaoshuang's actions, even if he were a good person, the committee could easily take him away by fabricating a charge. In the committee, Wang Xiaoshuang looked at Zhao Yang, who was questioning him, and finally understood why he had been arrested. He never imagined that a seemingly backgroundless outsider could command the committee to arrest someone. If he had known she had such connections, he would never have offended her for a small amount of money. Chu Fe wandered outside a certain committee for a long time, lacking the courage to go inside. Although she had a good father, she still felt a bit scared of the committee. Of course, she was more afraid that Wang Xiaoshuang would betray her, causing her trouble. If possible, she wished that Wang Xiaoshuang would be taken care of before she could reveal anything about her. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Fe decided to leave the committee and head back to the army. Now that Wang Xiaoshuang was out of the picture, who could she rely on to deal with Yun Bei? As she walked back, she didn't notice Si Nanzhao nearby, watching her. Si Nanzhao was also surprised to see Chu Fe in the county. He had originally planned to teach her a lesson and was just waiting for her to leave the family compound to take action. Now that Chu Fe had come to him, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He quickly went back to find some people and then returned to put a bag over Chu Fe's head. As she walked down the street, everything suddenly went dark, and she realized she had been bagged. Panic set in as she struggled to escape, shouting, "Who are you? What do you want? Do you know who my dad is? You can't treat me like this. My dad won't let you get away with it." The people who bagged her just laughed at her words and began to hit her. While attacking, they said, "I don't care who your dad is. Now that you're in my hands, you have to obey." Chu Fe was soon in so much pain that she could no longer shout. After enduring a beating, she lost consciousness. When she regained awareness, the attackers had already left, and the bag was loosened. After a struggle, she finally managed to crawl out of the bag. Looking at the empty alley, she felt a surge of anger. She turned and headed to the police station, determined to report the people who had attacked her. However, it was not like in the future where there were cameras everywhere. Without any witnesses, and having not seen the attackers' faces, even the sounds wouldn't help her case. Therefore, even if she reported it, the chances of finding them were very low. When Si Nanzhao returned to the family compound, it was almost dinner time. Seeing him back, Yun Bei felt relieved and said, "It's good you're back. I'll go cook some dishes. Dinner will be ready soon." During dinner, Yun Bei didn't ask Si Nanzhao what he was doing. However, he voluntarily told her, "Yun Bei, today I had someone teach Chu Fe a lesson. She probably won't be around for a while." Yun Bei looked at Si Nanzhao in surprise and asked, "You went out today just to find someone to deal with her?" "Sort of." Si Nanzhao nodded. In reality, he was doing much more than that. He believed that if his plans worked, Chu Fe would be moved away soon. Perhaps even her superior would be affected. "Thank you." Yun Bei sincerely thanked Si Nanzhao. Even though he didn't want to marry her, he still stood up for her. This was good. Their values aligned well, making them suitable friends. If they couldn't be a couple, being friends was just as good. "You're welcome." Si Nanzhao shook his head. Yun Bei was targeted by Chu Fe because of him. If he did nothing, he would be letting Yun Bei down. Even if she wasn't his fiancée, she was still his lifesaver. After dinner, they each washed up and went to their rooms to rest. Yun Bei had only taken 3 days off and had to return to work tomorrow. The thought of biking to and from work early in the morning made her regret moving to the housing complex. If she had stayed in the single dorm, she wouldn't have these problems. But then she remembered that if she hadn't moved back, she couldn't get back at Chu Fe, and she felt better. It was just a month and she could endure it. Thinking about how she had secretly put the powder on Chu Fe yesterday and was just waiting to see the results made Yun Bei feel a bit happier. To avoid raising suspicion, she had put a lot of thought into preparing a powder that would affect Chu Fe's appearance. Of course, the effects wouldn't last long, just a month. She was curious to see how Chu Fe would cope with a face full of blemishes for a month. After all, she was an actress in the art troupe and had many performances coming up. If she took a month off, her position would surely be taken by someone else. If she was no longer the star of the troupe and her looks were ruined, would so many people still support her? The answer was clear. After all, in any era, people often judged by appearances. While Yun Bei was resting, Chu Zheng finally brought Chu Fe back from the police station. Looking at his daughter's bruised and swollen face, Chu Zheng's expression was extremely grim. How could anyone dare to treat his daughter like this? It was simply unacceptable. He thought if he found out who did this, he would make them regret ever being born. Mrs. Chu, seeing her daughter in such pain, felt heartbroken. While applying medicine to her daughter, she scolded, "Who would dare to do this to my daughter? If I find out who it is, I won't let them get away with it." After scolding for a while, she turned to her unhappy husband and said, "Old Chu, you must seek revenge for our daughter. Look at what they did to Fei. She has never suffered like this before." Then she remembered how Yun Bei had slapped their daughter that morning and immediately said, "Do you think it could be Yun Bei? She slapped our daughter this morning. I believe she is bullying Fei because she has seen Nanjiao backing her. This is not just an insult to our daughter. It's an insult to you as well." "Enough, it wasn't her," Chu Zheng replied, suspecting Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao first. However, he had already checked, and Yun Bei hadn't been in the family area today. Si Nanjiao had gone out and returned very late. If only he could find out where he had been. His instincts told him that this incident was likely related to Si Nanjiao. Thinking about the promotion report he had suppressed, Chu Zheng's gaze flickered. He wondered if Si Nanjiao had discovered what he had done and was warning him. If that were the case, he couldn't keep the report suppressed any longer. But if he just let Si Nanjiao get promoted, he wouldn't be happy about it. It seemed he needed to find a way to make Si Nanjiao make a mistake. If Si Nanjiao made a mistake, then everything would balance out, and the promotion would naturally fall through. Even if old Si personally intervened, it wouldn't matter. If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? Over the years, she's the only one bold enough to hit Fei. I said I would seek justice for Fei this morning, but you refused. You even said Fei was partly to blame and that she deserved to be hit. Look at what your inaction has done to her." Mrs. Chu scolded Chu Zheng, convinced that Yun Bei was behind Fei's injuries. Even though she hadn't gone out, she worked at the county hospital and surely knew people outside. "Just right, my daughter is going to the county today. Who else could it be but Yun Bei? All right, stop messing around. I'm already looking into it. Once I find out who did this, I will definitely seek revenge for our daughter. By the way, Fang Zhenjiang contacted me yesterday and said Fei had Huang Xiaoqiao hurt Yun Bei. This is solid evidence. If I hadn't kept it quiet, he would have already caused trouble for Fei."
So what?
Yun Bei just appeared out of nowhere and became Si Nanjiao's fiancé. How can Fei not be angry? When she's mad, she will take it out on Yun Bei. In the end, it's still Yun Bei's fault. There are plenty of men in the world. Why does she have to steal the man Fei likes? Mrs. Chu didn't think her daughter did anything wrong. Instead, she felt Yun Bei deserved it. She had gone through the same thing in the past. Otherwise, how could the old Chu family have chosen her? She had to outsmart her rivals. "You? Chu Zheng was momentarily speechless. Sometimes he found it hard to communicate with his wife, but upon reflection, he realized she had a point. If it weren't for Yun Bei interfering, Si Nanzhao would have been his son-in-law.
He was very confident about that.
His daughter was talented, beautiful, and came from a good family. What man wouldn't love her? Only Si Nanzhao was so clueless, making their daughter chase after him for so long. He had planned to give his daughter another 6 months. If Si Nanzhao still didn't get it, he would have to give him a push. By then, they would have to make it work, and he didn't believe the boy would dare to be irresponsible. I need to go find her now and seek justice for our daughter, Mrs. Chu said, heading out to find Yun Bei. Stop right there. Chu Zheng stopped his wife and said, Do you have any evidence to confront her? If you go without proof, you might not only fail to get justice for our daughter, but also end up in trouble yourself. You're my wife, and you represent more than just yourself. You represent the image of the military leadership. Are we just going to let this go? I can't accept that, Mrs. Chu said, looking at her husband with frustration. Just thinking about how badly their daughter was hurt made her heart ache. I just said I would get to the bottom of this. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to hurt our daughter will pay the price. Since you say that, I'll listen to you this time. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't find the culprit, I will use my own methods to seek justice for our daughter. Don't worry. I will definitely find the culprit. Chu Zheng's eyes were fierce. His daughter was not someone to be easily bullied, and he was not someone to be easily struck. Yun Bei and Si Nanzhao were unaware of what had happened in the Chu family. Both slept soundly and woke up early the next day. Knowing that Yun Bei was going to work at the hospital, Si Nanzhao had ridden a bicycle back yesterday, which he had prepared just for her. As long as he was Yun Bei's fiance, he had to take on the responsibilities of a fiance and do his best to make her life better. He wanted to think of her needs, share her worries, and keep her safe. After breakfast, Yun Bei was getting ready for work. Si Nanzhao brought out the bicycle from yesterday and said, Let me take you to work. No need, you can rest at home. I can go by myself. But I won't be back for lunch, so you'll have to cook for yourself. Don't worry, I can manage at home. If not, I can just eat at the cafeteria. Just be careful on your long ride. If it gets too late, don't come back. I'm worried about your safety. Okay, I understand. If I don't come back, I will call you. After saying this, Yun Bei hopped on the bicycle and left the residential area. Lu Posey had just seen her son off and, upon noticing Yun Bei leaving for work, spat in her direction. Originally, her son believed her words, thinking that Peng Yuhua had gone back to her family, which meant returning to their hometown. However, because of Yun Bei's words yesterday, her son was upset with her and had gone to the county to find Peng Yuhua. Moreover, from what he said, he wanted her to return to their hometown. It was all Yun Bei's fault, and Peng Yuhua's too. One had made her unable to speak, turning her into a laughingstock, while the other had enticed her son, abandoning even his own mother. At that moment, Lu Posey did not realize how she had ended up like this. It was all her own doing. If only she had been more careful with her words, Yun Bei wouldn't have made her mute for a month. As for her son wanting her to return to their hometown, if it weren't for her constant nagging about her daughter-in-law and nearly causing harm to the child in her daughter-in-law's womb, would her son have been angry enough to send her away? Though Lu Posey had become mute, it didn't stop her from cursing silently. She just couldn't be heard. So, she grumbled all the way home, only to find someone standing at her door. Chu Fe had taken advantage of the fact that everyone in the residential area had gone to work and the military wives had gone shopping, and quietly slipped out of her house. She and her mother thought the same thing. They believed they would get into trouble, and the incident must have been caused by Yun Bei. Otherwise, how could Wang Xiaoshuang have been taken away while she was attacked? In the past, she had done many shady things without any consequences. But this time something went wrong, and it had to be Yun Bei's doing. So, she wanted revenge, but she couldn't handle Yun Bei on her own. She realized yesterday that even though Yun Bei was smaller than her, she was stronger. She needed to find help. Lu Posey had a grudge against Yun Bei and would surely want her gone, so seeking her help seemed like a good idea. Living in the same housing complex, she knew Lu Posey was not an easy person. She had nearly harmed her daughter-in-law, so she was definitely not a good person. Lu Posey was not only cruel, but also had no limits. As long as the benefits were enough, she would surely agree. After all, dealing with Yun Bei was not just helping her, it was also Lu Posey's chance for revenge. She believed Lu Posey would agree. Lu Posey was startled when she saw the injuries on Chu Feifei's face, then looked at her in confusion. Lu Posey couldn't understand why someone as important as Chu Feifei would come to her home. Indeed, in Lu Posey's eyes, Chu Feifei, the daughter of a leader, was someone very precious. Chu Feifei knew Lu Posey was speechless and said directly, "In a moment, I'll tell you something. If you agree, nod your head. If you don't, shake your head." Lu Posey nodded, looking at Chu Feifei, unsure of what she wanted to discuss. Without wasting time, Chu Feifei said, "I know you hate Yun Bei just like I do, and wish she would disappear. If I have a way to make her leave the housing complex, or even get rid of her, would you help me?" Lu Posey didn't hesitate and nodded. She was willing. If she could handle Yun Bei herself, she would have acted long ago. Now that Chu Feifei said she had a plan, Lu Posey was curious to hear it. Previously, Chu Feifei wanted Huang Xiaoqiao to lure Yun Bei up the mountain to teach her a lesson, whether to injure her or worse. But now that plan wouldn't work, so they needed another approach. The best way to ruin someone was to expose their secrets. If people found out about Yun Bei's misdeeds, she wouldn't be able to stay in the housing complex. At that point, she doubted Si Nanzhao would still want to marry her. If Wang Xiaoshuang hadn't been caught, she wouldn't need to seek Lu Posey's help. But now, she could only hope that Lu Posey would be a bit more helpful. She didn't want to end up like Huang Xiaoqiao, who not only failed to hurt Yun Bei, but also ended up hurting herself. Since this was about creating a scandal, she needed to find someone who could help with that. There was no one suitable in the family compound, so she had to look outside, and this needed to be something everyone could see. Chu Feifei had thought about this for a while. Yun Bei was skilled in medicine, so she decided to use that to her advantage. She would find a lazy person from a nearby village to pretend to be sick, then urgently seek help from the military. When the doctor at the clinic was busy, Yun Bei would be called to make a house visit. Once Yun Bei arrived, she would close the door and give them some medicine, and that would be the end of it for her. The more she thought about it, the more Chu Feifei felt her plan was good, and she became excited, her face turning red. Her already injured face looked a bit frightening. Lu Posey couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Chu Feifei in confusion, not understanding what she was so excited about. Under Lu Posey's gaze, Chu Feifei quickly realized and cleared her throat, then explained her plan. After hearing it, Lu Posey also became happy. If Chu Feifei's plan worked, Yun Bei would definitely be disgraced. Being so young and taken advantage of by a scoundrel, she probably wouldn't be able to handle it. At that point, she might even consider doing something drastic. Thinking about that outcome made Lu Posey smile widely, nodding repeatedly. However, there were still 5 or 6 days before she could speak up and find someone. In the county town, Yun Bei had just arrived at the hospital when many patients came to see her. This was not only due to previous patients recommending her, but also thanks to Zhao Yang's banner. Seeing someone present a banner to Yun Bei boosted the patient's confidence in her medical skills. Yun Bei worked tirelessly until lunchtime, seeing over 20 patients in the morning. Gao Lanlan had been waiting for Yun Bei to go to lunch together. Seeing her so busy that she hadn't even had a drink, she joked, "Dr. Yun, you've become a celebrity in our hospital. Almost all the patients are coming to you now." Yun Bei smiled but didn't respond. If that were true, she wouldn't be able to work every day, otherwise, she would be exhausted. After lunch, Yun Bei planned to return to her dorm for a rest, but unexpectedly, Director Yang arrived at the cafeteria with his wife. In front of everyone, Xie Yufang sincerely apologized to Yun Bei. Yun Bei accepted her apology, but she did not accept the gifts Xie Yufang brought. After the apology, the matter was settled, and the rumors about her and Dean Yang also came to an end. Back in the dormitory, seeing that Zhou Qin's room was locked made Yun Bei think of what Gao Lanlan had said to her. Zhou Qin had been dismissed from the hospital after her support collapsed. People at the hospital were eager to celebrate her departure, feeling relieved to see her go. Dr. Guan was especially happy, as he could now work without the trouble caused by Zhou Qin. Once in her room, Yun Bei lay down on her bed to rest. She felt a bit tired after dealing with so many patients all at once. After an hour of rest, she got up to go to work. Shortly after sitting down, a patient arrived. Just as Yun Bei was about to ask what was wrong, she heard a familiar voice. Looking up, she was surprised to see Zhao Yang. "Director Zhao, what brings you here?" Yun Bei addressed him by his new title, knowing he had been promoted. "Dr. Yun, just call me Zhao Ge. I owe you a lot for helping me become director. If you need anything, just let me know," Zhao Yang said, grateful for her support. He didn't come empty-handed and brought a gift for her. Yun Bei accepted it without hesitation. Zhao Yang then mentioned Wang Xiaoshuang and shared everything he had found out. When Yun Bei learned that Wang Xiaoshuang had done many bad things, even causing harm to others, she immediately had an idea. She thanked Zhao Yang and suggested they go out for a meal in a couple of days. "Sounds good, I'll be waiting," Zhao Yang replied with a smile. He had other matters to attend to, so he didn't stay long and left after a short visit. With Zhou Qin gone, people were more cautious around Yun Bei. Now that the director of a committee came to see her and treated her like a friend, everyone respected her even more. For example, Director Liu, who once wanted to make things difficult for Yun Bei, was now trying to win her favor. Yun Bei remained indifferent to Director Liu's attempts to be friendly. She had never liked such opportunistic people and didn't wish to build a relationship with them. Although Director Liu felt uncomfortable, there was nothing he could do. The situation is more powerful than the individual, and Yun Bei cannot afford to offend anyone right now. After work in the afternoon, Yun Bei rode her bicycle back to the base. On the way, a few strong men suddenly rushed out from the nearby woods and blocked her path. "Can I help you?" Yun Bei coldly glanced at the men, her gaze sharp. They looked like tough fighters, and she wondered who had sent them. After hearing her words, the men exchanged glances and surrounded her, saying in a cold tone, "Miss, if you know what's good for you, come with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rough."
Who sent you?
"If you tell me who's behind this, I might consider letting you go. What do you think?" "Listen to this girl. She thinks she can negotiate with us." "Boss, I think she won't understand until it's too late." "So, what else is there to discuss?" "Exactly, boss. Let's just take her and report back." "Right, boss. Don't go easy on her. Money is more reliable. She may look decent, but she's too thin. There's no strength to her." "Boss, if you won't act, I will." One of the men stepped forward, thinking that a girl like Yun Bei wouldn't need much force. Just scaring her would be enough. They had done this many times before, and the outcome was usually that the woman would cry and beg for mercy, even offering to do anything if they let her go. But soon, the man realized something was off. Yun Bei didn't seem scared at all. Instead, she looked excited. What was she doing? Was she out of her mind? Shouldn't she be afraid? Why did she look eager to fight? "Boss, do you think she's actually scared?" one of the men asked, confused. "Is she not afraid at all?" Yun Bei heard this and immediately frowned, shouting at the man, "You're the one who's out of your mind. Can't you speak properly? If you can't, then be quiet." "Miss, aren't you afraid of us?" The leader noticed something was wrong. When he received the task, he was worried about what would happen if they scared Si Nanjiao's woman. But now, seeing Yun Bei, who looked calm and unafraid, he began to understand why Si Nanjiao, despite having many beautiful women, chose this unknown girl. She even carried the title of his fiance in public. "Am I scared?" "Of course I am. You have many people, and I am alone. It would be strange not to be scared. But giving in is not my style. So, are you going to make a move or not?" "If not, I'm leaving," Yun Bei said, pretending to walk away. The big men exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Shouldn't a girl back down in front of them? But instead, she boldly claimed that giving in wasn't her style. Was she really going to fight them? They didn't underestimate her. It was clear she was no match for them. Honestly, if the task wasn't to capture Yun Bei and hold her for a while, he would have admired her. Boss, are we going to fight? One of the men asked the leader. Is it really right to bully a woman like this? Now you think it's wrong? Who was so eager to push me to take this task when they saw the money?
Me?
Yun Bei watched as the men started arguing again, feeling impatient. It was getting late, and she needed to go home. If she stayed out too late, Si Nanzhao would worry. He was unwell, and she didn't want him to get into trouble looking for her. That would create a huge debt of gratitude. So, she leaned her bicycle to the side and prepared to walk past the men. She realized they seemed a bit confused. Seeing Yun Bei trying to leave, the men hurried to block her again. Miss, you can't go. If we don't complete the task, we won't get paid. How about this? You come with us, and we won't make it difficult for you. Are you making it difficult for me now? Yun Bei sighed, then set her bicycle aside. Fine, if you want to fight, let's do it. Stop dragging this out. You don't seem like real men. With that, Yun Bei swung her fist at the nearest man. Yun Bei took the initiative and startled a few big men, who were momentarily stunned before realizing they had been provoked by a woman. They decided not to think too much about it. If they couldn't handle a woman, their reputation as the 5 tigers of Guanshan would be ruined. The big men finally made their move, but Yun Bei was not afraid. In fact, she felt even more excited. Since arriving here, she had been training in her space. Although her current strength and reaction speed were not as good as in her past life, they had improved a lot. Therefore, she was quite happy to face these men, as it was a perfect opportunity to test her training results. Even if she ended up losing, it was fine. She had her space as a secret weapon, stocked with special medicines that could come in handy. Si Nanzhao noticed it was almost time to finish work, so he went to the kitchen to cook rice and prepare the dishes for dinner. However, as time passed, Yun Bei still hadn't returned, which made him uneasy. He had just dealt with Chu Fe yesterday, and Chu Zheng would surely investigate who was responsible. Although it might not lead back to him, what if they blamed Yun Bei and took action against her? Thinking of this made Si Nanzhao anxious. He couldn't stay at home any longer and went straight to borrow a bicycle from Director Liu, planning to find Yun Bei. At that moment, he regretted acting too hastily yesterday. He should have waited or found a more careful way to deal with Chu Fe. When Liu heard that Si Nanzhao wanted to borrow a bicycle, he naturally agreed. However, he was a bit worried and asked, Nanzhao, your injuries aren't fully healed. Are you sure you can ride a bike? That's okay. I'll go find my sister-in-law by myself, Si Nanzhao replied firmly, not wanting to involve Liu. If Chu Zheng really took action against Yun Bei, having Liu with him would not help at all. Si Nanzhao hurriedly rode his bicycle out of the housing complex. Chu Zheng quickly received the news and made a phone call. After finishing the call, he went to his daughter's room and, seeing her upset from her injury, smiled and said, Fei, don't worry. Daddy will help you get revenge today. Chu Fe was lying in bed, feeling upset. When she heard her father's words, she quickly turned her head and asked eagerly, Dad, do you know who put me in trouble?
Yes. Chu Zheng not dead.
He hadn't found out anything, but his intuition told him it was definitely Si Nanzhao. In the past, his instincts had helped him achieve many accomplishments and avoid death several times. He trusted his instincts and wanted to stop Si Nanzhao's rise, so he arranged for someone to create some trouble for him. He believed that if those people succeeded, Si Nanzhao wouldn't be able to advance for a while, even with the support of the old man Si. After all, how could an officer with a bad reputation rise in rank? Without someone backing him, he probably wouldn't even be able to wear his uniform. In the past, he might have felt guilty about ruining the future of a young person he believed in. Now, he only wanted to save face and show others what would happen if they offended him, Chu Zheng. Si Nanzhao didn't know that Chu Zheng's target wasn't Yun Bei, but him. So, shortly after leaving the family compound, he found someone waiting on his path. It was a very delicate-looking woman who was quite attractive. Such a woman easily stirred a man's protective instincts, especially among upright but somewhat naive soldiers. The woman on the road indeed looked fragile and needed protection, but she was married and had a misguided view of love. She had been abused for years but didn't hate her husband. She even thought those who tried to help her were just meddling. This time, the man was paid to hit her, and she agreed without hesitation. So, when Si Nanjiao left the family compound, he soon saw a man beating a woman on the roadside, and it looked quite severe. As a soldier, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Chu Zheng and the abuser had calculated that Si Nanjiao wouldn't ignore the situation, which was why they set this up. However, they didn't know that in Si Nanjiao's heart, Yun Bei was far more important than the people on the street. Seeing the woman being beaten and hearing her cries, Si Nanjiao felt sympathy and wanted to help. But with Yun Bei's life uncertain, he hesitated only briefly before riding away. The abusive man and the woman he hit watched as Si Nanjiao left, completely stunned. They didn't know whether to stop or keep going. Darn it! Why did he run away? The abusive man cursed, feeling angry as he glanced at the woman beside him. The person who had asked him to do this said he would get $100 if it worked out. That was a lot of money for him. He might not even earn that much in a year. After all, aside from the little work he did in the fields, he had no other income. Now, he finally had a chance to get money from someone willing to pay him to hit his wife on the street.
How could he not be happy about that?
Even if others didn't pay, he would still hit her every day. Now, he just had to change the location from home to the street to earn money. He was thrilled. So, without thinking much, he agreed. But he didn't expect that, halfway through, the target they were plotting against would ignore him and his wife and just walk away. With Si Nanjiao gone, he wouldn't get $100, not even a penny. This made him very unhappy. And when he was unhappy, he often took it out on his wife. Even from a distance, Si Nanjiao could still hear the woman's cries. Hearing those cries made Si Nanjiao uncomfortable. Several times, she thought about going back to rescue the woman. But then she remembered that Yun Bei might be in trouble too, just like that woman. With that thought, she lost focus and just wanted to find Yun Bei quickly. As for Yun Bei, she was fighting 5 big men alone. Although it was a bit tough, she still managed to win. At that moment, she stood with her hands on her hips and stepped on the stomach of the leader of the group, smiling as she asked, "Now tell me, who sent you to block my way?" "Miss, please don't step on my stomach. I'll tell you anything you want to know if you just take your foot off," the big man replied, glancing at her foot on his belly. As the leader of the 5 tigers, he had been in the game for decades, and this was the first time he had been knocked down by someone, especially a woman. His brothers never imagined that Yun Bei, with her small frame, could have such strength to take them all down with just her fists. If this got out, people would definitely laugh. Now, with her foot still on his stomach, he worried that if she pressed harder, he might really be in trouble. Yun Bei ignored the shouts from the other person, looking down at them and coldly asked, "If you want me to move my foot, tell me who is behind you. Otherwise, I will crush your stomach." "Please, please don't. I'll tell you. Just don't apply too much pressure with your foot. I still want to live. Stop wasting time. Hurry up."
Yun Bei urged coldly.
If this dragged on, it would get dark. She didn't want to be out at night. It would be troublesome and dangerous. The other men wanted to help their leader, who was being stepped on by Yun Bei, but they were in so much pain, as if their bones had been broken, that they couldn't get up. So, they could only watch helplessly as their leader was pinned down and revealed who had given them the task and the money. "You mean it's someone from the military?" Yun Bei's expression darkened upon hearing Guan Da's words. She had thought it was Zhou Qin, but it turned out to be someone from the military. Could it be Chu Fe again? But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Chu Fe should be too injured to be involved. If it wasn't Chu Fe, then who could it be? Who would hate her enough to send a few big men after her? Before Yun Bei could think further, she heard the sound of a bicycle approaching. When she looked up and saw who it was, her expression changed. Yun Bei didn't expect Si Nanjiao to come. Just moments ago, she had been thinking about what excuse to make to avoid worrying him. But she didn't expect him to arrive so quickly, so it seemed she wouldn't need an excuse after all. From a distance, Si Nanzhao saw Yun Bei and a group of men lying on the ground, so he pedaled faster. In no time, he reached Yun Bei's side. He stopped the bike and, without even getting off, asked, "Yun Bei, are you okay?" "I'm fine. They're the ones with problems." Yun Bei pointed to the men on the ground and said, "I took them down."
Impressive, right?
Very impressive. Si Nanzhao praised her while getting off the bike. He walked over to Yun Bei and carefully examined her. Once he confirmed she was okay, he felt relieved and then turned to the men, coldly asking, "Who sent you? Speak the truth, or don't blame me for making you bleed." The 5 tigers of Guanshan initially thought Yun Bei was tough enough, but they didn't expect Si Nanzhao to be even tougher, insisting they see blood. A few of them, feeling scared, glanced at Yun Bei as if to say, "Miss, our boss has already told you who is behind this. Please tell this man quickly to avoid any trouble." Yun Bei seemed to understand their meaning and smiled at Si Nanzhao, saying, "I have already questioned them. It was someone from the army who hired them." "Just as I thought." Si Nanzhao's expression darkened. He suspected that Chu Zheng was involved when he arrived, and now Yun Bei's words confirmed it. Chu Fe didn't have that much influence or speed, so it had to be Chu Zheng. However, Si Nanzhao couldn't understand why he would target Yun Bei. She was just a weak girl. At that moment, he didn't realize that Chu Zheng's actions were part of a bigger plan to drive Yun Bei away from the family compound to make things easier for himself. If Si Nanzhao didn't approach Yun Bei, Chu Zheng would eventually notify him. "You know who it is?" When Yun Bei heard Si Nanzhao's words, she sensed he had an idea and looked at him in surprise. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the work of Chu Fei's father," Si Nanzhao admitted, sharing his guess with Yun Bei to give her some insight. Feeling guilty that his actions against Chu Fei had led to trouble for Yun Bei, he said, "Yun Bei, I'm sorry. I got you into this.
What are you talking about?"
"It's not your fault. Even without you, Chu Zheng would still target me," Yun Bei replied. She was aware of Chu Fei's family background and understood what Chu Zheng was capable of. Chu Fei was the only girl in her family, and her parents and brothers spoiled her. This meant that if she felt wronged, her family would likely react in ways that were out of character for them. After being slapped and then bagged, it was only natural for her family to seek revenge, given the circumstances. After all, it's easier to pick on the soft targets. Compared to Si Nanzhao, who had a military background, she was just a lonely girl without connections. "It's getting late. Let's head home," Yun Bei said, glancing at the 5 tigers lying on the ground as she walked toward her bicycle. Si Nanzhao noticed that Yun Bei didn't plan to pursue those people any further, so he didn't say much and took a moment before catching up with her. Yun Bei, being observant, saw that Si Nanzhao was uncomfortable and asked with concern, "How are you? Is your wound hurting?" "It's fine." Si Nanzhao didn't want Yun Bei to worry. He had ridden too fast on the way there, which had pulled at his wound a bit. Yun Bei wanted to check Si Nanzhao's injury, but it wasn't convenient to do so outside. They decided to wait until they got home to examine it. The 5 men watched as the 2 walked away, before slowly getting up. At that moment, they felt a bit regretful about taking on such a task. If they had known that Yun Bei, a seemingly weak woman, was so capable, they would have never accepted the job for that little bit of money. Now, they hadn't earned anything and were injured instead, which felt like a big loss. On the way home, Si Nanzhao mentioned something he had seen earlier and told Yun Bei directly. He planned to intervene if those 2 were still around, and if that woman was still being bullied when they returned. He felt guilty for not stepping in to help before. Yun Bei found this a bit strange. Having seen similar situations in her past life, she reminded him, "Si Nanzhao, don't you think they might be doing this on purpose, just to provoke you into acting?"
"Really?"
That woman seemed to be in real distress. It can't be an act, right? Even if it's real, it could be for a specific reason. Why would that man choose to do it in such a public place if he wasn't worried about being seen? After all, hitting your wife isn't something to be proud of. Shouldn't it be done at home? Si Nanzhao hadn't thought much about it before, but now that Yun Bei mentioned it, it made sense. Who would want to spread such shameful behavior? Let's see if they're still there later. If they are, we can ask whether it was intentional or just a coincidence. I think it's very likely they were waiting for you on purpose. And it might be related to Chu Zheng. You could be the target. That can't be. Even if I intervene, they can't do anything to me, right? Sinan Zhao thought simply, believing that helping someone was the right thing to do and that he wouldn't face any trouble. I could say more, but you wouldn't believe me. You'll understand when we see them, Yun Bei replied, knowing that without evidence, it was all just her speculation, and Sinan Zhao wouldn't trust her. Fortunately, it didn't take long to arrive at the location. The two people were still there, but the man had stopped. The woman lay on the ground, and it was unclear if she was alive or dead. Sinan Zhao saw this and rushed out immediately, wanting to check if the woman was still alive. If she had died because he didn't save her in time, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. If he hadn't seen it, it would have been easier to accept. But he had witnessed it and didn't intervene, which went against his principles. He was already feeling bad inside. If she died, it would be like a thorn in his heart that he could never remove. Yun Bei saw Sinan Zhao approaching the woman and quickly stopped him, saying, "I'm a doctor. Let me check on her. You keep an eye on that man and make sure he doesn't cause any trouble." The man was pleased to see Sinan Zhao return, but then noticed he wasn't alone. There was a woman with him. However, that didn't matter. They just needed to extort money from him. The woman was hurt and barely breathing. If she died, he could easily blame it on the other party. At that point, he would be in serious trouble. As a soldier, attacking a civilian was no small mistake. Thinking this, the man prepared to charge at Sinan Zhao, wanting to provoke him. He didn't believe Sinan Zhao would not fight back. As long as Sinan Zhao fought back, everything would be easier. But before he could reach Sinan Zhao, he heard Yun Bei's words and froze. He hadn't expected Yun Bei to be a doctor. If that was true, then perhaps his wife could be saved. Although he liked to hit her, he never intended to kill her. He wasn't foolish. He knew that women like her were rare. If she died, he might not find another like her. Even if he did, she wouldn't let him treat her that way. Caught between the benefits and his wife, the man felt conflicted and didn't know whether to continue with his plan. While he hesitated, Yun Bei had already reached the woman. Seeing her covered in injuries and barely alive, Yun Bei's expression darkened. At that moment, she felt a strong urge to take action against the man. That man was truly despicable. Despite her anger, Yun Bei quickly checked the woman's pulse to see if she had any internal injuries or other life-threatening wounds. As for these injuries, they look serious, but a little ointment will help them heal quickly. The outcome is good. The woman has no internal injuries. The reason she fainted was not only because she was hit but also due to being hungry for a long time. Yun Bei gave the woman an injection, and she quickly woke up. Seeing a stranger squatting in front of her, she couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, where am I?" "On the road," Yun Bei replied calmly, glancing at the woman. "You are hurt badly and need to go to the hospital. Also, you haven't been eating enough, which has weakened your body. If possible, try to eat an egg every day." No, my family is not well off. We can barely afford food, let alone a hospital visit. I won't go, absolutely not." Hearing this, Yun Bei fell silent. Her abilities were limited, and even if she wanted to help this woman, she couldn't. Yes, she had some supplies in her space, especially food, but she couldn't take them out without raising suspicion. If they caught her, it would be a disaster. So, she had to stay low-key, fulfill her role as a doctor, and see how to bring out the supplies when the time was right. The man also heard Yun Bei's words and looked displeased, directly responding, "You speak so easily," telling her to go to the hospital and eat an egg every day. "Do you even see our situation? Can we afford a hospital or eggs? You seem to be doing well. If you care, why don't you pay?" The woman brightened at her man's words and grabbed Yun Bei, saying, "What my husband said is right. You can treat her, so you must have money. Why not give me some to go to the hospital?" Seeing the woman tugging at her clothes, Yun Bei's expression turned cold. After hearing from Sinan's Ho that someone was attacking women on the road, she suspected their intentions. Now, she was almost certain that these two were after Sinan's Ho, and their motives were likely not just simple extortion. Nanzho's face darkened when he saw the woman pulling at Yun Bei, asking her for money for treatment. He stepped forward, looking displeased, and said, "What's wrong with you? She kindly helped you and woke you up, and instead of thanking her, you want to extort her for money. Do you have no conscience?"
Conscience? What is that? Can it be eaten?
The man sneered and walked up to the woman. He glanced at Yun Bei and then at Nanzhao, his eyes flashing as he said, "Since you want to stand up for this woman, why don't you pay for her?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Nanzhao and said, "Exactly. You two seem close, so why don't you cover the cost?" Nanzhao's expression grew darker as he coldly stared at the woman. Earlier, he felt sorry for her when he saw the man hurt her, but now he realized she was just as bad as him. At that moment, he felt a bit relieved that he hadn't intervened earlier, otherwise, he didn't know what might have happened. If they could trick Yun Bei, they could easily do the same to him. The thought of that outcome made Nanzhao break out in a cold sweat. Yun Bei glanced at the woman and lightly tapped her arm. The woman winced and immediately let go of her shirt. Then, Yun Bei quickly moved to subdue the man, pressing him to the ground. The man was caught off guard by Yun Bei's sudden attack, and by the time he reacted, he was already kneeling on the ground. "You're asking for trouble." The man glared at Yun Bei, while struggling to get up. But Yun Bei wasn't going to let him rise easily. She held him down firmly and said, "You better behave. I'm not like that foolish woman over there, who lets you bully her." Seeing Yun Bei pinning her man down, the woman's expression darkened. Ignoring her own pain, she scrambled to her feet and charged at Yun Bei. "You shameless person, why are you holding my man? Let him go." Nanzhao quickly stepped in front of Yun Bei to shield her from the woman's attack. Realizing Nanzhao's intention, Yun Bei immediately said, "Help me hold this man." After saying that, she pushed the man towards Nanzhao and positioned herself in front of him to keep the woman away. Yun Bei was worried that if the woman got too close to Nanzhao, she might try to blame him. When the woman saw Nanzhao catch the man, she felt a surge of excitement, thinking this was a rare opportunity. If she could pin the blame on Nanzhao, she could complete the task given to her and get the money. With that in mind, the woman lunged towards Nanzhao. However, in an instant, the situation changed, and Nanzhao found himself in Yun Bei's position. Moreover, before she could get close, Yun Bei had already pulled her away. "What do you want? Let me go," the woman shouted loudly, glaring at Yun Bei as if he had disturbed her family's grave.
"I should be asking you that.
What were you trying to do? Crash into him and then cling to him, or ruin his reputation and make him face consequences?" Hearing Yun Bei's questions one after another, Nanzhao finally understood why she had wanted to switch places with him and keep an eye on the man. Fortunately, Yun Bei was there. Otherwise, if the woman had really crashed into him and tried to cling to him, he wouldn't have been able to explain himself, no matter how many times he spoke. At that point, he might really have faced consequences and been labeled as inappropriate, possibly ruining his future. Thinking of this made Nanzhao a bit scared, and he was once again grateful that he hadn't stopped earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought the woman was so malicious and would have stepped in to help. Then, he would have been trapped for sure. That was close. Nanzhao looked at Yun Bei with gratitude, thankful for her help. Otherwise, he would have fallen into their trap. Yun Bei understood Nanzhao's grateful look and instructed, "Nanzhao, ask that man who sent them and what their purpose is." "Okay." Nanzhao nodded and began questioning the man. He was quite skilled at this, so he quickly got the information he wanted and learned that they had offered a high price of $100. They really thought highly of him to start with such a sum. Honestly, Nanzhao had never expected that these two were also sent by Chu Zheng, and their goal was to ruin his prospects. This thought made Nanzhao's expression darken. It seemed that the news of his promotion had been stalled because of Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng was his superior, and if he didn't agree, it would be much harder for Nanzhao to get promoted this time. It seemed that Chu Fe was indeed very important to Chu Zheng. He was willing to go to such lengths to deal with Nanzhao for her sake. Thankfully, He hadn't been fooled, otherwise, he wouldn't know what would have happened. Now that he understood their intentions, Si Nanzhao felt no sympathy for the injured woman anymore. He glanced at Yun Bei and said, "Yun Bei, it's getting late. Let's go home. We won't get involved in this kind of trouble again." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Yun Bei saw that Si Nanzhao understood the seriousness of the situation and didn't say anything more. After nodding, he let go of the woman and left with Si Nanzhao. Seeing the two ride away, the man and woman exchanged disappointed glances. Especially the woman, who felt angry about getting hurt for nothing and not gaining anything in return. She started to complain loudly. "Honey, it's all that woman's fault. We lost $100 for no reason. If it weren't for her, we might have gotten even more. If that man doesn't pay, I'll report him to his unit. Then he'll be scared and give us the money. What good is saying that now? They've already left. If I had known you were so useless and couldn't handle a man, I wouldn't have married you. Honey, don't be mad. I was wrong. Next time, I'll be useful and get the money for us, okay? Don't say those things. I can still be helpful. Remember how the men in the village all fall for my tricks? Fine, since you still have some use, I won't divorce you. Let's go home. We're starving." "Okay, I'll make you something delicious when we get back. We still have a few eggs at home. I'll cook one for you to help you feel better." The man glanced at the woman, thinking about Yun Bei's words, but said nothing. The woman was willing to save the good food for him, so he couldn't blame her. Yun Bei and Si Nanzhao had no idea how strange these two were and returned home in silence. Yun Bei saw that Si Nanzhao had already cooked the rice and went to the kitchen to stir-fry 2 dishes. After eating, they finally sat down to talk. What happened with Chu Zheng today was unexpected for both of them, but it also showed them that Chu Zheng was much more skilled than Chu Fe. Now, Chu Zheng surely knew that his plan had failed, and they wondered what he would do next. Therefore, they needed to be cautious in the coming days to avoid falling into his traps. As for Si Nanzhao, he had even more to think about. Besides keeping himself safe, he needed to find a way to bring Chu Zheng down. Otherwise, since Chu Zheng was his superior, it would be hard for him to make progress. After discussing what happened today, Yun Bei recalled the information she got from Wang Xiaoshuang and shared everything with Si Nanzhao. The information was more useful in Si Nanzhao's hands than in hers. Si Nanzhao was already thinking about how to take down Chu Zheng when he heard Yun Bei's words and immediately had an idea. It's hard to find dirt on Chu Zheng, but it's easy to find it on Chu Fe. If those things get out, Chu Zheng will definitely be affected. At that point, it will be much easier to bring him down. Yun Bei, thank you for telling me this. I know how to deal with Chu Zheng now, Si Nanzhao said with a smile, looking very pleased. As long as it's useful to you. Yun Bei smiled back. If she had someone to rely on, she wouldn't need to use Si Nanzhao's help at all. At the Chu family, Chu Zheng's face turned dark when he received the news from his subordinates. He didn't expect that the 2 groups he specially hired would be completely ineffective. They were useless, unable to handle such a small matter. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Si Nanzhao wasn't foolish. Once he figured out, he would definitely cause trouble. It seemed he had to act quickly and take the initiative. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as Chu Zheng returned home from work and hadn't even entered the house, he heard a sharp scream from upstairs that startled him. Upstairs were his daughter and son's rooms, and he and his wife rarely went up there. Most of the time, it was just his daughter. So, that scream must have come from her. What could have caused his daughter to scream like that? Thinking this, Chu Zheng hurriedly entered the house and quickly went upstairs. Mrs. Chu was the same. Upon hearing their daughter scream, she was extremely worried, dropped what she was doing, and ran upstairs. In Chu Feifei's room, she looked at herself in the mirror, feeling completely devastated. Her face was covered in red bumps, making her look like a ghost. Her face was ruined. Who would like her now? Could she still maintain her status as the star performer? Although she had become a star performer thanks to her looks and hard work, her father's influence also played a part. But if her face was damaged, no amount of effort or her father's support would matter. Her image would no longer represent the performance troupe. Fei, what happened? Chu Zheng and Mrs. Chu rushed into their daughter's room, their faces filled with concern. Hearing her parents' voices, Chu Fe felt extremely wronged and burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. What happened? My dear, what's wrong? Fei, stop crying and tell Dad what happened. Hearing her daughter cry, Mrs. Chu and Chu Zheng felt even more heartbroken. After crying for a while, Chu Fei finally stopped, slowly removing her hands from her face. With sadness, she said, Mom and Dad, my face is ruined. Look at it, how can I go out like this? What? How could this happen? Mrs. Chu was shocked, looking at her daughter's face covered in blemishes, struggling to accept it. Her daughter was so elegant and beautiful. How could she be disfigured? With her face like this, how could she perform on stage or show off when she went out? After all, Chu Fei brought her more pride than her son. Not only was she good-looking, but she was also a star in the performance troupe. Every time she took her daughter out, it was a source of pride for her, unlike her son, who hardly turned any heads. I don't know. I woke up and my face looked like this. Someone must be trying to harm me. Yes, it has to be that way. Otherwise, why would my face suddenly break out? Not only was Chu Fei suspicious, but even Mrs. Chu had her doubts. Of course, her first suspect was Yun Bei, since she was a doctor and also practiced traditional medicine. Maybe she had poisoned her daughter. Thinking of this, she recalled the incident where her daughter was slapped by Yun Bei. Perhaps that slap was the cause of her daughter's condition. The more Mrs. Chu thought about it, the more she believed it to be true, wanting to confront Yun Bei immediately. Seeing his wife's impulsive reaction, Chu Zheng quickly stopped her, saying, Dear, don't act rashly. How am I being rash? In the whole household, Yun Bei is the only doctor, and she practices traditional medicine. Who else could have harmed our daughter? You're not wrong to think that way, but don't forget, our daughter hasn't gone out for several days. How could Yun Bei poison her? Mrs. Chu was momentarily at a loss for words. Since her daughter was injured and had been home for days, it was impossible for Yun Bei to poison her. But if it wasn't her, who could it be? There were only a few people at home. It couldn't have been their daughter, right? Their daughter wasn't foolish. She wouldn't harm herself and ruin her beauty. Mrs. Chu had always told her how important looks were for a woman, so her daughter would never do something so silly. After thinking it over, Mrs. Chu still believed that it was Yun Bei who did it. She hadn't forgotten that day when Yun Bei slapped her daughter. Perhaps that was when she put the poison on her daughter's face. With this thought, Mrs. Chu told her husband. However, Chu Zheng remained rational and replied, Don't jump to conclusions. Maybe Fei just ate something that made her allergic. I'm not guessing. It has to be her. If you don't believe me, ask Fei. Who else would go so far as to ruin our daughter's face? At first, Chu Fei didn't think of Yun Bei, but after thinking for a long time without finding the problem, she agreed with her mother and nodded, saying, Mom is right. It must be her. See? Even Fei thinks it's her. You too? Chu Zheng looked at his wife and daughter, unsure of what to say. It had already been 3 or 4 days since Yun Bei slapped Chu Fei. If Yun Bei had really poisoned her, Fei's face would have been ruined by now. But after hearing Chu Zheng's words, Mrs. Chu became even more convinced it was Yun Bei, as this way, she could avoid suspicion. So, she ignored Chu Zheng and took her daughter's hand to go find Yun Bei for an explanation. Yun Bei was at home cooking, unaware that trouble was coming. However, since she dared to act, she wasn't afraid of Chu Fei causing trouble. Today, she finished work a bit early. Ever since Zhao Yang gave her a banner, the number of patients seeking her help had skyrocketed. Because of this, she was so busy every day that she barely had time to drink water. To manage this, she spoke to Director Yang about taking every other afternoon off. This afternoon, there were fewer patients, so after finishing up, she went straight home to cook, which is why she was making dinner early. Otherwise, she would still be on the road at this time. When Mrs. Chu and her daughter arrived, Yun Bei had just finished serving the last dish. Yun Bei, come out here. Hearing the commotion, she turned off the stove and stepped outside. When she saw that one of the visitors was Chu Fe, she remembered the big gift she had given her before. Yun Bei shifted her gaze from Chu Fe's face to Mrs. Chu and said, "What do you want to say?" "I don't want to argue with you." Hearing this, Mrs. Chu immediately got angry and glared at Yun Bei, saying, "Who wants to argue with you? I am here to seek justice for my daughter." "Look at what you're saying. How could I be your daughter? You're just using this as an excuse to come and bother me. I work every day and am not at home, so I shouldn't have upset your daughter, right?" Mrs. Chu didn't expect Yun Bei to be so sharp-tongued. She pointed at her for a while before finally managing to say something.
"How dare you speak to me like that?
"Do you know who I am? If I'm not mistaken, you are the commander's wife and Chu Fe's mother, right?"
Yun Bei replied calmly, looking disappointed.
It seemed that the person before her was different from what she had imagined, which made her feel let down. That look triggered Mrs. Chu's nerves. Thinking of her daughter's disfigured face, she wished she could tear Yun Bei apart. "Well, Yun Bei, since you know I'm Fe's mother, how dare you speak to me like this? You harmed my daughter's face, and you must give me an explanation." Mrs. Chu was making quite a scene, and outside Yun Bei's yard, many people had gathered. In the past, they would have defended Yun Bei after hearing Mrs. Chu's words. But now it was different. Ever since Yun Bei healed Grandma Zhang's illness, everyone who felt unwell sought her help. Yun Bei welcomed everyone who came to her for treatment, except for those like Lu Pozi and Huang Xiaoqiao who wished her harm. However, even though she refused to treat Huang Xiaoqiao, she did help Tai Zhu and Tai Dan when they fell ill. Originally, Huang Xiaoqiao was somewhat unwilling to apologize to Yun Bei because she felt wronged. She was the one who got hurt and spent a lot of money. But when Tai Zhu and Tai Dan got sick and came to Yun Bei for help, she treated them without hesitation and even gave them some candy for free. Not only did Yun Bei treat the two children without holding a grudge, but her generosity with candy was much more than the one piece Chu Fe would give. Huang Xiaoqiao realized her mistake completely and apologized to Yun Bei in front of everyone. After she treated Tai Zhu and Tai Dan without holding a grudge, Yun Bei's reputation in the community began to improve. After all, a good doctor not only saves everyone a lot of trouble, but also brings them a sense of security. Now, the onlookers, after hearing Mrs. Chu's words, did not immediately blame Yun Bei. Instead, they looked at Chu Fe's face, covered by a scarf, and said, "Mrs. Chu, you can't say that. Besides coming back early today, Yun Bei usually leaves early and returns late. How could she harm Fei?" "Exactly. Fei hasn't gone out these days. Yun Bei can't just go to your house to harm her, right?" Madame Chu was furious when she saw everyone defending Yun Bei. She shouted, "What do you know?" She slapped Fei that day, and many people saw it. Since then, Fei's face has been ruined. We didn't think of blaming her at first, so we didn't ask for an explanation. When people heard Madame Chu mention the incident, some who knew the reason immediately said, "I was there that day." Yun Bei did slap Fei, but it wasn't that serious. "I only saw some redness and swelling on Fei's face. A little medicine or a cold compress would fix that. How could it ruin her face?" Others who had also witnessed the event chimed in to support this view. With this, everyone started to doubt Madame Chu's claim about Fei's ruined face, thinking she was just looking for trouble. Seeing that no one believed her, Madame Chu was furious and told her daughter to remove the veil so everyone could see Fei's face. Fei hesitated, but eventually took off the veil. She realized that Yun Bei was much more popular now, which was not acceptable to her. To damage Yun Bei's reputation, she had no choice but to reveal her face. Finally, everyone saw Fei's face and understood why Madame Chu claimed it was ruined. Seeing Fei's face covered in acne, someone who understood the situation immediately said, "Madame Chu, it looks to me like Fei might have an allergy to some makeup." "Yes, I think so too. I've had that happen before." "Madame Chu, this isn't from a slap. It seems like an allergy. You should take Fei to the hospital to check for allergens." It's best to stop using her makeup for now.
Impossible.
Madame Chu directly refuted them, saying, Feifei has always used that makeup without any issues. How could she suddenly be allergic? That's hard to say. The ingredients in each batch of makeup can vary. Exactly, Madame Chu. It's better to take Feifei to the hospital to find out for sure. Everyone was standing on Yun Bei's side, saying that Chu Feifei's face was allergic and that Yun Bei hadn't done anything. Madame Chu was furious, but felt helpless. Chu Feifei was also very angry that no one was on her side. It seemed she needed to visit Lu Posey to see if she could speak now. If Lu Posey was no longer mute, their plan would need to be moved up. In just a few days, the people in the family compound had already sided with Yun Bei. If this continued, soon everyone would just follow whatever Yun Bei said. How could she take Si Nanzhao away from Yun Bei then? Madame Chu and Chu Feifei went to confront them but ended up with nothing to gain and were seen as troublemakers. This made Madame Chu very upset. When she got home and saw her husband sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, she exploded, saying, "You can still read the newspaper. Didn't you see that Feifei and I were bullied? You are my wife. Who would dare to bully you?" Chu Zheng put down the newspaper and looked at his unhappy wife and daughter. "If you had listened to my advice, you wouldn't have wasted your trip." Humph. Madame Chu snorted and said, "You're useless as a leader. Everyone has gone to Yun Bei's side." Chu Zheng felt speechless at this. It was clear he had no evidence, yet she was blaming him. However, he didn't expect Yun Bei to have such influence, winning everyone over in just a few days. It seemed he needed to act faster. Otherwise, if he couldn't hold things together and see Nanzhao rose in status, everyone would lean even more towards Yun Bei. Si Nanzhao had been busy trying to bring Chu Jing down lately, so he came home late. After hearing Yun Bei's words, he said, "They won't last long. Once the news about Chu Feifei causing harm comes out, their family will be finished." "You're quick," Yun Bei said with appreciation. Si Nanzhao had only been working on it for 2 days. "Some issues are better resolved sooner," he replied. Indeed. After chatting for a bit, they brought out the food and sat down to eat. The next day, Yun Bei went to work early again. Si Nanzhao, however, stayed home since the task was done, just waiting for the higher-ups to investigate. Once Yun Bei left, Niu Dagong also went to the county to find Pring Yuhua. He had a long assignment this time, so he had several days off. Originally, he wanted to bring his wife back to the family compound, but his mother was unwilling to return to their hometown. Adding to that, she still can't speak, so he doesn't feel safe letting her go back alone, and he keeps delaying things. But what Niu Dagong doesn't know is that Lu Posey can actually speak now. She's just pretending she can't. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Feifei came to find her, she immediately spoke up, saying, "Comrade Chu, I can talk now. Don't worry, I'll go out soon to find someone. If all goes well, we should see results by tomorrow. Aunt Lu, I trust you to handle this. Please tell that person that as long as they can ruin Yun Bei's reputation, I'll give them 50 yuan. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get it done." Hearing that Chu Feifei was willing to pay 50 yuan made Lu Posey very happy. She thought she could keep part of the money for herself, since Chu Feifei wouldn't know how much she actually gave the other person. "I believe in you." Chu Feifei pretended to trust Lu Posey, which made her even happier. As for whether Chu Feifei truly trusted Lu Posey, not necessarily. However, she had no one else to rely on, especially since Huang Xiaoqiao had turned against her. Lu Posey was her only option, as she held a grudge against Yun Bei and would be motivated to help her. Before leaving, Chu Feifei handed over some valuable items she got from Madame Chu to Lu Posey, reminding her to use them for Yun Bei. "Don't worry," Lu Posey said excitedly, knowing full well that these items were not good. Chu Feifei explained how to use the items again to ensure Lu Posey remembered before she left. True to her word, after Chu Feifei left, Lu Posey went straight out of the family compound and headed to a nearby village. She often went there to buy vegetables, so she was familiar with the locals. Once in the village, she quickly found out where the old bachelor lived. When she found him and thought about Yun Bei being with him, she felt a great sense of satisfaction. First, the old bachelor was quite old. Second, he was very unattractive. And third, he was greedy. Big sister, did I hear you right? You want to find me a wife? Is that for real? The old bachelor looked at Lu Posey in disbelief, thinking, can a stranger really be so kind as to help him find a wife? Is she trying to trick him? Just then Lu Posey said, Big brother, not only will I help you find a wife, but I'll also bring you a lovely young lady. You can't be joking with me, can you? At my age, I can't even find a widow, let alone a young woman. I said, sister, even if you want to tease me, you shouldn't use this kind of thing to do it.
Who is teasing you?
Lu said, rolling her eyes at the old bachelor. What I said is true. If you do as I say, not only can I get you a young woman as a wife, but I can also give you $20.
$20?
Is that for real? The old bachelor became excited at the mention of the money. The reason he was poor and couldn't find a wife was because he didn't have money. If he could get $20, even if the young woman didn't want to marry him afterward, he could still bring home a widow. Then he could have a family like the other men in the village. Thinking of this, the old bachelor nodded and said, All right, as long as I get the $20, I'll do whatever you need. Great, then it's settled. You just need to do this. Lu instructed the old bachelor to pretend to be sick and have someone wait by the road. When they saw Yun Bei, they would call her to the village to treat him. Originally, Chu Fe wanted Lu to find someone to pretend to be sick and then seek help from the army. She would then find a way to send the doctor away, making it impossible for the person in need to find help, ultimately leading to Yun Bei. But then she thought this might expose her. It would be better to have someone from their village wait by the road, claiming they heard Yun Bei was a doctor who travels to the hospital every day. After hearing Lu's plan, the old bachelor hesitated. He felt it was a bit unethical to trick a doctor. But thinking of the $20, he agreed. Compared to money, what does morality matter? When you're hungry and broke, money is what counts. Seeing him agree, Lu felt relieved. If he had refused, she would have to find someone else, which could lead to leaks about the plan. If this got out, the consequences would be serious. She didn't want to create trouble for herself without achieving her goal. Lu told the old bachelor the time when Yun Bei returned home each day, so he could have someone wait during that time. Of course, he could also wait himself and then bring Yun Bei home. Thinking of the good things Chu Fe had given him that could increase his chances of success, Lu also shared those with the old bachelor and explained how to use them. This time, the old bachelor accepted without hesitation and assured Lu that he would definitely use them on Yun Bei. Yun Bei had no idea that someone was plotting against her. At that moment, she was doing a follow-up check for Peng Yuhua. After some time of rest, Peng Yuhua's health had improved a lot and she no longer needed to take medicine. Hearing that she might not need to take medicine anymore, Peng Yuhua was very happy and said to Yun Bei, Dr. Yun, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be here. I heard from De Gang that you moved to the staff housing too. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Sure, if I need help, I will definitely ask you, Yun Bei replied with a smile, not getting involved in the matters between Peng Yuhua and Niu Dagong. That was a couple's issue, and even though she felt that if Peng Yuhua went back, Lu Posey would definitely cause more trouble, she didn't mention it at all. However, Mrs. Peng looked worried. But since her daughter was determined to go back with Niu Dagong, she felt helpless. She couldn't really advise her daughter to get a divorce, could she? Although Lu Posey was not great, Niu Dagong was a decent person. After the follow-up, Niu Dagong thanked Yun Bei and then took Peng Yuhua and her mother back to the staff housing. As soon as the three of them returned, Lu Posey's expression turned sour, and she said to Mrs. Peng, I wondered why my son insisted on going back to the old home. It turns out it was you who encouraged him. Mom, what are you talking about? I wanted you to go back because you caused Yuhua to have a miscarriage and made her sick. This has nothing to do with my mother-in-law. Niu Dagong's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect his mother to blame his mother-in-law for this. It was clearly her own mistake, yet she wouldn't admit it and blamed others instead. He didn't understand when his mother had changed like this. She hadn't been like this before. When he and Yuhua were doing well, she had agreed. Why had she suddenly become like this now, constantly bothering Yuhua and causing trouble for their child. How could he keep her around like this? Unless he didn't want to be with Yuhua anymore. Upon hearing her son's words, Lu Posey immediately started crying, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice, and accused him. Before, I heard others say that a son forgets his mother after marrying, and I didn't believe it. Now I finally believe it. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I forget you after marrying? You said you wanted to stay with me for a while, and I personally went to pick you up, didn't I? You've been here for over half a year. I wanted to bring you here to take good care of Yuhua. But you not only lost the child in Yuhua's belly, but you almost put her life in danger too. How can I dare to keep you here? I'm afraid that one day when I come back, my wife will be gone. Mother, Yuhua is the girl I've liked since I was young. I am very grateful that you agreed to let me marry her. But now, the way you treat her really hurts me. So, after thinking it over, I believe it's better to send you back home. Father is alone at home and needs someone to take care of him. You can go back and look after him, and I will send you money every month. Lu Posey saw her son's determination to send her back and realized he would choose his wife over her. It hurt her heart to think that her son would send her away for another woman. However, the thought of receiving money each month made her feel a bit better. Still, she didn't want to leave so soon. She wanted to wait until the situation with Yun Bei was resolved. So, she negotiated with Nudagang, saying she wanted to stay for 3 more days, and after that, she would return home on her own. Nudagang understood he couldn't rush his mother, so he agreed. At that moment, he had no idea why she wanted to stay 3 more days. He thought she was reluctant to leave, which made him feel uneasy. Not just Nudagang, but even Gu Yuhua and her mother felt uncomfortable, as if they were the ones forcing Lu Posey to leave. In reality, if Lu Posey had treated Peng Yuhua better, they wouldn't have insisted she go back home. In the county hospital, after Gu Yuhua left, Yun Bei performed a surgery on a middle-aged woman with a tumor in her abdomen. He was the lead surgeon and stood in the operating room for 6 hours. Since he was the one performing the surgery, Yun Bei didn't return to the staff quarters that night and stayed at the hospital instead. Meanwhile, the old bachelor waited at the entrance, unaware of this. He waited until dark without seeing Yun Bei and ended up being bitten by mosquitoes for most of the day. If it weren't for the 20 yuan Lu Posey had promised him, he wouldn't have done this at all. Feeling frustrated after waiting in vain, the old bachelor returned home. Several times, he thought about going to the staff quarters to confront Lu Posey, but he held back. He decided to wait 2 more days, and if he still didn't see anyone, he would quit. Yun Bei didn't realize that by staying at the hospital for her shift, she had avoided a disaster. That night, the patient's condition was stable, and Yun Bei worked half a day the next day before leaving the hospital. Since she only worked half a day, the old bachelor had to wait for her all afternoon. When he got home, he told himself that there was one last day left. If he couldn't find someone again, he would really give up. Meanwhile, in the family compound, Grandma Lu was also anxious. She had been keeping an eye on Yun Bei's news and was upset to see that she didn't return at her usual time. She had promised her son that she would leave in 3 days, and tomorrow was the last day. If Yun Bei's plan didn't succeed, how would she get money from Chu Fe? If she couldn't get the money, all her efforts would be in vain. It was all Yun Bei's fault for not cooperating at all. While Grandma Lu was cursing Yun Bei in her mind, she was also thinking about how to delay things for a few more days. No matter what, she had to see Yun Bei get punished and get the money from Chu Fe. Fortunately, there was still 1 day left, so she wasn't in a hurry to discuss it with her son. After waiting, Grandma Lu finally saw the next day arrive, and Yun Bei went to work. She was worried that the old bachelor would give up after waiting for 2 days. So, after having breakfast, she went back to the village to find him. To keep him waiting, she even gave him 2 yuan in advance. Although 2 yuan wasn't much, for someone as stingy as Grandma Lu, it felt like a big sacrifice. As she left the village and headed back to the family compound, she kept praying that Yun Bei would return home on time that afternoon. Whether it was her prayers that worked or not, Yun Bei did come back on time. As she passed the village, She ran into the old bachelor who had been waiting for her for 3 days. When he saw Yun Bei's bicycle, he rushed out and shouted, "Doctor, help!" Yun Bei quickly stopped her bike and asked, "Sir, is something wrong? Are you Dr. Yun from the county hospital?" The old bachelor asked, his eyes flickering as he confirmed, afraid he had made a mistake. "Yes." Yun Bei nodded and smiled, asking, "What can I help you with, sir?" "Dr. Yun, my wife suddenly fell seriously ill. We were going to take her to the hospital, but I heard your medical skills are quite good and that you often pass by our village, so I waited by the roadside. Could you please help take a look at her?" "Okay, but I need to let my family know, or they will worry." "It's fine. Once we get to our village, I can help you make a call. How does that sound?" Yun Bei thought for a moment and agreed. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you to check on the situation." "Great. Thank you, Dr. Yun," the old man said, feeling a bit excited and proud as he led Yun Bei to the village. To ease Yun Bei's concerns, he first took her to the village committee so she could call her family. Yun Bei explained to Si Nanzhao that she was helping someone in the neighboring village before following the old man to his home. Soon, Yun Bei entered the old man's house and was about to ask where the sick person was when she noticed he had locked the door. Seeing this, Yun Bei's expression darkened. She coldly asked, "Uncle, what are you doing?" The old man quickly replied, "Miss, please don't blame me. Blame the person who hired me. They gave me 20 yuan to ruin you. People do desperate things for money. I have no choice." "Really?" Yun Bei looked at the old man, not believing he had no choice. If it came down to it, she could just refuse to take the money. But looking at him, it was clear that greed had taken over. His claims of having no choice were just excuses. "Please believe me, miss," the old man said as he pulled out the items given to him by Lu Posey, preparing to use them. Taking advantage of others is wrong. Seeing the old man take out even the supporting items, Yun Bei's expression grew darker. She coldly said, "Uncle, it's not too late to stop now. Miss, there's no point in talking. Since I promised someone, I have to follow through. So, you can only blame your bad luck." As the old man approached Yun Bei, she swiftly kicked him down. Looking at the old man lying on the ground, Yun Bei coldly asked, "Now tell me, who paid you?" The old man, feeling the pain from her kick, was scared. Lu Posey hadn't warned him that Yun Bei could fight. If he had known she was so tough, he wouldn't have been tempted by the money. He blamed that troublesome woman for not being clear, which led to his predicament. Feeling that she would be hurt, it was all her fault, so she wouldn't keep it a secret. From the old bachelor's description, Yun Bei quickly connected the person to Lu Posey. Thinking that the other party should be able to speak again in the next few days, she understood. Knowing who was behind it, Yun Bei didn't waste time talking to the old bachelor. She took out a silver needle and pricked him a few times, ensuring he could no longer act like a man. After that, she opened the courtyard door and walked out. It was already late, and there weren't many people outside in the village. However, for the sake of her reputation, Yun Bei still warned the old bachelor to keep quiet, or she would send him to labor camp. Although the old bachelor was a troublemaker, he didn't want to go to jail. So, he immediately agreed, not daring to mention his injuries. He was truly scared, not of Yun Bei hitting him, but of her needles. When Yun Bei suggested he should be a eunuch, it terrified him. After leaving the village, Yun Bei went straight back to the family compound. However, she didn't go to find Lu Posey right away. Instead, she first spoke to Si Nanzhao. After that, she didn't even eat and headed straight to Niu Dagong's house. Lu Posey initially thought Yun Bei hadn't returned because she was on duty at the hospital. When she heard that Yun Bei had called to say she was in the neighboring village treating someone, she felt delighted. She calculated the time and thought the old bachelor must have succeeded, feeling pleased and even humming a little tune. Niu Dagong saw his mother in a good mood and thought it was because she was going home. Just as he regretted not sending her back earlier, someone knocked on the door. Lu Posey was in the yard and rushed to open it. When she saw Yun Bei standing at the door, she was shocked and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just as I thought." Upon hearing this, Yun Bei raised her hand and slapped Lu Posey across the face. While hitting her, she said, "I knew you were bad, but I didn't expect you to be this wicked. I only made you mute for a month, and you found an old bachelor to ruin my reputation. I didn't. Stop making things up." Lu Posey dodged while defending herself, but inside, she cursed the old bachelor for being useless and letting Yun Bei escape. If she had known, she would have chosen someone younger. Whether it's made up or not, you know in your heart, I can bring that man here to confront you. By the way, you seem quite wealthy, promising to give $20 to someone. Nyo Dagong hurried out of the house when he heard Yun Bei's voice. Upon discovering that Yun Bei was about to confront his mother, he stepped in front of her and asked, "Dr. Yun, what's wrong? Why are you trying to hurt my mother?" "Captain Nyo, you arrived just in time. Your mother is quite something. She went to the neighboring village to find an old bachelor to ruin my reputation. If I hadn't learned some self-defense skills as a child, I would have been harmed. Don't you think she deserves to be stopped?" "Mother, is what Dr. Yun said true?" Nyo Dagong looked at his mother in shock, unable to believe she could be so cruel. Previously, he could explain her actions towards Peng Yuhua as typical mother-in-law behavior. But now, she was trying to ruin Yun Bei's reputation, which shattered his understanding. "I didn't do anything. Don't listen to her nonsense." "Really? Should I take you over to confront the people from that village right now?" As Yun Bei spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Posey. Seeing this, Lu Posey was frightened and clung to Nyo Dagong's clothes, saying, "Why should I listen to you? I'm not going." Nyo Dagong knew his mother well. Seeing her like this, he realized she was scared and guilty. His expression darkened, and he pulled his mother aside, saying coldly, "Mother, look me in the eyes and tell me you didn't do anything."
"Me?"
Lu Posey turned her gaze away, unable to meet his eyes. Seeing her reaction, Nyo Dagong's last hope faded. He said directly to Lu Posey, "Mother, tomorrow morning, I will send you away." Lu Posey didn't want to leave, but looking at her angry son, she couldn't say a word. Nyo Dagong turned away from his mother and looked at Yun Bei, saying, "Dr. Yun, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my mother. I am willing to compensate you for the harm she caused. How does $30 sound?" Hearing about the compensation, Lu Posey immediately protested. "Compensate for what? She didn't do anything." "Be quiet. If you say another word, I will send you away right now." After scolding Lu Posey, he turned back to Yun Bei and said, "Dr. Yun, I know this won't make up for the harm done to you, but it's my sincere offer. I hope you won't refuse. However, I have limited means, so I can't offer much. Captain Nyo, for Yuhua's sake, you don't need to offer any money. As long as you send her away tomorrow, I don't want to see her in the family compound again." "Don't worry, I will definitely send her away this time," Nyo Dagong promised. Even if Yun Bei didn't say anything, he wouldn't keep his mother here anymore. He was afraid his family would fall apart. Although Peng Yuhua had forgiven him now, if his mother didn't leave, she would surely leave him. Peng Yuhua and Aunt Peng had already come out. Hearing that Lu Posey had done such a thing, they were at a loss for words. They thought Lu Posey was truly malicious. To take revenge and ruin Yun Bei, she would go to such lengths. The mother and daughter exchanged glances and felt that Lu Posey had to be sent away. Even if Nyo Dagong was reluctant, they would have to push him to make her leave. Otherwise, if she could treat Yun Bei this way today, she could do the same to them tomorrow. They weren't as capable as Yun Bei and couldn't escape as easily. If it were them, they would probably already be the target of everyone's criticism. "Fine, since you say so, let's do it this way. I will give you 2 days. If she is still in the family compound after that, don't blame me for retaliating." "Okay, if my mother is still here by then, you can handle her as you wish," Nyo Dagong said while looking at his mother. He hoped she would recognize the situation and go back home obediently. Otherwise, if Yun Bei took action, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. Lu Posey was displeased after hearing Yun Bei's words. Leaving on her own was different from being forced out by others. So, she looked at Yun Bei with disdain and said, "You're just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I'm not the only one dealing with you. If you're so capable, go find Chu Fe. If you can drive her out of the family compound, I'll admit you're impressive. I thought so. You're in cahoots with Chu Fe. Don't worry, I won't let either of you off.
Talk is cheap.
Anyone can brag. If you're so bold, go cause trouble for her right now in front of me. I can do that, but you have to come with me. If you point out Chu Fe to me, I can immediately confront her.
So, what do you say?
Are you brave enough to go? What do I have to be afraid of? I'm going to be sent away by my son, anyway. Are you sure? Of course. Lu Pozi impulsively agreed, which worried Niu Dagong and Peng Yuhua. Who was Chu Fe? She was the daughter of Director Chu. Lu's mother went to create trouble for her, and it would surely lead to resentment, possibly even affecting Niu Dagong. He had worked hard for many years to reach his current position. If Lu's mother offended Chu Fe and he became a target, he would have no choice but to change jobs. Honestly, as a soldier, no one wants to change jobs. Everyone wants to stay in the army for a lifetime, even if it means sacrificing themselves one day without regrets. Therefore, Niu Dagong immediately spoke up to stop Lu's mother, saying, "Mom, please don't say that. What kind of person is Comrade Chu Fe? How could she conspire with you to harm Comrade Yun Bei? I'm not talking nonsense. She was the one who suggested the money. Otherwise, I wouldn't part with so much." Lu's mother completely misunderstood her son's intentions and turned to Yun Bei, asking, "Are you going or not?" "Of course, I'm going. Why wouldn't I?" Yun Bei understood Niu Dagong's meaning, but didn't want to miss the chance to see Lu's mother and Chu Fe clash. Just as Yun Bei was about to leave with Lu's mother, Niu Dagong couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed her, saying, "Mom, are you trying to get me in trouble? Don't you realize who Chu Fe is? She's the daughter of Commander Chu. Offending her won't do me any good. You are my mother. Can't you see that I want to succeed? Do you want me to give up my military uniform and go back to farming with you?" Upon hearing this, Lu's mother's expression changed. Niu Dagong was her son. If he did well, she would do well too. If she caused him trouble, who would she rely on in her later years? Now, her son had already distanced himself from her because of the issues with Peng Yuhua. If he lost his military uniform because of Chu Fe, he would surely resent her. Thinking of this, Lu's mother glanced at Yun Bei and said, "I was just speaking out of turn. It has nothing to do with Chu Fe. Don't go looking for her." "Are you sure?" Yun Bei felt a bit disappointed but understood Lu's mother's choice. After all, her son's future was more important. As for everything else, she wouldn't lose much since she was already planning to return home. "Sure." Lu's mother replied with a hint of frustration. Yun Bei decided not to press further. After all, they lived in the same compound, and she had a decent impression of Niu Dagong. She wasn't the type to be unreasonable. So, giving him some face was acceptable. Yun Bei returned home, where Si Nanzhao had already prepared dinner. He wanted to go with Yun Bei, but she refused him. She said that men should not interfere in women's matters. When Si Nanzhao went to the kitchen, Yun Bei followed to help and told him what happened in the village today. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao immediately became worried and asked, "Yun Bei, are you okay?"
"I'm fine.
That old man couldn't beat me, so I left easily. But Chu Fe is always causing trouble, which is quite annoying. Just wait a bit longer. They should fall apart in the next couple of days," Si Nanzhao said, hoping to resolve the issues with the Chu family quickly to avoid them causing more trouble for him and Yun Bei. However, some matters can't be solved instantly. Even if they provided evidence, it still needed to be verified, which takes time. Once confirmed, there would be no chance to change it. After dinner, Yun Bei and Si Nanzhao each went to their rooms to rest. At the Chu family, Chu Fe was in a good mood because she had learned that Yun Bei had fallen into a trap. She thought that by now, Yun Bei should be in a good situation with the old bachelor, and soon she could put on a big show. She was curious to see Si Nanzhao's expression when he found out that Yun Bei had been with the old man. The more she thought about it, the more pleased she became, wishing she could immediately go to the neighboring village to see it for herself. But she also knew she could only imagine it. If she showed up, Yun Bei would definitely realize she was involved. If Yun Bei went crazy, it could become a problem. She wasn't afraid of much, but she feared that Yun Bei might ruin her in the same way. Just as Chu Fe was feeling happy, a military vehicle quietly arrived at the family compound. A few individuals with special identities entered the Chu home and showed their credentials to Chu Zheng, saying, "Comrade Chu Zheng, please come with us." Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng's expression changed instantly. He never imagined he would find himself in this situation. Thinking about what he had done recently, especially suppressing Si Nanzhao's promotion report, he felt regret. And all of this was because of his daughter. With that thought, he cast a complicated glance toward his daughter's room upstairs. At that moment, one of the individuals spoke up, asking, "Is Chu Fe here? Have her come out. We need her to come with us." Hearing this, Chu Zheng looked at the speaker in shock and said, "Is that really necessary? My daughter doesn't know anything about my situation." Upon hearing this, the other person looked at Chu Zheng with sympathy and said, "There is a life involved in this matter. We must take her for questioning." "What? That's impossible!" Chu Zheng exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that his daughter could commit such an act. To him, she was just a little spoiled and had a strong temper. "We have evidence." With that statement, Chu Zheng found himself unable to defend his daughter. The words stuck in his throat. Chu Fe had no idea what was happening and was still happily enjoying herself in her room. It wasn't until two unfamiliar men arrived on the second floor and knocked on her door that her smile faded, and she went to open it. When she saw the two strangers at the door, she asked in confusion, "Who are you, and why are you in my house?" "Comrade Chu Fe, you are suspected in a case involving a death. Please come with us." Upon hearing this, Chu Fe's expression changed instantly. She knew what she had done. When the incident occurred, she was terrified and immediately told her mother. She didn't know how it was handled afterward. Since her mother took over, she had not been involved and hadn't seen the victim's family. Now these two men wanted to take her away, which surely meant something had gone wrong. Thinking about this made Chu Fe extremely scared. Although it wasn't intentional, the fact remained that someone had died because of her. If they pursued this, she couldn't escape responsibility. At that moment, her first thought was to seek help from her parents. So, she looked at the two men and asked, "If you take me away, does my dad know?" Hearing this, the two men exchanged glances with Chu Fe and calmly said, "Don't worry, your father, like you, also needs to come with us." Chu Fe's face turned pale, and she felt a wave of panic. She had always acted so recklessly because of her father's high position. If her father was in trouble, how could she possibly be safe? As Chu Fe hesitated and slowly came down from the second floor, she saw her father surrounded by several people. Her mother, already in a state of panic, stood nearby, looking stunned. "Let's go." Chu Zheng and Chu Fe were taken away together, and it was only then that Mrs. Chu regained her senses. She picked up the phone, ready to call for help. But as she held the phone, she didn't know who to call. Her own family was not influential, and her parents and brothers couldn't offer any assistance. In fact, they often relied on Chu Zheng's support. If she hadn't worked hard to marry him, her family would be in an even worse situation now. If she can't ask her family for help, who else can she turn to? Previously, she insisted her daughter pursue Si Nanzhao not only because of his abilities, but also due to his family background. If her daughter and Si Nanzhao got together, even if something happened to Mr. Chu, there would be someone to assist. But now, they not only haven't gotten together but have also fallen out, so it's unlikely Si Nanzhao would help. Mrs. Chu thought hard but couldn't find anyone to help. Although she held a leadership position at work, her connections were limited, and there was no one who could assist her. What should she do? Should she just watch as her husband and daughter face trouble? Oh, she still has a son. With that thought, Mrs. Chu quickly dialed her son's number. Her son, Chu Fe, is also a soldier, but he is stationed in a different military district. When Chu Fe received his mother's call and learned that his father and sister were in trouble, he became very anxious. However, his rank was not high. He was just a deputy battalion commander. Investigating the matter wouldn't be easy unless he found someone to help. But who could he ask for help? After thinking for a moment, Chu Fe decided to ask his girlfriend, Qin Yan, for assistance. Qin Yan is the daughter of his superior, and her family has connections in the capital, which could help them look into the situation. So, he comforted his mother for a bit, and then went straight to the Qin family. When Qin Yan saw Chu Fe come to find her, she was very happy and held his hand tightly. In the past, she was usually the one to initiate contact, so it was the first time he came to her. Qin Haoyuan noticed his daughter's affection for Chu Fe and felt a bit jealous. With a serious expression, he asked, "Did Fei come over for something?" Seeing Qin Haoyuan's cold demeanor made Chu Fe uncomfortable. He didn't particularly like Qin Yan because he didn't find her very attractive, so he hadn't paid much attention to her. However, since Qin Haoyuan was his superior, he had to pretend to be interested, fearing that otherwise he might face consequences. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and left. But now, for the sake of his father and sister, he had to endure and said, "Uncle Qin, I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" "Go ahead," Qin Haoyuan replied calmly. He wasn't foolish and could tell that Chu Fe didn't have genuine feelings for his daughter. But since his daughter liked him, he didn't want to discourage her too much. Plus, Chu Fe had some abilities, so as long as he kept an eye on things, there shouldn't be any major issues. After all, he only had this one daughter. Since she was young, she has been spoiled and always wants everything her way. If anyone disagrees, who knows how she would react? "Uncle Qin, my father and sister have encountered some issues. Could you please help me find out what happened?" "Okay, I understand." Qin Haoyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. He was already aware of Chu Fei's family background. His father, Chu Zheng, was once a respected soldier who accomplished many tasks successfully. Because of this, he allowed his daughter to be with Chu Fei, believing that their families were well-matched and his daughter would not suffer. Since Qin Haoyuan agreed, he would certainly take action. He made a phone call to someone in the capital while Chu Fei was present. Seeing the call being made, Chu Fei finally relaxed and treated Qin Yan with more sincerity. Qin Haomin observed this scene and felt even more worried about his daughter. With Chu Fei being so calculating, could his daughter really be happy with her? In Liangcheng, at the military family compound. Although the military personnel arrived quietly, some people still noticed. Si Nanzhao received the news immediately. He was eager to tell Yun Bei, but found that after knocking for a while, she did not come to the door. This made him anxious, fearing something might have happened to her. After all, she had almost been harmed earlier that afternoon. What if she was feeling hopeless?